This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Boom. In the universe, a meteor flashed, rushed into the universe from the chaos, and headed straight for a place where vitality and chaos were mixed. This movement soon attracted the attention of some beings. Soon, a grand gaze was cast over, carrying waves of music, one after another. So, this meteor was pulled and integrated into it. A new syllable that had never been seen before was born, hovering outside the big music, reflecting the melody, novel and harmonious. Yes! The owner of the gaze withdrew his attention. It seemed, achievement, enter Zhongzhou. Description, enter Zhongzhou. Ah, the sound of the wind, the grass, the friction of leaves, the sound of birds. And the warm feeling on my face. Levi opened his eyes, and the sunlight suddenly pierced his nerves, forcing him to squint again immediately. After a long while, he got used to the light and looked around. The first thing that caught his eye was a line of small words in front of him. Achievement? Why does this painting look so familiar? Zhongzhou? Levi stood up and took a deep breath. He felt extremely fresh, with a faint fragrance of grass and soil, much better than his own broken house. At this moment, he was standing under a tall oak tree, and looking around, there were green fields everywhere. Levi was very sure that there was absolutely no such place near his home. Was he kidnapped by someone, or did he sleepwalk and take a plane abroad? Levi was a little confused for a while. He tried to recall everything before, but he couldn't remember anything at all. His mind was blank. The last memory seemed to be playing Minecraft at home. Minecraft, a famous sandbox game, suitable for all ages. This game can be said to have accompanied Levi for half of his life. From the first time he came into contact with it to now, he has played it for 10 years. Even if he was facing only some stereotype pixel blocks all day long, he never felt bored. Wait, Levi was startled and looked at the line of small words in front of him. At this time, the line of small words was turning semi-transparent and slowly disappearing, but as he focused his attention, it suddenly appeared again. Isn't this the achievement system of MC? Shocked by this discovery, Levi suddenly noticed a transparent prompt in the upper right corner of his vision. Novice tutorial. Open backpack. Backpack? With a soft call in Levi's heart, a familiar interface opened. 3 rows of backpacks, 1 row of inventory bars. There is also a slightly sluggish full-body image of Levi in the upper left corner, and 4 armor bars next to it. After turning off the backpack, Levi found that there was an extra row of health and hunger in his perspective. Maybe it was because I was unconscious for too long before waking up, and my hunger level has dropped by half. Am I in a game? Just when Levi was thinking about whether to try to make a workbench with a piece of wood, a voice suddenly called him. Hey how are you? Language module loaded, along with a voice, the prompt box appeared again. Levi was startled and looked around, but he didn't see anyone. Damn it. I'm here, sir. A hand waved in front of his eyes twice. Levi lowered his head and looked into the eyes of a dwarf. Sir, are you okay? Levi did not respond immediately, and looked at the person in front of him with a little doubt. First of all, he was only as tall as his waist. Listening to his voice and mature face, mature clothes, and a fish on his waist, this person did not look like a child. So there was only one truth, dwarfism. Levi's face became serious and he nodded. Hello. This human gentleman, may I ask if you have encountered any difficulties, I mean lost or something like that? Human gentleman? What a unique name. Although it felt a little strange, the appearance of this short man still made Levi feel a little relieved. At least this is not an uninhabited wilderness. That's right, I am indeed lost. Can I ask you where this is? The short man blinked and replied, Oh, this is the Shire. To be more specific, it is Hobbiton. No. What the hell, the Shire? A memory emerged from his mind. The Shire. The Lord of the Rings. Levi was stunned on the spot. He quickly lowered his head and looked at the man in front of him, who was only as tall as his waist. He was as tall as a child, with big feet, hairy feet, and slightly pointed ears. Halfling. Or hobbits. So this is the Middle Continent? Levi was stunned again, not knowing whether to be happy or worried. Middle Continent, or also called Middle Earth, when watching the movie The Lord of the Rings, this beautiful land was simply his dream place to live, with endless scenery and all kinds of interesting people and things. But it was just a thought. Levi was self-aware. He knew that with his little ability, even if he went to Middle-earth, he would only be an ordinary person. And to be honest, ordinary people in Middle-earth did not live a peaceful life. If they were not careful, They might be killed by orcs or evil forces from nowhere. This land was not peaceful. Seeing Levi in a daze again, the hobbit in front of him scratched his head. This human looked stupid. Did he have a brain injury? Black hair, strange clothes, soft face, different from the humans I had seen before. He must have come from far away. The hobbit looked at Levi curiously, thought for a moment, and then said, "Sir, if you want to find a place to live, maybe you can go to the tavern in the village, and to the east is the town of Bree, where there are many humans. Maybe you will like it more." "Ah, thank you, I see." Gurgle. After a few words, Levi's stomach suddenly moved and made a sound. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. The tall and short men looked at each other. The hobbit looked at Levi, then lowered his head and looked at his stomach. I'm going to make fried fish and potatoes tonight. Do you want to come to my house to eat together?" Levi wanted to refuse this polite talk, but his already jumping hunger obviously made him thicker. If the hunger is gone, blood will be deducted. He immediately said, "Then I'm sorry to bother you." The hobbit was stunned, as if he didn't expect Levi to really agree. Judging from the slightly struggling expression on his face, he obviously regretted saying such a polite thing. "Then please follow me, but the ingredients I just bought are probably only enough for me. I have to go to the market again, so I have to trouble you to follow me." The hobbit muttered as he led the way. Levi followed shamelessly, and soon he saw a series of cave buildings unique to the hobbits appearing in front of him. After crossing a bridge and walking a short distance, he came to a bustling market with a lot of hobbits coming and going. Levi followed the hobbit like this. Since everyone here is a halfling, his height is particularly prominent, and he must always keep his head down and pay attention to what is in front of him. Humans are rare in the Shire, and in the bustling market, curious eyes swept over Levi one after another. "Are you a wizard?" Finally, a little hobbit couldn't help but run over and asked curiously with his big eyes blinking. "Wizard? You're talking about Gandalf, right?" "No, I'm not." Levi waved his hand, and before he could say more, the child was pulled away by his parents. At this moment, the hobbit who invited him to dinner also bought the food, called Levi, and walked out of the market. Finally leaving the noisy market, Levi was relieved, and finally he didn't have to keep his head down. After a while, the two stopped in front of a hobbit hole. "This is my home, sir." The hobbit opened the door and walked in, not forgetting to turn around and say, "For you humans, the ceiling may be a little low, but it's okay to come in and sit down. It's still a little early for dinner, but it will be afternoon tea time soon. Maybe we can eat something else first." Levi bent down to enter the door, closed it gently, and looked at the hut with wide eyes full of curiosity. "Why do I feel a little familiar?" Levi's attention was attracted by a small wooden box at the door. He suddenly said, "Excuse me, my name is Levi. I haven't asked your name yet." The hobbit had just put the ingredients in the kitchen. Seeing Levi introduce himself, he turned around and said formally, "Oh, hello, Levi. I'm Baggins. Bilbo Baggins." Chapter 2. Baggins? Bilbo Baggins? Levi was stunned. How could this be such a coincidence? The case has been solved. Just say that the wooden box looks familiar. Isn't that his mother's dowry box? Levi looked at Bilbo. This poor hobbit had no idea what would happen to his family. He also didn't know that his mother's dowry box would be used by a dwarf in the future. At this moment, Levi suddenly had a bit of bad taste. He stood at the door again and saluted. "Levi, at your service." This sentence means that he is officially visiting. As if he didn't expect Levi to do this suddenly, Bilbo was also stunned for a moment, and then he subconsciously tidied his clothes and replied, "Bilbo Baggins, at your service." After doing this, Levi bent down again and stepped into this warm cave house. It must be said that perhaps hobbits are a bit of a rat. Levi saw a lot of food and wine stored deep in the house at a glance. This is enough storage for 13 dwarves to have a banquet, which is not too little. "Levi, you can find a place to sit first. Afternoon tea is at 4 o'clock. Although it hasn't arrived yet, I don't mind eating early. By the way, what do you like to eat? How about fried sausages with some bread?" The hospitality of the hobbits is not in vain. Even though the arrival of Levi, the guest, was somewhat unexpected, Bilbo still showed the enthusiasm of an acquaintance when he arrived at home. "Of course, it's all right. The guest follows the host's wishes. Just listen to you." Levi nodded. "The guest follows the host's wishes? Okay." Bilbo scratched his head and took out a bunch of sausages and a plate of bread piled up in a small mountain from the warehouse. Then, under Levi's watchful eyes, he cut the sausages and placed them next to a frying pan. While the fire was on and the pan was heated, Bilbo walked away a little to get some other things. Levi couldn't help being curious, so he stood up and moved closer to observe the small stove. It was a very ordinary stove and small frying pan, but the countertop was a little short, which was the height suitable for hobbits to use. "Are you interested in cooking?" Bilbo's voice suddenly came from behind him, and Levi wisely stepped aside and let Bilbo stand in front of the hot pot and start working. "This pot is old, my family has been using it. It's a good pot." Sizzle, the sausages were put into the pot, and a few oil spots splashed. After a few seconds of silence, seeing that Levi didn't say anything, perhaps because he felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Bilbo looked at the sausages frying in the pan, put his hands on his waist and said, "I am somewhat confident in my cooking skills, whether it's frying, roasting, or boiling. I learned it from my mother." As he said that, Bilbo turned the sausage over again. The other side was already browned, exuding an enticing meaty aroma. Gurgle. Levi's stomach growled uncontrollably. Gurgle. Levi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After a while, Bilbo finally put the fried sausage on the plate and sprinkled some pepper on it. Just when Levi couldn't help but stand up and ask himself if he could eat one first, suddenly, a prompt appeared in front of him. Unlocked function. Synthesis table. Learned. Recipe. Branch recipe. Fried sausage. You can check what you can make at any time, and the synthesis table will be dynamically updated according to the items you touch. Synthesis table. Click. The plate of sausages was placed in front of Levi, interrupting his thoughts. "I guess you've been hungry for a long time." Bilbo was still so considerate. "Thank you," Levi said, tears of emotion flowing from the corners of his mouth. Then, he cleaned the plate in a few bites. It took so short a time that Bilbo didn't even have time to walk back to the stove. The hunger level went down by 2 bars, a total of 10 bars. "Bilbo," Levi suddenly called out, "can I try, cooking?" Bilbo was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Levi to make such a request. "Oh yes, of course, go ahead." Bilbo stepped back to make way. Levi immediately bent down and stood by the pot. Just as he was holding the pot handle and felt a little confused, a teaching prompt box appeared. Cooking steps, select recipe, prepare ingredients, lot tools, start cooking. Normal cooking is definitely a technical job. There are always many steps, and the chef needs to accurately control the heat, saltiness, and other variables. But for Levi, who has a system, this is just a complicated version of a furnace. Everything just needs to be done according to the steps. Sizzle, the sausage is put into the pot. Levi stood quietly in front of the frying pan, as if nailed to the spot. His body did not even have a slight breath tremor. Looked like he was in a daze. Seeing that the sausage was about to turn brown, Bilbo, who had been watching the movement here, was about to open his mouth to remind him, but he saw Levi's arm shake, the pot shook, and the sausage inside turned over accurately. An expert. Bilbo couldn't help but admire in his heart. Is this guy a professional cook? Not sure, let's wait and see. Swish, after a while, it turned over again, and a golden, shiny, steaming sausage rolled into the plate. But that's not all. At the end, Levi ground a little bit of fine salt powder and sprinkled it evenly on it. The fine salt melted on the sausage with the heat. The two flavors combined into one. For some reason, just looking at this sausage, Bilbo couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Cooking is over, sorry for the wait. Levi brought the plate to Bilbo. Bilbo tried to cut the sausage, and saw a white steam coming out of it, and the center was just the right mature feeling. Take a bite. Swish, the aroma of meat, seasoning, and a little bit of melted salt exploded in the mouth. Even though the temperature of the sausage, just out of the pot, was quite high, it scalded Bilbo's tears, but this stubborn hobbit couldn't bear to open his mouth to release the aroma and heat. The maturity and taste were so perfect that it was almost impossible for a human to make. The little bit of salt added just blended the slightly light taste of the sausage. A little change greatly enriched the taste level. Perfect. All of a sudden, the hobbit's eyes widened. He stood up on the spot and pushed his chair back several steps. Bilbo, stand at attention. Mr. Levi, I swear, this is the most delicious fried sausage I have ever eaten in my life. Thank you. Levi nodded, not quite understanding why Bilbo reacted so strongly. In his inertial thinking, isn't the food produced by the system similar to pre-made dishes? But in fact, technology is never a bad word. No, Mr. Levi, this is not an overpraise. I'm telling you the truth. I've eaten this kind of sausage for many years, but today seems to be the first time I've eaten it. It turns out that it can be so delicious. Oh! Levi raised his eyebrows, and found a hint of something unusual. Really? Let me try. Zila. A few more sausages came out of the pot and were served on a plate. Levi took a bite. Levi took another bite. Levi calmly put down his knife and fork, smiled and nodded at Bilbo. But the corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching. I'm so delicious. Is this something I can make? Chapter 3. That afternoon, Bilbo ran to the warehouse and pulled out a bunch of sausages of different flavors, and said that as a native of the Shire, he must treat Levi, a friend who came from afar, with great hospitality. Levi would naturally not refuse. The two had a sumptuous afternoon tea together. While enjoying the food he cooked himself, Levi was worried. Although he had read The Lord of the Rings many times, and was very familiar with the story. But when he really came to this world, he knew nothing about the specific circumstances of the places that were not described in detail in the other stories, except for the key story scenes and general plots that were like prophecies. He needed time to integrate, and also needed to collect some intelligence. After dinner, Bilbo declined the special tobacco from the Shire, and the two sat on chairs in the small yard, staring into the distance in a daze. For a while, the air was a little quiet. Levi, do you have anything important to do in the next few days? Suddenly Bilbo asked this question. Levi glanced at Bilbo and raised his eyebrows. Bilbo stood up, took a breath and said, of course, don't get me wrong, I don't want to pry into your privacy. I mean, if you don't have anything important to do, maybe you can stay here for a few more days. Look, the scenery of the Shire is pretty good, isn't it? I think you can walk around and take a break. Well, you know, we hobbits never like to leave our hometown or take risks, but I am personally interested in the scenery outside. If you are willing, you can tell me about it, and I am willing to be a good host and entertain you. After saying that, Bilbo put his hands on his waist, blinking his eyes, and waiting for Levi's reply. In his eyes, Levi had become a top chef who traveled far away, and maybe even a royal chef of the human kingdom. With such a skillful meal, eating one more bite is earning one bite. The air returned to silence. Levi only thought about it for a moment, and saw through this little trick. Sure enough, people with skills have no worries wherever they go. Bilbo was a little uneasy, and just when he opened his mouth again to say something, Levi laughed. Ha ha ha, since you said so, I have to be thick-skinned to bother you for a few more days. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Bilbo. Oh, okay. Bilbo nodded repeatedly. He didn't let out a breath until Levi got up and returned to the house. This was the first time Bilbo invited a stranger he just met to stay at his house, so he was inevitably a little nervous. Leisure time is always short, and the gap between afternoon tea and dinner passed in a few words. In the name of learning, Levi learned several recipes in one night, and the result was that all the dishes made by Bilbo were eaten by Levi, and all the system-level delicacies made by Levi were given to Bilbo. For a moment, the hobbit felt a little ashamed, eating high-quality food while Levi had to deal with his rough craftsmanship. For such a chef, eating such rough food must be a very difficult thing. Bilbo thought, if he was asked to eat the burnt fried fish made by a kitchen novice, he would definitely not be able to bear it. At the table, the two who had just finished dinner showed satisfied expressions. I have to say that the hobbit's stomach is really big. According to Levi's usual appetite, this meal can keep him going for a whole day. Levi thought he might not be able to eat. After all, in Minecraft, you can't eat when your hunger bar is full. However, he was surprised to find that he could continue to eat after his hunger bar was full. The extra food turned into a second hunger bar with a brighter color, covering the original hunger bar. Apple peel? The so-called apple peel is a mod that can display saturation. In MC, whether it is the recovery of health or the consumption of physical strength, the first thing to be deducted is saturation, and then hunger. However, saturation and hunger are often not synchronized. Most foods add less saturation than hunger, which causes the second hunger bar to be unsatisfied most of the time. But now, after the hunger bar is full, Levi can continue to eat to fill up the saturation. When the second hunger bar, that is, the saturation level, is full, no matter how much you continue to eat, there will be no new changes. At this time, you will normally feel that your stomach is full. It makes sense. After the meal, Levi said hello to Bilbo and left quietly, running to a distant forest. Levi wanted to do this a long time ago. He looked around and made sure that no one lived in this area and no one would disturb him. So he raised his hand and knocked hard on the big tree in front of him. Dong. A slightly dull sound came. A slight crack appeared on the trunk. And the hand was intact. Dong, dong, dong. The dull sound continued to come. After a few punches left a great psychological shadow on the tree, with a pop sound, A hole was missing in the middle of the tree, and the whole tree fell to the ground with a bang, startling a group of birds and beasts. In contrast, a miniature piece of wood fell to the ground and slowly floated. After being sucked into the backpack, the name was displayed, Oak Log. Unlike in the game, the wood was the same as it was when it was broken. Levi tried to break another piece of wood, but found that this log took up an extra space in the backpack and could not be stacked at all, because the two pieces of wood were different. The solution is synthesis formula unlocked, standard oak. After a while, the big tree that fell to the ground disappeared, replaced by several standard oak stacked in the backpack, as well as a pile of sticks and leaves. Achievement, standardization. I see. Watching the achievement pop up, Levi realized something. Just as there are no two identical snowflakes in the world, things that are knocked down directly cannot be directly stacked in the backpack because of their different shapes, sizes, and specific structures. But after synthesis, they can be turned into identical raw materials, so they can be stacked and stored in the backpack. For example, for the knockdown tree logs, Levi only needs to put them in the foregrid synthesis column of the backpack to standardize them, and turn them into the logs he is familiar with. After he had a clear idea in his mind, Levi immediately continued to work, knocking wood everywhere and gathering materials. As the materials in the backpack increased, more synthesis formulas were unlocked. First the workbench, then the wooden pickaxe. Click, Levi knocked on the ground under his feet, and started the real man's mining method, digging vertically on the spot. After a long time, when Levi drilled out from the ground, his backpack had gathered a set of stone tools, achieving the Stone Age achievement, and also made a few furnaces and burned some charcoal to make torches. There is no way, reality is not like MC, you can find or anywhere, you can only burn some charcoal first. After a lot of trouble, with a ding, Levi's level reached level 1. There was no obvious change. If I find diamonds and obsidian later, I can try to combine them into an enchantment table and see. It's getting late now. Looking up, I see stars everywhere, with a crescent moon in the middle. It's so beautiful. It's almost time to go back. Bilbo is still waiting for me to make a midnight snack. Chapter 4. At night, Bilbo was a little restless. I go clean up the room, so you can sleep, the empty room inside. I come too. Levi followed him. Bilbo didn't refuse. While bending over to help clean up the room, Levi finally asked a question that had been lingering in his mind for a long time. Speaking of which, what time is it now? Now? Of course it's at night. Most people are asleep at this time. While answering, Bilbo picked up a small box that was a bit in the way, and Levi took it and put it outside the door. Both of them were busy. Levi shook his head. No, I mean, what year and time is it now? Oh, this year. This year is 1340, and now it's May. 1340. Bang. Ouch. Levi's head hit the eaves of the house without paying attention, and his life bar shook, but he didn't lose blood. Shire calendar year 1340, which is the third era year 2940. When did the dwarves start their journey to the Lonely Mountain? It should be the end of April 1341. In other words, the current timeline is the year before the Lonely Mountain expedition began. At this time, Gandalf was still on his way, and Thorin was still wandering and working. Dwarves, elves, humans, orcs, wargs, dragons, the Golden Mountain, the Eye of Thor, Dol Guldur, war, the One Ring. A series of words flashed through Levi's mind. At the same time, a black figure grew in his pupils. Are you okay, Levi? Suddenly, his eyes trembled, and Levi recovered from his loss of consciousness. Oh, it's okay, I'm fine, I just bumped into it accidentally. I guess you are tall among humans. Bilbo teased. Of course, I'm 1.85 meters tall. Levi subconsciously straightened his chest. Boom, the blood bar jumped. His waist immediately bent down again. Puff. Looking at Levi with his teeth bared, Bilbo couldn't help laughing out loud. Levi covered his head and shook his head. What can be done in a year? Peaceful days always pass quickly. A few days later. In a leisure moment after a midnight snack, Levi held a weed in his mouth, sat on a small chair in the garden, and stared at an unusually bright and conspicuous star in the night sky. If an ordinary person came to this world, he would have nothing to rely on. Even if he knew the historical direction of the Lord of the Rings very well, what he could do in a year would be quite limited. Perhaps even figuring out where he was, and how to survive would be a problem. However, Levi was destined not to worry about these. Crack. Levi, it's late, aren't you going to bed yet? Levi turned his head, and saw Bilbo pushing the door open. Right now, I want to look at the stars outside for a while. Okay, remember to lock the door later. Bilbo went back to the house first. Levi yawned, looked at his full life bar and overflowing hunger, suddenly jumped up from the chair, turned around, and carefully looked at this warm hobbit cave. Living peacefully like this is actually not bad. Of course, the premise is that this kind of life will not be destroyed by anything. The next morning, just as the sky was getting light, there was a rustling sound at the door of the small hobbit cave. In a daze, Bilbo opened his eyes with difficulty, lifted the quilt, and got out of bed, and poked his head out of the door of the room. Levi? Seeing Levi dressed neatly at the door, Bilbo asked, "Are you going out?" Levi stopped and turned around. "The journey does not wait for anyone. I am leaving, Mr. Baggins." As he spoke, Levi bowed slightly and said, "Thank you for your hospitality during this period. Please let me repay you next time we meet." Bilbo blinked several times and became energetic. "Won't you stay a few more days? I still have a lot of things to introduce to you." Levi smiled and glanced at him. Bilbo choked on the words that came to his mouth, knowing that it seemed that he could not keep this person today, no matter what. "There are always times of separation, but I believe we will see each other again soon, Mr. Baggins," Levi said meaningfully. "I will embark on my adventure." Adventure. Something in Bilbo's heart was vaguely aroused, but it immediately became silent and just shook his head. "Then please wait a moment, Levi." After saying this, Baggins quickly ran into the inner room, then ran to the storage shelf, and soon brought a bundle and handed it to Levi. "Take this." "What is this?" "Some food. I think you must need this. You always need rations when traveling, right?" Levi was stunned for a moment. He took the bundle, squatted down, patted Bilbo's shoulder gently, and said sincerely, "Thank you, my friend." Although the two had only known each other for a few days, they had a very pleasant time together. Coupled with Levi's systematic cooking skills and casual stories, the relationship between the man and the hobbit was already quite good. "Levi, you must come again." The hobbit, who had never been out of the Shire, was a little reluctant. Levi smiled and nodded. "I will." Parting seems to be a common thing in this land. Without too much sentimentality, they just waved their hands and returned to their own tracks. Although a little embarrassed, before leaving, Levi still shamelessly asked Bilbo to help him get a map. In fact, as a story audience with a god's perspective, Levi is also familiar with the geography of Zhongzhou, but no matter how familiar he is, after all, he has never really walked there, so it is safer to have a map. The Shire, where all the stories begin. To the north are the ruins of the Kingdom of Arnor and the Onmar Plateau. To the west are Lindon and the Blue Mountains. To the east, across the Brandy Bridge, is Bree, and further east is the Lonely Land, where wanderers are often seen wandering around, monitoring the evil in the east and guarding this wilderness in secret. There are two large areas to the south of the road between Brandywine Bridge and Bree, the Old Forest and the Barrow Hill. Both areas are deserted, and there are always strange rumors, so you need to be careful to avoid them. Anyone who has played Minecraft knows that Minecraft players must have a base before they can develop, otherwise they will be blocked everywhere for various reasons. Only with a fixed residence can people feel at ease. After thinking about it, Levi's eyes were fixed on one place. A large area east of Bree. An area called the Lonely Land. The land is vast and sparsely populated, and there are not many people, which is suitable for building a home. Of course, there are actually many places that meet these two conditions. There is an important reason for choosing to build a home here. That is, in the future, both the Lonely Mountain Expedition and the Ring Bearer will pass through that area. Levi must join in the fun. It would be much more convenient if there was a base there. Just do it. Put away the map and identify the direction. From dawn to dusk, Levi ran on the road, galloping eastward without stopping. A few days ago, Levi discovered that as long as there was enough food, his physical strength was unlimited and he would not feel tired. The price was that the food would be consumed quickly. Bilbo gave enough food for a normal hobbit for a week, but Levi consumed a small half of it in just one day. That was a week's food for a hobbit's appetite. But correspondingly, the efficiency was also very good. In just one day, Levi crossed several Shire towns, crossed the Brandy Bridge, and came to the Old Forest and the ancient tombs. He was a 1,000-mile horse among men, and he could keep running as long as there was enough food. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened. However, the sky was not dim. With the help of starlight, Levi found a not very thick dead tree on the roadside and took out a stone axe. Dong dong dong. Soon, a crisp cracking sound was heard, and the whole dead tree broke from the bottom and fell to the ground. Plop! In the silent wilderness, The sound of the dead tree falling to the ground was particularly obvious. Levi didn't care, but continued to chop the fallen tree trunk with a stone axe, dividing the dry natural firewood into several small pieces to serve as firewood. A moment later, a bonfire was lit. Levi took out a large bag of food sent by Bilbo from his backpack. This bag of food was counted as an item, and only occupied one position. But if the food inside was taken out, it would have to occupy another position. Levi guessed that the things put into the same inventory must either be exactly the same and can be stacked, or they must be counted as a whole. Thinking casually, while skewering a few sausages on a stick and roasting them by the campfire, Levi was thinking about various syntheses. Shields, armor, these things that can most directly protect oneself and increase combat effectiveness, none of them. The most critical thing is missing, iron. Seeing that the campfire was burning a little bit, Levi took out a few sticks out of thin air to fill it in. If someone happened to pass by at this moment, they would probably exclaim and regard Levi as a wizard with magical powers. With nothing to do, Levi took out the stone sword and looked at it. A line of instructions appeared. Stone sword attack power +5. This weapon is like a craftsman who has carefully carved it bit by bit. The surface is smooth like jade, the side is extremely sharp, and the sword body is quite solid, almost as good as metal products. It is simply a perfect work of art. Levi looked at it carefully, and felt that no matter how many times he looked at it, it was worth marveling at. This level of excellence can be directly auctioned as a collection. Creak. The burning wood behind him suddenly made a noise, and Levi remembered that he was still roasting sausages. However, when he turned around, he found that the fire had dimmed again. Could the sticks burn so quickly? Although he was puzzled, he couldn't put out the fire, because the sausages were not cooked yet. Levi took out a few sticks and threw them into the fire. However, the next moment, it seemed to hit something. There was a bang. His heart jumped suddenly, and Levi suddenly raised his head. He saw a mummy head with red eyes, and a layer of dry and gray scalp sticking out from the shadows, staring at him condescendingly. Chapter 5. The firelight weakly climbed over the tall and thin shadow. The moment he raised his head, a chill ran straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and Levi's scalp exploded. Before Levi could recover, the weird mummy with a distorted appearance suddenly screamed and pounced on him. The piercing scream so close made his blood almost stagnant. Levi almost used up all his courage to break free from this state. He rolled to the side, and with a plop, he looked back and saw that the workbench behind him was smashed to pieces by this weird thing. What a strong force! With the weak firelight, Levi finally saw the appearance of this uninvited guest. Ragged clothes, a tall and thin shadow-like body, a glimmer in his eyes, and old jewelry jingling on his body. Thinking of the current geographical location, a word suddenly popped up in Levi's mind. Corpse demon. Oh my god, I had deliberately avoided the ancient tombs and the old forest. How could I still encounter this thing? Don't come over here. Gulp. The throat moved with difficulty, and Levi could clearly feel that his breathing was disordered. Hee hee. The tall shadow made an unpleasant laugh, like a broken bellows blowing air. It smelled a sweet breath. Fear. The spiderweb-like fear pressed on Levi tightly, tightly grasping the ground, making him unable to move. Corpse demon, very happy. Realizing that he seemed to have become a toy for the corpse demon in front of him to amuse himself, Levi subconsciously grasped the stone sword in his hand, feeling humiliated. How can a dignified MC player like me suffer this injustice? Whatever you say today, you must discuss it. Swish. An old burial sword covered with tetanus enchantment was slowly pulled out, and the corpse demon raised his skinny arm, and was about to cut it down. Ugh! The figure on the ground shouted angrily, grabbed the sword in his hand, and rolled and crawled to get up and swing it forward. Ding! A crisp sound of hitting sounded. Levi's wrist was numb, and he felt that the sword seemed to hit iron. If it was really just an ordinary stone sword in his hand, the sword body would probably break. The attack was effective. -3, a line of prompts floated in Levi's vision. It seemed that he had never expected that he would be resisted. Caught off guard, the corpse demon staggered after being chopped, looked at Levi, and then looked at the gap on his body in disbelief. A mere stone sword actually hurt it through the witchcraft protection, and the rusty armor on its body. What kind of stone is your sword made of? Hiss! A sharp cry sounded, and Levi knew that he had angered this ghost. He stood up straight, and looked at the corpse demon intently. The next moment, a line of marks appeared above its head. 57 of 60, health bar. This thing has a full 60 drops of blood, 3 times as much as his own, and it has built-in armor. Since he had never seen other humans, Levi could only use himself and the hobbits he had seen during this period as references. He himself had 20 blood, while the average adult hobbit fluctuated between 15 and 18, and rarely exceeded this value. It is hard to imagine how the kingdom of Arno dealt with these corpse demons. Add 1, a small green word suddenly floated by the corpse demon. 58 of 60, it's not you. Before I could think about it, snap, with a loud bang, the old long sword and the stone sword met, and Levi felt his arm go numb. What a great strength, and the blood is restored so quickly. Ha! Levi exerted his strength and barely blocked the long sword. My system-crafted stone sword is not a vegetarian. Swish, another sword, a small gap appeared on the corpse again. -4. 54 over 60, very good, although the blood is thick, as long as I can continue to chop. Wow, there was a gust of wind in my ears, and before I could react, I saw the corpse demon's other hand whistling and slapping Levi on the waist, and the whole person was thrown away. For a moment, Levi lost consciousness, and his eyes went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was lying on the ground. -7. 13/20, the waist hurt like hell. 14/20, the rings full of burial objects on the corpse demon's hand successfully played the role of brass knuckles at this moment. When the thin and long hand came over, the touch of metal was extremely clear. 16/20. May 17th, 20 however, within just 2 seconds, the wounds recovered rapidly as the satiety decreased. Seeing the attack coming again, Levi hurriedly got up and hastily blocked the sword that was swung again. 20/20, but in the short time he got up, his blood volume was full, and his waist that was almost broken no longer hurt, as if the serious injury just now was just an illusion. The price was that the second row of hunger value stored in the reserve dropped by half. Levi took a deep breath. By this calculation, he actually had 60 drops of blood. If the food reserves in the inventory were counted, it would be even more. What are you afraid of? Come on, let's fight with swords. To be honest, the swordsmanship of these two is about the same. Levi doesn't know any rules at all. The swordsmanship of the corpse demon is not very good under the restriction of twisted limbs. This battle is basically a hard fight. Bang! Struggling to separate the ancient sword, Levi swung his sword with all his strength again. The corpse demon kept emitting -3/-3, and occasionally -4/-5. Under the continuous force repulsion and real damage, the corpse demon was suppressed and retreated 2 steps. However, the unexpected bravery only went so far. The corpse demon, who had seen the storm, quickly reacted. Isn't it just a stone sword that can break its own defense and has a special power bonus? It's not like I haven't seen similar things when fighting the Dunedin. Swish soon, the corpse demon reacted and swung a sword. In panic, Levi only had time to sidestep to avoid the vitals, but he was still scratched. -6, but the damage of only 6 HP will be restored immediately. Just thinking about this, my heart suddenly felt a sharp pain. -1, Levi looked at his status bar. The red heart representing the HP suddenly cracked and the color gradually darkened. -1, withering? No, this is curse. 2s, corpse demons, also known as evil spirits, are servants of darkness, and their existence represents a certain evil. At this moment, Levi was immediately in a dilemma and instinctively felt a sense of retreat. It was really difficult to fight a monster without armor that crushed his own attributes in all aspects and had a continuous damage buff. How did I deal with this kind of numerical monster when playing games before? Move, stick to the terrain, use operation and characteristics to defeat the value. Characteristics. Thump. Another sword came. Levi rolled on the ground, narrowly avoided it, and threw up a handful of dirt. Eat dirt, old coin. In terms of body skills, if it is to use keyboard operation in the game, Levi's movement is okay, but this is reality after all. Levi is experiencing a battle for the first time. To be honest, now just suppressing the fear in his heart and being able to fight back is already trying his best. Then you can only rely on characteristics. Levi stood up, stumbling and rolling on the ground for several seconds, and his blood volume has been restored again. The pre-stored line of hunger value is also completely consumed. Ugly thing, look at me! The taunt took effect immediately, and the corpse demon's eyes became brighter, and rushed over with anger. Seeing that it had run within 1 meter, the sword was chopped on Levi. The next moment, Levi endured the pain and suddenly raised his hand. Snap! A piece of raw stone with a length, width and height of exactly 1 meter suddenly appeared in the air, blocking the middle, and the corpse demon stumbled. Levi would not miss this opportunity, and he raised his sword and chopped repeatedly. Caught off guard, the corpse demon lost his balance and fell to the ground. -3/-3. 27 of 60, roar. As if he realized that his power was constantly draining away and might really fall into the dissipated nothingness, the corpse demon suddenly exploded and desperately stepped over the stone and moved forward. However, Levi just stepped back, took out a stone with his other hand, and put it down, and blocked the corpse demon's movement again. The corpse demon was extremely furious. It was just a piece of stone. Normally, it could even pass through it directly with some power, but the stone that this person conjured out of thin air was extremely special, and his power could not penetrate it at all. Boom! A figure fell from the sky and chopped the corpse demon on the forehead with an axe. This axe jump and chop actually directly chopped off 10 drops of blood. After the attack was successful, Levi immediately cut out the stone sword and chopped quickly. -4. At this moment, the corpse demon finally recovered and pulled out the ancient sword. Swish! A sword stabbed into Levi's chest. However, Levi didn't care and grabbed the ancient sword and stuck it in his chest. Then, he stabbed to death. Bang! Ah! When the last sword was swung down, a sharp cry spread throughout the wilderness, and a black gas rose from the corpse demon's body, and the next moment it exploded and dissipated in midair. The mummy suddenly lost power and fell to the ground, with no light in its eyes. Achievement: Monster Hunter. Achievement conditions: Kill hostile creatures. Achievement: Corpse Killer. Achievement conditions: Kill a corpse demon. Title system activated. Unlock title: Corpse Killer. Chapter 6. Take a breath. Levi picked up the grilled sausage beside the campfire. The fire was just right. After a few bites, his health was full again. The broken bones were connected unscientifically, the wound healed quickly, and his pale face gradually became ruddy. 2020th, Levi suddenly felt relaxed. It was only at this time that he noticed the title system that had just been unlocked. At this moment, there was only one corpse killer lying alone in the title interface. Levi shifted his attention to it, and found that the wear option appeared. After wearing the title, some special beings and people with keen intuition can directly know your deeds through observation, and your related deeds will be spread at a faster speed. This is indisputable evidence. It seems it's really just a title, there is no actual bonus. Okay, it's not bad. Without too much entanglement, Levi clicked to wear it, and looked at the remains of the corpse next to him. After the evil spirit attached to it dissipated, it was just a mummy with a twisted appearance. This is an elite monster, right? It's reasonable not to drop some items. Next is the happy time to touch the corpse. Crash. The mummy was turned over. In the moonlight, you can see a lot of shiny items. It can be seen that this corpse should have been a wealthy family when he was alive, and his body was full of buried jewelry. Evil has been expelled, rest in peace. Muttering in a low voice, Levi collected the jewelry on the mummy without any psychological burden and put it in his backpack. The first pot of gold in Middle-earth. These jewelry look good and should be worth a lot of money. Put it in the backpack first, and wait until the day to put it in the sun to dry it to remove the possible curse. This is the method mentioned in the original book, and it should be useful. After packing up the jewelry, Levi looked at the ancient sword that fell on the ground next to him. When he picked it up, a line of instructions appeared. Old sword in the ancient tomb, attack power increased by 4. There was no other explanation. No, that's it. After all, it is an equipment dropped by elite monsters. How can the attack power be the same as that of a wooden sword? You know, when the corpse demon held it just now, the attack power was more than 4 points, and it was hit with a withering effect. It's really 3 points weaker, right? Levi can only attribute this to the corpse demon itself carrying some kind of curse power. Although a little disappointed, it is a real sword made of real metal after all, so Levi still put it in his backpack. Anyway, there is a lot of space, so just keep it as a souvenir. In summary, the harvest is not bad. Finally, after spending some time to pack up, Levi quickly extinguished the campfire and set off in the moonlight. You can encounter corpses on the roadside. Obviously, it is not advisable to stay here for a long time. But thinking carefully, it may be that the sound of chopping trees was too loud, or the campfire was too blatant, which just attracted a corpse not too far away. Swish, a nimble figure ran fast on the road. The sun rose and the moon set. Until the rosy clouds were everywhere, Levi suddenly stopped, climbed up a small mound in 3 or 2 steps, and looked into the distance. At the end of the horizon, there was obviously a small town. Even though he had never been there once, Levi's mind immediately popped up its name, Bree. Finally. Levi was slightly excited. Finally, he could see other humans. But before that, Levi jumped off the small mound, took out a bunch of jewelry from his backpack, and put them in the sun. After a while, wisps of black air evaporated from them. The gray jewelry regained its luster. The curse on it has been lifted. After confirming that there was nothing else unusual, Levi packed up everything and left. As the saying goes, a horse will die if it is seen from a distance. It was not until the usual lunch time that Levi came to a gate and was questioned by the guard. This was the first time Levi had seen a human in this world. "Who are you?" "An ordinary adventurer." "Adventurer?" Through the small window of the town gate, a face looked up and down at Levi in confusion, especially at Levi's clothes. "It's really strange to wear, but we don't reject so-called adventurers here." The window closed and the guard left. Levi was about to say something, but the next moment, the gate suddenly opened. "Come in, adventurer." Levi nodded. He glanced at the guard's head. 20 drops of blood, the same as himself. A pure human. "By the way, I want to ask you where the leaping horse inn is. I heard it's pretty good." "Over there, go straight." The guard pointed in a direction. "Thank you." It didn't take too long, at least not long compared to the distance Levi had run these days. Soon, a building with a conspicuous sign appeared in front of him. The wooden sign was engraved with a prancing horse, that is, leaping horse. The leaping horse inn has been run by the yellow butter chrysanthemum family for generations. Business here seems to be very good. Even in the morning, there are still many people here. Ignoring the eyes of the people watching from the side, Levi went straight to the bar as soon as he entered the door. "Hello, guest, what do you need?" "I need a place to rest and some food." After that, he lowered his head and looked at his clothes. "This set of clothes really looks different here. If possible, can you prepare another set of clothes for me?" The bartender hesitated for a moment, and did not agree for a while. After all, running errands is not within the scope of the inn services. However, looking at the guest in front of him, who was dressed and behaved slightly differently, he always felt that he had done something extraordinary. After just a pause, the bartender replied with consideration, "It's okay, but sir, it depends on how much you are willing to pay. After all, this is not within the scope of our business." Clang. A coin that looks quite old fell on the bar, and the crisp sound attracted several eyes. "Is this enough?" The bartender gently picked up the ancient coin and looked at it carefully with wide eyes. "Sorry, sir, I can't tell its value. Please wait a moment, I call the boss." Soon, a middle-aged man hurried over. He first glanced at Levi, then at the coin on the bar. He couldn't take his eyes off it. "Beautiful, really beautiful." The boss murmured, "Although it's just a silver coin, it looks old, and the craftsmanship may have been lost. Sir, are you sure you want to give this to me? The material of the coin itself is not rare, but the meaning it contains, the year and the history it represents are very valuable, and some people will pay a very good price for it." "Yes." "That's good." The boss said, "The best rooms, the most abundant food and wine, and the best clothes made of all fabrics. I promise you that everything will be the best. Now please take a rest, I will prepare these things." After measuring Levi's body shape and asking about his style requirements, the boss went out. After a while, the bartender brought a large plate of barbecue, stews, and other signature dishes as instructed, as well as some fresh fruits, and a cup of Prancing Horse specialty beer with foam almost overflowing. Tasting it slightly, there is a distinct malt aroma. After eating a lot, Levi's satiety level was directly restored to the maximum level. After drinking a glass of beer in one breath, he also got a drunken buff that lasted for dozens of seconds, which was manifested as a slight dizziness. With the buff that did not last long, Levi went back to the room, closed the door, and lay on the strange and soft bed. Although the body would not feel tired as long as there was food, the spirit would not be damaged much. But out of some human habit, and with nothing to do, Levi laid down to rest for a while. Lying down is always more comfortable than standing. He didn't wait too long, and there was a slight knock on the door. Levi immediately jumped up. "Who?" "Excuse me, sir, I'm the bartender, here to bring you clothes." Click. The door opened, and Levi took the clothes. "Sir, try the clothes to see if they fit. If you are not satisfied, I can change them for you." Then he left. Levi closed the door. After a while, he put on the new clothes and looked down. Not bad, except for the slightly soft facial features and pure black hair color, he looked like a local. Highlight and authentic. Chapter 7. In this world where war is the main theme, it is absolutely impossible to go out for adventure without good equipment. Blacksmith shop. A strong man turned the hammer and forged a piece of iron. Levi stopped and watched for a long time, until the forging sound stopped and the blacksmith took a break, then walked in and greeted, "Hello. Hello, what can I do for you? Do you sell weapons or armor here? The blacksmith raised his head and glanced at Levi. Excuse me, who are you? An adventurer. So you are not from our town? Levi nodded. No, you can go. The blacksmith shook his head. Levi said quickly, Wait, I won't reduce your reward. You name a price. The blacksmith turned back helplessly and said seriously, No matter how much, Bree's weapons and armor are only sold to Bree people, and even if they are Bree people, not just anyone can do it. My dear adventurer, if you really want to take something for self-defense, then I suggest you go to the farm next door. Maybe the people there will sell you a hoe. Levi was stunned for a moment, and suddenly his mind turned around. Yes, this is not a game world. You can buy a set of equipment at any grocer. In this era, things like weapons and armor are strategic reserves. How can they be easily allowed to be sold? Especially when the person opposite is a so-called adventurer of unknown origin. Can you sell me some iron? Just a little bit. I use it for research. The blacksmith hesitated for a moment and asked, How much do you want? Levi gestured with his hands to measure the size. No. The blacksmith shook his head. Levi's face was a little ugly. If there were metal minerals, he could actually synthesize equipment by himself. It's just that in the game, you just need to drill a hole in the same place and dig vertically. If you dig deep enough, you can always dig a few pieces. If you are lucky, you can also encounter a mine and make a lot of money. But in reality, there are not mines everywhere. Hey sir, I heard you want to buy those things. Levi and the blacksmith both turned around and saw a man with a full beard and messy hair suddenly stood up and smiled at Levi. Obviously, this man has been hiding there for a while. Who are you? Get out of here, you stinky rag collector. Stay away from me. Before Levi finished asking, the blacksmith put the hammer on the forging table with a clang and ordered him to leave. However, even though he was called a rag collector, the man was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, Okay, my friend, I just passed by here and happened to find someone who you can't satisfy, but I can satisfy. The blacksmith interrupted, Don't be so slick in front of me. I tell you, you'd better be honest and don't violate the laws of our Bree. Of course not, my friend. I always pay attention to local rules. The man said slickly. 3 seconds, get out of my sight. The blacksmith was merciless. 3, 2. The blacksmith picked up the hammer and stood up. Okay, I go, don't be so angry. The man immediately stepped back several steps and looked at Levi several times. Levi looked at the man, then at the blacksmith, and chose to leave with him. The blacksmith's eyes followed him for a long time, and finally he said from a distance, I advise you to be careful, adventurer master. Levi nodded in response. It was not until they were in a place where there were not many people that Levi asked the person beside him, What's your name? I'm William, the odds and ends merchant. Just call me William, sir. Odds and ends merchant? It's a new word. What do you do? William shrugged and said, Alas, according to the local merchants here, we are rag merchants who compete with them for business. We sell everything and collect everything, and we are everywhere. Before Levi could think about it, William continued, I don't deny that I collect rags, but I can't guarantee that there are things you need in these rags. Do you know what I want? Of course I know, weapons and armor that can protect me, right? Levi nodded. Please follow me, sir. William confidently led Levi to a remote place. Levi had some doubts, but the aura of confidence could not be faked, so he followed. The place is small, and there are all kinds of people. You never know if there is something you want. After walking for a while, Levi was led to a remote corner of the town. Unlike the common scenery on the main street, this small block exudes an old and gloomy feeling. The eaves and walls of the houses on both sides of the road are full of cobwebs and vines, and it looks like they are not cleaned. The house has obvious signs of use, so it should be occupied. Creak. The door of a house opened slightly, and a stubbled and unkempt strongman walked out. He first glanced at the small change merchant, then kept his eyes on Levi, and followed him to the street before retracting his eyes. Click. The door closed tightly. Is this the weapon and armor you mentioned? Levi frowned and stared at William. Do you think I'm easy to talk to? Or do you think I'm easy to deceive? Levi pointed at a pile of rusty swords and armor in the yard, which were almost unrecognizable, and said angrily, Is this what you want to show me? The itinerant merchant is not a local resident. I don't know if it will lose my reputation if I chop them down. Feeling a chill on his back, William quickly explained, Look, adventurer, I am a good businessman who abides by the law. Whether it is Bree or other kingdoms, weapons and armor are all controlled items. Anyone who dares to sell them privately will be in big trouble. It took me a lot of effort to get these, and I can assure you that I am the only one in this area who has the means to receive these things. You can't buy them from anyone else. William said, pulling out a rotten long sword, shaking it in front of Levi and said, "Look, although this sword has some flaws, it can still be used for self-defense, and once the enemy is cut by this sword and sees blood, he will definitely not live for a few days." Flaws? Levi took the rotten long sword, and the moment he touched it, the attributes appeared. Rotten long sword attack +1. Levi tried to swing it, and a piece of slag fell off immediately. The quality of this sword was immediately clear. If you really use it to chop someone, I'm afraid the sword will break first. A stick picked up on the roadside is more useful than this thing. Levi glanced at the courtyard and estimated that the things in this place are of this quality. No wonder Bree would sit back and do nothing about this. Is it necessary to take care of this? TSK. Levi made a disgusted sound and wanted to throw the broken sword aside. However, the next moment, a sudden system prompt stopped him. Unlock new synthesis entry. Anti-metallurgy, new, description, higher utilization rate. Invest, decay long sword, estimated output, 50% to 80% raw materials. The broken things in his hand suddenly smelled good. Chapter 8. He was not happy at all. Your things are more useful than a stick I picked up on the roadside. Levi looked at the pile of rubbish on the ground with a look of embarrassment. William was unable to defend himself for a moment, but picked up a sword and waved it a few times, saying, "Hey, sir, you see, they are at least useful, right?" Levi was slightly surprised, not because William was thick-skinned, but because his swords looked quite methodical and useful. "You will definitely be able to use them." "Are you so sure?" "This is the intuition of a small dealer, sir." William smiled flatteringly. "Interesting, there are indeed some magical people in this world. Just like wizards. It's not just the 5 wizards who have mastered magical powers. There are still some talented people all over the world." William's eyes blurred, and he saw a small piece of jewelry with a simple shape and exquisite workmanship appeared out of thin air in Levi's hand. "This is the smallest one that can be picked out of this pile of jewelry. I don't have any cash on me. How about paying with this?" William squinted his eyes and looked at it carefully. "This thing seems to have a very unusual origin. Are you going to sell it to me, sir? It is enough to exchange these equipment with it." William took the jewelry carefully, took a look, and his pupils dilated slightly. This is not just an ordinary handicraft, it is also an antique, and it is a kind of antique that is difficult to discover. Some big people will be happy to pay for such rare old objects. It's not a loss. Although the object is a little small, there is still profit. Wait. William suddenly stared at the little thing in his palm for a long time. This style, if I'm not mistaken? Suddenly raising his head, William looked at Levi, and always felt that this person had a special feeling. He had killed those things. This was snatched from that thing, corpse demon, and it was the elite among the corpse demons. Damn, that thing is not something that ordinary people can touch. And it doesn't look like this master is poisoned or cursed, which means that it may not be difficult for him to deal with corpse demons. The expression on William's face was a little stiff. It's bad, and he met a difficult one. Not paying attention to William's little movements, just looking at William's reaction, Levi knew that the little thing he took out should be valuable. At least it must be enough to exchange for this mountain of equipment. He continued to ask, "Pack these things for me." The packed fragments can be counted as one item, which can save some space. William, who suddenly became a little dazed, nodded repeatedly, and went to get the rope to start classifying and tying up the rags. After a long time, looking at the whole row of packed rags in the backpack, Levi nodded with satisfaction. William was not curious about where the rags he had just packed went. It was not normal for someone who could kill a witchcraft creature like a corpse demon to have some magical means. After collecting all the necessary things here, Levi planned to say goodbye directly and find a place to synthesize the anti-smelting furnace. The synthesis of the anti-smelting furnace requires an iron ingot, but he did not have iron. But it doesn't matter, you can burn some out with the furnace first, and then synthesize the anti-smelting furnace. The loss of equipment burned in the furnace is ridiculous. If you throw an iron sword in and burn it, only one iron nugget will be left. However, the anti-metallurgical furnace can produce 1 or 2 iron ingots. Originally, Levi was ready to throw a lot of junk into the furnace to burn out a few pieces of iron, but who knew that collecting junk could actually unlock the anti-metallurgical furnace? What is a surprise? This is a surprise. Levi was about to leave when he was stopped by William. "Please wait a moment, sir." William stepped forward quickly, and took out a long strip of cloth wrapped in cloth from his waist. "This is for you." Levi took it, untied the cloth strip, and saw the things inside, and he immediately became interested. Iron dagger, attack +3, attack speed +50%, special entry, sharp, attack power +1. Unlock synthesis formula, dagger type, how much? If there is a good thing, Levi naturally intends to buy it directly. No money. "Oh," William said seriously, "I hope this can serve as a testimony of our friendship." "You want to make friends with me?" Levi said playfully. "Yes." Levi did not answer, but just said, "This dagger is good, I accept it." His friendship is not so cheap. At most, he would help this guy a little in the future because he helped him unlock an entry. William was not angry, but just smiled. A scrap dealer may not have money, but he must have good eyesight. Even if you can't make friends with such people, it's good to get to know them. He didn't stay in Bree for too long. After returning to the inn and replenishing a lot of food, Levi continued to move eastward. Levi, who was wearing ordinary cloth clothes and didn't seem to have any weapons for self-defense, walked out of the east gate. As soon as he walked out of the gate, several big men with beards and sloppy faces gathered in the alley next to the gate. Several people looked at each other, and they all knew what to do next. Fat sheep. Snap. A hand was placed on one of the men's shoulders. The big man was not panicked, but turned back to look at the man in the shadow. "William? What, do you want to come with me?" "No, I just came to tell you that it's best not to do anything to him. He is not an ordinary character." Several people were thoughtful. As old villains, who have survived to this day, they all have their own way of survival. Several people dispersed and went home. Odds and ends merchants have never been popular characters. They are not clear. After leaving Bree, they found a place with few people. Levi took out the workbench and the furnace, patiently burned the garbage, collected 9 iron particles, and synthesized an iron ingot. Then, synthesized the anti-smelting furnace. Throw in charcoal and garbage, and continue to burn. When the first piece of tattered armor directly smelted 3 iron ingots, Levi knew that he would not be too short of iron next time. "I made 3 more anti-smelting furnaces. It took me half a day to burn all the rags in my backpack." Levi looked at the 13 iron blocks in his backpack and was satisfied. He immediately made a set of iron armor, a set of iron tools, and a wooden shield. Then he looked at the newly unlocked dagger recipe. A wooden stick plus an iron ingot can synthesize an iron dagger. The new dagger still has 3 attack points and a 50% increase in attack speed, but it doesn't have the sharpness attribute. But it doesn't matter. I have a chance to make an enchantment table in the future and make a sharp 5 knot more fragrant. I just don't know if enchantments and special attributes can be stacked. If they can, I have to study the attributes carefully. After putting on the iron suit, Levi only felt that he seemed to have a little more burden on his body, but it had no effect on his actions and movement speed. Get the achievement, geared up for battle. The appearance of the iron suit only gives people one feeling, that is, white, silver, and smooth. Unlike the square frame shown in the game, the iron armor looks beautiful and has stronger protection. The iron sword in the hand is the same as the stone sword and wooden sword, and looks slender, solid, and sharp. A large wooden shield is held in the left hand. Full sense of security. However, you don't need to wear it at ordinary times, so as not to scare people. When not in use, put it in the backpack. It is also convenient when you use it. Anyway, the equipment synthesized on the workbench can be put on in an instant, so there is no need to worry about being late. After making all preparations, Levi put away the traces of his activities here and continued on the road. 1 day later, leaving the Forgotten Inn, which is also the last settlement on the edge of the wilderness, and walking a distance, standing at the border of Bree, Levi looked around and felt emotional. From here on, there is only wilderness ahead, and it is estimated that no one will be seen for a long time. Except for some guys with bad intentions. "Come out," Levi called out. No movement. Levi was a little annoyed. The sight too obvious. As early as when he went to William to buy things, he found someone peeping at him. I thought it was just some local hooligans or villains, curious about outsiders, so I looked a few more times and didn't pay much attention, but all the way to the Forgotten Inn, the feeling of being watched has not disappeared. Following so far, it is not just curiosity. Sure enough, wealth should not be exposed. Because it was still in the Bree area, the human gathering place, they did not take action. Similarly, Levi was not easy to take action. Now, out of the border, there is no rule to govern here. It's time. Swish. The bushes made a sound. Chapter 9. Sir, if I were you, I would hand over all the money on you, or you'd lose your head. After saying that, swish, the sound of 3 or 4 daggers being pulled out rang out. A group of slovenly, masked-faced strong men walked out slowly from the roadside, staring at Levi without blinking to prevent him from running away suddenly. All of them had 20 HP and no armor. This was the first information Levi got. Do you think you can beat me? What else? 5 more people walked out from behind the roadside tree. A total of 8. Hiss, can there be so many villains in a town? No, this group of people are no longer ordinary small-town hooligans. Bandits. This name is more suitable for them. They have to punch hard. You can try. The bandits felt their eyes blurred, and a long sword appeared out of thin air in Levi's hand, which frightened several people so much that they took a step back. What are you afraid of, coward? The leader said angrily. He's just a magician, he's not the first to kill. Go! Ding! A crisp blocking sound rang out, and the bandit leader skillfully blocked the long sword with a dagger, and 3 of his brothers immediately rushed up to his side and stabbed Levi in various parts of his body. This stab would definitely kill him. However, the next second, a set of silver-white armor suddenly appeared on Levi, blocking 3 stabs. What? Several bandits were shocked. Originally, it was a bit scary to pull out a weapon like a magician, but when you were about to fight, you came up with a set of armor. Several people thought of running away. What the hell is this? What are you doing? Hurry up. The little leader behind him urged him, but he had actually quietly retreated several steps. Not to mention, after hearing this roar, there were really a few fearless people who rushed forward. Swish on this side, seeing that the small broken dagger could not cause much damage, there was no need to be careful everywhere. Levi directly slashed the leader, who tried to run away first with a sword, and stabbed another sword into the chest, stepping on the leader's body to pull out the sword. Then he turned around and slashed one sword, and then another sword, ignoring the dagger stabbed at him from various tricky angles by others behind him, and output crazily. Like an invulnerable god of war, no matter how you attack, whoever I stare at will die. In terms of combat skills and experience, any bandit or gangster can beat him, but even so, Levi can still suppress a few people. This kind of intense battle does not require skills, just exchange blood. Even if 8 bandits were added together, it would not be as thrilling as a corpse demon. Of course, Levi was wearing armor now. Finally, after another person fell, the person next to him saw that his desperate stabbing still could not cause any effective damage, and his mentality collapsed immediately, shouting, "This is witchcraft. Wizard. He is an unkillable wizard, run." Then he dropped his weapon, ignored his companions, and ran into the woods. The rest of the people also suddenly woke up, and immediately turned around and fled. Levi chased them quickly, slashed a few swords, and left a few more bandits. However, when he looked up again, there were still 2 bandits with only their backs left. If you want to chase, you will definitely catch up. Anyway, the first 2 bandits will definitely die of exhaustion. But it was too time-consuming and not worth it. The battle came to an end. After searching the corpses, digging a pit on the spot to bury them, and remelting the seized weapons into raw materials, Levi continued on his way. Perhaps it was because the bloody smell was too strong, or perhaps this section of the road was indeed desolate. Levi did not see any human figures for several days, and did not see any traces of bandits and robbers. Only the traces on the roadside told him that although this area was desolate, it was not too peaceful. He walked for another 3 days, at a moderate pace. With the remaining sunlight at dusk, Levi looked into the distance and saw the shadow of a ruin. When he got closer, he searched the images in his mind and finally called out a name, Fingiunding. The images in his memory gradually reflected the reality, and Levi seemed a little excited. He finally saw something different on this boring road. He immediately put the blocks under his feet and quickly climbed to the top, looking left and right with a visiting mentality. After a moment, Levi couldn't help but sigh. Even though this place was already a ruin, he could still see the former style from this corner. When he came to some corners that had not been completely destroyed, Levi took out a torch and used the firelight to carefully illuminate and turn over the broken bricks. As he was watching with great interest, Levi accidentally tripped and realized that it was already dark early. No! Levi quickly put away the torch, and the surroundings suddenly darkened. On the peak of the vast black wilderness, the flickering fire on the top of the peak suddenly disappeared. Levi was sweating coldly, and was a little nervous. Or maybe he had lived in peace for too long and lacked common sense, so he actually made such a mistake. Fortunately, the night did not last too long. It was just a short while, so he shouldn't be found by any unclean things. Right? Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly brushed past his cheek. Levi instinctively turned his head and found something behind the broken wall fell to the ground. There was an arrow stuck in his head. That rough and ferocious face, what else could it be but an orc? Cold sweat broke out in an instant, and even though he was wearing armor, Levi still felt lingering fear. If the arrow just now had been aimed at him, wouldn't it have been shot in the head? That shot would have shot off several drops of blood. Fortunately, its target was the hidden orc, but to be honest, this was the first time Levi had seen an orc. It didn't give Levi too much time to react. From the moment the first orc fell to the ground after a failed sneak attack, something in the darkness began to boil, and a large group of ugly monsters suddenly rushed out from a place that could not be observed by the naked eye, shouting ferociously. Ha ha! We have dinner for today. Human flesh. Fresh human flesh. Chop him up. Take off his armor and use it as a pot. I'm going to use his skull as a wine glass. At this moment, even Levi was shocked by the scene. He took a quick look and found that there were about a dozen orcs in this wave. It didn't sound like a lot, but visually, they were a bunch of them, forming an encirclement. If it were an ordinary person, most of them would be scared by these hideous guys and dare not move. However, Levi had killed corpses and bandits before, and he was no longer a rookie on the battlefield who had no combat experience or scenes. After calming down from the shouting and killing, he took a closer look and found that these orcs had only 16 or 17 points of health on average, and their equipment was incomplete, with some missing, and they looked poor. At first glance, they were just a bunch of orcs roaming around. Ordinary people could fight two of them if they had the courage. Seeing the situation clearly in an instant, Levi was not afraid at all. He took the initiative and rushed up with his sword. He chopped down two orcs with one knife. The orcs who smelled the blood were not vegetarians. These guys might be greedy for life and afraid of death, evil and prone to internal strife, but they were definitely good at using their numbers to bully the few and sneak attack from behind. While Levi was slashing his companions, two of them would take the opportunity to stab him in the waist. Levi had no intention of distracting himself to defend, but the next second, he saw two whooshing sounds of breaking through the air, and the two orcs who tried to sneak attack fell to the ground immediately, with arrows stuck in their foreheads. Stinky rat, get out! An orc, who was suspected to be a small leader, shouted in incompetence and rage in the direction of the arrow. The next second, he was killed by an arrow flying from another direction and fell to the ground. On this side, Levi's slashing was also coming to an end. There were only a dozen orcs with little health and thin skin. After finding the state, they were chopped down in a few strokes, and even the hunger value did not drop much. Moreover, there were people who secretly helped. Achievement/title, Orc Killer, congratulations on getting the title +1. Shaking the blood off the sword, putting away the backpack to show that he had no ill intentions, Levi looked in the direction where the arrow came from. It was pitch black there. Chapter 10. Excuse me, who are you? Levi asked. Just a vagrant. Vagabond? A figure slowly emerged from the darkness. Only the voice could be heard, but no footsteps could be heard. If he hadn't shown up, Levi would never have discovered that there was someone lurking nearby. Levi resisted the urge to take out a torch and looked carefully in the moonlight. He saw that the person was tall, wearing a cloak, with a dagger on his waist and a simple wooden bow on his back. A face was buried in the darkness, covered by a hood, and could not be seen clearly. Thank you. Although he could kill these orcs, he was here to help, and his kindness should not be wasted. The nomad recovered the arrows and looted the orcs he had killed, saying, You're welcome. These orcs are my hunting targets. I've been following them for a long time, and you've helped me. After that, he looked at Levi again and said, But if you ask me, it's better not to make light at such a high place at night. Levi rubbed his hands awkwardly. Are you a Dune? He changed the subject. The nomad looked at Levi with a little surprise. Yes. Within a few words, the corpse with an arrow in the head was looted, while the corpse of the orc killed by Levi was not moved. I heard that some nomads are secretly guarding this wilderness. It turns out to be true. Does anyone really say that? The nomad laughed. This is really rare. These remnants of the northern kingdom wandering in the wilderness are always suspected because of their uncertain whereabouts and mysteriousness. They are often classified as gangsters and bandits by some people. Have you killed those things in the ancient tomb? The wanderer suddenly raised his head, and in the darkness, a pair of gray eyes were piercing and staring at Levi. Yes, can I ask how you figured it out? Levi was a little curious. Intuition, I often dealt with those guys for a while. Okay, magical intuition. Levi reluctantly agreed with this statement. After thinking for a while, he suddenly took out the rotten and broken sword of the ancient tomb dropped by the corpse demon and threw it to the wanderer. The wanderer caught it and looked at it carefully for a few seconds, looking quite surprised. "It seems that you know this kind of sword?" The wanderer nodded and said, "Very familiar. This is a weapon we used a long time ago, and its forging method has been lost, but this one may be usable after repairing it." "Then I give it to you." "Oh! Are you really going to give it to me?" "You know, this sword is old, and it is also an antique. It can be sold at a very good price to someone who knows it." "Really? I think it's better to give it to someone who needs it than to sell it to someone who wants it. And this thing is very meaningful to you, isn't it?" "Okay, thank you sincerely." The wanderer nodded heavily and stopped shirking. He just fumbled around and took out a coin from his pocket and gave it to Levi. "Take this as a token. If there is anything you need me to do, you can go to the Forgotten Inn to wait for me. That is my fixed place of residence. I will definitely appear there in half a month at most." Levi nodded and put away the coin. "My name is Levi. What's your name?" "Faradin." The wanderer left a name, and the two said goodbye. The wanderer disappeared into the darkness. Levi looked out over the wilderness, and suddenly had some ideas. This place seems to be good too. One day half a month later, Levi emerged from the underground tunnels with a happy look on his face. There was some raw iron ore in his backpack, and more than a dozen sets of raw stones that could not fit in the fortress. Hard work pays off. After half a month of exploration and in-depth excavation, Levi finally found an iron ore vein deep underground. Although he didn't know how big it was definitely enough to mine for a while. And there was not only iron, but when digging holes around, he could occasionally dig up some other scattered minerals, such as copper, sulfur, saltpeter, and so on. In fact, Levi didn't know these things at all, but when they were dug down and fell into the backpack, the system would always mark them with item IDs. After having sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal in the backpack at the same time, the synthesis table suddenly unlocked a formula: gunpowder and TNT. From then on, Levi paid special attention to collecting these materials when digging holes. After confirming that the area was relatively rich in minerals, Levi finally made a decision. That's it, the first base site selection. Levi opened the map and marked a point on it. This place is roughly located between the top of the Wind and the Troll Forest, and is a distance away from the main road. There are forests, lakes, and water sources around it, and there is a relatively wide plain. If it weren't for the frequent appearance of orcs and wargs in this area, it would really be a livable place. But Levi is not afraid of these. A month later, a stone and wood fortress rose out of thin air from the flat ground, surrounded by a 7 or 8 meter high wall, enclosing a large area of land. There seemed to be an endless stream of water rushing out from the castle, nourishing a large wheat field that suddenly appeared, and it grew golden in a few days. From a distance, it was quite beautiful, but it seemed a little quiet, as if no one lived there. However, the occasional fireworks rising from the city wall told those eyes hidden in the dark that there were indeed people living here. That day, Levi carried a pickaxe and a backpack of ore and cobblestones to go home as usual. When he walked to the door, he suddenly became alert. When he looked up, he saw a man sitting on the city wall looking at him, and he didn't know how he climbed up. A vagrant? He looked a little familiar. "Faradin?" Levi asked. The vagrant on the city wall waved his hand, which was considered an agreement. Seeing Levi coming back, he stopped sitting and jumped down from a high place in 3 or 2 steps. Levi was amazed at his skills. This skill was also considered to be one-on-one agility. "How did you find this place?" "I heard from my companions that a wizard with strange powers built a fortress out of thin air here and planted a field that grew very fast. As soon as they described your appearance, I knew it was you. Besides, your place is really too conspicuous. There are fireworks every day. It's hard not to notice it." This time, Faradin did not cover his face. Under the sunlight, this tall Dundane had black hair, gray eyes, and a handsome face. Although this guy looks only in his 30s or 40s, he may actually be over 100 years old. That's true. Levi did not deny it. He never thought of hiding. "Orcs and the like, come if you want. I am a big MC player. Even if a large army is approaching, what does it matter? Do you think I am just a decoration? Come in and sit down. I just recently renovated the kitchen. Why don't you try out my cooking skills?" Faradin shook his head and said, "No time is urgent. I came here to tell you that a group of orc cavalry has set their sights on this place. There are dozens of wolf riders alone. Counting the other miscellaneous soldiers, this group is estimated to have hundreds of people in total." His, a group of hundreds of orcs, including dozens of wolf riders. Relying on this small broken castle alone, it may be a bit difficult to defend it. You know, the jumping ability of Wolf is terrible. It can jump several meters high and climb up the roof easily. It's okay if they just jump high, but the key is that their climbing ability is not bad. They can climb up a tree more than 10 meters high. This 7 or 8 meter high wall of my own. Considering the smoothness of the cobblestones, there is no leverage point, so they should not be able to climb up, right? It will take some time for them to get here. You still have time to leave now, Faradin advised. No, I won't leave. I just built a base. How can I bear this injustice? If any team can drive me away, wouldn't I be working for the orcs? At worst, I can just fight with them. Seeing Levi's firm attitude, knowing that he couldn't persuade him, Faradin looked at the castle and said, if you don't leave, it will be difficult for you to stop the orc team. As far as I know, the leader of the team is an orc who is abnormally tall and very strong. Faladin looked at the gate made of wooden fences in front of the castle. Can this thing really be considered a gate? It's probably difficult to stop him with this gate. It's okay, I have a way. Levi didn't care. Looking up and down at Levi, and then looking at the castle that was built almost overnight, Faradin seemed to be thinking about something. Okay, I believe you have some magical ideas. But are you sure you don't make more preparations? In fact, when I found that team, they were already heading this way. If nothing goes wrong, they will arrive tonight. Ah? Tonight? So soon. Levi's heart was lifted up. Although he said he was not afraid, he was a newcomer who had never experienced any big storms. The biggest scene he had seen was being robbed by 8 bandits, but this scale was at most a village dispute. Suddenly being told that he would face a small battle tonight, to be honest, Levi was still sweating. Chapter 11. After saying goodbye to Faradin, Levi turned around and went back to the castle to prepare supplies without wasting a moment. With permission, Faradin also walked into the wall curiously and followed Levi around. Levi went directly to the castle smelting room, took back a row of iron ingots burned in the furnace, and synthesized them. Opened the box marked mineral. There were 5 groups of iron blocks lying quietly inside, and some other miscellaneous minerals, including 1 group of sulfur and 43 saltpeter. Level 35. This is the result of continuous mining in the past month. How do you plan to deal with it? Looking at Levi, who was counting the supplies, Faradin couldn't help asking. While walking in, this experienced vagrant also looked at the internal structure of the city wall, and he couldn't help frowning after a while of observation. The defensive engineering of this city wall is not to say that it is better than nothing, but it can also be said that it is not at all. It was just a pure wall made of stones. There were only a few ladders to climb up. Even if you climbed up, it was still bare. There was no shelter. Standing there was basically a sitting duck. There was no place to hide. He really couldn't figure out how Levi could defend this place with such a bare wall and a fence gate that looked fragile. Relying on witchcraft? Just defend it like this. Levi gave an ambiguous answer. As he spoke, he took out more than a dozen sets of round stones and went back and forth several times. In just a few dozen minutes, the wall was raised by a full 5 meters. Faladin was stunned by the whole process. What kind of witchcraft is this? Why did such a large piece of stone stick to it and not move at all? And where did so many stones come from? It seemed that he just pointed at the air and made the stones appear. Looking at the city wall that seemed to be a hole without any traces of splicing, the wanderer was stunned. This kind of construction ability is comparable to the creation of the gods. If any country can get his service, it will be a qualitative breakthrough, which is more useful than 10,000 soldiers defending the city. Now I know why you are confident that you can defend this place. The wanderer quickly recovered and said, but your fortifications are indeed a bit simple. Listen to me like this. Levi listened, his eyes gradually brightened. As an architectural MC player, he always builds houses for aesthetics rather than practicality, and he builds them as beautiful as possible. Now, after listening to Faradin's opinions, he suddenly understood. In half an hour, the general defense engineering, structure and function of the castle were explained clearly, and Levi's eyes lit up, and he started to transform it on the spot. Faradin gave real-time guidance on the side, telling Levi what to do, where to build a bunker, where to leave arrow holes, and where to put obstacles to prevent climbing the wall. He was busy all afternoon. At dusk, another simple sentry tower was built. Levi took a bite of beef jerky and handed a few pieces to Faladin. Try my craftsmanship, the system brand secret beef jerky. Although he didn't know what the system Levi was talking about was, it didn't stop Faladin from taking a few bites. After taking a bite, The aroma hidden in the jerky broke through the shell and burst out in the mouth. Delicious. Even the dishes made by the top royal chefs are no better than this. Loyal System Food Fans +1. Seeing that the castle had truly become a real castle with both beautiful and defensive capabilities, Farad'n had no place to help. Everything was ready. Now all he had to do was wait. As dusk was about to pass, Levi turned around and asked, "Aren't you leaving yet? If your intelligence is true, the wolf cavalry squad will attack tonight." Farad'n took another bite of dried meat, swallowed it, and then said, "No, I want to see how you deal with them. And one more person can always help, right?" Although he said so, the vagrant had other thoughts. A direct confrontation was definitely impossible, as it was a cavalry squad of hundreds of people. He had already made plans. If Levi finally failed to defend the castle, he would take Levi away directly, so that Levi would not die here because he was reluctant to leave the castle or be captured by the orcs, which would be a pity. "Aren't you afraid? Fighting and fighting are what I experience every day." Farad'n looked nonchalant. Levi took a breath. "It's broken," he fixed it. "Well, if you insist on staying, take these, as a gift to you." Levi took out a set of iron armor and an iron sword and put them on the ground, and Farad'n's eyes widened. Such exquisite iron armor, such a sharp sword. Is this man also a forging master? Put it on and see if it fits. As soon as he put on the armor given by Levi, Farad'n immediately felt the difference. This set of armor that looked solid and silver-white did not affect his movements at all after he put it on, and he didn't feel it was heavy. One can't help but sigh at the ingenuity of its craftsmanship. "You always surprise people, Levi." He liked this armor very much. "It seems that I have to work harder tonight." Dusk passed in a flash. Night came. The sky was not very clear. In the forest that could be seen at a glance, pairs of scarlet eyes stared at the castle that appeared out of thin air in the distance, and the wall that was built almost overnight. Even though the brains of orcs are generally not smart, they still know that there are some powerful beings in this world, such as those wizards, elf lords, and the masters behind them. What if there is a similar powerful existence inside the wall? Wouldn't it be a pain for yourself? However, more than 10 days have passed since I noticed this strange human. I saw that the castle was getting more and more perfect, the farmland was getting more and more, and the wall was getting higher and longer. It seemed that there was nothing special about that person except that the construction speed was incredibly fast. "We can use this castle." A short scout orc came back and reported to the relatively strong leader. "Besides, the warg smelled meat. There must be a lot of fresh meat inside." Meat. Fresh meat. Hearing this news, many orcs couldn't control themselves. "I've had enough of moldy rotten bread and maggots. I want fresh meat." "Meat, human flesh." "Shut up." The strongest orc roared and hit the big stone next to him hard. Looking at the cracks on the stone, the restlessness around them immediately subsided a lot. "Get ready now," immediately set off. "I'm going to eat roasted human flesh there tonight." The leader gave instructions. Roar, the warg couldn't stop roaring, and the orcs began to cheer. Chapter 12. Did you hear that? Yes, there are wargs and noisy orcs. The breeze brought the noise echoing in the wilderness. But the city walls were quiet. To be honest, even though he had made a lot of preparations, Levi was still a little nervous. Unlike the wanderers beside him, Levi had not seen too many scenes. At this moment, he was still a little scared when he thought of a team of orc cavalry rushing over. 100 orcs and dozens of cavalry may not sound like a lot, but the circle is enough to block just 2 people. Looking at the 5 sets of iron blocks in the backpack, Levi regretted it a little. If he had known earlier, he should have bought some pumpkins when he was in Bree, and he could have tried to summon the iron golem. Roar! A beast roar sounded, startling Levi and raising his head. "Here it comes," Farad'n said. The two hid behind the wall bunker and stared at the direction where the sound came from. Clatter. Kill! The noise gradually approached, and a small shadow emerged from the bushes, exposed in the moonlight. First, dozens of wargs rushed forward, lined up in a row, with orcs waving weapons on them, and rushed straight to the city wall, with a fierce momentum, and their speed was no slower than that of horses. Seeing the enemy approaching a certain distance, Farad'n picked up the bow he carried with him and pulled out an arrow. Swish! An arrow accurately hit the warg rushing in the front, and the warg was killed on the spot. The orc riding on it fell down and ate a mouthful of mud. Another arrow shot through the head of an orc, causing it to fall directly to the ground and no movement. Under Farad'n's accurate shooting, when the cavalry team rushed to the city wall, 3 wargs had lost their riders, and 2 wargs died suddenly. However, the remaining cavalry were not afraid, but were aroused by the bloody smell. In addition, Seeing that there were only 2 people on the city wall, they became more fierce, and even a few orcs laughed out loud. Of course, even if there were only 2 people guarding the city, the smooth stone wall more than 10 meters high could not be crossed in one go. Soon, the wolf riders who rushed in front were defeated. After trying many times, they failed to climb up, and had to retreat to reorganize the formation. Damn it, the intelligence is wrong. Who was blind enough to say that the wolf could jump over it directly? The last time I saw this wall, it was only half as high as it is now. The scout half-orc in the team hurriedly explained. You are a waste. After being defeated in front of the city wall, this half-orc team immediately started the traditional art, infighting. Tholadin tried to continue to draw the bout to output, but at this time, the half-orcs were already on guard and had been guarding against the top. Several archers aimed at Tholadin's position and shot, forcing him to retreat for a while, turn to the inside of the wall, and use the arrow holes reserved in advance to sneak attack. However, after only a few more cavalrymen fell, these arrow holes were also discovered and soon lost their function. Levi glanced outside quietly, and saw that the team had all gathered under the city wall. At this moment, the offense and defense were all in a stalemate. The attackers could not attack, and the defenders' output was not enough, so they could not fight at all. The orcs outside the wall had no choice but to yell and curse, but these humiliations could not shake Levi at all. After hearing so much, Levi even felt that these orcs were quite talented. They were quite literary in cursing, and they used a lot of dirty words, long and short sentences, rhetoric and metaphors. However, compared with the Internet brothers and Levi's memory, their words were still too scarce. A bunch of scum! As he was cursing, a roar suddenly came from behind. A strong half-orc with a height of more than 3 meters, and holding a big axe arrived in front of the city wall with a large army. He pushed away the cavalry blocking the way with his strength. He knocked the wolf, and the rider to the ground with one hand. Aha, look what I found. A piece of trash that can only hide behind the wall, a little bug. However, the first thing the orc leader did after arriving was to point at the city wall and curse. Coward, coward. Coward, coward. The half-orcs behind him followed suit. If it was a normal siege, if a counterattack was not organized at this time, it would definitely damage the morale of the army. But there were only 2 people on Levi's side. You beat 2 of us with 100 people, and said we were cowardly. If you dare, challenge us one-on-one. Levi couldn't help but complain. However, the leader of the orcs didn't care what they thought. He used his axe to block a sneak attack arrow, and shouted directly to the back. Bring it up. Bang! Amid the noise, several orcs worked hard to lift a big wooden hammer that was thicker than their bodies, but the sturdy orc leader, who was more than 3 meters tall, picked up the hammer with just one hand. Then, he smashed it towards the city gate. Bang! The first blow cracked the wooden door. Bang! The second blow deformed the wooden door, and it was about to collapse. The people outside the city wall had already started cheering in advance, preparing to rush in to kill, rob, and occupy the castle. However, Levi was calm. Bang! Only the third blow, the small city gate composed of wooden fences and wooden doors was completely broken, but just as the orcs were about to rush in, they were dumbfounded. Behind the wooden door, there was a 3-meter-thick stone wall. The orc leader was so angry that smoke came out of his nostrils, and he glared at the 2 people hiding on the wall. Want to come in? No way. Levi popped his head out and shouted, and immediately 7 or 8 arrows were shot at him, scaring him back. Seeing that the intelligence was wrong, the siege failed, and several wolf riders on his side were killed. The leader cursed fiercely, and suddenly waved his hand, and said, "Let's go!" Then, he led hundreds of orcs back to the woods. Retreat now? Levi was a little surprised. They gave up too quickly. They ran away when they found that they couldn't attack. He hadn't made a move yet. No. They didn't leave. Tholadin took advantage of this time to come over and pointed in a direction to signal Levi to look over there. Boom! With a loud bang, a tree fell to the ground and was slowly dragged away. Not long after, there was another tremor, and several trees fell to the ground one after another. Even Levi, who was slow-witted, realized at this moment that the group of orcs seemed to be making something on the spot. In the distant woods, there was a clanging sound. Ladders? Faradin said, they are making siege ladders. Levi seemed a little surprised. They have this skill? Faradin looked normal. Obviously seeing Levi's doubts, he explained, don't underestimate those orcs, Levi, even if they are rude and evil, but the craftsmanship of making armor and weapons is never inferior to humans. What ordinary armies can do, they can do. After all, the master behind them is the demon king Sauron, who can make things like the Lord of the Rings and is proficient in forging technology. I see. Levi understood. No, I have to stop them. Are you going to leave the city? Levi nodded. I won't sit back and watch those orcs make things. It's too dangerous. I don't agree with it. Levi smiled. You know nothing about MC players, you know, Mad. Don't worry. Levi went down the wall, entered the castle, took out all the sulfur and saltpeter from the mineral box, and put them on the workbench with the charcoal. 1 sulfur plus 1 saltpeter plus 1 charcoal equals 3 gunpowder. 5 gunpowder plus 4 sand equals TNT. After using up all the gunpowder, Levi had a full 20 TNT in his backpack. Have you heard of high-altitude bombing? Chapter 13. Take advantage of their unpreparedness and kill them. Rejecting Faradin's companions and asking him to wait in the city to watch the show, Levi took the materials, quietly knocked open 2 round stones, and ran out of the wall. These orcs would never think that while they were making ladders, he dared to go out of the city, and not only dared to go out of the city, but also dared to take the initiative to attack. One person attacked 100 people. In the orc leader's big head, no matter whether Levi and the others waited for them to make ladders and then attacked them, or fled from the city while they were making ladders, his side would make money. Anyway, they would rely on ladders to capture the castle in the end, and it would be the same whether the enemy was killed by him or fled without fighting. For this reason, the leader didn't even bother to keep scouts. After all, there was an archer with good accuracy in the castle. If there were not enough soldiers left, they might be dead bodies when they returned. If there were too many, there would not be enough manpower on this side, so there was no need to think about it. It must be said that although most orcs are stupid and weak, there are always a few that are well developed and can grow some muscles and brains. However, this time, the strong orc was destined to miscalculate. Hurry up, scumbags, put the ladder together quickly. If I am not sitting in the castle before dawn, I will throw you all to feed the wolves. In the forest, the orc leader shouted at the orcs in charge of making the ladder. On the other side, a vigilant wolf twitched its nose, its scarlet eyes turned, and instinctively looked outside the forest, but found nothing moving. However, this action was discovered by the careful rider. What's wrong? What do you smell? The wolf panted and carried the rider out. When they were a distance away from the team, they suddenly found a stone pillar that went straight to the sky in the open space not far away. It was square in shape and just 1 meter thick. The half-orc rider was puzzled. He raised his head and looked up hard. He felt that something seemed to be moving at the end of the stone pillar, but he couldn't see clearly what it was. Even if he raised the torch higher, he could only vaguely see a shadow at the top. Bird? Crow? At first, the rider didn't care, just thought it was a small animal on it. Until the stone pillar suddenly extended outward from the top in an unreasonable way, extending in the direction of the half-orc's construction. The half-orc rider scratched his head. What is that? A living stone? Click. Levi wiped the cold sweat from his head, squatted on the edge, and put another stone on it, extending it outward 1 grid. When he looked down by chance, his legs were weak. He was afraid of heights. Wait, what is that? His brain suddenly lit up, and Levi didn't care about being afraid, and quickly stuck his head out to look down again. He saw a small light spot next to the open space where he was building. It was a torch. Levi squinted and looked. Oh no, it seems that I have been discovered. I have to speed up. Taking a few deep breaths, overcoming the weakness in his legs, Levi speeded up to build the siege ladder, and at the same time tried to hide his figure so that he could not be seen from below. However, maybe he was too close, or there would always be 1 or 2 smart people in a group of wooden brains. When Levita was 70 or 80 meters above the construction site, finally, an orc raised his head, looked at the vague shadow in the sky, and couldn't help asking, "What is that?" This sentence attracted several eyes to look up. Several orcs looked up at the sky in a daze, forgetting even to patrol. Damn it, I seem to be hallucinating. There seems to be someone up there? People? I see, it's clearly a crow. What if it's a person? What are you arguing about? If it's a person or a crow, we know after we shoot it down. An archer drew out an arrow, drew the bow and aimed at the sky to shoot. At a distance of 70 to 80 meters, if the aim is good enough, there is still a chance to shoot it. However, he was destined to have no such opportunity. Look, there is something shining in the sky. Stupid, isn't there a shining star everywhere in the sky? It's not a star. Before he finished speaking, a red object shining with white light fell from the sky and landed right in the middle of these orcs. Boom! The moment he landed, a huge explosion sounded, and a large pit several meters wide was blown out on the spot. A tree next to it was unfortunately affected, and its branches were directly blown off. As for the several orcs in the center of the explosion, their limbs flew everywhere, and they disintegrated on the spot. As expected. You know, the maximum damage of TNT is a full 65 points, which is not something that these small soldiers with an average of more than 10 drops of health can resist. The height of more than 70 meters was calculated by Levi. TNT was ignited from this height, and the moment it fell to the ground was exactly when it exploded. There was no time for the orcs to react. What is that? The leader was immediately startled by the explosion, and quickly picked up the big wooden hammer beside him, and led a team of people to investigate. However, when they arrived at the scene, they only saw a big pit and several broken bodies. What happened? The leader asked angrily, but no one answered. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed scout pointed to the top of his head and shouted, "Look, what is that?" A group of orcs looked in the direction of the finger, and saw 7 or 8 red objects flashing rapidly falling from the sky, about to land. The tall leader suddenly had a bad premonition and directly put the big wooden hammer in front of him as a shield, but he felt that this alone seemed not safe enough, so he took several steps back in that second and protected his subordinates in front of him. Everyone's eyes followed the red glowing object until the TNT fell one by one. Boom, explosions, white light, screams, as TNT exploded one after another, large pits were blown out on the ground. The parts of the orcs, who were close to the center of the explosion, were directly blown away and evaporated on the spot. Those who were a little further away also failed to escape the fate of being blown up. Many orcs may still have a breath left when they were blown up, but when they fell down, this breath was finally cut off. Although the orc leader was lucky enough not to be evaporated in the center of the explosion, he was also overturned by the shock wave, rolled all the way, and finally hit the tree, dying. Clang! The big wooden hammer he used as a weapon fell to the ground, with a charred black patch on it. Without bothering to check his own injuries, the strong orc struggled to get up and looked at his team. At this moment, most of the team members, who had experienced a round of bombing, could no longer recognize that they were orcs before they were born. The ground was covered with black blood and burnt flesh. Some of the incomplete limbs were stuck on the ground, some were hanging on the trees, and a few orcs, who survived by chance but were not necessarily intact, were struggling to crawl on the ground. Obviously, they could not hold on for much longer. Almost all of them were wiped out. Looking at the hellish scene in front of him, the leader was confused. What happened? What happened? From beginning to end, he could not see where the enemy was, and he did not know what was attacking him. It was just inexplicable that they were all wiped out in an instant. That's right, the sky. The attack came from the sky. Finally found the source of the attack, the orc leader was angry and afraid. Could it be the legendary dragon that could launch such a strong attack from high altitude? At this moment, a rustling sound came from the bushes next to him. Several wolf riders came over after hearing the sound. They were stunned when they saw the big pits and corpses on the ground, and then they saw the orc leader covered in blood. Several orcs jumped off their wolves and came over to offer their courtesy. "Chief, we are here to support you." As they spoke, a large number of wolf riders rushed out, looking for the incoming enemies. Obviously, almost all the troops of this orc team were here at this moment. The leader realized something and his face suddenly changed. No. However, it was too late. More than a dozen glowing TNTs fell from the sky. Chapter 14. Boom! By the light of the explosion, Levi lay on the edge of the platform and looked down. 2 rounds of TNT bombings went down one after another. The 2 oak teams could not be said to be unscathed, but it could be said that none of them survived. At this moment, the entire area was in a mess. Wherever the TNT bombed, only a big pit was left, vaguely revealing the rock layer below. As for the trees and weeds that had grown on it before, they had been blown away long ago. The power of more than 20 TNTs was so terrifying that it directly created a vacuum zone in this forest. The trees next to it were affected and burned directly after the aftermath of the explosion, emitting billowing smoke. Looking at the scene in front of him, Levi couldn't help but sigh. What a scene of fireworks in the world! Setting fire to the mountain will lead to life in prison. After observing for a while by the light of the fire, Levi took out a bucket and put it under his feet after confirming that there was nothing moving on the ground. Swish! A stream of water spread down from the sky, forming a small waterfall, until it touched the ground and extinguished the flames beside it. Levi took a deep breath and swam down along the water. Don't ask why he didn't do the leap of faith directly. The answer is that he is afraid of heights. So far, Levi has not tried whether water can be immune to fall damage. If the water doesn't work when he lands, It will be bad if he dies on the spot. As soon as he came down, Levi began to scan and search everywhere, first to see if there was anything missed, and second to see if there was any loot worth recovering. However, perhaps this group of orcs was really too poor, or perhaps the TNT was too powerful. Levi searched for a long time before picking up a few broken armors and weapons from the debris on the ground, as well as some scattered silver coins, which were a little blackened by the explosion. Levi took out a torch and looked at it for a long time, but couldn't recognize where they came from. But no matter where it is circulated, the material is always silver, and it can be used anywhere. Now Levi has some change, so he doesn't have to take out gems to rent the battlefield. Huh? Just when Levi had almost plundered the battlefield, a loud gasp suddenly came from his side, and Levi almost jumped up in fear. But when he turned around, he found that there was only a tall and strong orc with missing arms and legs and covered in blood leaning against the tree. The armor he had on his body was obviously blown to pieces by TNT, and there was a huge charred wooden hammer in his hand. Who else could it be if it wasn't the orc leader? At this moment, the leader stared at him fiercely. His chest kept rising and falling, but it gave people a feeling of being out of breath, and it seemed that he was on his last breath. Who would have thought that this leader was still clamoring in front of the castle not long ago to go in and kill Levi? You? A stinking maggot who can only attack by surprise. The eyes of the half-orc leader were full of resentment. From the beginning to the end, he didn't know what method Levi used. Even before he saw Levi, he didn't know that it was Levi who was dealing with him. It was not the dragon that defeated him, but the human. The thing that could explode must be some kind of magic. You damn wizard. Noisy. Levi took out his long sword and stabbed it into the leader's chest. -6, 0/40, the strong orc was silent on the spot. Looking at the health bar of the leader in front of him, Levi couldn't help but take a breath. Good guy, there is actually a health limit of 40. This physique is definitely an elite among elites among the orcs with an average of more than 10 drops of blood. No wonder he can withstand the explosion. With such a high HP limit and armor, as long as they are not continuously hit at the center of the explosion, they do have a chance to survive. Swish. At the moment when the leader died, the bushes next to him suddenly moved, and Levi chased after him. He saw an orc fleeing in fear, as if there was a dragon chasing behind him. However, he was destined to be outrun by Levi. After chopping down the fish that escaped the net, he spent some time searching around and picking up a few lone orcs. After making sure that there would be no more enemies for a while, Levi went back and continued to clean up the battlefield. First, the broken copper and iron worn by the orcs were taken away by Levi and prepared to be thrown into the anti-smelting furnace. Then there were the wargs. Although the wargs had no equipment, they themselves were a kind of material. After being decomposed on the workbench, these warg corpses could provide 3 materials: warg meat, warg fur, and bones. Needless to say, meat can be used as food reserves, fur can be used to synthesize for series equipment, and bones can be used to synthesize bone meal. It can be said that one wolf has 3 uses. Under the moonlight, with a backpack full of spoils, Levi swaggered back to the castle. When he came back, he also rebuilt the city gate and removed all the stones blocking the road behind. You are back, Levi. Paladin had been waiting at the city gate for a long time. What's the situation? I just heard some strange noises and saw some lights. Did you make that? As he spoke, the surprise in Falodin's eyes could no longer be concealed. At first, he was a little worried about Levi. After all, he didn't know what plan Levi had, and whether it was really reliable, so he could only choose to blindly believe. However, he watched from the city wall for a long time, and there was no sign that the orc stopped making any moves. Just when he was considering whether to go out and see the situation, he suddenly heard a loud noise, and then there was a fire rising into the sky, and then it seemed that water fell from the sky, extinguishing the flames burning in the forest. I have dealt with all the orcs, don't worry. Ah? Faradin was stunned. You mean you alone repelled a small infantry squad of hundreds of orcs, and dozens of wolf riders? This is not counting the leader of the squad. That big guy is not easy to deal with. The rotten city gate next to him is the best proof. Correction. Levi raised a finger and explained, it was a complete annihilation, not a repulsion. I searched and there was no one alive. Hiss, Faradin took a breath of cold air and exclaimed that it was so terrifying. How did you do it? Faradin was a little bit unbelievable, but soon, the wanderer seemed to think of something and muttered to himself. I have read in some ancient books that some powerful wizards hold lightning and fire in their hands, and the wind and rain can come and go at will. I heard that the white-robed wizard in Isengard has this ability. When I thought of this, all the abnormalities had a reasonable explanation. The fire must be the fireball ignited from Levi's hand, and the explosion and light were the lightning he called. It was magic. Levi must have used the magic of fire and thunder to repel the orcs. Are you one of those wizards, Levi? Theoden asked. If you are talking about an existence like a grey robe, then I am not. I don't believe it. Theoden looked clear. You have such powerful magic. Why didn't you use it before? That's dynamite. Dynamite? What is that? It's a weapon filled with a lot of gunpowder, which will explode when ignited by fire. Gunpowder? I've only seen it in dwarven firearms and fireworks. Can it be so powerful? The nomad reluctantly accepted this statement. What about the water that fell from the sky? That's a bucket of water I brought with me. Theoden immediately looked like you're treating me like a fool. A bucket of water from your house can put out a forest fire? Sure enough, gunpowder is just a medium for you to cast spells. You can use them to release powerful attacks, right? Hiss, Levi paused. Don't say it, really don't say it. It can really be regarded as such. After all, TNT is synthesized on a workbench, and he really can't explain the specific principle, but it seems okay to regard these as magic. Then just treat it as such. After hearing what Levi said, Theoden showed an expression of as expected. Chapter 15. Faction System Enabled, Dundan. Faction Reputation Increased by 50. Current, Dundan, Faction Reputation, Friendly. World Map Enabled. Territory Claim Enabled. Just when he was having a headache, several prompts suddenly sounded, interrupting Levi's annoyance. Faction Map, another new mod unlocked? Without caring about anything else, Levi quickly opened the newly added function interface and glanced at the instructions. First is the Faction Reputation System. When you do something that benefits a certain faction, the corresponding faction will increase its reputation. However, it is not that reputation will increase as long as you do something. If Levi is too far away from the activity range of the corresponding faction, then that faction will not be able to know what Levi has done, and there is no way to increase his reputation. For example, Levi is now in the activity range of the Dunedin, and there is a witness beside him. Theoden watched Levi defeat a cavalry squad by himself, and directly provided Levi with a full reputation bonus, raising his reputation with the Dunedin to friendly. But if Levi went to a remote corner of Mordor to attack the orcs alone, no matter how many attacks he made, as long as the matter was not spread and no one knew about it, he would not be able to increase his reputation. He would only lose reputation in the Mordor camp. The camp reputation value is not just a symbol, it also has some practical functions. Just like now, Levi's reputation in the Dunedin camp has reached friendly, so all the Dunedin he meets in the future will have a friendly initial reputation, and will treat him as one of their own. After a preliminary understanding of the camp system, Levi turned his attention to the second function, World Map. The World Map can record the places Levi has been and mark which factions are active in the area, which is absolutely accurate. However, Levi has not been to many places at this moment. The map only shows the area from the Shire to Bree, and then to Levi's castle. The rest of the place is a fog. After this battle, your deeds will spread in this wilderness, Levi. The voice beside him pulled Levi's thoughts back. Theoden continued, You have solved a difficult problem for us. It will take more than one night to solve this gathered team. I want to thank you on behalf of the free people of this land. The Wanderer was polite, and paid tribute to Levi. Your help is indispensable. If it weren't for your timely information, I might be caught off guard, and have to leave the castle and flee in shame. Levi nodded. I have to thank you, Theoden. This is not flattery, but the truth. If he had not prepared in advance and faced this team directly, he might have failed. After all, the jumping ability of the wolf could really cross the wall that was built casually before. My pleasure. From today on, Theoden, you or your people do not need permission to enter my castle. You can come in and out at will, and use the supplies inside. This is my small reward. Thank you very much. I will remember this friendship. Theoden did not refuse. Such a solid fortress, even if it can only be used occasionally for rest, is a great help. Dunedin camp reputation increased by 10, a line of prompts popped up. This guy is a sincere man. He really adds to his reputation. But speaking of it, Levi suddenly thought of the elite half-orc with 40 HP. On impulse, he looked directly at the top of Theoden's head. A line of health bars popped up. 25/25, 25 drops of blood. The average lifespan of the Dunedin is several hundred, and their vitality is naturally stronger than that of humans. It is expected that their upper limit of health is higher. If you think about it this way, the elite half-orc who emerged from the pile of orcs with an average of more than 10 points of health should have some troll blood, otherwise, he would not be so thick-skinned. Shaking his head, he dispersed his thoughts. It was late at night. After a night of tense battles, sneak attacks, Levi also felt a little tired. He said hello and went to rest. When he woke up early the next morning, he found that Faradin had disappeared. Only a set of iron armor left in the guest room showed that he had indeed been there. He did not take the armor Levi gave him. This guy. Levi shook his head, and suddenly remembered that he seemed to have opened another system yesterday, but he was interrupted by Faladane before he had time to look at it, and he forgot it all of a sudden. Territory claim. You can claim an unclaimed building area as your territory. You can get a territory claim quota for every 10 levels you upgrade. The current number of territories that can be claimed, 0/3. This territory claim reminded Levi of a module called Utility, which can also claim a certain amount of territory, which is very convenient. Without saying anything, Levi claimed the castle he built under his feet as his first territory on the spot. Please confirm the name of the territory. Levi thought about it. His castle was located in a wilderness area not too far from the main road, so let's call it Roadside Castle. The territory Roadside Castle was created successfully. After creating the territory, he always felt that something was missing. After thinking about it, Levi made a sign and hung it at the gate of the city. Carved the 3 words Roadside Castle on it. Well, perfect. From now on, everything within the walls of Roadside Castle is considered Levi's territory. According to the instructions, in his own territory, storage blocks such as boxes are protected. Without his permission, others can neither open nor destroy them, let alone move them away. This is just the most basic property protection for permanent residents in the territory. In addition, in the territory, Levi can also summon iron golems and snow golems. Yes, Levi is now sure that he can only summon golems in his own territory, and the golems cannot leave the territory. Levi sighed. Alas, the plan to summon an army of iron golems to sweep across Mordor failed before it even started. But it was good this way. At least when I left the base, I didn't have to worry about it being occupied by orcs or bandits. In this way, a big problem was solved, and I could go out and travel without worries. After understanding the functions of the newly unlocked module, Levi immediately wanted to summon a few iron golems to see what this powerful helper with 100 HP looked like. Was it square or had the same pattern as iron armor, which was closer to the realistic style? However, after searching through all the boxes, Levi couldn't find an important material, pumpkin. Yes, during this period, Levi only planted 1 crop, wheat, and only wheat seeds, which Levi could get directly by knocking the weeds outside. Others still need to be found. Having made up his mind, Levi opened the world map and spread out the paper map he asked from Bilbo to compare them. To the west of the Roadside Castle is Bree, which is a familiar route for Levi. To the east is Rivendell, and further east is the Misty Mountains. According to the map, Levi is about the same distance from Bree and Rivendell. Looking at Rivendell in the east, Levi is somewhat tempted. He has not seen an elf yet. Moreover, if I remember correctly, Aragorn lived in Rivendell at this time. If you calculate the time, he should still be a child under 10 years old. Chapter 16. Levi was very curious about this human king who would come decades later. It would be nice if he could meet him in advance. However, if he went to Rivendell, he would probably not be able to come back for a while, and now he couldn't summon the Iron Golem, so the castle would be defenseless when he left. After thinking about it, Levi decided to go back to Bree first, get the things he needed, and do a good job of ensuring the safety of the territory. Levi left a sign at the gate of the castle with the words temporarily out, took a few sets of food, and prepared all the equipment and tools, then set off on the road and headed west. Compared to the way here, it was much easier to go back this time. First, he was familiar with the road conditions after walking there once, and second, there was enough food. The third point was that Levi had a world map, so he could check his location at any time and calculate how long it would take to reach his destination. Apart from the boring journey, there were no other obstacles along the way. Levi arrived at the gate of Bree smoothly and was checked by the guard. However, this time, the guard's attitude surprised Levi. At the gate, the guard opened the small wooden window and glanced at Levi, but he didn't ask him anything. He just opened the gate and motioned him to come in. At the same time, he greeted him. "Welcome, friend. How is the road condition recently?" Levi was stunned for a moment and replied, "Not bad, it's going smoothly. I didn't encounter any obstacles on the road." "That's good." The guard nodded and went back to sit. Levi walked on the road, thinking about something. Suddenly, he opened the camp interface and checked Bree. Bree, area reputation, 34, friendly source, killed bandits, annihilated the Oak Squad. So that's it. Although the reputation module was unlocked later, what I did before was not forgotten. Starting from 10, the camp attitude will become friendly. To unlock higher level achievements, more reputation is needed. Levi took a quick look and found that the reputation required for the next stage is 100 points. Without much entanglement, Levi focused on the main purpose of coming to Bree this time. Shopping, buying supplies that he couldn't get. For example, seeds of crops such as pumpkins, potatoes, and radishes. And Levi also wanted to buy a horse for transportation. After all, people can't run as fast as horses. Although in terms of endurance, Levi is definitely better than a horse. After all, he doesn't need to stop to eat, and the fuel consumption is half a set of jerky per 100 kilometers. But it's not a big deal to run by yourself all the time, and you're tired of running. After determining the target, Li Wei first went to the prancing horse inn to book a room, and then went directly to the owner to ask if he could help him get 2 good horses. Perhaps it was because of his reputation, or because Li Wei was still generous this time. The owner agreed to Li Wei's commission and stated that he would bring the 2 best horses in Bree in the shortest time. Although he said so, Li Wei didn't know how short the so-called shortest time would be, so he could only wait. After booking the room and having a good meal in the inn, Li Wei immediately went out and asked around where he could buy vegetables. With the bonus of friendly reputation, the process was very smooth. He just asked a few questions casually, and the townspeople passing by told him the locations of the markets and vegetable vendors from east to west in Bree. Following the instructions of the enthusiastic townspeople, Levi quickly found a farm. "Welcome, sir. What do you need?" The farmer received him warmly. Levi immediately stated his needs. Fortunately, all the crops he wanted to buy were available here. Pumpkins, potatoes, carrots, wheat. Hey, this is... Levi walked to a basket and picked up something inside. Corn. Unlock synthesis. Corn seeds. Give me a sack of this too. Levi bought it on the spot. Okay, sir. Bree's most diligent hands are at your service. Then, he saw the onions, ginger and garlic with some dirt next to them. And I want these too. Okay, sir. After a round of trading, Levi spent all the silver dollars on him, including the black and silver coins looted from the work team. The attentive farmer was all smiles. Today's business was really good. This gentleman really didn't take money seriously. He didn't even talk about the price. He waved his hand and wanted to wholesale a lot of crops. Welcome to come again next time. I guess there won't be a next time. Levi replied in his heart. I show you what the speed of MC farming is. Have you seen wheat that matures every few days? Levi left the farm and looked at the sacks of crops in his backpack. He felt that he had harvested a lot. The only pity is that there seems to be no watermelon here. Thinking about it carefully, he has never seen it. The crops are collected. Next, you just need to wait for the innkeeper to bring the promised horse over, and then you can go home. The seeds of crops can be synthesized on the workbench. After the workbench synthesis, the crops can be directly turned into seeds with MC characteristics. But Levi had not tried animal breeding. In the wild and remote area of Roadside Castle, only a few bison could be found occasionally, and they could not be taken back. The biggest use was to chop them up for meat. This time, Levi bought 2 horses directly, and he also planned to take them back to try whether they could breed MC special horses. But before that, MC horse breeding requires gold. At worst, 2 golden carrots are needed. But gold mines are very difficult to dig. Levi dug in the veins near Roadside Castle for more than a month, but he could not see any. There was no way, so he could only find a place to change. The first thing Levi thought of was the blacksmith shop. Following the location in his memory, he came to a familiar place again. What's the matter with you, sir? Oh, it's you, hello. Is there anything you need? The blacksmith greeted him, obviously recognizing Levi. I'm honored that you still remember me. Of course I remember, sir. I heard that an adventurer who passed through Bree not only single-handedly solved a group of bandits who blocked the road, but also killed a bunch of orcs and wargs. As he spoke, the blacksmith put down his work, quietly approached Levi, and asked mysteriously, They say you can do magic, is it true? Seeing that the topic was going off the topic, Levi hurriedly stopped. Stop, brother blacksmith. Let's not talk about these first. I came here to buy some materials from you. I wonder if you have any. Seeing that the other party mentioned business, the blacksmith also put away his gossiping thoughts and asked, What do you need? Just tell me. Today is different from the past. Your actions have proved that you are not a gangster. If it is now, it is not impossible to buy weapons. Levi shook his head. No, I want to ask if you have gold here. I want to buy some. The blacksmith raised his head tactically on the spot. I am a blacksmith, not a goldsmith, sir. Well, it seems that there is no hope. Just when Levi sighed and was about to leave. A familiar place, a familiar position, a familiar voice sounded. A man suddenly appeared from behind the fence and said, "Hey, adventurer, I just heard what you want to buy. Get out of here. You stinky rag collector, stay away from me." The blacksmith cursed on the spot, not giving him any face. Such a familiar scene, have I seen it somewhere? Levi turned his head and saw a mean face. William, the odds and ends merchant. Chapter 17. Get lost. After being robbed of his business again, although he couldn't do it anyway, the blacksmith, who was almost red-hot, chased William out of the street. Levi had no choice but to follow him. Hoo, sir, I heard you. You want gold, right? William, who was chased for a street, panted heavily, and did not forget to promote his business. Yes, I want gold. I'm curious. Do you squat at people's door every day waiting for business? If I were a blacksmith, I would beat you up too. Ha, no, not every day, but I just happened to be here today. Levi's mouth twitched. Not every day, that means often. Okay, tell me about your goods. How much do you sell your gold? As an old customer, you can give me 80% of the market price of gold. So affordable? We are always affordable, William said with a solemn promise. However, thinking of the rotten equipment William sold him last time, Levi was skeptical about these words. Don't bring me a batch of copper-plated gold. However, Levi was not worried about being cheated. After all, no matter what it was, it would be marked with an ID once it fell into the backpack, and the material would be known at a glance. Although he was skeptical, Levi still followed William to his small warehouse. This remote small neighborhood still did not change at all, dark and quiet. If I had to say, there seemed to be more dust in a few houses, and it seemed that no one had been active for a month or so. That's it, sir. William searched and took out a box from the depths of the warehouse. Levi opened the box and was stunned. He saw that it was filled with dull, rusty, and spotted jewelry. Look, sir, this is pure gold. William picked up a bracelet and patted his chest to assure. No, you. Levi's eyelids twitched, and he took the bracelet with so many spots on the surface that the original color could hardly be seen, and put it in his backpack. Rusty gold bracelet, expected to be recovered, 2 or 3 gold grains. So that's it. Levi understood. The bracelet was indeed made of gold, but perhaps it was due to the poor storage environment or too long. Although the nature of gold itself is stable, it cannot prevent things from being absorbed on the surface, causing interference with the appearance. Okay, I take them all. The quality is not important to Levi. Anyway, it's the same if it's thrown into the anti-metallurgical furnace. When he heard Levi say this, William immediately rubbed his hands and gave a number. Levi really didn't have any silver coins, so he had to take out a bunch of antique jewelry again. This wave of transactions directly emptied half of Levi's inventory. But he got a lot of gold products in exchange. Most of the antique jewelry Levi looted from the corpse demons were silver, but he got more than twice the volume of gold products from William. In fact, in Middle-earth, the price of silver products is very high, especially in the elves. It is said that the elves like silver more than gold. Looking at William's raised mouth, Levi knew that he would definitely not lose money. But it doesn't matter, anyway, the goal has been achieved. I have to say that William is a guy with some stuff. Although the warehouse is full of rags, he might be able to do good business. As long as there is something that may be related to the needs of customers, he really dares to sell it. This guy is definitely not as poor as he appears to be. He must be quite wealthy. After finishing the work, Levi did not stay for long and went back to the inn directly. William watched Levi leave and wiped the sweat off his head. How was the deal? A man with untidy beard and gray clothes suddenly walked out of the shabby house next to him. It's barely a loss. William twitched his lips. Did he find anything? No, it seems so far. My suggestion is that you should not let him know what you did. The bearded man said slowly. That night, I heard a thunderous sound on the road. A fire broke out in the forest, and it was extinguished by the rootless water from the sky. I couldn't help my curiosity, and went to the forest to check. In the end, I found a bunch of big pits, and the bodies of orcs. None of them were intact. William's legs were a little weak. I have advised those villains not to go after him. But you got all the weapons in their hands. You have dealt with those orcs before? William asked in a low voice. That is all in the past. My suggestion is to stop and leave here. Otherwise, if he finds us, we may not be able to save our lives. William fell into deep thought. Levi didn't know what happened. But inexplicably, a reminder, Bree area reputation plus 10, appeared above his head. It seemed that he had done something good unintentionally. Back to the hotel, out of boredom, Levi checked the harvest this time. These gold products can be melted into 2 or 3 gold ingots. Not much, but enough to make 2 golden carats. The next 2 days were uneventful. Apart from resting and eating at the inn, Levi went out to wander around and see the customs and practices of Bree. Taking advantage of his free time, Levi also bought 2 chickens from a farmer and prepared to take them back to raise. As for the other pigs, cattle, and sheep, to be honest, it was a bit difficult to raise them alone. After all, there were 2 horses. Levi suddenly felt that there were inconveniences when he was alone. But it was not impossible. There were actually many wild animals in the forest and plains near the roadside fort, including wild boars and bison. I didn't think of opening a ranch before, so I just slaughtered them and ate meat when I saw them. This time, I can try to take some back home to raise them. Back to the point. In Bree, there are usually more humans and hobbits. But occasionally some other races would pass by, such as dwarves. Every time a dwarf caravan passed by, my pockets of silver coins would be filled, and then they would empty my wine cellar. A brewer said so. Levi was lucky enough to run into a dwarf caravan. Out of curiosity, he went to take a look. What he saw was either wine or some metal tools. Although they looked well made, Levi didn't need them. But he got to see the dwarves. These bearded little guys were really interesting. They all spoke like crosstalk, which was very funny. Also, the vitality of the dwarves was quite strong. 25/25, the same health bar as the Dune. Although the dwarf merchant, who was chatting with Levi, asked if he wanted to buy goods almost every 2 sentences, Levi didn't buy anything after chatting for a long time. Finally, he returned to the inn under the dwarf's glaring eyes. As soon as he returned to the inn, the bartender came up to him. "Sir, the horses you asked for are ready." "Okay, I go and take a look." When he arrived at the manger, there were indeed 2 horses that looked quite energetic. Levi took a look, and the relevant information was immediately displayed on the horse. 26/26, maximum speed, 11 m/s, 24/24, maximum speed, 10 meters per second. To be honest, these 2 horses are actually a bit ordinary. But as a walking horse, they are also okay. At this moment, everything is ready, and it is time to go home. However, at the moment when he took the leash, Levi suddenly remembered a problem. He can't ride a horse. Chapter 18. However, this problem did not bother Levi for long. Under the watchful eyes of the bartender, Levi stumbled and got on the horse. He could see from the corner of his eye that the bartender wanted to lend a hand to help several times. However, the moment he successfully got on the horse, Levi immediately felt a familiar feeling. This feeling was similar to cooking. When Levi wanted to act, the horse under his crotch seemed to be in tune with his mind. As soon as Levi thought about it, it would immediately take corresponding actions. It was the system was assisting the operation. Levi could feel that this auxiliary process could still be interrupted at any time, and he could control it with his own real skills, but he would definitely not do so now. With the assistance of the system, Levi suddenly felt confident. The next morning, he rode a horse and led another horse to the farmer's house to get 2 chickens, put them in the cage and set off. This time, the return journey was not shorter than the time when he came. Although the horses ran faster than Levi, they needed to rest and be fed with grass. Levi was relieved when he saw the roadside fort. There was no sign of tampering at the gate of the city, which seemed to be quite peaceful during this period. After settling the 2 horses and 2 chickens for the time being, Levi returned to the castle and sorted out the supplies. First, smelting. Levi threw all the gold products bought by William into the anti-smelting furnace. He was lucky enough to get 4 gold ingots and 1 gold grain. He immediately synthesized 2 golden carats. Levi ran to the horses and put the golden carat next to the mouth of a horse. The horse felt a little curious about the golden carat, but did not eat it. Instead, he smelled it first. After confirming that it seemed to be just a carrot with a slightly different color, he bit it and started chewing it. After a while, a few red hearts appeared on the top of his head. Levi didn't waste any time and immediately took out the second golden carat to feed the other horse. The 2 horses unconsciously leaned against each other. After a while, achievement, where did I come from? Description, successfully bred a pair of animals. Looking again, a pony that looked a little dazed was squeezed between the 2 big horses. One of the big horses seemed to be frightened by the pony that suddenly appeared, and ran back several steps with wide eyes. However, Levi was very happy. Good luck. The pony has a speed of 11 points and inherited the genes of the fastest horse. The health is 26 points. When the two big horses looked at their children, who appeared out of thin air in surprise, Levi took out 2 chickens and fed them wheat seeds. After a while, a chick with eyes full of wisdom was born. Looking at those eyes full of wisdom, Levi couldn't help but sigh. These stupid kids all look the same. At this moment, Levi had a pony in his left hand and a chicken in his right hand, and he felt that his future was full of hope. He didn't even bother to rest that day, and directly picked up a pickaxe and cobblestones to start dismantling and building the city wall. In just one day, the territory was expanded by more than double. By the way, new agricultural and animal husbandry planting areas were also made, as well as a separate horse farm and manger. At this time, the territory of Roadside Castle was actually quite large, about tens of thousands of square meters, and anyone who saw it would wonder if this was the home of a great lord. During the expansion, Levi did not forget to continue breeding animals. After the number of animals bred reached 2, the original 2 horses and 2 chickens were no longer needed. After thinking about it, Levi simply fenced off a piece of land to raise them, and separated them from the animals that reproduced later. After doing all this, Levi continued to plan the agricultural area. Pumpkin, wheat, potato, radish, corn, onion, ginger, garlic. Another day passed, and looking at the neatly divided area in front of him, Levi felt satisfied. The crop seeds are growing vigorously. Although the pasture is a bit spacious now, it will be filled sooner or later as the breeding progresses. As for the horses, it is not enough to breed only 2 gold horses at present, so they can only be put aside temporarily. However, at least there are horses available, and they are horses that can run all the time without rest. The fuel consumption is 3 grasses per 100 kilometers, and these 3 grasses are still symbolic bytes. In general, the development of Roadside Fort is booming. That night, the pumpkin stalks that were ripened by bone meal grew the first square pumpkin. Levi placed it on the iron block and summoned the first iron golem in the territory. Dang! The iron block and pumpkin merged together at the moment of contact, turning into a long-armed iron giant over 3 meters tall with moss and vines all over his body. Unlike the blocks in the game, this iron golem is also closer to the realistic style. It looks rounder, but the dull look remains the same. Once summoned, the iron golem began to wander around the territory and patrol. The iron golem search method is very simple. If there are malicious intentions, they will be attacked, and if there are no malicious intentions, they will not be attacked. One day later, there were 20 more iron golems in the castle. With so many iron golems guarding, a team of less than 100 people can be easily dealt with, and even if there are hundreds of orcs, they can still fight. It can be said that the security of the territory has been initially guaranteed. Another week passed like this. The crops in the territory have been harvested. Looking at the several groups of vegetables in the warehouse, Levi also felt a heartfelt joy of the harvest. That night, he pulled a few green onions and made a dish of beef with green onions. It was so delicious. This day was simply like a god's life. On this day, Levi went out to mine as usual, and suddenly saw 3 bison drinking water by the lake. So he immediately changed his route and quietly approached the lake. This time he did not chop with a sword, but spent a lot of effort to circle one, then knocked it unconscious and asked it to go back to the castle. 21/30, you said this bison is different, the blood is so thick. The next day, Levi continued to squat by the lake, and finally waited for another bison. Knocked it unconscious as usual and dragged it back. In this way, the 2 bison had company in the pasture, and Levi got unlimited milk. He also bred 2 bison calves with wheat, and the meat in the future was guaranteed. This way can be said to be a win-win situation. Levi won twice. After the bison, Levi found wild boars. So it was the same operation again. Crouch, slowly approach, circle up, knock out, and drag back. After settling the wild boar, Levi took the time to make a simple egg collection device. In fact, it was just putting some funnels under the chicken coop, and the boxes were connected below. In this way, you don't have to pick up eggs yourself in the future. Since returning from breed for half a month, Levi's life has been quite fulfilling. He has no time to spare. He is either mining or taking care of crops and animals in the territory. In this way, even if iron is used every day, the inventory has not decreased but increased. And the iron vein showed no sign of being exhausted, as if the iron or content was still sufficient. Seeing that everything was in order and developing smoothly, and the supplies were quite sufficient. 2 days later, Levi was ready to set off to the east. Early in the morning, Levi put a saddle on the faster of the 2 horses, equipped them with iron horse armor, and was about to set off. But a guest came unexpectedly. Paladin. Hello. The neatly dressed Levi began to greet from a distance. How are you doing recently? Not bad. Paladin glanced at the roadside fort with a surprised look on his face. I feel that this place has become different. It seems to be much bigger, and... He looked at the farm pasture inside the wall and said, I remember that there seemed to be no such last time I came. Oh, I planted it a few days ago. A few days ago? The corn looked like it had grown for 2 months. Forget it. Facing this guy, you can't use common sense. The nomad had gradually gotten used to Levi. He looked at Levi, who was dressed neatly and led a horse that didn't seem very smart, and asked, It seems that I came at the wrong time. Are you going out? Yes, I plan to go to the valley to have a look. The valley. Faradin glanced at Levi. I know where it is. There is a path in the wasteland that leads to it. I hope you won't get lost. The experienced nomad talked about the shortcut to the valley. Chapter 19. Thank you, but by the way, is there anything important that you are here for this time? Do you want to stay a few more days? I have been researching a lot of new dishes recently. No need to stay a few more days, but I do have something to tell you this time. Levi, since the last cavalry team was annihilated, the Orc King of the Misty Mountains has known of your existence. He is likely to retaliate against you. You'd better be careful when you act recently. Orc King. The first person that came to Levi's mind was Azog, but then he thought it was wrong. He had never heard of Azog being called the Orc King. That was that guy. A tall, but bloated and fat orc appeared in Levi's mind. Is it the Orc King who lives in the cave? I see. Thank you for your reminder. Vagabonds always come and go like the wind. Levi still couldn't keep him after persuading him. In the end, he just took him into the territory for a walk and introduced the new things. For example, the Iron Golem. These big guys stared at Faradin expressionlessly, which frightened him. However, the Iron Golem just scratched its head and produced a small red flower from nowhere and handed it to Faradin without showing any intention of attacking. It seems that the friend or foe identification function of the Iron Golem is still quite reliable. Thank you. Faradin politely took the small flower. After a round of walking, the wanderer left quickly without staying for long. After a while, Levi also rode on the horse and rushed east along the road. It must be said that after riding a horse, the efficiency of traveling is not a little bit faster. Although the maximum speed of this horse is only 11.5 meters per second, it can run all the time. Moreover, not only can the horse run all the time, Levi doesn't need to rest. One man and one horse, they ran at full speed for a whole day without stopping, and arrived at a landmark building at an incredible speed, the last bridge. Near the river, Levi controlled the horse to slow down, stepped across the stone bridge step by step, and admired the scenery on both sides. The river reflected the sunset, adding a touch of beauty to the dusk. This is it. Troll Forest. Levi spread out the map. A little walk northeast from here is the dangerous Troll Forest. It is called the Troll Forest because there are a large number of trolls from the eastern Etten Wasteland and the Misty Mountains. There are more than 3 trolls in this forest. Levi didn't know where the 3 trolls who would capture Bilbo in the future lived, but this didn't stop him from curiously going in for a walk. It would be best if he could find it and enrich his own small treasury. If he couldn't find it, he would just treat it as a tour. Although the scenery in this place is really not very good. After making up his mind, Levi dug a big hole beside the bridge, temporarily stored the horse in it, and sealed the hole. Thanks to riding a horse, Levi had almost no food consumed in the past 2 days, and now the reserve was quite sufficient. After confirming that it was safe to leave the horse here, Levi ran to the northeast without delay. The sunset was gone in a flash. Night came. A wisp of breeze blew by, but it failed to move Levi at all. Swoosh, he pushed aside a bush and saw a panicked hare inside. Levi left again with disappointment. He had been searching for half a night since entering the forest, but still couldn't find any trace of the ogre. If others saw it, they would think Levi was crazy. Levi took the initiative to look for something that normal passers-by would avoid, and the key is that he couldn't find it no matter what. Why, you hid when you saw me coming? Suddenly, there was a movement in the bushes behind Levi, and a black shadow jumped out of it, raised the knife in his hand and chopped towards Levi. Aha, look what I found. In an instant, Levi drew out his long sword, jumped up and chopped back. Critical hit. Caw. The sound disappeared in an instant. Then he looked at the corpse on the ground. Oak. Levi immediately became alert. These guys are not the type to act alone. These oaks are like cockroaches. When one appears, There must be a bunch of them nearby. Fortunately, this one was chopped by me as soon as it appeared, so it must not attract nearby support. However, when the smell of blood began to spread, it was destined to be an uneasy night. Ah! The wolf began to howl, and the sound was almost right beside his ears. Levi's hair stood up immediately, and he opened his backpack and put on his armor in an instant. Swish! One wolf after another leaped out, and the one in the front opened its bloody mouth and flew directly towards Levi. It can be imagined that if this bite was solid, the power would be no less than being chopped by a machete. Boom! However, the next moment, a wooden square shield with an iron edge appeared. Unprepared, the most aggressive wolf rushed into it head-on. The shield did not move at all, but the recoil made the wolf dizzy. It was destined to have no time to relax. Levi seized the opportunity and chopped it hard on the head with a sword. The wolf wailed and fell to the ground. This sword hit emptied most of its health bar. The wolves rushed forward one after another. Levi held a shield and fought and retreated. While facing the simultaneous attacks of 7 or 8 wolves from all directions, he did not forget to give the wolves on the ground a finishing blow. As long as the shield had some durability, these wolves could hardly hurt Levi. Obviously, their attack power was not strong enough to cause the shield breaking effect. Boom! Levi blocked a wolves with his shield and turned to chop at another one. Its speed was so fast that even a nimble wolves could not dodge it. However, as soon as he turned around, a wolves came up from behind, opened its mouth and bit his kidney fiercely. Levi felt as if his waist was pierced by a needle. This attack had obviously been accumulated for a long time, waiting for Levi to show a flaw. -1, however, the damage was not high. Who made it bite the thickest part of the armor. However, Levi almost forgot that his enemies were not only wolves. On a rock behind the pack of wolves, an orc quietly drew his bow and took aim. Swish, an arrow came. Boom! Levi felt his brain shake. The orc archer showed a hideous smile, smug. The arrow accurately hit Levi's head, and even seemed to penetrate the silver-white iron helmet and directly penetrate it. Headshot. However, what happened the next moment scared the orc so much that he could hardly hold the bow. Levi calmly pulled out the bloody arrow from his head and took a deep look at the position of the orc archer. -4, this arrow had high damage. If it weren't for the protection of the iron armor, it would have been enough to take away most of Levi's life. But it was useless. The satiety level slowly decreased, and the blood volume rose rapidly. In almost the blink of an eye, the blood bar was full again. Ignoring the archer, Levi raised his sword and fought with the wargs again, killing and splashing blood all the way. Oak was shocked to find that so many wargs could not deal with just one person. The wargs did bite him, and he was injured, but why didn't he die? The archer wanted to attack again, but was blocked by the big shield every time. The man would rather be bitten by the warg than use the shield to protect against his arrows. It didn't take long. Levi chewed beef jerky, stepped on the corpses of the wargs, and rushed to the archer's position. Swish, beheaded with a sword. Chapter 20. After the battle, Levi did not stay there, but simply looted the spoils and left. However, one of the things caught Levi's attention. It was a bow with a unique shape that he had never seen before. Orc bow, range damage increased by 10%, attack range increased by 10%. It turned out to be a bow with special entries. The last time I saw special entries was on a dagger I got from a scrap dealer. Levi picked up the bow and looked at it carefully. Compared with the ordinary wooden bow that Levi could make, the material used in this bow was obviously more advanced. The bow body actually felt a bit metallic, and the material was obviously good. I have to say, these orcs are still a bit good. Picked up an arrow from the ground and shot it. It felt good, and the arrow nailed into the tree trunk. In fact, this was Levi's first time using a bow. On the one hand, Levi couldn't find the line, so he couldn't make a bow himself. On the other hand, it was also because Levi preferred close combat and ignored the bow, which was an extremely powerful weapon in the era of cold weapons. In fact, the orc team encountered before also had many archers, but after Levi bombed with TNT, everything that should be broken was broken. The scene was extremely cruel, and there was nothing intact at all. Bow and arrow. When Levi drew the bow for the first time, a familiar feeling emerged. Yes, that's it. With the assistance of the system, the threshold for archery has been lowered very low. Levi draws the bow, which is the most standard action. He doesn't have to worry about not being able to shoot like a novice. After trying to shoot a few times, Levi got used to the way of using the bow and arrow. Of course, it was only that there were no obstacles in using it. As for the accuracy and the parabola of the arrow, He had to study it himself and slowly understand it. As usual, Levi could interrupt the system-assisted operation at any time and do it himself. But he would not do so before he really learned this skill. This oak archer did not carry many arrows. Even if all the arrows were recovered, there were only 9 in total. Ammunition can be said to be quite scarce. It was already the second half of the night. Levi found a cave at random, lit a bonfire, and skewered a corn on a stick to roast. Although eating jerky directly can also fill you up, life always has some sense of ritual. The bonfire crackled, and the corn gradually heated up, giving off a fragrance. Levi couldn't help but take a bite, and the sweet and soft smell burst out in his mouth. Fragrant, very fragrant. The fire is just right, boom! Levi suddenly felt a shock on his butt. He instinctively looked in the direction of the shock. Under the light of the fire, a huge shadow slowly approached. Levi put away the roasted corn. Dong dong. The shadow gradually approached the campfire. The closer it got, the taller Levi could feel it. Until it showed its fat head and body, and said in some vulgar language, "Food, eating food." Levi finally saw it clearly. This is a cannibal. Aha, look what I found, meat sent home. The cannibal jumped excitedly on the spot. Levi also jumped up happily. Aha, look what I found, cannibal. This made the cannibal unable to deal with it. How can he be so happy when this food is about to be eaten? The next moment, it seemed as if his eyes were blurred, and the human in front of him suddenly had a set of annoying hard armor on his body. The long sword gradually enlarged in the ogre's dull pupils. Ah! The ogre covered one eye and took 2 steps back in pain. He casually slapped a piece of gravel, forcing Levi to retreat again, and had to raise his shield to resist. Good guy. The slash just now allowed Levi to see the ogre's health bar clearly, 53/60ths. The ogre in front of him not only has a high health limit of 60 points, but also has 2 grids of armor because of its thick skin and flesh. In total, it has more blood than a corpse demon. Bug, I'm going to kill you! The ogre roared, slapped him, and directly lifted the bonfire and smashed towards Levi. Levi dodged the blow narrowly, leaning forward and slamming another sword. The ogre reacted and punched him in the waist. Seeing that there was no room to move, Levi had to raise his shield. Bang! The powerful punch was blocked, and the shield made a sound of breaking under the heavy load. Looking again, the shield at the offhand position had an extra cooling bar. This time, it was so terrifying that Levi's shield was directly broken, and he could no longer defend for a short time. Realizing that it would be a disadvantage to fight head-on, Levi, whose shield was broken, took the attack head-on and ran out of the cave. -3, this is much more powerful than the wolf's mouth. Levi ran out of the cave, took out a round stone, turned around and blocked the entrance of the cave, and his arm was about to swing out a shadow. Damn it! The thick-skinned ogre smashed the round stone with a bang. Under the impact of the huge force, the round stone gradually cracked, and it seemed that it would not last long. Levi fumbled out the bow from his backpack, charged it, and shot it at the hole he had prepared. Whoosh ah! A scream came, and Levi knew that the arrow had done a good job. This arrow accurately shot into the neck of the ogre, shooting out 8 drops of blood. Realizing that his life was in danger, the ogre didn't care about smashing the wall, and used one hand to protect his head and eyes. However, since Levi sealed the ogre in the cave with a cobblestone, death was its destined end. Have you heard of the legend of the Despicable Cube Man? The ogre was hit by 7 or 8 arrows in the cave before he fell to the ground. Until his death, it couldn't break the stone wall that suddenly appeared. It doesn't matter whether you have heard of it before, now you have seen it. After confirming that the ogre's blood volume was emptied, and there was no movement, Levi slowly approached the cave entrance. You don't know until you see it, and you will be shocked when you see it. Good guy, a 1-meter thick cobblestone was almost smashed by it. This ogre seems to be a bit strong. Next time, I will block it with 2 layers. The ogre didn't drop anything special. The greatest value of this corpse is that the bones can be used as fertilizer. As for meat, Levi's acceptance limit is wolf, although in fact wolf meat is also very unpalatable. After a little search, Levi found that this ogre was really poor and had nothing on him. But it just said that this is its home. The ogre's home. Levi immediately became interested. He came here for this ogre's treasure. Just now, I thought this was just an ordinary cave. Levi didn't explore inside. Now that I know it is where the ogre lives, he immediately picked up a torch and touched it a little bit. However, after walking for a while, Levi couldn't help frowning. I saw that the cave was full of dry bones, dirt, and some literally dirty things. The hygiene is so poor. Just when Levi was about to turn around and leave, the fire suddenly jumped up and jumped to the deepest corner. There, something caught the fire and flickered with the shaking of the torch. Chapter 21. Sensing the light, Levi immediately ignored the dirt on the ground and approached it immediately. Raised the torch. On the ground, there was a pile of old or new silver coins, and next to them were some scattered small objects, as well as knives, forks, plates, candlesticks, cups of various materials. Some were silver, some were gold. Levi's mouth couldn't help but rise. I came to the right place. With a clatter, Levi searched for a while, packed up all the valuable things, and stuffed them into his backpack. Because there were too many kinds of items, the backpack was not enough at once. After thinking about it, Levi simply built a reverse smelting furnace on the spot and reversed all the messy metal products into raw materials. Finally, he obtained 5 gold ingots, 11 silver ingots, and a bag of silver coins. The backpack was empty again. In fact, if we only count by volume, these things are not many. After all, they are just some forks and cups, but there are too many types of them, which leads to insufficient backpacks. After burning this batch of treasures, a prompt suddenly came. Levi opened the synthesis table, and saw that there were more synthesis formulas for metal tableware and chandeliers. These things can also be directly synthesized in the future. After everything was packed up, Levi couldn't wait to leave the cave, open the map, and continue to walk deep into the forest. Ogre, what a treasure. Having tasted the sweetness, Levi is now full of expectations for this forest full of ogres. The next day, during the day, a wailing came from the other side of the mountain. A ogre woke up from his sleep and opened his eyes to see a despicable human stabbing his waist with a sword, but when it got up angrily and chased after him, it retreated. Because it was daytime outside. Although this forest was full of trees and had more shadows than sunlight, it would be uncomfortable to be shaken by the edge of sunlight. Despicable bug. The irritable ogre picked up a stone from the ground and threw it out. It hit the tree with a loud bang, and the thick tree had a visible crack, almost breaking. Levi was sweating profusely. How could this ogre attack from a distance? If he was hit, he would lose 4 or 5 drops of blood. Without much nonsense, Levi went straight to the old trick. Block the door, draw the bow, and walk the ogre. Not long after, the irritable ogre fell to the ground with hatred. Despicable. Despicable. After collecting the arrows, Levi stepped over the ogre's huge corpse without even looking at it, and walked into the deepest part of the cave with a torch. As the saying goes, the first time is new, the second time is familiar. This time, Levi's movements were much more agile. He quickly searched all the places where things might be hidden, and put the things that were inconvenient to carry into the anti-smelting furnace to smelt them into raw materials. He did a set of actions without any delay, and left the scene after finishing them, clean and neat. Looking at the gradually increasing wealth in his backpack, Levi couldn't help but sigh. This troll forest is really a good place, with gold and silver everywhere. Levi nodded and continued to walk deeper into the forest. A week later. At night. In the forest, a troll squatted in the bushes and caught a sheep in fear, twisted its neck roughly on the spot, and ran to his home with it in his arms. Quick, quick! The troll was panting, and his big head was full of sweat. Don't come, I have to go home quickly, run quickly, otherwise I will meet a terrible money-eating ghost. Huh? In the night, after running for a long time, the ogre finally settled down and lit a fire to make a roasted whole lamb to reward himself when he saw his own cave. Seeing the lamb's skin gradually turn brown and emit the unique aroma of roasted meat, the ogre's mood also improved. Crunching the lamb, feeling the warmth in his stomach and his body gradually recovering from hunger, the ogre couldn't help but moan happily. Ha! What kind of money-eating ghost? When I'm full, it's not enough for me to punch. Really? Of course. The ogre answered affirmatively without hesitation. It turned its big head, and suddenly found that there was a human beside it at some point, and immediately smiled evilly. It seems that there will be an extra meal tonight, ha ha ha. After a while. Plop. The ogre covered with wounds covered his neck, and staggered to the ground. Levi gnawed 2 bites of beef jerky on the spot, waiting for blood to recover. After a week of fighting wits and courage in this forest, Levi had killed more than a dozen ogres. But in fact, Levi killed only a few with his bow. The skin of the ogres was really thick. When he killed the 4th one, the arrows were broken, and they could not be used after being retrieved. After that, Levi had been fighting the ogres with a sword, a set of iron armor, and a shield. Anyway, even if he couldn't beat him, he could run away. At worst, he could just dig 3 to fill one, or be a despicable cube man and build a high pile. He was not afraid of being killed by overturning. At first, facing the ogres with high attack and defense, Levi was a little scared. After all, the big slab could crack the stone when it was fully used, and it would only hurt Levi more. However, as he was beaten more and more, Levi gradually saw through some of the ogre's attack methods and engraved the coping methods into his instincts. These were all real bloody lessons learned through trial and error. If someone else was beaten so many times, he would have lost half of his life and become disabled on the spot when he was hit for the first time. So how could he have the chance to continue trying? Levi relied on being beaten until his iron ring lost half of its durability, and practiced his skills against ogres. As soon as the ogres raised their hands, he knew what they would do next, whether it was to slap, sweep, smash, or throw stones. Then, he made corresponding countermeasures. He didn't become a PvP master, but first became a PvE master. So poor. After a moment, Levi walked out from the depths of the cave with a look of disgust. Another poor ogres. There was nothing valuable in the cave, only a pile of bones and filth. Yes, not all ogres have amazing wealth. According to Levi's experience during this period, there are not many ogres' caves with treasures, and most ogres don't have much wealth. Every time you enter an ogre's cave, whether you can find good things depends on luck. It feels like opening a blind box. But speaking of it, Levi found that it is becoming more and more difficult to find ogres during this period. Recently, he only found this ogres and its cave all day long. This is still lucky to meet it out hunting, otherwise if it has been hiding in the cave, Levi may not be able to find it. Think of what it has been talking about before it died. Goes swallowing money. Levi thought about it carefully, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt, isn't this talking about me? He immediately realized that probably because he had killed too many people recently, his reputation might have spread among the ogres. This is not easy to deal with. Levi sighed, walked out of the cave embarrassedly, and walked around the fire and racks used by the ogres to roast whole sheep. Huh? Wait. Levi suddenly stepped back and looked at the simple grill. He stared at the stick in the middle that was covered with patina and used to skewer meat. Levi slowly approached, his eyes unblinking. If I am not mistaken, the inside of this stick seems to be glowing. It is not seeming, it is really glowing. Levi picked up the stick that could not be seen in its original appearance. Ancient elf sword full of filth. Chapter 22. I rub, rub. Inside the cave, Levi poured a bucket of water, frowned, and put the stick with a patina on the surface into the puddle. He hit and knocked it with great effort, and then rubbed it vigorously, finally removing most of the patina. After a while, when the dirt on the sword fell off, Levi looked at the shining sword and was overjoyed. At this moment, the covered with dirt entry in front of the sword has disappeared, and the item ID has officially become Elf Ancient Sword. Attack +9. I'm awesome. 2 points higher than the diamond sword's attack. It's equivalent to a diamond sword with a sharpness 3 enchantment. This time I really picked up a treasure. Diamond sword? What is that? I'm not familiar with it. Don't ruin my relationship with the elf ancient sword. But this ancient elf sword. It has something to do with elves and can be called ancient, which means it is really old. After all, elves have endless lifespans. For humans, antiques that have been passed down for generations may not be as old as their tableware. This must be something from the last era at least. It has to be said that the forging technology in Middle-earth is really magical. Some weapons will not fade or decay for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. After washing the sword, Levi looked at the puddle with some dirt floating on the turbid surface, and then looked at the empty bucket in the backpack. Forget it, this water can't be used. Looking at the sword that is still glowing in the backpack, Levi feels that this trip is really worth it. The value of this sword is far greater than other gold and silver. Wait. Levi suddenly noticed something. Is it always glowing? With alarm bells ringing in his heart, Levi became alert and immediately left the cave, lowered his body, hid in the shadow of the bushes, and looked around. Clatter. After a while, there was indeed a sound of footsteps. An orc almost passed by Levi, ran to the side of an orc riding on a warg, and then reported, "Leader, I saw a fire in the cave in that direction." "Don't worry, that's the territory of the trolls." "Yes." The orc retreated. The warg under his crotch twitched its nose, and looked around, seeming a little restless. "Baby, what do you smell?" The scarlet eyes turned left and right, and finally locked onto a shadow of the bushes. Sometimes, Levi is really annoyed by these wargs. These guys not only have better noses than dogs, but also can climb walls and trees. Following the orc passing by, Levi soon found a squad of orc cavalry not far away. A quick glance showed that there were about 20 wolf riders. Rubbing the sword in his hand, Levi weighed the difference in combat power between the enemy and us. A bit tricky. If he was wearing diamond armor, Levi would still have the confidence to fight. Even if he couldn't win, the full defense of the diamond armor could support him to break out, but the iron armor was still a little bit worse. To be honest, Levi's combat experience was not rich, and his combat skills were not very good. Except for dealing with ogres, most of the battles were based on blood exchange. Once the number of enemies exceeded 10, it would seem a bit overwhelmed. Should I run? No, my newly acquired sword can bear this grievance. I must deal with him. However, most MC players would not choose to fight hard when facing a large group of enemies. Seeing a wolf coming towards him, Levi quietly retreated and moved away from here. The wolf rushed into the bushes and only found some residual smell. Has something been here? Asked the oak captain. The wolf took a breath and responded. Be alert. On the other side. After Levi left, he took out a shovel directly. He started digging a tunnel nearby. At this time, the wolf cavalry team was still moving forward, and Levi, who had finished digging the hole, followed the trace again. This direction should be the Misty Mountains. This group of orcs should be planning to return to their nests. However, they are destined to have a bad day today. Levi quietly took out the glowing elven sword, rushed out of the bushes, jumped up and chopped. Boom! The heavy chopping sound came, indicating that this was a complete critical hit. The oak rider walking at the back was killed on the spot by a sword, and the wolf below could not escape the fate of death. Perhaps the wolf's fur was not strong enough, or perhaps the sword was too sharp. Levi swung his sword with all his might, and cut off the wolf's back half. The poor wolf wailed and died on the spot. Enemy attack. The rider in front suddenly reacted, roared, raised his machete, and rushed towards Levi. He immediately took out his left-hand shield to block and repel the attacking orc. Levi did not want to fight, and took advantage of the time when the large army in front turned around to run several steps away. Of course, no matter how fast Levi ran, he could not outrun the wolf. Even if he started running in advance, the wolf still pressed on step by step. When he was about to catch up, Levi suddenly jumped into the bushes in front, and the wolf followed him in. However, the next moment, it was dumbfounded. There was no trace of human beings in the open space in front of it, and there was no trace of activity around. It was as if it disappeared out of thin air. The large army followed closely. Damn it, where did that scum go? Captain Oak looked around angrily. The wolf leaned over to sniff, but only smelled a fragrance of soil, as if it had been renovated. Not far away, Levi dug up a piece of soil and climbed up. What's the sound? A scout went to check. After looking around, the biggest abnormality was a square piece of soil that seemed to have been renovated. I wonder if there are still people farming in this place. Just when the oak scout was puzzled, a white light suddenly flashed, and the wolf under his crotch howled and collapsed on the spot. Then the oak scout fell down. As soon as he landed, he was pierced through the chest by a sword and executed on the spot. Damn it, he's over there. The noise of the killing was not small, and an orc immediately found Levi. However, when a group of riders rushed over angrily, they found that the man was gone again. Puff. Levi fell on his butt in a tunnel, quickly blocked the hole, and then walked to another exit. Damn human. The team leader roared angrily, and he couldn't figure out how such a big man suddenly disappeared. Ah! Just then, screams came from the back of the team again, and another rider was attacked and fell to the ground. Over there. Where's the man? Ah! Just as he turned around, another flash of light passed through the chest of the last orc, who was alone. There's more than one enemy. Faced with the strange sneak attacks one after another, the team leader immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. There must be more than one attacker, otherwise the attack angle would not be so weird. But there would not be too many attackers. At least they would not be able to defeat their cavalry in a head-on battle, otherwise they would not have attacked like this. A bunch of scum, come out and fight if you have the guts. However, there was no response. Levi dug the soil on his head, covered it, squatted in the grass, found the right time, drew his sword and chopped it. I found you. Whoosh, a sound of breaking through the air passed by. Levi only felt a pain in his heart. An arrow had been inserted into his body. 3 times is the limit. After many sneak attacks, this group of oaks should know how to guard against it no matter how slow they are. Ha ha ha. The oak captain grinned and laughed happily. I will cut you open, eat your flesh, and drink your blood. Before catching Levi, the captain began to fantasize. However, Levi just chopped down the orc in front of him, calmly pulled out the arrow, and put it in his backpack, and said, "Thank you." Then he ran as if he was not injured. Swish! Halfway through the run, Levi turned over and jumped into the bushes, and the captain immediately felt something was wrong. When he rushed into the bushes with a large force, he found that the people had disappeared again. Staring at the flat ground, Captain Oak was already afraid at this time. The continuous disappearance was too weird. There may be a lot of traps nearby. If they continue to stay here, all the soldiers will be lost. Captain Oak, who was still smart, immediately gave an order, "Let's leave here first." Before he finished speaking, an arrow suddenly attacked without warning, pierced through the armor in an instant, and went straight into the captain's shoulder, severely injuring him. And the source of this arrow was actually right under his feet, looking at the 1 meter long and wide entrance and hole that suddenly appeared at his feet. At this moment, the team leader understood everything. Chapter 23. A low-health monster, how can you resist killing him? Levi saw clearly that this arrow shot Captain Oak to only 7 drops of blood. The killing line is here. Without any hesitation, Levi quickly crawled out of the tunnel, and before the oak next to him rushed over, he drew out his sword and directly chopped the oak captain to the ground, clearing his blood. With the death of the leader, the surrounding oaks were in chaos without their core, and even the wolf was a little at a loss. Levi did not miss this opportunity, and stepped forward to chop down several of them, including the wolf and the oak. The smell of blood became stronger, and finally an oak reacted, pointing at Levi and shouting, "Kill him, he is the only one." The sword flashed, and the wolf under the oak's crotch had all its limbs broken and fell to the ground on the spot. Another sword was raised, and the oak was killed on the spot. The temporary commander who stood up was killed in an instant, and a team of orcs fell into chaos again. Some orcs continued to rush towards Levi, trying to kill the human first, but Levi only needed 2 swords to kill him, and he didn't even need the third one. Without a unified command, the scene was in chaos. The orcs and the wargs surrounded Levi in the center and shouted to fight and kill him, but they were never able to form an effective formation. They just went to die like 1 or 2 gored babies saving their grandfather. While those inside were fighting, those outside only knew to squeeze together and shout, and by the way, they blocked the retreat of the orcs inside. There were also orcs who tried to shout to unify the formation, but they would soon be noticed by Levi. Even if they were more injured, Levi would kill him first. At this moment, Levi deeply realized the difference between having a commander and not having a commander. Before the captain died, Levi only dared to sneak attack, and ran away after success. He didn't dare to cut one more sword, and he would be surrounded if he was 1 second late. As for now, as long as Levi doesn't want to fight, he can break out at any time. The gap is really too big. No wonder the whole orc camp was quickly defeated after Azog died in the Battle of 5 Armies. Soldiers who have no formation, and can't unify, and only know how to fight on their own are headless flies in any camp, and are not to be feared. The blood on his body is getting more and more, but the sword in his hand is still bright, as conspicuous as a star that never goes out. This ray of light has become the last light seen by many wolves and orcs. When more than half of the cavalry team were killed or injured, Levi had already planned to break out and run away. After all, the number of opponents is so large that even if they rush over and attack randomly, they can kill him. At this time, he only has half of his blood left, and his satiety is not enough. However, what Levi didn't expect was that the orc started to get scared first. Seeing that half of his companions were dead, the human not only acted energetic and didn't feel tired at all, but also recovered from the wounds on his body. It was really scary for the oaks. This thing can't be killed at all. Sometimes, the most terrifying thing about a thing is not that it is difficult, but that no matter how much you pay or how hard you try, you can't see any progress. Although Levi's condition was a little dangerous at this moment, he still looked unharmed on the surface, as if all attacks were ineffective against him. The knife was clearly stabbed in, but he was still like nothing happened, and he was even able to pull it out and chop the oak who stabbed him with his backhand. 1 or 2 times is not scary, but after 3 or 4 times, many oaks were directly scared. At this moment, Levi pretended to be fierce, holding up his long sword and shouting to scare off the orcs and wargs, while he was frantically stealing veal jerky. When he was full and his blood was restored, he really rushed up and continued to chop. "I'm waiting for blood to return. What are you waiting for?" The smell of blood gradually spread. The orcs who should die died, and those who should run ran away. In any case, this team no longer exists. There were more than 20 cavalrymen, including wargs and orcs, and there were more than 40 corpses, which were now spread all over the ground, like a slaughterhouse. The light on the long sword gradually extinguished, and this was a signal to announce the end of this battle. At the same time, a series of system achievement prompts suddenly came. Rivendell Area Camp reached 100. Dunnan Camp Reputation reached 100. Achievement of Camp, Friends of Rivendell. Achievement of Camp, Friends of Dunnan, huh? Levi clicked on the explanation. When the reputation reaches more than 10 points, it means that the corresponding camp has recognized me and will become relatively friendly to me. When the reputation reaches 100 points, it means that I am an undisputed friend of this camp. Well, I have become a friend of Rivendell before I even reach Rivendell. Take another look at the record of reputation changes. Trolls, orcs and wargs are all enemies of the free people, and their deaths have all turned into my reputation. Not only the Dúnedain and Rivendell, but when my deeds spread, the reputation of other free people camps will also slowly increase, but it will definitely not be this much. After chewing another piece of dried meat, seeing that it was still late, Levi decided to continue to visit a few trolls. However, this time, until daytime, Levi climbed over mountains and ridges to find several caves, and ran all night, but he couldn't find another ogre. Finding ogre is also a job that requires both luck and strength. Seeing that there were a lot of gold and silver treasures in his backpack, and he also got an extra sword, Levi decided to temporarily end his trip to the ogre forest and continue to the valley. It's just a pity that he still couldn't find the 3 ogres hiding a lot of treasures in the end. It can only be said that fate let them escape. Back to the last bridge, knock on the ground, and the horse inside is safe and sound. You have worked hard to be locked up for so many days. Levi patted the horse's head gently, and the horse didn't respond. It just lowered its head and ate a mouthful of grass, with a look of wisdom. Let's go! Stepping onto the horse, Levi continued to gallop eastward. He ran until the next night. While riding, Levi took out the map and compared the location. He estimated that at the current speed, he would probably reach the vicinity of the valley before daylight. According to what Farad'n said, there seemed to be a small path that could directly enter the valley. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, a sound of breaking through the air suddenly approached. Hiss. The horse under him suddenly raised its hooves and stopped suddenly, startling Levi so much that he almost fell off. Looking again, an arrow had been inserted into the horse's belly at some point, and even with the protection of the horse armor, it directly shot out 7 drops of blood. Turning his head, Levi suddenly found that a large shadow had been ambushed beside him at some point, and the scarlet eyes were crowded together, staring at him straight, making his scalp numb. It was an Oak cavalry team. Estimated. The scale was over 100. I'm so awesome! Levi cursed and turned his horse around and ran away. What? Isn't this right? The orc archer who shot the arrow was stunned. He thought that the horse could run so fast even though it hit the target. Chase! An orc gave an order. Immediately, a group of wolf riders rushed forward in an orderly manner. Leader, it's him. He wiped out our team in the troll forest. On the spot, an orc rider came forward timidly to report, and the wolf under him also seemed a little listless, as if he had been frightened recently. I know, that's the head the king wants too. I will kill him. Roar. The wolf under the leader's crotch roared and followed the large army. Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. On this side, Levi was riding his horse. His heart was beating like a drum. Damn orcs. So many of them are targeting me. Do you have any shame? Is it worth it? After cursing a few words inwardly, Levi had no choice but to run. After all, there were more than 100 wolf riders, and they were not just a bunch of ragtag soldiers. Looking at their equipment, they were considered elite among the half-dressed Misty Mountain orcs. At least they were all wearing armor. In any case, this scale was definitely not something he could fight against. Levi ran forward fiercely, not daring to stop for a second. He kept running like this for nearly half a night. Levi turned around. Still chasing, won't these wolves get tired? In fact, there are many ways to deal with these pursuers. At worst, you can just keep running and tire them to death. If it's even worse, you can get off your horse and dig 3 blocks and fill one on the spot, digging a tunnel to escape. With the digging speed of the shovel, you can dig 3 blocks before the pursuers get close to you. Or just when Levi was struggling to decide whether to take any additional actions, he suddenly felt the ground in front of him vibrate faintly. He looked up suddenly, and saw a neat row of silver grays suddenly appear at the end of the plain in front of him, glowing with a faint white light under the reflection of the stars. That is, cavalry? Chapter 24. A melodious and loud horn sounded from afar. They once galloped under the stars. For no reason, Levi remembered a sentence. Boom. The horses galloped, and the silver-gray torrent and the silver-white figures crossed each other, Levi was like a piece of driftwood entangled in the river, dividing the water into two halves, but after bypassing him, the torrent immediately merged into one and dived down without any obstruction. All the soldiers focused their attention on the enemy in front of him, and no one looked away at Levi, the strange visitor. Swish, in the blink of an eye, the silver-gray torrent collided with the oak cavalry, and in just a moment, the wolf in the front row was rushed and staggered, and the oak who unfortunately fell was either trampled by the horse's hooves or killed with a knife, and soon there was no sound. A round of charge directly caused the orcs' pursuit formation to collapse, and they could no longer organize themselves, so they were forced to stop and fight on the spot. However, the elves also quickly changed their formation and hunted the orcs in a more efficient way. Whoosh! An arrow accurately hit the orc who wanted to escape. The rider rode and shot at the same time, and Levi was amazed. If he were to do this operation of riding and shooting, not to mention hitting the target, it would be good if the arrows did not fly to the horizon. Bows, spears, knives, swords. Various weapons were skillfully used in the hands of the elves. The number of orcs continued to decrease, but it was always difficult to organize an effective resistance. There was no shouting and killing, no excessive noise, only the collision of blades and armor and flesh and blood, and the screams of the orcs before they died. All of this made Levi feel a little unreal. Levi rode his horse and stopped on the hillside, watching the one-sided silent killing. The army was in disarray. This word is really the most appropriate to describe the scene at this moment. Realizing that his lineup could not defeat the enemy in front of him, the leader of the oak team roared and retreated with the remaining subordinates. After symbolically hunting down a few oaks that fell behind, the elves did not continue to pursue, but quickly cleaned up the battlefield. After a while, as if they finally noticed Levi, the cavalry team approached directly, and surrounded Levi several times inside and outside. What is going on? Just when Levi was feeling a little nervous, a tall elf rode out. Outsider, greetings to you, what's your name? Levi, an adventurer from a human town in the west. Adventurer, what brings you to this land? I heard that the valley is the most beautiful place in Zhongzhou, and I want to see it. Oh! The elf looked at Levi with a little scrutiny in his eyes, and after a moment, he said, then please come with us. No words along the way. Levi followed the large group and kept moving forward. Since the initial greetings, no one has talked to him, and the elves around him are quieter than each other, so he could only open the inventory and pack his backpack to pass the time. Although the camp system shows that the valley is friendly to him, the group of taciturn people around him still make Levi a little uneasy. On the one hand, it can be said that the military discipline is strict, and on the other hand, Levi can't find any reason to talk. He can only remain silent all the way, until they walked into a valley. When they first entered the valley, it was still a little dark due to the high mountains on both sides, but it didn't take long before the barriers on both sides disappeared. Unconsciously, Levi controlled the horse to run 2 steps towards the exit. Under the starlight, his pupils gradually widened, and Levi's vision suddenly became brighter. For the first time, he felt that the things that human eyes can hold are so limited. There are so many scenes, but he can only turn his head to see them bit by bit, and there is no way to take them all in at a glance. Formally welcome you, Adventurer Levi. The elf who had asked Levi questions outside the valley dismounted lightly, and looked at Levi. I heard that a powerful human wizard appeared in the wilderness of Eriador. He built a castle overnight, and killed a team of hundreds of orcs by himself. He called himself an adventurer. While talking about the rumor he heard from somewhere, the tall elf took off his helmet, and looked at Levi meaningfully. Isn't it true that this rumor spread so quickly that the elves all knew about it? It's not that exaggerated. Levi denied repeatedly, raised his head, looked at the elf, and suddenly froze. Such a familiar face, especially the silver hoop on the head. Lord Elrond. Just then, an elf in casual clothes walked down the steps next to him. Linder. The tall elf nodded in response, and handed the sword in his hand to Linder. This name? Levi suddenly turned his head, and looked at the elf next to him carefully. No wonder he felt familiar. It turned out that this was the legendary Lord of Rivendell Elrond. The one next to him was Secretary Lin. After settling the troops behind him, the Lord of Rivendell continued to say to Levi, since a few days ago, the traces of orcs in the vicinity have been unusually active. From the last bridge to the Xiangshui River, they can be seen everywhere. This is very unusual. I think there must be something or someone who attracted them. Don't worry, the orcs will come again in a year. Now it seems that the reason has been found. Well, I think it should be because of me. I have killed a lot of orcs recently, and was wanted by the Orc King. Elrond stared at Levi, with a little admiration in his eyes. You should have killed more evil creatures than orcs. Levi's eyelids jumped, and he felt that his title library should have been checked. I can feel that your achievements are not false. There is no need to be modest. This is something worthy of praise. Rivendell welcomes you, Levi. Prepare a banquet, and let us welcome our friends. The Lord actually invited him to dinner in person. To be honest, Levi felt a little flattered, but he was not stage fright. After a while, Elrond and Levi, who had taken off their armor, sat at the same table, with dishes served on exquisite plates in front of them. An elf poured Levi a glass of mellow wine. Thank you. Levi nodded. Levi, my people first heard about you from the Dúnedain. I heard that you also had good relations with the Dúnedain. Yes, I was helped by a wanderer, and had a lot of exchanges with him. I promised him and his people that they could come to me at any time if they needed anything. Generous people will always be rewarded. Elrond nodded slightly and took a sip. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on the sword on Levi's waist. Can you lend me this sword? Of course. Levi did not put the sword into his backpack, but hung it on his waist. In fact, he wanted this knowledgeable elf lord to help him see what it was. The lord took the sword and stroked it carefully. Its forging craftsmanship is exquisite. It should have been forged in the First Age to deal with the orc army. It is extremely sharp, and should not be an anonymous sword. But I have never heard of the legend about it. Perhaps it was lost before it could be used on the battlefield after it was forged. I took this from a troll. There are always some ancient things in their caves. Levi explained. He did not mention that the sword was used as a barbecue skewer by the troll, otherwise he might choke on it. I see. Elrond nodded, returned the sword to Levi, and said, I think it can help you deal with the orcs better. I look forward to the day when it has a name. Only swords that have made great contributions will be named. The Lord said this, meaning that he hoped Levi could use it to achieve great results. As expected of a cultured elf, he praised people without a trace. The conversation with the Lord made Levi feel quite comfortable. Everything seemed so natural. Chapter 25. The simple meal ended quickly. Although the elven lord was in a high position, he was very friendly. To be honest, Levi was not sure whether he could meet him before he came. He did not expect to be received directly. Perhaps it was because there had been no human visitors in the valley for a long time, or perhaps the lord with great power could vaguely sense Levi's title, which made him a little curious. But in any case, this was just a small episode in his long life, or just an inconspicuous little note. After a brief chat and indicating that Levi could visit at will, Elrond left. That night, Linda arranged a place for Levi to stay. Levi lay comfortably on the luxurious big bed, and sighed that it was worthy of being an elf product. It was more comfortable than any bed he had slept in. The night passed quickly. Early that morning, as soon as Levi went out, he felt that there were many eyes on him. Turning his head, he found that several elves were looking at him curiously. It was obvious that Levi's arrival and actions had spread. Sensing that he was being observed, Levi stared back without flinching. It must be said that the elves are indeed blessed with various conditions. Thanks to their long lifespan, they have plenty of time to practice various skills, and they can become hexagonal warriors with a little effort in the long years. And they are all handsome men and beautiful women, which is pleasing to the eyes. And the upper limit of the elves' health is 30 points. Greetings to you, adventurer who has come from afar. Is there any new news from the human town in the west? Finally, an elf couldn't help but be curious and came forward to talk. As always, people live their lives as usual, and there is nothing worth mentioning. I heard that you defeated a cavalry team by yourself. Is that true? I think so. So it's true. Do you know magic? I think so. But defeating that team depends more on a little trick and luck. There is also a cheat. Amazing. The elf expressed sincere praise. A new star of humanity is rising. He asked, will you live here for a while? If possible, I'd be happy to. Levi replied. That's great. By the way, if you don't mind, I can take you around where we live. Our land is beautiful and safe. You won't find any evil here. That's troublesome. The tour guide is here. I haven't asked your name yet. Agra. Levi. Mountains, water, forests, waterfalls, big palaces, small hotels, farms and ranches, all the beautiful scenery, natural and artificial, seems to be here. As long as you want, you can always find it. Although it is less quiet than at night, the valley in the daytime is obviously more beautiful. Levi can't help but sigh. It's really beautiful. I have never seen such scenery. After seeing the scenery here, I don't even want to go home. The tour guide Agra smiled and nodded, quite proud. Ding, when passing by a house, the knocking sound suddenly attracted Levi. Following Levi's gaze, Agra introduced, "That's the blacksmith shop. The battle last night caused some weapons and armor to be slightly worn. Our craftsmen are repairing and maintaining them." "Oh, elven equipment." Levi was a little tempted and said, "Can I go in and take a look?" "Of course, you are the guest designated by the Lord, and you have this right." Ding! When Levi walked slowly into the blacksmith shop, he saw an elf hammering a brand new long sword. Seeing someone visiting, the elf blacksmith stopped and greeted. "This is Lord Elrond's guest, Levi. He is very interested in our forging." "I see. Hello to you." The blacksmith was polite. "As you can see, I am forging a new long sword. In order to keep my skills rusty, I often take on some maintenance and forging work. Can I see this sword?" "Of course." With permission, Levi gently picked up the shining long sword on the forging table. Elven steel sword, attack +7. "Huh? Are all the swords you use of this quality?" "Yes. Is there any problem?" No, very good. I just want to say that your craftsmanship is quite exquisite and amazing." Although he appeared calm, Levi was actually already calling it terrifying in his heart. "No, buddy, the ordinary weapons you use are all diamond swords. What material is this sword made of? So hard." "Thank you for your praise. Our craftsmanship is indeed inherited from a long history and contains a lot of wisdom." As he spoke, the blacksmith began to popularize the history of the elves' forging technology to Levi, from the establishment of the Jewelers Guild to the many elf craftsmen who later migrated to the valley. There are too many stories to tell, and Levi listened with relish. It is said that the history of this forging table alone is longer than that of many human kingdoms. Levi stroked the forging table with the aesthetic characteristics of the elves, and sighed that the things here are really older than each other. Special work block detected. Glen forging table. Alloy forging module has been installed. Glen faction synthesis formula has been unlocked. Levi suddenly froze, looking at the forging table in front of him, and took a breath of hot air. New mod appeared. "What's wrong?" Agra asked hurriedly after noticing Levi's abnormality. "It's okay, I was just shocked by the age of this forging table. It's much older than me." "Don't worry so much, Levi. In the elves' territory, everything may have a long history. You humans may not be used to it, but it's already commonplace in our eyes." "Well, I know." While dealing with the elves' words, Levi's mind had actually drifted far away. He opened the synthesis table and found a series of items with elf labels. Elf steel sword, elf spear, elf series armor. To synthesize these items, you need a material called elf steel. As for how to obtain elf steel, looking at the synthesis table, Levi fell into deep thought. Elf steel requires a newly unlocked block called alloy furnace. Throw in coal and iron, and a little experience to produce it. Experienced Levi has a hunch that maybe it plays a magic role in forging. You know, many things forged by elves contain magic. If you only throw in coal and iron, without consuming experience, the output is ordinary steel, which is stronger than iron, but not as good as elf steel. Recently, Levi often worries that his combat intensity is too high, and iron armor alone is not enough. He can't get diamonds. Sometimes he wants to go directly to Lonely Mountain to try to steal some from the Dragon's Guard. But at this moment, with the loading of the alloy forging module, Levi suddenly felt that the future was bright. If he could create equipment comparable to diamond armor, he would not necessarily have to take the risk of angering the big boss of Lonely Mountain. Chapter 26. Levi was very interested in the dragon smog, especially the materials on it. Levi had been eyeing it for a long time, and must not miss it. But it was not the right time yet. Levi was not afraid of the dragon. At most, he could dig a hole to hide for a while, but if it chased out, the humans at the foot of the mountain would be in trouble. The suffering of the living was not what Levi wanted to see. He was not sure that he could deal with a dragon alone. Shifting his attention back, the elves were introducing their forging technology, and Levi nodded repeatedly, just to supplement his knowledge. For the elf craftsman, making a set of high-quality armor and weapons requires first smelting fine steel, and then slowly hammering and forging through various complex or delicate processes until it is formed. However, Levi only needs to throw the raw materials into the alloy furnace, invest a little experience, and synthesize them directly on the workbench after burning. The operation is simple, brainless and fast. At this moment, the elf blacksmith beside him had no idea that his core technology had been cracked by someone in just one encounter. Although strictly speaking, Levi didn't know the specific forging technology at all. Everything he did was a black box operation. He only knew how to use it, but didn't know the details and principles. But it didn't matter, as long as it worked. This trip to the valley was really worth it. Levi was so happy that he couldn't hold back his mouth, and he wished he could end the journey and go home to develop well. But the things in front of him still had to be dealt with. After leaving the blacksmith shop and taking a brief tour of the valley, it was already noon. For Levi, a human, Agra had an inexplicable liking for him and wanted to make friends with him, so he invited Levi to his house for dinner. "Welcome to my residence, Levi." This meal was cooked by Agra himself. It can be seen that many ingredients are quite fresh, and there is a lot of meat. Overall, it looks quite good. Although the elves tend to eat light food, it does not mean that they do not eat meat. The reason why some dwarves come here is that the table is full of almost unseasoned vegetarian dishes is just the elves' small revenge for their unreasonable troubles. The elves' meals always seem to be inseparable from a glass of wine. Agra personally filled a glass of wine for Levi and signaled Levi to be at his leisure. "Thank you for your hospitality." The two chatted and ate while they quickly wiped out the food on the plate. The meal ended with a glass of fine wine. Looking at the full and overflowing satiety, Levi felt quite satisfied. But speaking of the elves' diet, Levi suddenly said, "I heard that the elves have a magical dry food called lambas. In fact, I am very curious about its appearance and taste." Agra was stunned, as if he did not expect Levi to ask this. "Ramba. I do bring some when I travel. If you want, I have a few here." Agra got up and left, and soon came back with a few square cookies wrapped in golden leaves. Ramba, special effect, life recovery for 10 seconds. This is the nth time that Levi has been surprised by the creation of the elves. Looking at the biscuits in his hand, Levi felt like he had found a treasure. This piece of Ramba not only provides life recovery buff, but also can directly restore the fullness of a row with just such a small piece. It is simply a travel and combat artifact. If Levi had this thing when facing the wolf cavalry squad in the troll forest, he would have dared to confront them head-on. Good things are always rare. Lambas, Agra's family only had 3 pieces, and seeing that Levi liked it very much, he gave them all to him. Lambas cannot satisfy people's appetite, Levi. Even if you eat it, you will still crave the taste of bread and meat, but it has extraordinary effects. I believe it can help you at some time. It really helps me a lot, Agra. Do you have more here if possible? I want to buy some. Lambas is good, but unfortunately there are only 3. Agra shook his head. It's a pity, Levi. We don't usually sell lambas, and there are not many of them. I just saved a few pieces by chance. Well, thank you for your generosity. Knowing that there is no way to get more lambas in the short term, Levi is not disappointed. Even if he can only get these 3 pieces, he is already very satisfied. In the case that there is no way to make potions for the time being, each piece of lambas can be used as a trump card. The valley is a magical place. Here, people's sense of time will become dull, and it is difficult to perceive the passage of time. Looking at the waterfall in front of the valley, when Levi recalled, he found that he had lived here for a week. Life here is good, like a fairyland on earth. But it is too plain. The next morning, Levi dressed up and led his horse. Are you leaving, Levi? As if his heart had sensed it, Agra came to the manger. Time waits for no one, Agra. I still have a lot to do, and cannot stay here for long. May your steps follow the wind. Thank you. The elf in charge of raising horses was relieved when he heard that Levi had left. This human's mount was too strange. It refused to eat or drink for 7 consecutive days no matter what he did. Because of this matter, he asked Levi more than once, fearing that the horse would get sick from starvation, but Levi always said not to worry. If he hadn't seen that the horse was in good health, he would have thought that Levi had some conflict with the horse, and was starving it on purpose. Now it seems that this horse is indeed extraordinary. At least it is very resistant to starvation. Before leaving, Levi said to the elf who came to see him off, Agra, if you have time, please come to the castle between the top of the wind and the last bridge. I will treat you without reservation. During this period, this elf who met by chance did help Levi a lot, and also gave him good things like lambas. If there is a chance, Levi still wants to repay him. Originally, Levi planned to give some precious items as a souvenir, but he really didn't bring anything this time, and it felt a bit inappropriate to give gold and silver ingots directly, so he could only wait until next time. In addition, there is another small regret that I didn't see Aragorn. At this time, Aragorn's presence in the valley was still a secret, and not many people knew about it. He didn't take the initiative to come out, and the Lord of the Valley didn't mention it. Naturally, Levi couldn't say it, otherwise there was no way to explain it. So I can only give up for the time being. The journey always comes when it is said. Levi rode his horse out of the valley and headed west. Damn, A bunch of trash. You can't even beat an ordinary human. What are you doing? A deafening roar echoed in the cave. On the wide stone in the middle of the cave, a fat figure looked down at an orc, feeling full of pressure. That was the leader of the orcs in the orc town, and even the entire Misty Mountains, the Orc King. A human, who annihilated the troops he set out to plunder in the distance, has even gone further and come to his doorstep recently, and he killed another cavalry squad. This is simply a naked provocation, which is intolerable. For some reason, the Orc King is particularly concerned about this human, and every time the news about him is always spread very quickly. But we met an elf. The orc trembled and explained, and he is now living in the elf's territory. Then you won't go to a place where there are no elves? Ah? The orcs below were puzzled. However, the leader had received the news early. The orc scouts from the west of the troll forest had already found out that the sturdy castle where the human lived was now empty. Since the human left, there has been no fireworks in the castle for a long time. Some orcs secretly lay in the corner and listened. There were only some livestock calls inside, and no trace of human activities. There were also orcs who went to the city gate to yell and curse and throw things inside, but no one came out after waiting for a long time. He is in the elf's territory, which means there is no one in his house. Go and destroy his house. Then, go in and ambush. I want to see his head. The Orc King gave an order. If I can't handle you, can I not handle your family? I stay near your house and wait for you to come back and see how you run. Chapter 27. That night, a large-scale orc cavalry team set out from the Misty Mountains, bypassed the valley, passed through the troll forest, and rushed to a wilderness. Wherever they passed, birds flew away in fright and hares fled. At this time, Levi was still in the valley. Due to the cover of the forest, the elf scouts watching at the border only found that the Misty Mountains had sent another team. But since that team entered the troll forest, their specific movements have become a mystery. No one knows what they are going to do or where they are going. There are countless orc teams entering and leaving the Misty Mountains every year. This is just one of them, and it did not attract much attention from the elves. Besides, they are not coming for the valley, but rather a bit of a detour. However, although they did not attract the attention of the elves, when they stepped into the wilderness with great fanfare, they immediately attracted the attention of some figures. In the wilderness, a ranger stared at the shadows in the distance and felt puzzled. Perhaps something worth noting is about to happen. After traveling day and night, the orcs arrived at a place with forests, plains, and lakes in just a few days. On this day, the captain of the orcs jumped onto a huge rock and looked up into the distance. He saw a castle standing at the end of his vision, surrounded by a circle of stone walls, and he couldn't see what was inside. We're here. Enter the woods, make siege ladders, and launch an attack at night. The captain gave orders. The animals inside the wall barked meaninglessly, without feeling any danger. Only the 2 native horses bought from Bree on the horse farm seemed to have sensed something, constantly crowing and panting, and running around restlessly, but this action was destined to be useless. There was no one here at all. Only a group of quiet iron heads stared at the 2 noisy little guys with big eyes and expressionless faces. Scratching his head. On the same morning, Levi set out from the valley, looking at the newly unlocked module, feeling excited, and rushed home without stopping, just waiting to go home and show off his skills. That night. Boom! The siege ladder collided with the city wall and rested firmly on it. One by one, the orc shouted and climbed up the city wall impatiently. When the first orc climbed up the city wall and found that there was no one in the watchtowers on all sides, he immediately laughed strangely, walked to the city gate and pulled a switch. Creak! An iron door turned 90 degrees, opening an exit. Immediately, the orcs filed in and squeezed in one by one. Although the door was not big, it was high enough for the wargs and orcs to pass through together. Although it was a bit slow to enter one by one, sooner or later all the orcs would be able to enter. The pigs, chickens, cows and horses in the pasture looked at these invaders wisely and hummed meaninglessly. The orcs and wargs who entered first could not help themselves when they saw a large number of fresh livestock not far away. They raised their butcher knives and rushed over to slaughter them. Thinking of the fresh meat that would soon be in their mouths, their saliva was about to flow out. However, the moment they showed their intention to attack, the outcome was doomed. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled, as if some huge monster was approaching. The butcher knife was still raised in the air, and suddenly a sense of weightlessness came. The orc pioneer only felt a pain in his waist, and his sight suddenly flew up to the sky. He turned his head, and found that the warg under him had flown up at some point. Snap! The unfortunate orc rider flew out of the wall with his warg, and fell to the ground. His eyes rolled up, and he was motionless. If you feel that no one cares about you, you can go and hit the iron golem, and you will feel pain all over. Levi. The sudden appearance of the iron giant immediately attracted the attention of the large army. The surrounding orcs were frightened and shrank back for a while, as they watched their companions fly into the sky. Fight back, there is only one. The first to react was the orc captain, who roared when he saw the enemy appear. A large group of orc riders immediately showed fierce faces and swarmed up, butchering their knives and sharp teeth. The iron golem was outnumbered, and was soon entangled. Even though the iron golem could swing an orc, and its warg into the sky every time it raised its arm, it could only fight one by one. Under the repeated siege, a crack soon appeared on the iron golem. Finding that this thing was not invincible, Captain Oak immediately put his mind at ease, estimating that the loss was still within an acceptable range and would not be too great. Once this strange guard was killed, they could occupy this place. However, the next moment, there was a rumble and a tremor that was even louder than the previous one. From the corners of the city wall, the left and right sides of the castle, and some corners that had not been noticed before, tall and big guys rushed in from all directions, swinging their slender and hard iron arms, and directly knocked a large number of orcs away. Blood fell from the air, and splashed all over the ground. In just a blink of an eye, this team of only a few hundred people was dispersed, and a full 20 iron golems rushed in it, and the whole team collapsed at the touch of a button. One is troublesome enough, now tell me there are a bunch of these things? The orcs were dumbfounded. The momentum was constantly wavering and weakening. A one-sided massacre was unfolding. The two riders were frightened on the spot and blocked the door. They started a fight just to see who could get out first, cursing and killing each other. At this moment, the small iron gate at the gate of the city was obviously no longer a shortcut for the orcs to attack the city, but an obstacle for them to escape. Soon, one of the orcs was kicked to the ground and lay horizontally at the door, while the other rode the wolf and ran away without looking back. Ignoring his behavior, the only escape route was blocked. The orc captain inside the wall looked around and finally panicked at the messy battlefield. He yelled and tried to gather his men to organize a counterattack, but all this was in vain. At this moment, the group of orcs had been killed by the sudden army of iron golems and collapsed. There was chaos, and it was impossible to command. Magic, this must be some kind of powerful magic creation. It is impossible to defeat it with such a small number of people. Captain Oak made a judgment at the first time, knowing that the best thing to do at this time was to escape back and pass on the message, so he pushed away the oak beside him, and turned to run towards the only exit. Damn it, get out! At this moment, there were already several oaks crowded at the only exit, and they couldn't get out no matter what. Seeing that the soldiers behind him were almost killed, and it was his turn soon, the captain was anxious and couldn't wait any longer. He controlled the wolf to rush forward and pushed away the subordinates, who were crowded in front of him. Ah! The screams rang in his ears. When the captain ran to the door with great effort, he finally found out the reason why his subordinates were blocking here. A bunch of trash, move him away. Swish, another piece of oak was swung into the sky, and he couldn't care about anything else. The captain simply threw the wolf away, jumped down, and actually drilled out through the gap in the door. In the angry eyes of the ward before his death, this orc captain became the only survivor. He will bring the news here back to the orc king. What was brought back with him was the fear of this place. At this time, Levi was still on his way on horseback. Not knowing what happened, a bunch of prompts suddenly appeared above Levi's head that night. Dudane reputation increased by 50. Rivendell camp reputation increased by 50. Bree region reputation increased by 30. Your reputation is spreading in the free camp. Ah! A series of sudden reputation increase prompts made Levi unable to do anything. What happened? Chapter 28. The straight line distance from the valley to Levi's castle is about 50 leagues, or about 240 kilometers. With Levi's sleepless and full-speed travel, it doesn't take long to cross this distance. He sets out from the valley in the morning and arrives near the castle before dark the next day. In theory, if other interference is not taken into account and Levi travels in a straight line, he can get home within a day. However, on the one hand, the road he takes is not a straight line, and there are many bends. On the other hand, there are always some obstacles of varying sizes on the road, such as trees, stones blocking the road, some potholes, and sporadic orcs that pop up from time to time. All of these add to Levi's distance. It would be nice if I could have a full-speed horse. Levi couldn't help thinking. In MC, the maximum speed of a horse is 20 meters per second. If he could ride a full-speed horse, let alone reach the valley in a day, He could even go to the valley in the morning to eat and run back in the afternoon. The horse I'm riding now is still a little slow after all. But there's no rush. There will be a full-speed horse sooner or later. Even if there's no speed potion to temporarily increase the speed, there's a chance that 2 horses will give birth to a faster pony. As long as the genes are selected from generation to generation, good horses will always appear. Snap, snap. The sound of horse hooves gradually became smaller, and Levi stopped at the city gate. Before entering the gate, he noticed something wrong. What's that smell? It's a bit fishy and a bit rotten. Wait, why is the small iron gate next to the city gate open? What is that? Oak? Levi's heart sank, and he got off the horse on the spot, walked quickly to the iron gate, kicked open the body of an oak and walked in. Seeing the corpses all over the ground, Levi immediately understood what happened and went to check the ranch immediately. Fortunately, there was no loss. You guys are really reckless. A rough count showed that there were more than 200 corpses, including the Orkar wolves, piled on the ground inside the city wall. Levi even had no place to step for a while. Not only on the ground, but also on the top of the city wall sentry tower, which was obviously hit by the iron golems. Now I know where the reputation comes from. What a big grudge, you chased me to my house to fight. Levi opened the reputation interface and took a look. Misty Mountain Orc reputation, minus 344, dead enemy, don't say it, the hatred is actually not small. Clang. Several iron golems passed by with their cracked bodies. It seems that his side is not without any losses. Levi picked up a few iron ingots and a small red flower on the ground, shook his head, and planted it on the grass at the gate of the city. No matter how strong the iron golem is, it still has a health bar. 20 iron golems facing 100 cavalrymen. Such a casualty ratio is actually very scary. If these orcs were all fearless warriors, with the right formation and tactical command, they might really be able to fight the iron golems. But it is obvious that these orcs do not have such qualities. Levi can imagine that once a group of iron golems rush over, the formation of the orcs will collapse. One's own territory always needs to be taken care of. It took some time to decompose the wolf corpses into bones as fertilizer, and then move the orc corpses out for centralized incineration. Levi used a bucket to wash the ground several times to remove all the blood and odor. After doing all this, Levi first took a look at the protozoa without MC characteristics, especially the 2 horses. Not bad. Levi patted the horse's head. The 2 horses are still healthy. Levi left enough grass and water before leaving, so they were not hungry during this period. After simply cleaning the inside of the city wall, and taking out some iron to repair the damaged iron golem, Levi looked at his territory. It always feels a bit small. The places vacated by the previous expansion were all built into farms and ranches. Now I want to find a place to build an industrial zone, but there is no plan. We still have to continue to expand. He did it as soon as he said it. Levi put the items in his backpack into the warehouse on the spot, and took out a lot of building materials, dismantled and rebuilt the city wall, and continued to extend it outward. The expansion work lasted for more than a week. The amount of work this time was quite large. Levi directly extended the length of the city wall by twice, and raised it by several meters. The territory area was increased several times, and a large open space was created. This action almost completely consumed the cobblestone reserves that Levi had dug in the past 2 months. The warehouse boxes that were originally full were directly emptied, and this was not even enough, so the thickness of the city wall behind could only be temporarily reduced, and some stones would be dug when mining later. To be honest, at this moment, as a private territory, the area here is really a bit large, and it is no problem to use it to build a city. The city wall is more than 20 meters high and thick, and it extends hundreds of meters to the left and right. This is not something that an ordinary team of 100 people can think of. I am afraid that they will be daunted when they see this scale. At this moment, nearly half of the relatively flat land on this small plain has been included in the city wall, and the remaining flat land is estimated to support a large-scale expansion. If he expands further, Levi will have to manually repair the surrounding terrain. After expanding the territory, Levi immediately marked out a new area for future industrial use. Furnace, anti-metallurgy furnace, alloy furnace, anvil, workbench. It's called an industrial area, but in fact, there are not many things that can be placed at present, and it looks very empty. What's missing? Levi felt that it was missing a large furnace built with charred black bricks. Although the newly unlocked alloy casting module made Levi feel novel, he also felt a little bit of pity. After all, if it comes to the best smelting module, the craftsman's soul must be ranked first. Maybe there is still some condition that has not been met. Without thinking any more, without wasting time, Levi put iron and coal into the alloy furnace, and grains of experience fell from his body and entered the furnace. Not long after, pieces of elf steel came out of the furnace. From now on, Levi can also make elf equipment. He immediately made a set of elven steel armor, and after putting it on, he found that the armor value was a whole grid higher than that of the iron suit. Unfortunately, it was still far from the diamond suit. But it was not bad. After all, the raw materials were only iron and coal, which were very cheap, and he could not expect more. In terms of style, unlike the standard military armor with elven characteristics worn by the elves, this set of armor was similar to the iron suit in shape. Upon closer inspection, some differences in details could be seen, and the color was also slightly different, silver gray. Weapons did not need to be made, as they were not as good as the sword with 9 attacks in his hand, but the tools could be updated. The durability of tools made of elven steel was slightly higher than that of iron tools, and the digging speed was also a little faster. It would be great if it could be enchanted. This was not the first time Levi thought so. But the materials for the enchantment table were always a big problem. After thinking carefully, Levi realized that he needed too many things: diamonds, obsidian, blaze rods, alchemy table. Especially the alchemy table. The raw materials of the enchantment table are real after all, and they can always be obtained, but Levi really doesn't know where to get the blaze rod for the alchemy table. Unless this world can be connected to hell. But will connecting to another dimension really be allowed? Levi secretly thought that he must try it if he has the chance. Chapter 29. Actually, Levi has always had an idea about the raw materials for the alchemy table. Balrog. Flame people will catch fire, and so will Balrog, so maybe the materials dropped by Balrog can also be used. Obsidian, diamonds, magma, Balrog. Where can I find all these things at once? Dwarfs. The dwarf territory will definitely not lack these things. Whether it is the dwarf gathering place in the Blue Mountains, the Great Wonder of Moria in the Misty Mountains, or the Iron Hills, they are all built in the mountains, and there are always many minerals in the mountains. With minerals, there is naturally no shortage of exquisite smelting and forging technology. Even if there is really no magma, you can rely on those equipment to manually melt some out, so there is a solution to the magma problem. Then, there are diamonds. Dwarves dig underground all year round. There must be a lot of them. As long as you pay a certain price, it is not difficult to get them. As for the last Balrog, at this time, Moria should be full of orcs, and the Balrog is lurking in it. Levi doesn't want to provoke that thing now. Although he has some coping methods in mind, such as trying infinite water, blocking blocks, adding TNT, bow and arrow dog-walking tactics, etc., but if it doesn't work, he will be involved. There are still too few coping methods. Levi suddenly thought of Smog. This dragon can breathe fire, so will the material on its body be fireproof? Levi is getting more and more interested in this dragon. Whether it is a Balrog, an evil dragon, or the current development, everything cannot avoid one word: dwarf. It seems that I have to go to the dwarf territory, no matter what. Opening the paper map, Levi looked at the dwarf territory. The Iron Hills are too far away, there are dragons in the Lonely Mountain, and Moria is full of orcs. The best place to go is the Blue Mountains. If I remember correctly, the dwarves of Thorin and Durrance clan lived there at that time. It's just right to go and take a look. I won't miss him this time, right? Levi really wants to see what this downtrodden dwarf king looks like now. In addition, Levi is also very envious of the dwarf's craftsmanship. If he can unlock the synthesis of dwarf series items, it will probably be a good thing. After all, the dwarf's forging skills are famous throughout Middle-earth. But all this is a story for later. Recently, Levi is still busy with the development of the territory. Levi has been busy and fulfilled during this period. Every day, he went to the mines like crazy, half digging iron and half digging stone, replenishing iron ore and stone. When his backpack was full, he went home, and after putting things away, he went out to mine again, repeating the cycle. At night, he took out the ore and burned it in batches, and repaired the city wall that was previously cut corners. While repairing, he would also take time to check on the animals and feed them. Occasionally, he would go to harvest vegetables when he saw that the farm was almost ripe. This feeling of having something to do every moment, and the resources growing visibly every moment because of his own efforts, is very addictive. After the city wall was repaired, looking at the warehouse with more materials again, Levi built a blacksmith shop in the industrial area and moved all the work blocks such as anvils and workbenches into it. This is the first building in Levi's territory besides the big castle. After the blacksmith shop was built, Levi walked around the castle again. Suddenly, he looked into the distance and remembered the forest where he had annihilated the oak team. At this time, the area was still bumpy, with big holes everywhere. After thinking it over, Levi felt that this was not very beautiful, so he took some soil and stones and leveled the terrain. As for the stone pillars that had been built in the sky before, they had been dismantled by Levi a long time ago. This thing was an eyesore. But when the stone pillars were mentioned, Levi remembered another thing. Water on the ground. This thing had never been tried before. Levi did it right away. He returned to the territory, built a high platform, and laid a small pool underneath. Then, he dragged a wild boar up there. Kicked it down. Humph. The wild boar was kicked, and a drop of blood was lost. It kicked its fat legs and screamed in the air. Then, with a splash, he fell into the pool, but he didn't even bend his legs. He jumped up and ran around. Landing in the water, it worked. Levi opened his arms, and took a leap of faith on the spot. The air rubbed against his face, blowing his clothes rustling. Splash! Not a drop of blood fell. Cool! Levi felt quite happy standing up from the puddle. From that day on, Levi had a new activity, which was to practice landing in the water. That is, to release the water in the bucket at the moment of landing to avoid bleeding. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. 14 speed. On this day, Levi fed the 2 fastest horses with golden carrots as usual. This time he was lucky. The 2 horses with a maximum speed of 13.5 meters per second gave birth to a pony with a maximum speed of 14 meters per second. When the speed crosses this line, it can barely be regarded as the threshold of a good horse. The speed of movement has achieved another breakthrough. After half a month of accumulation, the ranch is now full of vitality, no longer just a few big cows and small pigs. Not to mention the live chickens, cows and pigs, the meat is almost a box. Just looking at the ranch, Levi always feels that something is missing. What is it? Oh, sheep. How could I forget this? Although there are no sheep, Levi really feels that there is no demand. He has no shortage of meat, and wool is useless except for making carpets and beds. Without demand, there is no production. However, due to some obsessive-compulsive disorder, Levi decided to bring 2 sheep back from the next trip. It's almost done. The territory is prosperous, and there is nothing to continue to build. It's time to embark on a new journey and find something new. But before that, Levi opened the mineral box, looked at the rows of iron blocks inside, and took out more than a dozen groups directly. Then, he placed them in various places in the territory. So iron golems were born one by one. Not long after, there were more than 200 iron golems in the territory. As soon as these iron giants were born, they patrolled along the outermost circle of the territory, on the city walls, and under the city walls. 200 iron golems sound a lot, but when they are scattered on the walls of the entire territory, they seem less. These iron golems have their own fixed active areas. They usually don't wander around and hinder the activities in the territory. They only gather when the territory is in danger. With such a large army, even if the next time is an oak army of thousands, Levi doesn't have to worry about the territory being in trouble. Safety was guaranteed. After releasing the iron golem, Levi turned his head and sharpened his knife to go to the chicken farm. After a while, there were 2 more groups of chicken feathers in the backpack, and the chicken farm was more than half empty, but it was soon filled with chicks from eggs. After so long, he had already collected several boxes of eggs, so there was no shortage. After slaughtering the chicken, Levi went to the warehouse to look for it, and barely got a group of flints out, all of which were byproducts of mining. At this time, what to do was already clear. Arrows. After the previous battles, Levi had deeply realized the truth that an inch longer is an inch stronger. No matter whether it is useful or not, it is always right to carry some war preparations on your body. After rubbing 4 groups of arrows, Levi took out 16 gold ingots and made 2 golden apples. Another life-saving trump card. If Levi eats the golden apples and lambas together, his life will be ridiculously hard in 10 seconds. I don't know if the elves will like this. Looking at the golden apples in his backpack, Levi decided that he might bring one to Agra as a gift next time he went to the valley. It's just a pity that he can only make 2 after searching the entire territory. Most of the gold is used to make golden carrots to feed the horses. The reserves are really not enough. Too much lack. At this moment, Levi began to think about the trolls again, but it is not a sustainable way to fish out all the fish in the pond. It would be great if there were gold mines. Traveling always comes when it's said. Unconsciously, traveling and exploring have become Levi's normal. Carrying a backpack of supplies and strategic reserves, Levi chose a bright morning, led the fastest horse in the trough, put on the saddle and horse armor, and officially started the next journey. West, to the Blue Mountains. Chapter 30. As soon as he got on this 14-speed horse, Levi immediately felt the difference. The speed at which the scenery on both sides receded was obviously faster, and the oncoming wind was slightly stronger. The physical sense was obviously enhanced. Levi was looking forward to the full-speed horse more and more. At this moment, Levi was riding a horse while looking at the map. The first stop was Bree. The distance from the roadside ford to Bree was not much different from that to the valley, and the road conditions were even better. In addition, this time the best horses were used for the journey, and it was expected to arrive before dark. Just go all the way. Before dawn, Levi had already set foot in an unknown gathering place, and there was a small inn not far from the road. Forgotten Inn. Looking at the familiar inn, Levi thought about it, and he got off the horse and walked in. There were few people in this slightly quaint inn, and only 3 or 2 tables were eating. Levi saw a familiar figure among them, so he sat directly opposite. The man who was eating coarse bread with a glass of water raised his head, and his bright eyes under the hood stared at the person who suddenly sat down opposite him. Levi? Faladane put down the bread and drank a sip of water. Why are you here? Do you need my help? He did not forget that he had given Levi a silver coin. That was his promise. He told Levi in person that if he had any problems, he could come to the Forgotten Inn to wait for him. But today was a coincidence, and he ran into him directly. Nothing, just felt that you might be here, so I came in to say hello. You are back from the valley? I have been back for a long time. In fact, I am now on my second journey. I remember it was less than a month since you left. I've been back for half a month. Faladin was silent for a while. What a quick reply. By the way, my people told me that half a month ago, there was an orc cavalry team marching westward at the edge of the wilderness, heading this way. I suspect their target might be you. Faradin looked serious. A cavalry team of hundreds of people is not easy to deal with. In fact, I was planning to go to the roadside fort to tell you about this. Levi's mouth corners raised, and he retreated tactically. Your information is outdated, Faradin. That team has been wiped out by me. My iron golems were annihilated by me, no problem. Faladin was a little silent for a while. I haven't been active here recently, so the news may be a little behind, but no matter what, I'm glad you're okay. By the way, where are you going this time? Blue Mountains. We've just left the elves' territory, so we're going to look for the dwarves. I have some things to do there. Well, you seem to be very busy all the time. A busy man in Middle-earth. After a brief chat, the two had nothing more to say. With water, Faradin quickly ate the remaining bread, stood up and said, I see you off. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Levi always felt that his movements when he stood up were a little stiff. May you be able to go with the wind. Outside the inn, Faradin gave his parting wishes. However, Levi didn't get on the horse immediately, but just stared at him, which made him look a little unnatural. What's wrong? Are you injured? Levi suddenly asked. How did you know? Well, fighting frequently will inevitably cause minor injuries, and you'd be fine after a period of rest. I don't think it's a minor injury. Levi looked at Faradin's health bar. December 25th. It's not easy for this guy to still be standing. He literally lost half his life. -1. While talking, the homeless man lost another drop of blood. No, buddy, don't die in front of me. Levi sighed, took out a golden apple with a warm color, and handed it to Faradin. Take this, it's full of vitality, maybe it can cure you. It's too expensive. Faradin shook his head. If he saw it right, the apple seemed to be made of gold. Whether it can be eaten or not is not a question, but it must be very expensive. No need to say more, take it. I don't want you to die in front of me. Levi was determined and stuffed the golden apple into Faradin's hand. Seeing through. Faradin no longer tried to hide his anger, and his spirit waned. His spirit retreated. Eat. Levi stared at him. The exhausted vagrant looked at the apple that seemed to be made of gold, hesitated for a moment, and took a bite. Sweet juice burst out from the apple, and Faradin's eyes widened in an instant. The moment the flesh fell into his stomach, his whole body seemed to cheer from head to toe, and the cuts and poison wounds on his body healed at an incredible speed. At the same time, a golden glow appeared on his body, making him feel invincible. This was an extra layer of shield. When the apple was eaten, his health was fully restored. 25/25, this thing is too precious. Faradin realized the value of this apple in an instant. I owe you a life. If there is anything you need me to do, please tell me. Levi wanted to say it was nothing, but then he thought that nomads were walking around in the wilderness and were well informed, so maybe they could. In that case, let me think, do you know where there are gold mines? As far as I know, there are some in the dwarf territory, and there are also some in the human kingdom in the south, such as Gundor. No, these gold mines with owners are not needed. I want to know if there are any gold mines without owners. If there are none, gold mines occupied by orcs are fine, or even in Mordor. You know what I mean? Faradin was thoughtful. I see. As for places where gold mines are produced, I seem to have heard of some in my memory, but it may take some time to confirm. It's okay, I wait for you. Faradin nodded heavily, obviously treating this matter as a top priority. After saying goodbye to Faradin, Levi continued to go west, passing through Bree and passing by the Barrow Down. It was night when he arrived near the Barrow Down. Levi stayed there for a while, and deliberately made some noises and lights, but unfortunately he failed to attract the corpse demon this time. So he had to give up. The next day during the day, Levi entered the territory of the Shire, and rode along the road. It was not until noon that he stopped at a hobbit's residence. He got off the horse, and knocked on the door gently. Wait a minute, please let me take this steak out of the pot first. Oh, forgive me, I didn't expect a guest to come at this time. The chattering voice came from far away, and soon stopped behind the door. Creak. The door opened. Bilbo looked up, stared at the sunlight, squinted his eyes for a few seconds before suddenly shouting, Levi? The hospitable hobbit immediately walked out of the door, and opened his arms excitedly. Welcome, meet you again, Levi. It's been a few months since we last met. Anyway, it's been several months. Come on, come in, we can have lunch together. I still have some good wine, we can taste it together. Listening to Bilbo's chattering, Levi felt a trance. The hobbit still lived his comfortable life. After not seeing him for a few months, neither Bilbo nor Bag End had changed at all. Even the room he lived in was still the same, with the bed neatly made. Speaking of which, I always feel that you seem to have changed a lot. I mean, the feeling that I can't explain. I think a lot of things must have happened to you recently. Just when Levi was sighing, Bilbo suddenly appeared and looked at Levi. Chapter 31. To be fair, what Bilbo said was indeed correct. A lot of things have happened in the past few months. Levi has killed hundreds of orcs with his own hands. He has also successfully transformed from a rookie, who knows nothing, to a veteran, who can fight calmly in various occasions. Although he has not fought any large-scale battles, various assaults and sneak attacks often come. After many battles, Levi's temperament has undergone a transformation without knowing it. You look like you have been to a far place. Is there anything new, Levi? A lot of things have happened. Levi sighed. Seeing Levi like this, Bilbo knew that the next period of time should not be boring. This chef is very good at telling stories. If I had known you were coming, I would have bought some fresh food. Let's eat something else at noon today, and then I will go to the market after eating. Bilbo flipped through the shelves where food was stored, and had already thought about what to eat in the next few days. But unfortunately, Levi only stayed here for one day. The time we spend together is always short. The next morning, Levi got on his horse, and prepared to leave. Are you really not going to stay a little longer, Levi? Bilbo felt a little sorry. Haha, don't worry, Bilbo, we meet again. Bilbo put his hands on his waist and nodded. Looking at Levi's figure going away, his thoughts also flew to the horizon, thinking about the story Levi told him yesterday. Troll Forest, orcs, Rivendell elves. All these new things made the hobbit yearn for it, and he even wanted to. No, forget it, adventure? Impossible, this tiring and insecure life is not as comfortable as the days in Bag End. Shaking his head, Bilbo returned to the house. However, he still couldn't help looking out the window into the distance. A few days later, in the woods near the Shuan River, Levi was riding his horse in an elven steel armor, avoiding the trees in front of him and cursing. What a ghost! How can there be orcs in this place? Roar! And wargs. At this moment, there were at least a dozen wargs chasing Levi, 5 of which were riding orcs. I should have known not to take the shortcut. With such a small force, Levi was actually not afraid at all. But his horse was afraid. Hiss! Levi's horse was shot by an arrow by the archer behind him without noticing, and raised its hoof, and paused for a moment. As soon as it paused, a warg immediately pounced on it, and bit the horse's butt hard. These beasts especially like to bite butts. Get lost. Levi thrust his sword backwards, piercing the wolf's head on the spot, leaving its body behind. Levi turned around and took out some wheat to feed the horse, filling up its health. If it had been an ordinary horse, it would have been shot or bitten to death several times along the way. The oak behind him screamed and shot another arrow, which rubbed Levi's head, causing Levi to gasp. TSK. Seeing that it was no use taking a unilateral beating, Levi had no choice but to draw his bow and shoot an arrow behind him. Swoosh, it went astray as expected. Ha ha. The oak chasing behind him laughed. It must be said that Levi blushed a little, as his horse archery skills were not as good as any oak archer he met on the roadside. Laugh, laugh, if I wasn't riding a horse, I would have shot you all down. Levi gritted his teeth, but he kept pulling the bow. What he lacked in accuracy, he made up for with quantity. If he shot more, he would always hit one or two. Anyway, he had a lot of arrows. Have you ever seen an archer carrying hundreds of arrows? As the wolves fell to the ground after being shot, the orcs behind him also realized that something was wrong. Does this guy have unlimited arrows? I don't think I saw where his arrows came from. Bah rubbish, come down and fight. An orc shouted. You said that? Levi jumped off his horse at lightning speed after bypassing a big tree, and put down several boulders in a row to block the road behind him. At the same time, he took the initiative to run back to intercept the wolves, who wanted to jump over. Seeing Levi offering himself to the door, the wargs didn't care about the horse blocked by the boulder behind them. They roared and rushed towards Levi. However, Levi just chopped down 2 wargs with a left and right slash. And these 2 wargs only bit off a little blood from him, and it was fully restored in the blink of an eye. After these 2 wargs, a group of late-coming wargs rushed over one after another. Some bit Levi's kidneys, some tore his thighs, and some even jumped up to gnaw his head. In a few seconds, Levi was full of wargs, but only the occasional -1 proved that they couldn't cause much damage. No matter how much they bit, they couldn't recover blood as fast as Levi. The biggest damage they caused might be mental attacks, which made Levi's body full of fishy saliva. The next thing was simple. Just kill and keep killing. Aha, you're dead. An orc saw Levi was covered with wolves, and knew he was going to die. He rushed over and swung his butcher knife to chop him. However, the next moment, a sword pierced through the body of the wolves and stabbed his throat. You're biting so hard even after you're dead. Levi pulled off the wolves hanging on his body and chased after the remaining orcs in fear. Increased reputation of the Blue Mountain Dwarf Camp by 15. Increased reputation of the Linton area by 10. The reminder of reputation increase came, foreshadowing the annihilation of this small group of soldiers. Levi opened the camp interface and suddenly found that the reputation of the Linton area had reached 160 at some point, but he didn't seem to have done anything here. Huh? Levi suddenly discovered something. It turns out that the reputation of Linton and Rivendell is interoperable. But it's normal to think about it. These two were originally separated from the same family, so it's reasonable to be considered as one camp. It's also a good relationship in Linton. As for the dwarves, at present, at least the dwarves in the Blue Mountains have reached a friendly attitude towards him, so there is no need to worry about being questioned. Knock off the cobblestone and get on the horse. Levi continued to the west, and soon came to the river. After crossing the Shuan River, the Blue Mountains are a short distance away. However, riding a horse to swim is obviously unrealistic. Levi took out the workbench and rolled out a rectangular boat on the spot. He pushed the horse on first, then sat on it, selected the direction and started paddling. The boat was not big, just enough to accommodate 1 person and 1 horse. The 2 oars kept paddling and turning under Levi's operation, driving the boat across the cloud shadows in the river, leaving waves of ripples. The speed of rowing is not slower than riding a horse, and it didn't take long before this not-so-narrow river was crossed. Standing on the ground again, looking into the distance, Levi knew that he was not far from his destination. Levi opened the paper map he got from Bilbo again. It is unknown who drew this map and when, and the specific address of Thorin Hall was not marked on it. But it doesn't matter. After Levi goes there and opens the map, he can just mark it on the system map. He won't have to worry about not finding it in the future. Although there is no address on the map, Levi still knows a vague direction. It should be in the southwest direction. Most of the time on the road is always boring and uninteresting. It was not until the evening of the next day, looking at the mountain at the end of the skyline and the light at the foot of the mountain, and stepping on the solid and neat road, that Levi finally breathed a sigh of relief. We're here. Chapter 32. To be honest, it was not an easy journey. Because he really didn't know where the main road was, Levi followed the locations he had seen in his memory, and walked through the forest and mountains little by little, and made a straight path in the wild. It can be said to be walking the wild road in the literal sense. In some places, The terrain was so rugged that the horse almost couldn't jump over it. At this moment, he finally found the neat road leading to the dwarf gathering place. Levi was so moved that he drove his horse to the place where the light came from. It was not until he approached the tall door embedded in the mountain that he slowed down and walked slowly over. In front of the huge building, Levi looked up. It must be said that although the dwarves are not tall, their architectural style is magnificent. Levi had to look up again and again to see the building in front of him. Even the door is so big, it is estimated that the mountain should have been hollowed out, and the space inside will only be larger. Ha, marvel at our buildings, human. As he was watching, a voice suddenly came from behind him. He turned around and found a dwarf on the side of the road looking him up and down. You don't look like a traveling merchant. What are you doing here? He asked. Levi turned over and got off his horse, and greeted the dwarf, who looked quite old. Greetings to you. This is my first time in the dwarf's territory. I heard that the dwarf's forging craftsmanship is unmatched, so I want to see it for myself. Hearing what Levi said, the dwarf immediately looked proud. Haha, then you are at the right place. The dwarf's craftsmanship is not comparable to those guys outside. The best armor, sharp weapons. As long as you have enough silver coins, you can take all of these away. Although we don't usually do business with strangers, you look pretty good. I can see that you must be a good fighter who has been on the battlefield. If it were me, I would be happy to sell you some good things. The dwarf was quite enthusiastic. After chatting with Levi for a while, he saw that he was unfamiliar with the place and pointed him the way. If you want to find a hotel, turn right after entering the door. If you want to buy something, go left. There are several blacksmith shops and caravans that have just returned recently. Thank you. After bidding farewell to the kind dwarf, Levi led the horse and sighed as he walked. Who said that dwarves are vulgar and impolite? Rumors, aren't they quite polite, and they are also very enthusiastic. Thinking about it, Levi crossed the huge door and walked into the hall in the mountain where the dwarves gathered. Dwarves usually live and work in the mountains. Except for the caravans, they rarely travel far away. After the fall of Lonely Mountain, this hall was where Thorin and his people settled. Although he was mentally prepared, the scenery inside still made Levi feel astonished. As soon as he entered the door, Levi opened his eyes wide. The space inside the cave seemed much larger than the outside. There was a dome that stretched as far as the eye could see, a chandelier tied with a thick iron chain, glowing stones inlaid on the wall, various houses and bridges built along the valley, and spectacular statues and tall walls that extended from the underground river to the top corners that required looking up to see. There was a clanging sound of metal knocking echoing in the huge space, accompanied by a little noise. Following the instructions of the dwarf just now, Levi looked to the right, and indeed saw a multi-story building at a glance, with many dwarves coming and going in it. This is the hotel. Welcome, find a place to sit. The hotel owner greeted Levi, who came in with a big belly. Oh, but it seems that you need to place your mount first. Move, young man, go find a place for the guest's horse. The boss called the young dwarf next to him, and quickly arranged everything for Levi and his mount. After a while, Levi sat down at the table, waiting for the dwarf's special food. Strong liquor barbecue. The delicious food was soon served. This time, Levi brought a lot of silver coins, all taken from the ogre's nest, and the money was enough for him to spend lavishly for a while. Maybe it was time for dinner, and the dwarves around gradually increased, and the restaurant on the first floor, which seemed a bit quiet before, became lively, and many people chose to eat here. However, with more dwarves, Levi's presence seemed a bit abrupt. Human? I haven't seen one in a long time. It's rare. It doesn't look like he's here for business. Maybe he's traveling. But he's pretty slim. He may have a good figure, but he doesn't have a good beard. I don't know where he came from. Levi took a deep breath and withdrew his comment that the dwarves were quite polite. These chattering dwarves are really noisy sometimes. Oh, my beard. This is the first time I've seen a human. Hey, brother over there, let's have a drink. A dwarf, who looked very young, suddenly raised a cup full of malt liquor and pointed it at Levi. Levi raised his eyebrows and had to raise his cup in response. Ha ha! The dwarf laughed loudly and drank the beer in the cup in one gulp. At the end, he burped, wiped the foam on his beard, and groaned happily. Levi was naturally not weak, and drank it all in one breath without changing his expression. After drinking, he raised his eyebrows at the dwarf, indicating that his cup in his hand was also empty. Whoosh whoosh. A dwarf whistled and started to make a noise on the spot. Drink him. Drink him. Soon, a circle of dwarves who were watching the fun and not minding the trouble started to make a noise. Levi helplessly looked at the boss for help, and then found that the boss was also making a noise. Not a buddy. Okay, come on. Levi slapped the table and accepted the challenge on the spot. That's great. If you can get me drunk today, I pay for you. The young dwarf threatened and asked the boss to bring 2 large barrels of wine on the spot. With a crash, the 2 tables were put together. Gulp gulp gulp. Ton 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 ha, the 2 began to drink like this, without even eating side dishes. The dwarf was happy. There were few people in this area who could drink more than him. This human was destined to lose today. Levi was also happy because drunkenness was just a buff for him, and he had several barrels of milk in his backpack. As for the problem of stomach capacity, although wine can also increase satiety, it seems that you can still drink even if you are full, but the duration of the drunkenness buff will also increase. This cup of toast, let's toast our meeting. Burp! The dwarf raised the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. Well, thank you very much, but this is the 5th time you have toasted our meeting. Levi continued to ton ton ton. At this moment, the table in front of the 2 men was already full of wine glasses. Judging from the capacity of the glasses, each glass must be at least more than 1 pound. The 2 people drank nearly 20 glasses each. I tell you, you can't spit it out. The dwarf pointed at Levi with white foam at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes seemed a little unfocused. Levi put down the empty cup and said easily, "Ah, okay, I seem to have a feeling. Is this drunkenness?" Boom, Levi said softly. His eyes were clear, and there was no sign of holding on. However, these words sounded like the whisper of a devil in the ears of the young dwarf. He rolled his eyes, and fell asleep on the table on the spot, with wine foam oozing from the corners of his mouth. Levi's words really made his heart collapse. Winner, human traveler. The boss stepped on the stool, raised Levi's arm, and announced his victory. Oh. Blue Mountain area dwarf reputation increased by 10. Chapter 33. Is this okay? Looking at the sudden reputation increase prompt, Levi retreated strategically. I can only say that dwarves are worthy of being dwarves. Drinking can also increase so much reputation. But this also gave Levi more ideas. To increase reputation, you don't necessarily have to kill. Just thinking about it, Levi felt his sight gradually began to drift upwards. Not good, starting to get tired. Look at the status bar, drunk. 5 hours 34 minutes, I think I need to go upstairs to put my luggage. Please, sir, but please pay attention to the top of your head. After all, this place may be a little low for you. Bang! There was a collision sound from the stairs. Sir? I'm fine, Levi shouted, and immediately returned to his room. Take out the milk, tons. The drunken state was instantly lifted. Levi did not forget the purpose of coming here, but the sudden change really disrupted his rhythm. But at least, he didn't have to pay for the hotel, as the young dwarf promised to pay for him. After sobering up, Levi didn't stay here for long, and went straight to the market. There were quite a few people in the market at this moment. As the polite dwarf he met on the road said, their caravan had just returned and brought a lot of fresh goods, and everyone was spending money at this time. Among the dwarves, Levi was indeed a little eye-catching, but at least no one came to disturb him. After all, Levi's reputation was friendly. As he walked, several blacksmith shops on the roadside soon attracted Levi's attention. Fine swords and armor. Levi walked over and took a look at the goods in this shop. Dwarven steel sword, attack +7. Are the swords sold in any roadside shop good swords of the same level as diamond swords? Are you interested in weapons? Then you've come to the right place. I have good goods here. It's really good goods. Levi nodded, but he didn't need them. None of them were as good as his own sword. After looking at the weapons, Levi looked at the armor again, touched it left and right, and tapped it twice with his fingers. Finally, the blacksmith boss couldn't stand it anymore. Don't look at it, human, that armor is made for dwarves. You can't wear it. If you want, I can tailor it for you, but it may take a while. No, I just take a look. Levi was a little depressed. He had seen the sword and touched the armor. Why hasn't the synthesis formula been unlocked yet? Levi began to recall the experience of unlocking a new formula in the valley. Yes, it was unlocked after seeing the forging table in the valley. In this case, the dwarven recipes can only be unlocked after seeing the dwarven forging place? Have you thought about buying something? There is nothing I want here. Levi shook his head and asked, Do you have diamonds or obsidian? The dwarf blacksmith looked at Levi strangely. Do you think I have any here? Those things can't be used to make weapons or tools. I suggest you go and ask the miners, who often stay underground. Maybe they have some collections. Or you can go and see the guy over there. He sells jewelry. The blacksmith kindly pointed Levi in a direction. Thank you. Levi walked around the bustling caravan and came to a relatively quiet house, asking the question again. Obsidian? What's the use of this thing? I don't have it, but I have some diamonds. What kind do you want? A ring, a necklace, or a bracelet? I want a whole piece. The jeweler looked at Levi carefully. As the saying goes, you can't judge a person by appearance. This human master, the material of the clothes he wears is really good. It is estimated that it is also a luxury level among humans. It doesn't look like he is short of money. How big do you want? It has to be this big. Levi said, and gestured with his hand according to the size of the diamond shown in the synthesis table. Although he gestured with his hand, he was still a little nervous. After all, he was not sure whether the money he had was enough to buy the diamond he wanted. The jeweler opened his eyes wide and looked at the size Levi gestured. His customer, this size, if you want a whole piece, it may be a bit difficult to get, but if it's small pieces, I can make a diamond of the same volume. Small pieces. Levi hesitated for a moment and agreed. Okay, I can try. Although he didn't know what Levi meant by I can try, the dwarf jeweler still walked into the warehouse, searched for a while, and finally scratched out a pile of broken pieces. Let's see if it works. Unlocked formula, diamond grains. A pile of diamond grains can be synthesized into a whole big diamond. Okay, how much? The jeweler said a number. Levi took a look at the silver coins in his backpack and felt that these ogres were really a bit poor. I don't have that much. Can I exchange it with other gems? Yes, as long as those gems are really worth the price. Hearing this, Levi took out the last few gems on his body, all of which were picked from the corpse demon. The corpse demon is still making use of its residual heat. These gems are of good quality. They can be exchanged for diamonds 1.2 times their size. Are there more? These are not enough to exchange for all. Use silver coins to make up for the rest. Levi's face was painful. One night back to the pre-liberation era. But finally got it. Achievement, diamond. Back to the hotel, as the achievement prompt appeared, a blue diamond appeared on the workbench. Most of his silver coins plus 3 small gems were exchanged for a diamond about the size of a fist. After the synthesis, there was still a small fragment left. It took almost all of his wealth to get such a diamond. I need another one, but I can't afford it anymore. Levi was a little distressed. Suddenly, he remembered what the dwarf jeweler said. Such a big diamond is very rare. He seemed to have said that, right? Levi weighed the heavy diamond in his hand. To be honest, this synthetic diamond is very beautiful, crystal clear, and the quality is good. After thinking about it, Levi went downstairs to ask the boss, who is the richest in this area. A moment later, in the residence of another dwarf. Superb. The dwarf, who was obviously fatter than the other dwarves he had seen outside, shouted. Give it to you, all of it, my silver coins, gold, can be given to you, as long as you are willing to give it to me. A big, beautiful and hard diamond, or a high-quality one, is simply too attractive to a wealthy dwarf who loves shiny things by nature. No need for gold and silver, I want diamonds, a lot of diamonds, whether they are broken or in pieces. Don't leave here, wait for me for a while. The dwarf hurried out with all his wealth. After waiting for a long time, until it was almost time for the next meal, when Levi began to doubt whether he could come back today, the wealthy dwarf struggled to enter the house with a small box in his arms, and there was a rustling sound from inside. Look at these, is it enough? I can guarantee that all the diamonds dug out of this area for sale are here, and you won't be able to buy more in the short term. Levi opened the box and took a look. These broken diamond grains are probably enough to synthesize 5 diamonds. This guy is really collecting them carefully. Enough, give it to you. Achievement, give you diamonds. This was a pleasant transaction. Levi exchanged 1 diamond for enough diamond grains to make 5 diamonds, and the dwarf exchanged some broken diamonds that were only of acceptable quality for wholesale export for a large diamond of high quality. Both of them were very satisfied. Chapter 34. This is a way to make money. Levi looked at the 5 diamonds in his hand and thought. The diamonds synthesized on the workbench are not only large in size, but also of excellent quality. No matter what the quality is before synthesis, they are all top quality after synthesis. Collect diamonds of average quality, synthesize them, and then sell them. This is a very profitable thing. But you can't do this kind of thing too much, otherwise it will depreciate. Now that the diamonds sold in this area should have been cleared out by me, if I want more, I may have to wait for subsequent replenishment. Of course, the dwarves' diamond reserves cannot be limited to this. especially the dwarves here, their lives are not poor. But I guess they didn't expect that someone would buy so much at a time, and only buy raw materials instead of finished products. Obsidian. Now that there is a way to obtain diamonds, the next thing to do is to solve another item. This thing is usually useless, and no dwarves have it. Then we can only start from somewhere else. Get some magma. Levi went to the blacksmith who had shown him the way. Do you have lava here? I want to get a bucket. No, what do you want it for? The blacksmith racked his brains, but couldn't figure out what a traveler would need lava for. Would he take it as a souvenir? That's ridiculous. I really need it. No. How much is this sword? After a while, Levi bought the only sword in the shop and asked again. Just 1 bucket is fine, I can pay. This sword is really not cheap. But as for money, although Levi always has little on him, with Levi's productivity, he can make a lot of it at any time if he wants. All you can say is spend if you want to, don't save a bit. The blacksmith looked at him and finally said with relief, Okay, I have a brother working in the smelting plant, he can help you get some. Seeing that the matter could be done, Levi was also relieved. If it couldn't be done, he would plan to bring more supplies to try to dig directly into the mantle. The mantle. It's not certain whether you can reach it alive in that extreme environment. Taking advantage of the free time, the blacksmith took Levi to the depths of the hall. After several detours, when Levi was almost dizzy, a spacious forging hall finally appeared in front of him. Hey, old man, how are you today? Not bad. In front of the big furnace in the middle of the forging hall, a dwarf wiped his sweat and swung a hammer to knock on a piece of armor. After a while, he stopped when he finished this small stage of work and came over to greet the blacksmith formally. Who is this? He looked at Levi. My client wants a bucket of lava. Can you help him? That's easy, but is lava enough? Yes. Levi answered immediately, taking out a bucket. Just fill this bucket. Okay, strange request. After chatting with his old friend for a while, the blacksmith went back. After all, he still had business to do. On the other side, Levi looked at the various equipment in the forging hall and felt itchy. If I were you, I wouldn't touch it. If you don't want your fingers to be burned, stay away. The dwarf kindly reminded him. But Levi still touched it. -1. Hiss, huh? Hot. Special multi-block structure dwarf furnace array detected. New synthesis formula unlocked. Good. At this moment, Levi finally got what he wanted. You are even more reckless than the most reckless dwarf I have ever seen. The dwarf next to him said, while adding fuel and stones to the furnace. Levi laughed and focused all his attention on the synthesis table. Furnace array, this is a multi-block structure that can be used to smelt some special metals and liquids. For example, magma. You only need to put in fuel and enough cobblestones to artificially create magma. Just like the dwarf next to him is doing now. Can I take a look here? Looking at the pile of large equipment nearby, Levi was very excited. You can look at it, but you are not allowed to touch it. Okay. Levi walked around, and soon, there were several more multi-block structures in the synthesis table, which were all unique technologies of dwarves. With these things, the future of burning can be much faster, and the dwarf series of weapons and equipment can be forged. It is worth mentioning that most of the dwarf weapons are heavy weapons, such as battle axes, throwing axes, hammers, etc., and in fact, dwarves also like to use these. Levi estimated that the sword in the blacksmith shop should not be easy to sell, and he met someone who was willing to buy it, so he agreed to help a little. In addition to weapons, Levi also obtained higher-level tools. Dwarf Fine Steel Mining Pick. This is a pickaxe specially used by dwarves for mining. It is very hard and much stronger than an iron pickaxe. Although it is not as durable as a diamond pickaxe, it can be used to mine obsidian. At this moment, the materials for the enchantment table and the Hell Gate were all available. Although his body was still in the Blue Mountains, Levi's heart had already drifted back home, and he had already thought about where to put the two things. It should have been done long ago. Just as Levi was in a daze, the vibration from the furnace made him turn his head. He saw a stream of glowing liquid flowing out of the pipe, gradually filling the iron bucket. What do you want? After expressing his gratitude to the dwarf and paying enough hard work to have a drink, Levi put away the magma bucket. Achievement. Hot. The basic purpose of this trip to the Blue Mountains has been achieved. Speaking of which, I heard that this place is led by the king of Durin dwarves, Thorin Oakenshield. Putting away the magma, Levi turned around and asked the dwarf. Yes, I'm glad you have heard of our leader's name. It is under his leadership that we can live a good life now. The dwarf answered, looking at Levi and then at the location of the magma bucket just now. Where is the barrel? How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? Is your leader still here? Levi was not sure when Thorin left for Bree. The only thing he was sure of was that Thorin would meet Gandalf and Bree next year, and then start the expedition to the Lonely Mountain. The dwarf suddenly looked behind Levi, at the entrance of the hall. He's coming. Steady footsteps came from behind. Levi turned around and saw a tall, for a dwarf with muscular arms, who looked very fierce walking towards the forging table without saying a word. There was a gloom on his face that seemed to never be dispelled. Even though Levi had never seen him before, he could be sure of it at the first sight of him. This man was Thorin Oakenshield. The dwarf next to him saluted Thorin, who paused slightly and nodded in response. Then, he looked at the human next to him, who seemed a little prominent. Normally, if someone broke into the dwarf's workshop, they would definitely be kicked out, but this person looked quite pleasant, and that face did not look like a bad person. Just like when meeting a stranger, Levi gave a slight greeting without being humble or arrogant. Thorin stared at this impressive human for a few seconds and nodded. Then, he walked to his own place and started forging. Ding! Swinging the hammer can keep your arm strong so that you can swing weapons in the future. This dwarf heir is always preparing for battle. Chapter 35. Perhaps Thorin will leave here soon and go to the human town, but probably not now. Thorin at this time has only one obsession, which is to recapture the Lonely Mountain. Since he inherited the title of King of the Dwarves of Durin, his desire to recapture his homeland has become stronger and stronger, tormenting his body and mind day and night. But except for being a little worried, Thorin is still normal at this time. He has the bearing and skills that a king should have. The dragon is still far away from him. After a face-to-face encounter, there is nothing to say. Levi returned to the hotel and stayed here for a few more days to see the customs of the dwarves, and also went to the market to buy some specialties. He also bought a lot of lapis lazuli. This beautiful blue stone is also produced by the dwarves, but the demand is not large. According to observation, this thing is generally used by them as floor or wall decoration. Levi didn't spend too much money to get a lot. Just like that, he strolled and visited until the few silver coins left in his backpack ran out, and then Levi was ready to go back. So far, this trip to the Blue Mountains has come to an end. Oh, what a pity, our drinking king is leaving. You are the best drinker I have ever seen. Sir, please tell me your name. Knowing that the human who came from afar was about to leave, the innkeeper personally went out to see him off. To be honest, this innkeeper's temperament is really flexible. He is polite when he should be polite, and he is as noisy as other dwarves when he should make trouble. Levi. Levi left his name. Levi. I remember, welcome to come again next time, haha, if you are free next time, I think we can have a drink together. Next time. I don't know when it will be. Without much nostalgia, Levi rode on his horse and walked along the road out of the mountain. As soon as he left the safe area where the dwarves lived, Levi immediately put on his full armor and galloped in the mountains and forests. His silver-gray clothes made him look very difficult to mess with. Ordinary bandits and scattered orcs, who were alone, would probably retreat 3 feet away when they saw him. Today, Levi is no longer an ignorant adventurer who just came out of the Shire. He has walked a lot of roads and seen a lot of blood. He doesn't want to tease those bandits, who may be watching in the dark. In places where there may be danger, armor should be worn. At this moment, Levi obviously pays more attention to safety and efficiency than the simplicity and beauty of the moment. Although this armor is actually not bad. There are not many twists and turns along the way. A breeze blew, bringing a hint of coolness. Levi squatted down by the Shuin River and lightly touched the river water with his fingers. It's getting cold. It's going to be autumn. Bilbo, who was far away in the Shire, had the same idea in his mind. He put on a coat and sat in the house, looking at the stars in the sky through the window, while smoking a special pipe made in the Shire. It's good, it's good. I can see the stars when I look up here, and I can see the garden, the grass, and the river outside when I look down. Besides, there is a warm stove next to me, so I don't have to worry even if winter comes. With such a good life, what else can I ask for? I don't know how Levi is doing now. I hope he has a smooth journey. It's been a while since Levi left, but the story he told seems to still linger in my ears. Hearing him say that the destination of this long journey is the Blue Mountains in the west, it must be a very spectacular place. Bilbo thought about it, and gradually felt that his eyelids could not hold up, and soon he went to bed. The next morning. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked. Wait a minute, Please wait. Please let me turn this fried egg first. Oh, mainly I didn't expect anyone to come at this time. Creak. As the sound approached, the door opened. Listening to this, Levi always felt that it was a bit familiar. It seems that the next visit should be chosen when Bilbo is not cooking. Levi. You are back so soon. Come in, I am making breakfast. Do you want to eat together? Haha, then I'm sorry to bother you. Levi did not refuse, and walked into the house naturally, and then took the spatula under Bilbo's expectant eyes, and started to make breakfast. After a while, Bilbo, whose face was glowing with food, burped with satisfaction, collapsed on the chair, and didn't want to move a step. Every time Levi came, it meant that he couldn't hold his stomach. It didn't bother Bilbo for too long. After breakfast, Levi accompanied Bilbo to have lunch, and then he was ready to go home. Bilbo looked regretful. But before leaving this time, Levi left something for Bilbo. This is a little specialty I brought back from the dwarves in the Blue Mountains. It's a thank you for taking care of me every time. Levi took out a big bag and put it on the floor with a clang. Is this a bit too much? Bilbo looked at the big sack, then at Levi. Well, you're too polite. That's what I should do. I'm very happy that you can come to see me. Although he said so, the hobbit still put his head into the big sack with expectation. Is this a sword? Bilbo curiously took out the dwarven steel sword and pulled it out. The sword reflected his dazed face. The cold light from the blade made the hobbit, who had lived in comfort for a long time, feel a little uncomfortable. I really can't think of any place to use this thing. Maybe it can be used to cut vegetables? Whatever you want to use it for. Levi shrugged. But to be honest, it's pretty. Shaking his head, Bilbo put the sword on the cabinet as a beautiful ornament. Then, he put his head into the bag, took out a round piece of hard bread and smelled it. What is this? Cram. Levi replied, It is said that the dwarves' caravan brought it back from the Valley State. It is a specialty food there. I thought you might be interested, so I bought some more. In fact, it is the Zhongzhou version of black bread. Levi added in his heart. They can be stored for a long time, you can eat them slowly. Although he was already very full, Bilbo still tasted the bread called crumb. It has a very thick texture, and a little salty. It should be salted. The taste is very unique and fresh. I think it's not bad. Bilbo nodded, obviously approving of the food. As long as you are satisfied. In Bilbo's opinion, Levi is always in a hurry, and never stays for a long time. It seems that in just a blink of an eye, Levi has disappeared at the end of the field of vision, along with his fully armed horse. After taking another bite of crumb, Bilbo looked at the sack of bread on the ground and scratched his head. Wait, Levi didn't seem to say how long these things can be stored. How long? How long? Levi really didn't care much about the shelf life of food. Anyway, it's infinite if you put it in the inventory. After leaving the Shire, Levi stayed in Bree for a while, asked around and bought a lot of books of all kinds, and bought 2 sheep from a nearby farmer and led them on the road. It didn't matter whether they were male or female, or whether they were wool-producing breeds, they would give birth if fed with wheat. I'm back. After opening the city gate, Levi settled the 2 sheep and immediately inspected his territory. Everything was still the same, except that the crops were ripe, there was no change at all. Next, it was time to make an effort. Chapter 36. After settling the horses, and packing up his backpack, Levi immediately ran to the warehouse to get a bunch of materials, and then ran to the industrial area to start building various equipment. First, there was the dwarf smelting array. The size of this thing was almost larger than the blacksmith shop building next to it. It took a lot of effort, and a lot of iron for Levi to build it. Next came the various dwarf forging tables, large and small, including a large pendulum that required a support point on the top to build. After thinking about it, Levi simply expanded a very large underground forging workshop under the industrial area and moved all the dwarf-related equipment down. This is the same working environment as the dwarves. All underground. Levi turned around with a pile of coal, threw it into the smelting array, and then added stones to it. As the fuel continued to burn and release energy, the stones inside gradually melted, and buckets of magma were produced. Levi directly put them into the water, and turned them into obsidian. Then used the dwarven steel pickaxe to dig it out. The raw materials, just like that. A moment later, in a new unplanned area, Levi opened the workbench. Achievement, Enchanter. After a while, a block with an obsidian base, diamonds inlaid on the corners, and a book floating in the middle was placed on the ground. The enchantment table, finally done. Sensing someone approaching, The book automatically opened and turned the front to Levi's direction for easy reading. Very magical. Touching the book, some strange runes appeared inside. Levi could only understand a little bit no matter how hard he looked, and the rest was all garbled. Only one attribute of enchantment can be known in advance. Of course, Levi will not start enchanting now. After all, the enchantment table needs bookshelves to maximize its benefits. Achievement: Librarian. Soon, rows of 2-meter-high bookshelves surrounded the enchantment table. As if inspired, transparent runes slowly floated out of the bookshelves and gathered towards the floating book in the middle of the enchantment table. Staring at the enchantment table, Levi suddenly thought that next time Faladin came, he would definitely say that he was a wizard again, but this time he couldn't explain it no matter how he said it. A wizard is a wizard, it's not a bad name. Confirming that the enchantment table has indeed reached the highest level, Levi took out his elven ancient sword with a little excitement and placed it on the enchantment table. Swish, the ancient sword left Levi's hands and floated above the enchantment table. 3 options emerged from the book. The first 2 were automatically ignored. Levi looked at the third one directly. Sharpness 4. Luckily, this option appears, which means that one of the attributes in this enchantment will be sharpness 4, and the others are uncertain. Levi glanced at his level. Level 47, enough to enchant a lot of things. Without hesitation, Levi took out the lapis lazuli. Wow, the lapis lazuli melted instantly, and turned into a ray of light condensed on the sword. The final attributes were displayed in front of Levi. Sharpness 4, Durability 3, Sweeping Blade 3. The attack power of the sword increased from 9 to 11.5. Not bad. Levi took the ancient elf sword. At first glance, it felt no different from an unenchanted sword, but if you look closely, you will find that it is covered with a faint light, which is quite extraordinary. This light does not conflict with the light emitted by the sword when it encounters oak, and it also adds a touch of charm to the sword. Levi liked it more and more, and couldn't put it down. This sword has an orc. But sharpness 4 is not beautiful after all. Levi took out the elven steel armor in his backpack, and put them on one by one to continue enchanting. Protection 4, okay, enchant. Durability 3? It feels a bit unstable, enchant a book to refresh it. In this way, Levi's level dropped all the way. Until level 29, he got a set of elven steel armor with protection 4, and an enchantment book with durability 3. Seeing that he was almost able to upgrade, Levi went to kill a batch of chickens. Then, enchant the book again. Sharpness 4, underwater breathing. Fortunately, Levi got the attribute he wanted. So, a sword with sharpness 5 was born, with an attack power of 12 points, surpassing any weapon in the original version. With a set of armor with protection 4, and an ancient elven sword that is stronger than the nether alloy sword, Levi estimated that if he met the 20-man wolf cavalry team he met in the troll forest last time, he could fight them head-on without sneak attacks. As for the ogres, he could just fight them head-on without any skills. So far, enemies below a certain size have been difficult to pose any threat to Levi. Leaving the enchantment table, looking at the sword with only 3 attributes in his hand, Levi felt that it was still not enough. But no matter whether the attributes are enough, the experience is indeed not enough. Is there any other way to get a good enchantment book? Fishing. Fishing can not only catch treasures, but also experience. But the fishing rod needs a line. Line. It is hard to imagine that after so long, I have never got a line. Do we really have to find a spider that is big enough to eat people? But spiders this big seem to only exist in Mirkwood or Mordor. Wait. Levi suddenly remembered a human town he had passed by in the Bree area before. The farmers there seem to grow flax? Flax, isn't that what it is? Just go. A day later, Levi came back with some seeds, planted them directly in the ground, and used bone meal to ripen them. Obtain crop, flax. Synthesis formula, 1 flax equals 1 thread. Okay, no need to fight the scary big spider. Levi opened a flax field on the spot, used bone meal to ripen them, and made a fishing rod. Cast 2 rods. It was dark in the blink of an eye. Foul leather, rotten meat, bowl, tripwire hook, wooden stick, water bottle, enchantment book. Unfortunately, there is nothing to enchant. Looking at the pile of fish and sundries in the box, Levi stretched. Fortunately, after a day of fishing, he reached more than 30 levels again. He made a new fishing rod on the spot, enchanted. Sea's favor 3, durability 3. Unfortunately, there is no bait. Not bad. The 3rd level of Sea's favor has more than twice the probability of catching treasures than without enchantment. At this moment, it was completely dark. Levi went to the ranch to feed another wave of animals. Click. A few pieces of wool fell into the backpack. This was the first time Levi got wool. Speaking of which, he had never made a bed. Levi suddenly thought. After all, he didn't need to sleep. As long as he wanted, he could always be energetic. In fact, Levi had never slept in his own territory. He was either mining or developing. Even the bed in his room was made of 2 wooden boards, without a quilt. After all, that thing can't be called a bed at all. Levi was thoughtful. He didn't care, but if there were guests in the future, it would be a bit difficult to say to let the guests sleep on wooden boards. Not everyone is a homeless person who can sleep anywhere. Finally, Levi made a bed for the first time. Then, he put one in his master bedroom and all the guest rooms. That should be fine now. Levi put 3 beds in his master bedroom and put them together into a big bed. With a plop, Levi bounced onto the bed. Ah, comfortable. Levi groaned and sank into the soft wool bed. He gradually felt sleepy. This was a feeling that no other bed could give him. It can only be said that it is worthy of being made by the workbench. It is comparable to the bed in the valley, Resurrection Point bound. With a swish, Levi was no longer sleepy and stood up at once. Chapter 37. Although there were some guesses, Levi's heart still beat fast when he saw this line of words. In fact, since entering this world and seeing that the red hearts on the health bar were ordinary red hearts, not the red hearts in extreme mode, Levi has been wondering if he only has one life. It's just that there has been no chance to verify it. After all, he can't risk dying for real. But soon, his mood calmed down. The bed block is only valid in the territory. The territory is Levi's world. You can only be resurrected in the territory. Well, no wonder there was no prompt when I slept in other places before, so I'm waiting here. It would be a shame if I didn't expand the territory to the whole world. Levi began to think that this territory was a bit small. However, no matter what, if you can avoid death, try not to die. Levi shook his head and ended his thoughts on this matter. After all, the waters of this world are quite deep. No one knows whether there will be any accidents after death. And to be honest, death is still quite disgusting. No one knows whether the self after resurrection is still the same. As the saying goes, if you can survive, don't die. But Levi still put a few boxes next to the bed and stored a few sets of spare equipment and weapons. That night, Levi slept for a rare night. At sunrise, Levi opened his eyes and felt energetic, just like usual. There is no special feeling. If you have to say it, you get a little psychological satisfaction. This sleep is like a sleep. Today is another day full of hope. I have to cast 2 rods in the morning. Levi continued fishing, and continued fishing until the evening. A day passed. Plop. An enchantment book was caught on the shore. Experience repair. Levi immediately enchanted the ancient elven sword. Although, this sword doesn't really need it, its durability is terrifyingly high, and it doesn't even fall much. Levi can't think of how to cut it off. It can only be said that it is worthy of being produced by the top craftsmen of the First Age. Perhaps only the power of Sauron in his heyday can pose a threat to it. Sitting for a day, the hunger value didn't drop much, and Levi ate something casually. Staring at the water, he always felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. The smelting structure has been put down, the forging tools are complete, and the enchantment table is also available. What else is missing? That's right. The gate of hell. Levi slowly put away the fishing rod and went to the underground workshop to smelt the magma. As buckets of magma turned into obsidian, Levi felt his palms sweating. That was another world. If it was really connected, that person would definitely notice it. Levi couldn't guess the attitude of the existence he didn't understand. However, things had come to this point, and all the conditions were in place. He would never give up if he didn't try. 10 obsidians were quickly collected. Levi returned to the ground, chose a place, built a fence, then took out the obsidian and began to build the hell gate. Click. The last block was built successfully. Levi took out the flint. Click. At this moment, Levi's consciousness seemed to be stagnant. The river was still flowing. The breeze blew, and the rustling sound of leaves rubbing against each other came. The horses were mooing on the pasture. The cattle and sheep were calling one after another. The grass on the ground was swaying slightly, and the stars in the sky were twinkling. Everything seemed so quiet and good. However, in Levi's view, the quiet starry sky above his head seemed to collapse, all pressing on him. A huge wall descended on the roadside fort, with Levi as the base point, extending to the newly built hell gate. No one knew how much pressure Levi was under, even though that existence seemed to have no malice. In fact, it was even very gentle. The so-called pressure of Levi was just the instinct generated by seeing something grand. Not long after, a series of low notes came from Hell, reminding Levi of the ambient music that came with Hell when playing games. Then came a sigh, in the blink of an eye. Everything returned to normal. Levi froze in place, took a deep breath, and felt that he was released. At the same time, Levi realized some information. The creatures in Hell cannot cross the gate, and at the same time, the creatures in Zhongzhou cannot enter the gate. This is a passage open to Levi alone. And, the Hell Gate cannot be built outside the territory. This one doesn't seem to be done by that person, it's an original rule. But think about it, if Hell can expand without limit, then just build a few high-efficiency pigmen towers, and the output will be so high that it won't take long for pigmen to fill Zhongzhou. By then, there will be no more music, and the whole world will listen to the pigmen humming together. But at least I can finally go to Hell. Levi put on his armor, took his supplies, and crossed the gate of Hell. Swish, achievement, go straight down. A sense of weightlessness came, Levi opened his eyes, and the front was occupied by scarlet, and then waves of heat came. I'm here, Hell. Stepping on the soft Hell rock, Levi felt a little familiar for the first time. Woo woo. A cry came from the distant horizon, followed by a big fireball. Levi was immediately alert. His rich combat experience allowed him to determine the direction of the sound in an instant. He drew out his long sword and chopped the flying fireball. The fireball was hit by the long sword, but it did not explode, but flew back along the original path. After a while, a prompt popped up. Achievement, return the favor, an additional 50 experience points were also awarded. Evil Spirit. Having experienced various battles in Zhongzhou, he was used to being ambushed by archers. When he saw this slow fireball, it was just like a bubble floating in the sky. He didn't need to concentrate at all, and could hit it back casually. However, in order to prevent being ambushed again, Levi still surrounded the Hell Gate with round stones as a protection. If the door was blown up by mistake, it would not be beautiful. Swish, just as he had taken protective measures for the Hell Gate, an arrow came from behind. The moment he heard the sound, Levi almost instinctively raised his sword and blocked it. Looking again, the one who attacked was a skeleton archer generated in the Soul Sand group. Slow, too slow, this skeleton's archery is even worse than his own. Levi blocked an arrow with his long sword again. Feeling a little boring. Compared with the intensity of the battle in Zhongzhou, the battle with these monsters is just like a fight between children, straightforward and with clear goals. After killing the skeleton with 2 knives, Levi looked around and looked at the world. The overall style of Hell is still blocky, but the monsters are more realistic, in a realistic style, but that's it. Except for looking scary, there is almost no threat to Levi. The weak battle made Levi feel a little slack. But soon, he perked up. He saw a dark brown brick fortress standing on the magma pool near the Soul Sand Canyon, where the skeleton archer was generated. Hell Fortress, good luck. Levi picked up the cobblestone and started to build a road. Soon he stepped on the solid Hell bricks. Achievement, Gloomy Fortress. A search soon began. Where the MC players passed by, there was always nothing left. When all the boxes in the fortress were turned over, Levi's backpack had 9 diamonds, 23 gold ingots, some iron, various gold equipment, flint, iron horse armor, and a diamond horse armor. Good luck. Of course, in addition to looting boxes, Levi did not forget the most important things in the Hell Fortress. Hellwort, and the Blaze Man Spawner. Chapter 38. Hellworts are essential items for alchemy, and blazes are consumables, and raw material producers for the alchemy table. Clang. A sword chopped on the blaze, but it made a metal collision sound. No one knows what these things are made of, but they are pretty hard anyway. Boom boom boom. Several blazes sent out fireballs to besiege Levi, but these things were useless. Levi pushed his shield forward, and they couldn't even break his defense. Achievement, Dancing with Fire, the blaze stick is in hand. Crunch. A few withered skeletons came around from behind and tried to sneak attack, but they couldn't even touch Levi. Under precise distance control, Levi only used 3 swords to annihilate all these skeletons. Sweeping blade, so terrifying. Levi chopped with a sword. Not only was the target seriously injured, but the additional impact force also directly smashed the skeletons next to him. This performance is much better than in the game. After guarding the Blaze Man spawner for a while, there was nothing to loot, so Levi chose to leave the fortress temporarily, and dug some soul sand and fluorite. On the way back, he also killed a magma monster, and got some round magma paste, which is a good thing for treating burns. Enter the portal. Huh? Levi breathed a sigh of relief when he returned to Zhongzhou. To be honest, hell is really too hot, and the sulfur smell in the air is really not very pleasant. The air at home is still fresh. Under the farm, Levi once again opened up a large space to grow hellworts. Achievement: local brewery. After getting the blaze rod, the first thing to do is of course to make a medicine table and get a few bottles of potion. At this moment, Levi has planned the enchantment table, the alchemy table, and the hell gate together, and built a hall by the way, and simply decorated these things. It looks more and more like a wizard's residence. No need to explain this time, the fact is here. Why not just build a wizard tower? Levi thought, took out the freshly brewed swiftness potion, used fluorite to enhance the effect, and then put in gunpowder to make it splashing. Then, go straight to the horse farm. Bang! The potion bottle shattered, and Levi quickly took out 2 golden carrots to feed the 2 fastest horses. Soon, a pony that ran very fast was born. This process was repeated twice. Finally, speed, 20 meters per second. A ceiling-level good horse was born. A separate horse trough was built for the best horse, and Levi went back to continue guarding the alchemy table and refine some of the medicine that could be refined. Strength, swiftness, night vision, scuba, fire resistance. It's a pity that the evil spirit tier that I killed before fell into the magma pool, otherwise I could have more regeneration potions. Levi picked up the fireproof potion on the alchemy table, and his thoughts flew to Moria. You can't believe it, Balrog, your magic has no effect on me, but in addition to the fire magic attack, the weight level of that thing is still there. Even without fire, just by charging, the Balrog can overturn a large area of buildings. Let alone the Balrog, even Smog, Levi is still unsure. Not enough, still not enough. Levi looked at the elven steel armor on his body. I am still too weak now. Be stronger, need to be stronger. Levi looked at the 12 diamonds in his backpack and looked at the gate of hell again. Hell. But there is also something like Piglin Fortress, which has a chance to appear netherite and random diamond equipment, which is worth going. Levi counted the items in his backpack, took fireproof potions, golden apples, lombas and other medicine and food supplies, and stepped into hell again. Let's go this way. Piglin Fortress is not something easy to find, especially when everything becomes a reality. Levi chose a direction and explored this side unswervingly, killing skeletons, paving stone roads, passing through strange forests, eating roasted warthogs, drinking potions, and swimming in lava lakes along the way. Finally, after exploring for a few days, I don't know whether it was day or night, I saw a dark building. There were some creatures with pig heads and human bodies wandering in it, some holding bows and crossbows, some holding golden swords and golden axes, and occasionally a few wearing armor. Unlike the zombie pig men they met on the road, these piglins looked more rational, with a smart light flashing in their eyes. Levi took out the golden boots he had made in advance, and put them on his feet. Then, he tried to approach the dark fortress. Achievement: glorious years. Several piglins holding crossbows passed by, looked at the stranger carefully, sniffed him, and finally chose to ignore him. Levi breathed a sigh of relief. He still had some psychological trauma about piglins. He knew nothing when he first encountered them, and was quickly beaten up. In addition, these guys' damage was too high, and some of them were holding axes, so shields were useless, and they would flip over if they were not careful. It was naturally good not to fight now. Although it was temporarily safe now, Levi knew that if he wanted the treasure in the fortress, he would have to fight with these guys sooner or later. As long as he opens the box in the fortress, all the piglins around will automatically turn hostile, so he has to find a way to deal with these guys before they become hostile. Levi took out the cobblestone, built it bit by bit, and approached the fortress. Gold armor is not omnipotent. It can only fool ordinary piglins. It will still be beaten when it encounters barbarians. They don't care whether they have gold equipment on them. Along the way, Levi carefully avoided these barbarians with 50 health points. If this thing has more health, it can go to fight with ogres. However, no matter how strong these barbarians are, they are still no match for the wisdom of the despicable cube people. A piglin barbarian holding a golden axe was patrolling his territory attentively. However, just as he walked into a dead end and was about to turn around and walk back, he suddenly heard a few clattering sounds behind him. Then he found that just when he turned around, there was suddenly a stone wall behind him, blocking the road tightly. He couldn't get out. The barbarian was dumbfounded and could only hum helplessly behind the wall. Similar things happened in various parts of the fortress. Not only the barbarians, but even ordinary piglin civilians could not escape the fate of being blocked. If you are not careful, you will be trapped inexplicably. Some slightly smarter piglins looked at this weird method and suddenly remembered a legend called Ancient Builder, but in any case, it was too late. Levi plowed the wealth of this fortress from top to bottom smoothly. Fortunately, he found a pair of diamond pants, a diamond pickaxe, a piece of nether alloy, and an alloy forging template. In addition, there were dozens of gold nuggets dug from various hidden points, and a bunch of sundries such as golden carrots, crossbows, and crying obsidian opened in the treasure chest, which made the backpack unable to fit, so he could only selectively take away some valuable things. The first fortress, a great harvest. Levi made an item with the crying obsidian he collected, a rebirth anchor. This thing can only be placed in hell. It can allow the person bound to it to be reborn 4 times, but only in hell. In this way, Levi can also be resurrected in hell without worrying about sudden death. After placing the rebirth anchor near the portal and charging it with fluorite, Levi did not stop or go home directly, but chose to continue along the road of the previous fortress. 1 piece of alloy is far from enough. In this way, he has been trekking in hell for a month. On this day, Levi came to a fortress again, blocked the road to all piglins in the same way, and opened the box. Another alloy fragment lay quietly inside. Finally, it's all. Levi took out the workbench, and put 4 gold ingots and 4 nether alloy fragments into it. The 4th nether alloy ingot was made. Chapter 39. God knows how many piglin fortresses Levi had to visit for these 4 netherite ingots. Although he could dig for the fragments himself, not to mention how low the probability of digging for this thing is it faster to dig for a fortress by himself? The key is that even if he dug it out, the diamonds would not be enough to make armor, so he still had to find a way to get some diamonds. But piglin fortresses can solve this problem. In the box in the middle of each fortress, Levi can always find 1 or 2 diamond equipment. Maybe it's armor, or maybe it's weapons and tools. In order to take away all these good things, Levi threw away unnecessary food, potions, and other things, and even a set of iron blocks. Anyway, there is still a whole vein of iron to dig, and it can't be used up. All efforts have not been in vain. At this point, the journey to hell came to a temporary end, and Levi returned along the original route. The road of pioneering is always difficult. You have to go through various rugged terrains, build roads across lava lakes, and be careful of various monsters that occasionally spawn. But going back is much easier. You just need to run along the road you built when you came. Not a few days later, Levi returned to the portal. He even took the time to kill a few evil spirits on the way, and chopped a few endermen when passing through the weird forest. Weighing the slightly cool and smooth pearl in his hand, Levi felt that this thing would be worth a lot of money if he sold it, but if someone accidentally threw it out of his hand, they would definitely be scared. It's time to go home. Levi missed the sunshine and air in Zhongzhou. Swish, the sunlight was so bright that Levi couldn't open his eyes. Accustomed to the scarlet gloom in hell, it is also a different feeling to suddenly see the dazzling sunshine, and the yellow grass and the green of the world. Autumn is here. Blowing the cool wind, Levi couldn't help but sigh. In the blink of an eye, it has been more than half a year since I came to this world. I always feel that I am either on an adventure, or on the way to an adventure. Taking a deep breath, exhaling the lingering sulfur smell in my nasal cavity, Levi stretched hard and enjoyed the tranquility of the world. Then, I went to the warehouse to pack my backpack a little, and walked straight to the enchantment table. Fortunately, or it can be said that his luck is not bad, Levi found a complete set of diamond equipment in many piglin fortresses, some of which have some good enchantments. After killing in hell for so long, the experience has reached level 42. Levi enchanted all these experiences to the book, and kept brushing the desired attributes. If the experience is not enough, go fishing, and if you have enough, go to brush enchantment. After another week of fishing, there were more and more things in the box, various enchantment books and bows, and fishing rods piled up in several boxes, some good and some bad. Thanks to the blessing of the sea's favor 3, Levi combined the broken attribute equipment he caught on the anvil, and even combined a fully enchanted bow with infinite attributes. Strength 5, infinite, durability 3, impact 2, fire arrow. Although the basic attributes of this bow are not as good as the orc bow, the above enchantment makes up for it well. Before I have enough experience to enchant the orc bow, I will use this one first. In addition, Levi also maxed out the attributes of the fishing rod, and used the enchantment books he caught to make up for the lack of bait fishing 3 and experience repair on the fishing rod. Of course, these gains are incidental. The most important thing is that the attributes of the diamond set are all maxed out. On this day, Levi came to the forging table and took out the diamond armor and netherite. Achievement, wrapped in debris, a set of exquisite black armor emitting a faint glow appeared on his body, which looked hard and powerful, and had a sense of heaviness. And, like the previous armor, it did not hinder the flexibility of his own actions. The moment he put on this set of armor, Levi even had an illusion. There was nothing in the world that could push him anymore. 4 pieces of netherite armor provided a total of 4 points of knockback resistance. This is a full set of netherite armor with protection of 4. Now, Levi began to have the confidence to challenge something. But before that, there is one more thing. Levi took out the ancient elven sword and completed the enchantments it should have. Sharpness 5, Durability 3, Sweeping Blade 3, Looting 3, Experience Repair, Flame Addition 2. After thinking it over again and again, Levi did not add the knockback to this sword. If the enemy is chopped away by one sword, if he is not dead, he has to run over and stab him again. It is too troublesome and not conducive to fighting. Although all the equipment is complete, Levi did not stop the pace of development. He continued to mine, harvest vegetables, feed animals, refine medicine, and metallurgy as usual, constantly accumulating resources. Unfortunately, no matter in Zhongzhou or in Hell, nothing like redstone has been found. Without redstone, automation cannot be done, and many technologies cannot be verified. The days of accumulating resources lasted for an unknown period of time. Levi worked day and night, doing things that only he could do. The resources in the castle accumulated at an incredible speed. Huh? On a sunny morning, Levi leaned against the wall and looked at the scenery. Suddenly, he found that a man was standing at the gate of the city. It was an old man wearing a gray robe, a pointed hat, and holding a wooden stick. At this moment, the old man who looked dusty was standing on a lawn at the gate of the city, smoking Charles's pipe, staring at this huge castle that he seemed to have never seen before without saying a word. His brows were twisted together. He looked like he was doubting his life. Either I have lost my memory, or this world is in chaos, the old man muttered to himself. Seeing a visitor, Levi pulled down the lever and opened the 2 iron doors next to him with a snap, which scared the old man. Oh, stranger, hello to you. Although he was startled, the old man still greeted politely. Hello, what can I do for you? Levi asked, while carefully looking at the visitor. Almost the moment he saw the old man's face, Levi was sure of his identity. That weather-beaten and peaceful face, and the pair of black eyes shining with wisdom under the thick white eyebrows, left a deep impression on Levi the first time they met. It must be him. The gray-robed wizard, Gandalf. Hello, young man, I'm just a little confused. I don't think I've ever seen such a vast castle in the wilderness. Although I look old, I think my memory is still pretty good. Gandalf took another puff of cigarette. This can calm him down. It's been less than a year since I last passed by here. At that time, there weren't so many things on this small plain. In fact, there was really nothing. This is so strange. Yes, you remember correctly. There was really nothing here a year ago. Levi answered, and then continued, but I came here some time ago. I think the geographical location here is not bad, so I built a castle here. You mean, everything here was done by you? Just you. And it took less than a year? Levi nodded, as if it was a matter of course. Gandalf's frown deepened. Chapter 40. This genuine wizard stared at Levi, as if he wanted to see something from him. I didn't think I had heard of a new colleague coming, but if I really want to talk about it, this person feels a little familiar. My name is Gandalf, Gandalf the Grey. Everyone who knows me calls me that. The young human lord Levi successfully attracted the attention of the old wizard. Although it felt a little surprising, Gandalf was a wizard after all, and the title of wizard meant that he was a wizard who had lived for a long time. After traveling in Middle-earth for so many years, what had old Gandalf not seen? Isn't he just a being with magical powers? Although this one does make people feel more unique. Levi, an adventurer. Adventurer? You look more like an architect, or a lord. Thank you, Lord, I can't say, but I do work as a part-time architect. As Levi spoke, his eyes gradually drifted upwards as he looked at Gandalf. 30/30ths. This old Gandalf's physique is not ordinary. Although it is shown that Gandalf has 30 drops of blood, Levi has reason to doubt whether this blood bar is locked. Gandalf, it's not a good thing to have a guest standing at the door. Why don't you come in with me? Oh yes, of course, I'm happy to. Gandalf nodded and followed Levi through the iron gate. His eyes turned around and observed the structure inside the city wall. The animals kept in pens, the vast horse farm and manger, and the mature crops are all normal. It is autumn now, and it is indeed time to harvest. It must be said that these crops are growing well, and there are many fruits at a glance. Gandalf nodded and continued to look away. Is that a blacksmith shop, Why does the style of this forging table look familiar? I seem to have seen it somewhere. Wait, what is that thing over there? Gandalf saw the enchanting table at a glance, and the unknown runes that kept converging from the surrounding bookshelves to the enchanting table. This novel thing greatly aroused his curiosity. I can feel some kind of magic from it. Swish, sensing Gandalf's approach, the book on the enchanting table automatically opened and turned the content towards Gandalf, which really surprised the wizard a little. It is indeed what I use to add magic to my equipment. Speaking of which, your cane doesn't seem very strong. Do you want me to enchant it for you? Enchant? Do you mean add magic? If possible, I'd like to try. For some reason, Gandalf felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy and familiarity with the young man in front of him. That feeling seemed to have returned to many years ago, before he came to Middle-earth, or even earlier. Unconsciously, Gandalf handed the cane to Levi, staring at him with a pair of eyes, as if he wanted to see something. Obviously, Levi's title library has been checked again. Gandalf nodded and confirmed that this young man was not an enemy of the free people, but a friend of the elves and nomads, and seemed to get along well with the dwarves. Maybe I should go to the area to ask around after this. After all, such a large building appeared out of thin air. It is impossible that there is no news. Some rumors or deeds about him may be heard in the nearby gathering places. Gandalf was thinking a lot here, but Levi was not aimless. Solid with cane, attack +5. Good man, who would have thought that a mere wooden stick could have the same attack power as a stone sword? Who wouldn't be stunned by this? In front of the enchantment table, staring at the rather smooth cane in his hand, Levi thought for a long time. What's wrong? Finally, Gandalf beside him couldn't help asking. Nothing, I just think this cane is very unique. Gandalf nodded. It has been with me for a long time. Levi was silent for a while. Is this what I care about? What I care about is why the new module unlock prompt has not appeared yet? Is this a magic wand? Seeing that there was really no movement after waiting for a long time, Levi had to give up temporarily, sighed, took out the lapis lazuli, and put the cane on the enchantment table. The cane floated out of thin air, and the lapis lazuli melted in Levi's hand, turning into bursts of light and gathering into the cane. Durability 3, Sharpness 4. Not bad. Levi took a Sharpness 4 enchantment book from the box next to him and upgraded the cane to Sharpness 5. Now the attack power of this cane is 8 points, very strong. Levi returned it to Gandalf. As soon as he got the cane that began to emit a faint halo, Gandalf immediately felt the difference. He waved it twice, and the momentum was fierce. I can feel that it is harder and sharper. It can even be used as a good weapon. Gandalf was very satisfied. Thank you, young Levi. This will make my journey smoother. The wise old man thought for a long time, and really didn't know what to call Levi. After all, he had a lot of titles. Finally, he chose to give up thinking, and just called him by his real name. As long as it helps you. Although Levi's territory is large, there are not too many specific facilities. Many areas are still vacant, and have not been specifically planned. It doesn't take too long to walk around. Along the way, every time he saw something magical, Gandalf could always find similar things in his memory. While telling Levi about his experiences, he also commented on the things here. For a while, it seemed as if Gandalf was taking Levi around. Alchemy place. Alchemy? I know there's a guy in the forest who can also make some medicines with strange special effects, but those medicines are usually used by him to rescue nearby animals. Hellward breeding farm. Oh, I seem to have seen this kind of sand in the Death Swamp in the east, where there are all the skeletons of the dead in the past era, and the resentment gathers into piles, and there are many ghosts. People passing by will be confused by those phantoms and drowned at the bottom of the lake, becoming one of the wrong souls. No, don't worry, it won't. The soul sand here will not only not pull you down when put into the water, but also make you fly. Levi answered in his heart. Excuse me, this is too evil. The raw materials you use to make medicine are actually cultivated by the souls of the dead. Gandalf pointed at the Hellwort and said so. This is just like some kind of necromancer. Gandalf shook his head repeatedly, but although he said so, the wizard did not raise any objections or stop Levi. He just took a look and skipped it. After all, this thing only looks a little evil, and it does not show any real harm. Gandalf is always like this, with a calm look. But even so, when he followed Levi to the Hell portal, he still opened his eyes wide and stopped there, unable to move. This? Old Gandalf lit his pipe unconsciously. Chapter 41. If everything we have seen before can be found in memory, and there are still traces to follow, then the door in front of us is truly incredible. Whether it is magic, ghosts, or extremely exquisite forging skills. They are all things that originally existed in this world. But only this. This is not something that should exist in this world. Gandalf looked at the Hell Gate in front of him and pondered for a long time. But since it exists, it means that it has been approved. I believe it must be a new piece of music. It's a pity that I can't see the things in it with my own eyes. There's nothing to see. Levi said at the right time. There is only magma, red stones, some abandoned ruins, and remaining creatures. That's what he said, but if you really look into it, according to the setting, the entire hell is likely to be the skeleton of a huge creature, and the ruins inside are also the relics of a real ancient civilization. It sounds a bit like the deep pit of Moria. Gandalf shook his head and sighed. To be honest, everything here really shocked me, especially that such a large territory is managed by you alone. Before coming in, I thought there would be many people inside, not puppets. As he was talking, an iron golem slowly approached, looked at this rare guest, and scratched his head. Send out a small red flower. Oh, thank you. Gandalf gently took the small red flower, and kept it properly. Clang, clang, after sending the small flower, the iron golem took heavy steps back to its own track and continued patrolling. This iron golem is good and can get along. It can send flowers even if it is not a child. There are many things I can only do by myself. Levi only explained this. However, if there are really residents who need shelter, he will not be stingy. Perhaps, it is time to consider it. Unlike the hurried Faradin. When Levi invited Gandalf to stay for a few more days, the wise old man agreed without thinking and occupied a guest room on the spot. Of course, he was still very polite. He was always polite to Levi, and answered all of Levi's questions. Levi felt very natural getting along with Gandalf. This wizard was no worse than the Lord of Rivendell in terms of knowledge and manners, but the two gave people a different feeling. Compared with Elrond, Gandalf was more casual. A few days passed quickly. This morning, Gandalf found Levi and said hello. Thank you for your hospitality, Levi, but I have to continue on my way. Well, I hope you have no obstacles in your way. Gandalf nodded and said, it was an unforgettable encounter, especially your cooking skills. I am even reluctant to leave. Haha, I have a hobbit friend who said the same thing. Hobbit friend? Indeed, with your cooking skills, it is difficult for a hobbit to not welcome you. Well, time waits for no one. I will continue to have some adventures. Gandalf took the dry food given by Levi and prepared to continue on his way. Adventure? Levi asked. Yes, adventure. Levi felt a little itchy. If hell is not counted, it seems that it has been a while since he last went out. On this side, Gandalf looked at Levi and nodded again. Yes, adventure, I have some adventurous work here, of course, if anyone is willing to join. After a while, Levi, wearing a dark nether alloy armor, riding a 20-speed fast horse with diamond horse armor, asked, Where are we going? Gandalf was silent for a while. Levi, we are going to adventure, not to fight. I suggest that you take the horse back, and you'd better be Loki like me, which can help us hide ourselves better in the wilderness. Okay, you make sense. Levi agreed, looked at his equipment, and then looked at Gandalf's dress. It must be said that Gandalf's grey robe is indeed a great piece of clothing for adventure travel. It can protect against wind and rain, and it is not conspicuous. It is mainly practical. But recently, I have been used to wearing full armor when going out, and Levi is still not used to it when he suddenly takes it off, and he lacks a sense of security. Finally, under Gandalf's constant requests and reminders, Levi reluctantly took off his helmet and put it in his backpack, and put on an inconspicuous large linen cloak, which completely covered his dark armor. With the hood on, he looked like another wizard. In fact, the shape of the netherite armor is quite good. It does not look bloated or heavy when worn on the body. It does not look that thick, and it is even a bit slim. As for the armor affecting the movement, it does not affect Levi anyway. At this moment, Levi looks like a completely dusty wilderness ranger, except that ordinary rangers wear leather armor. No, it seems that he is more of a wandering knight than a wilderness ranger. That's fine, if you don't mind the heavy armor on your body. It's okay, Levi replied. The weight-bearing thing is completely negligible to Levi. Then let's go. Gandalf waved his hand and pointed in a direction. Levi took a look. Misty Mountains? Yes, the orcs in the Misty Mountains have been too active recently, and they are even bold enough to wander around the valley. Maybe they are doing something secretive. I must find out their intentions. Levi was silent for a while. I know something about this. Well, actually, they might be coming for me. Just a while ago, there were hundreds of wolf riders sent to attack me, but I wiped out most of them. And I feel that this area has been quite quiet recently. No orcs have come near here since the last attack. What did you do to make them hate you so much? Levi glanced at his reputation. Misty Mountain orcs. Minus 370. Dead enemy nothing. Like I said, I killed hundreds of their wolf riders. Gandalf stared at Levi for a while. Well, let's just say that. Half of our doubts are resolved. But in addition to the unusual movements west of the Misty Mountains, they also deployed a large number of spies to the east of the Misty Mountains. Many fortresses destroyed in the war between the dwarves and the orcs hundreds of years ago are now occupied by the orcs again. I don't know what their intentions are for the time being. Gandalf shook his head, worried about the situation in the east. Is that so? That's worth a visit. So far, Levi has never been further than Rivendell, so it's great to have a guide who is familiar with the road conditions in Middle-earth to lead the adventure. Chapter 42. For both Levi and Gandalf, traveling and adventure are commonplace. Especially since Levi had just come out of Hell not long ago, and after getting used to the extreme environment of Hell, he even felt a little relaxed when he returned to Middle-earth. At least, he didn't have to smell the pungent sulfur smell all the time, and he had to endure the high temperature. Although the high temperature of Hell would not have a substantial impact on Levi, it did not prevent him from not liking the hot environment. Where do we go? Levi asked. There are two ways to cross the Misty Mountains. One is to go directly through the passage in the mountains, and the other is to take a detour and go north through Isengard, but that is too far. High Pass. Gandalf answered without hesitation. This place. Will it be a little dangerous? I remember there are many orcs there. You know, there is an orc town next to it, and the orc king who wanted Levi lives there. There are two passages in the High Pass. Let's take the higher one and try to bypass them. Okay. Levi just asked casually. In fact, with his current equipment and supplies, he can fight his way out even if he really falls into the orc town. He didn't go to Hell in vain. The gold nuggets in the Piglin Fortress made Levi rich. Now, he has a set of golden apples in his backpack. As long as Gandalf is fine, then he is fine. However, the High Pass. There are not only orcs in that place, there is also a little creature living next to the underground undercurrent deep in the mountains. Gollum. The reflection of a golden ring appeared at the bottom of his pupils. Although they did not ride horses, Levi and Gandalf were traveling at a fast pace. They almost never stopped except for eating. Levi did not need to rest. As long as he had food, he could stay energetic. As for Gandalf, the old man was not good looking, but his physical strength was not necessarily worse than Levi. Anyway, after discovering that Levi did not need to rest, he never mentioned the matter of rest again. Crossing the wilderness and crossing the last bridge, finally, on a sunny morning, the two finally arrived near the Misty Mountains. Looking at the towering snow-capped mountains in the distance, Levi could not help but exclaim. Reaching the top of Zhongzhou, the Misty Mountains. No time to stop, Levi, we must speed up. Gandalf called out in front. While it is still light, we have to cross the pass quickly to avoid meeting those orcs who come out at night. Okay. While it was still early, the two began to climb the mountain. They did not stop all day, even when they were eating. However, even with such caution, they still encountered an accident. Roar. A low roar startled Levi and Gandalf, who stopped and looked around. Gandalf picked up his staff. Levi pulled out the glowing elven sword. However, the expected attack did not come. The two looked at each other, and slowly approached the direction where the sound came from. Behind a large rock, 2 wargs and 5 orcs were gathered together, making noises. I found it first, so of course it's mine. You said you found it, so it's yours? It's right there, why can't it belong to me? Roar! These orcs and wargs seemed to be arguing about something. An animal carcass. Gandalf said softly. It seems that they had some disputes over the distribution. The 2 wargs thought that they were big and should eat the largest portion, while the orcs thought that they found the prey first and should eat the most. Wargs and orcs quarreling. This is rare. Levi thought thoughtfully. Those wargs are not pure beasts, Levi. They have wisdom and their own language. They are in a cooperative relationship with the orcs, not subordinate. No wonder they can't be tamed. Gandalf glanced at Levi and said slowly, unless you devote yourself to evil, you can't make these beasts surrender. After all, they are wargs, not ordinary wolves looking for food. Levi shrugged. Of course, the 2 people were talking about different things, but they were almost the same. As he was talking, suddenly a warg's nose twitched twice, raised its head, and looked around. I think we should leave. Gandalf reminded. No, I think we can prepare for the battle. Roar! A wolf suddenly rushed towards the place where the two were hiding. Levi didn't hide anymore. He drew his long sword and jumped down to chop it. Bang! At the moment when the sword touched the wolf, a flash of fire flashed across the sword, and then the fur on the wolf suddenly exploded into a ball of flames. The whole wolf burned directly, and turned into a wailing fire. Chopping and burning, with just one sword, the wolf turned into a piece of charred dead meat. Gandalf stared at the ancient elf sword, then looked at Levi, squinting his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking, and didn't come to help. Back to this side. At first, when they saw that the other side had only one person, the orcs wanted to use their good virtue of bullying the few with their numbers, but when these soldiers saw the terrifying black armor under Levi's linen cloak, and the sword in his hand that could ignite fire, they retreated on the spot and scattered, and even the wolf howled and ran away. The man on the other side is obviously a lord-level figure. Why would he fight with just 5 or 6 orcs? Go home and get help. Done. Levi put away his sword. It seems I can relax a little on this journey. Gandalf said this for no reason. He was planning to be lazy. Let's go, before they pass the news back. Let's leave quickly. It was getting dark. Gandalf was leading the way ahead. When the two finally reached the end of the downhill road, they were about to leave the snowy mountains. Whoosh! An arrow came and hit Levi's breastplate directly, and then bounced off. The health bar didn't move at all. Levi and Gandalf turned around at the same time, only to see a large group of orcs behind them, noisy and crowded at the intersection, rushing down, throwing various weapons and shooting arrows. Run! Gandalf shouted, ducked his head to avoid a flying scimitar, and turned around and left. However, Levi looked at the narrow intersection in front of him and grinned. I don't think it's necessary. Swish, the shining sword was drawn. Levi put on the helmet, and ran in the opposite direction of Gandalf, blocking the mountain pass with one sword each. Boom! With a sword slash, the skinny orc at the front was directly split in half, and the impact of the sword also affected the orcs next to him, some of whom broke their bones, and some lost their weapons. Boom! With another sword, several orcs were swept away, and fell back to the orcs behind them with fire on their bodies, knocking down several companions, and spreading the fire. Levi blocked the mountain pass like this, constantly raising his sword to sweep horizontally and vertically, allowing the orcs rushing up to chisel and hit his armor, motionless, like a boulder. An orc finally broke through the sword and surrounded Levi, hitting him all over his body for a long time. The health bar dropped symbolically, and it was replenished in the blink of an eye. When he looked at the orc's weapon again, it had already broken. This is nether alloy. Not long after, a large area of charred corpses appeared on the ground. The blood at the beginning could still stimulate the ferocity of the orcs and the wargs, but when the corpses gradually gathered, the bloody smell was gradually covered by the charring, and finally, these orcs who were usually responsible for bringing fear to people also felt this emotion. Fear. It's him, the wilderness wizard. Finally, a sharp-eyed orc who participated in the encirclement and suppression of Levi a few months ago recognized him and screamed at the top of his voice. Wow, whether it was an orc or a warg, they all retreated unconsciously at this moment, staring at the black armor. A warg trembled with a broken-toothed mouth and howled in anger. Come on, scum, try to get past me. Looking at the orcs emitting fear in front of him, Gandalf had a sense of déjà vu. When Sauron walked out of the tower in his physical form, he went all the way down Mount Doom, and faced the army of the Last Alliance while defeating the High King of the Noldor and the High Kings of Gondor and Arnor alone. This was probably the same posture. I don't know who would be better if the two of them fought. Chapter 43. Buzz, deep underground, a ring vibrates. My baby? A dirty hand stroked it, holding it tightly. The more powerful one is, the easier it is to be blinded by power and be bewitched, but they will not have a good end, because there is only one true owner of that thing from beginning to end. Isildur, who once got the ring, was bewitched in front of the volcano and eventually died in the Golden Iris swamp south of here, and the ring was lost there or flowed into the sea. At the foot of the mountain, Gandalf walked in front, talking about the major historical events that had happened in this area. Levi walked behind and listened silently, nodding from time to time. If he had kicked him down in the crater, wouldn't there have been so many things later? Gandalf glanced at him. All fate has its inevitable order, Levi. The possibility you mentioned will not happen even if the scene at that time is repeated 100 times or 1,000 times. The relationship between them is too complicated. Okay, I believe you. The two walked and talked along the way, discussing some things here and there, quite leisurely. It was as if the battle they had just experienced was just an illusion. Levi certainly couldn't have been fighting with the orcs all the time. After blocking the door at the beginning, he fought and retreated all the way. Maybe the group of orcs were really scared of being killed, or because the battle was too sudden, the orcs' subsequent pursuit seemed quite weak, and the two ran out of the mountains in a short while. But then again, Gandalf had a very strange feeling. The man behind him, you can say he doesn't know history, he does know a lot of long-standing secrets that almost no one knows. But if you say he knows history, that's not necessarily the case, because if you ask him some details or common sense that ordinary people may know, he will answer that he doesn't know. Very contradictory. Hush. On a plain far away from the misty mountains, Gandalf suddenly stopped and signaled Levi to be quiet. O.C. Roar. Accompanied by the low roar of the warg, a group of orc riders passed by and rushed in one direction. I guess there is an orc fortress over there, or at least a camp. Gandalf showed half of his head and looked at the backs of the group of orcs. Then what should we do? Go and take them down? Oh no, that's too risky. After all, there are only two of us. Looking at Levi with a relaxed look on his face, Gandalf's voice suddenly stopped. It seems it's not impossible. I think we'd better go investigate first. After all, we don't know how many people there are on the other side. I agree. Although Levi looks relaxed, he actually has some ideas in his mind. After all, if he really accidentally pokes the Oak army, it will be very difficult to deal with. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. When the number reaches a certain level, even he will be weak. Let's go! Following the track of the Oak's march, the two of them, under the cover of their robes, soon came to a fortress that seemed a bit noisy. However, rather than saying that this is a fortress, it is better to say that it is a temporary camp built with the ruins of the fortress. There is a relatively strong little leader Oak with 20 HP in the camp who leads these guys. At this moment, a large group of orcs were resting in this dark and damp camp. Occasionally, a few shouts and curses could be heard, which meant that the orcs were fighting. There are more than a dozen wargs and more than 20 orcs. Soon, Gandalf counted the enemy's forces. Look! He pointed to two orcs fighting in the distance and said, the word unity never appears on orcs. They always fight each other over trivial matters. I think we can do some small guidance. Let them fight each other for a while. Gandalf picked up a small stone, blew it, and threw it at an orc who was dozing. Who is it? The orc next to him was frightened by the roar and sat up. He was immediately a little annoyed. What are you arguing about? Are you going to hit me? What if I hit you? Paw! The awakened orc threw a handful of stones, hitting the orc opposite him so hard that he couldn't open his eyes. Scum! The orc who was hit was angry, roared and rushed forward. The two orcs soon wrestled with each other. This kind of thing was just normal in the orc camp, and it did not attract much attention. Even the orcs around looked like they were watching a good show. If there is a dispute, there must be an end. Soon, one of them fell to the ground with a bruised face and groaned, and it was obvious that he would not be able to move for a while. Paw! Of course, the other one would not forget to humiliate. Looking again, Gandalf next to him had a smirk on his face, and it was obvious that this was not the first time he had done this. I often use this method to make them quarrel among themselves, which can reduce their strength without them even noticing. A smart move. Thank you. Just as Gandalf aimed at the second target and prepared to cause another internal conflict, Levi stood up directly from the hiding place of the two. Gandalf stopped moving and looked up at him. But it's too troublesome. I think it's faster to go straight. Swish, the long sword was drawn, flashing a blue light. There are enemies. Roar! With a warning, the orcs immediately rode on the wolves, and those who didn't ride on the wolves picked up their weapons and followed behind. Alas! Too reckless. Knowing that he couldn't hide anymore, Gandalf immediately stood up and picked up his cane. Aha, look what I found, a human with a disgusting sword and a wizard. Who gave you the courage to come to my territory? Kill them! The little leader raised the butcher knife, and the wolves behind him immediately pounced on him. Boom! Levi swept across and stopped the three riders. The flames ignited from the dry fur of the wolf, burning the orcs riding on it and screaming. They immediately jumped down. Gandalf behind him glanced at the fire, and saw that the flames that were almost extinguished by the rolling suddenly jumped up. The momentum was so strong that it directly ignited the orcs, who were closer. Levi didn't turn his head to look. He knew that Gandalf had a ring of fire, which could ignite both fire and hope. On this side, Levi swept a large area. Wearing black armor, he rushed into the group of orcs and killed them indiscriminately under rounds of long-range and short-range attacks, leaving a field of charred corpses, which frightened the orcs behind. If I can't afford to provoke you, can I hide? In comparison, The old man over there looks much easier to bully. An orc screamed and raised the weapon in his hand and rushed towards Gandalf. But Gandalf was not in a hurry. He raised his staff and poked it. Based on the principle that an inch longer is an inch stronger, he relied on the length of the staff to knock the attacking orc to the ground. After this poke, he turned around and hit another orc with the staff. This time, the orc's not very strong armor was bent directly, which surprised Gandalf himself. This thing is getting more and more convenient to use. Although Gandalf also fought with great momentum, he was far inferior to Levi. 5 or 6 orcs gathered around him soon, obviously treating him as a weakness and intending to deal with the weak ones as hostages first. However, Gandalf knocked his staff on the ground, and a terrifying flash suddenly passed over the camp. As a smell of gunpowder drifted over, several orcs fell to the ground and died on the spot. Chapter 44. Levi, wait a minute. On this side, Levi killed dozens of orcs and more than a dozen wargs, leaving only one small leader. Gandalf hurried over and looked at the last survivor. I thought you had forgotten our purpose. Don't worry, I can control my sword. Levi took back his sword, and at the same time Gandalf put his cane against the chest of the orc leader to prevent him from getting up and fighting back. The so-called purpose of the two was naturally to explore the intelligence of these orcs. Dirty guy, tell me, what are you doing here? Hee, damn wizard, we will skin you sooner or later. Bang! Gandalf hit him hard and beat the orc to a bloody skin. Tell me your purpose, I will give you a quick death. We will kill all the humans in this area, and everything will belong to us. Gaga. After saying this, the small leader died directly. Levi looked at Gandalf. Are there still people living around here? Gandalf nodded slowly, frowned and said, as far as I know, there are some. Many years ago, when evil had not yet spread, the kingdom of Rovanion had not yet become a ruin, and Mirkwood was still called the Great Greenwood, there were many free people living near this fertile river valley. However, now the forest has been polluted, it is pitch black inside, and there are many dangers nearby. It is no longer suitable for living. Most people choose to move to a safer place to live. There are indeed many people living here, both humans and hobbits. Some of them have left here, some are still wandering, and some have not had time to leave and are still gathering in this area. We have to do something, Levi. Gandalf picked up his staff, tapped the little leader to prevent him from pretending to be dead, and called Levi to set off. Where are you going? It's not me who's going, it's us. We should go and warn the possible residents nearby to leave as soon as possible to avoid being killed by the orcs. No, Gandalf, I think it's enough for you to do this. Levi stood there without moving. Gandalf turned around. What about you? I kill all the orcs. Won't the problem be solved? Levi felt that there were too many orcs nearby. Hearing this, Gandalf stopped temporarily. If someone else said this, the wizard would definitely hit him hard on the head with his pipe to wake him up. Since the orcs were preparing for a large-scale looting, they would not just send out a few scattered teams, but would definitely send out a looting army with a total number of at least thousands. No matter how you look at it, a person facing thousands of orcs alone is a death sentence. Generally speaking, this is the case. But if it is Levi, as long as those orcs do not gather together all the time, maybe. Gandalf nodded and said, that makes sense, then we will separate here, and you should be careful in your actions. I will support you as soon as I finish my work here. May your actions go smoothly. You too. The Anduin Valley, located on the east side of the Misty Mountains, the two separated and ran in different directions. Levi opened the system map, and this area was full of fog that had not been explored yet. Just right, let me open the map carefully. Boom, night. An orc holding a torch kicked over a fence and set fire to the wooden houses along the road. Under the light of the fire, his face full of lumps looked extremely hideous and terrifying. Bad luck. Another abandoned village. Where's the scout? Tell him to come over. Didn't they say there are people here? A shorter orc came over with a stoop, timidly saying, I did see a fire here just now. Maybe they are hiding. As he was talking, another orc suddenly came over to report the news, and it seemed that he had found something at the entrance of the village. The little leader immediately led people over. The ashes just burned are still warm. There must be someone nearby. Find him. Just as a group of orcs were about to disperse and search separately, the warg suddenly sounded a warning and roared towards the shadows. The little leader looked over and saw a human in an inconspicuous linen robe slowly emerging from the darkness. Aha, I found you. The wolves rushed over excitedly, and the orc raised his butcher knife, thinking about how to kill this unfortunate human. However, a faint blue light flashed, and the human slowly smiled. Wait, this person is wrong. The little leader stopped the momentum of the wolf under his crotch, and took 2 steps back. After a while, looking at the burning corpses of orcs and wolves in front of him, and looking at the direction where the little leader of the orcs fled, Levi felt a little bit of pity. This time he didn't ride a horse, and he really couldn't catch up with the wolf. Very smart. Seeing that he knew to run away. Without caring where the orc ran, Levi continued his own pace, opening the map little by little, looking for abandoned villages, or a lone orc team. Under the carpet-style search, the days, whether quiet or noisy, passed by unnoticed. Chief, we saw fireworks in the village over there. Do you want to go in and search? When they heard that there might be people in the village, the surrounding wolves and orcs began to get agitated and were already impatient. At the end of the team, someone couldn't help but let out a sigh, with numbness in his eyes. Is someone going to be enslaved again? Obviously, even if Gandalf's warning was timely and Levi killed as many people as possible, there were still many people caught by the orcs under the large-scale looting and plundering, either as food or as slaves. This is an orc team responsible for escorting the looted human slaves. Compared with other looting teams, they are more numerous, more powerful, and more vicious. Although he was confident in his own strength, the leader still asked vigilantly after listening to the scout's report. Fireworks? Just one or many? Many, more than one house. Are those houses old or new? Are there any signs of human activities? The scout scratched his swollen head and recalled with great effort. Some houses are very old, but it seems that someone has cleaned them. I also saw a few clothes drying in the yard. Are there many weeds on the roadside? The scout shook his head. No, there are very few weeds. I can see the situation inside at a glance. Good. The leader showed a cruel smile. It seems that this is not the trap of that person, but a real village. He pointed to a team of only dozens of orcs and ordered, "You stay here to watch these slaves, and the others follow me. We will eat human flesh tonight." Ha ha ha. A group of orcs rushed towards the village. However, after entering the village and searching the houses, they were dumbfounded. Why is there no one here? Some orcs looked at the bonfires burning in some chimneys, and the leather clothes hanging on the wooden racks in the yard, wondering what was going on. Until suddenly, there was a commotion from the slave-guarding team in the distance. Orcs and wargs with flames flew into the sky and fell to the ground screaming. Under the night sky, this scene was extremely conspicuous. Chapter 45. It's him! It must be him, that human! Damn it, I've been fooled again! The little leader was furious, and immediately raised the machete in his hand and shouted in the direction of Levi, "We!" The large group of wolves and orcs behind him looked fierce, just waiting for the leader's order to rush back and chop the human into pieces. "We retreat!" The leader turned around and was about to run away, but the orcs around him were stunned. After reacting, they were all dissatisfied. Just one human, and he still wants to run? We have hundreds of people. You are not worthy of being our leader, coward. Immediately, a stronger orc stood up to object. Shut up, scum, if you want to die, I can help you. The little leader grabbed the orc who objected, and lifted him up with his powerful arm strength. One hand clamped his neck tightly, making him unable to break free and unable to breathe. He was about to struggle, and suffocate on the spot. Plop. The leader didn't kill him in the end. The orc who opposed him was thrown to the ground and gasped for air. With this example, the other orcs became obedient. At least on the surface they stopped opposing. You don't know how terrifying he is. Go find reinforcements. We need more people to deal with him. Even though they were dissatisfied, a large group of orcs still retreated. On the other side, the firelight illuminated the miserable faces of the refugees. Looking at the black-armored warrior, who seemed to have fallen from the sky, the refugees couldn't tell for a moment whether they were dreaming or still awake. Similarly, it was unclear whether this brutal warrior was a friend or foe. There were not many orcs left to guard the refugees, just a few dozen orcs with not very good equipment, and they were quickly cleaned up by Levi. Some died, some escaped, and not a single one was left. This, sir. An old farmer walked to the front and talked to Levi with his head held high. He used all his life's experience to learn to bow like those people of status. Levi took off his helmet and gently helped the old man up. Seeing that this brave warrior seemed to have no hostility and was very friendly, the refugees were all relieved. Are you residents here? Yes, sir, we have lived here for generations. The old man replied. Levi kicked the orc corpse on the ground twice and said, "This place doesn't look suitable for long-term living." The old man didn't know what to say for a while. In fact, he had no idea what was going on. I only know that we lived here all right before, But suddenly a group of orcs destroyed our place of living. Some people were killed, some were eaten alive, and the rest were captured here. Don't live here anymore. Levi shook his head. It will soon become very dangerous here. But sir, our homeland has been destroyed. We have nothing and nowhere to go. The things here are all we have. Levi looked at the group of refugees in front of him, and was silent for a while. Go south, follow the river south, and you can go all the way to Rohan. Gondor is further south of Rohan. These are all human kingdoms that can protect your survival. Even if you don't want to go south, you can go east of the Black Forest, to the Valley State, and you can find a place where you can live. However, considering various factors, Levi hesitated for a moment and said, if you really have no other choice, you can also choose to cross the mountains to the west and walk through the wilderness. There is a territory there. We remember it, sir. Without much communication, the refugees asked Levi's name, and after expressing their gratitude solemnly, they planned to make their long journey. However, Levi looked at this group of people who were covered in dust and had nothing, shook his head, and called them. Take these, it will make your journey smoother. Levi took out a lot of bread and distributed it, and rubbed some iron swords on the spot, and gave them to the young people among the refugees, who looked kind and capable. Although I don't know how much effect it will have, at least it will prevent them from having to endure hunger on the road, and they will not be helpless when they encounter danger. These supplies are just a drop in the bucket for Levi, but they are quite precious and useful for the refugees. After the refugees left, the reputation system also showed a prompt. As these refugees found a new place to live, Levi's reputation will continue to spread among the relevant camps and regions. The more people you save, the more reputation you will gain. It's an unexpected gain. On the other side, in a place where the looting has not yet arrived, a gray figure argued with some people. But we have always lived here, and have never heard of any orc army. That's because they were once cleared out by the dwarf army, and now they are back again, and they are nearby. If you don't want to lose your life, call the villagers as soon as possible, pack up your things and leave quickly. It's not too late now. Just when everyone was a little shaken, a man with a scruffy beard and a sloppy look squeezed over and retorted in a harsh tone, No, we won't leave. You are a wizard who only brings rumors and gossip. You must have bad intentions to let us leave. I think you have been eyeing our village for a long time, just waiting to drive us out, okay? Bang! Gandalf frowned and hit the nagging guy with a stick, knocking him to the ground. I say again, leave here quickly, otherwise it will be too late. Gandalf said loudly, his words seemed to have some kind of magic, and the villagers felt convinced unconsciously. But the land that supports our lives is right under our feet. Even if we leave, where should we go? Even so, some people still raise questions. There are more places for people to live than here. Gandalf looked at the villagers and pointed in a direction. To the north, there are some larger settlements not far north of the river, where more people live. Your ancestors are of the same origin. If you gather together, you will definitely be able to exert greater power. Compared with Levi, Gandalf obviously knows more about the local situation and history. He knows that there are some human settlements in the north of the valley, which are not as far away as Rohan or the Valley State. The people there have some weapons, and can deal with a certain number of enemies. Although there are not many free people living in this area strictly speaking, if they can unite and form a whole, they can form a strong resistance force to effectively resist the invasion of orcs. In this way, they don't have to rely on others or wander around, but can continue to live in this area and be self-reliant. Soon, the villagers gathered together with their things and discussed which way to go. Gandalf lit his pipe and took 2 puffs. Of course, it was not only the pipe in his hand that was lit. There was also a certain hope in people's hearts. Discover, guide, and unite. This is exactly the duty of wizards. Chapter 46. H.A. On the swamp, Levi stretched his body and patted his tattered linen cloak covered with blood after removing another small stronghold. As the sword pierced through the throat of the orc under his feet, the blue light on it gradually extinguished. Boom! The fire on the corpse dispelled some of the morning mist. Levi stretched his hand over to bake and felt a hint of warmth. The weather was getting colder. It had been a long time since he separated from Gandalf. At first, Levi would count the rising and setting of the sun and the setting of the moon, and calculate what time it was and how many days had passed. But as the mist on the map gradually dissipated, the distance his feet walked became longer and longer, and the number of orcs chopped down by the sword in his hand increased, and Levi gradually felt a little numb. Every day, he was either rushing to open the map or searching for traces of orcs and refugees. Day after day, there was no change. I vaguely remember that I could still meet scattered refugees a month ago, and I could talk to them and guide them to a safe place. But maybe the residents in this area have finally evacuated, or maybe for some other reason, Levi hasn't met humans for a long time. Even animals are rare. It seems that the only things that move and make sounds around here are orcs and wargs. Of course, they won't move now. Sitting there for a while, taking out 2 pieces of bread and eating them, Levi opened the map and checked the topography of this area. At this moment, most of the fog in this area called the Anjuin Valley has been dispelled, and the terrain is recorded on the map. Among them, the station orcs are counted as a batch, and all those who can be killed have been killed by Levi. Those who were not killed either ran too fast or hundreds of orcs gathered together. In a relatively open area, Levi could not cope with an army of this size for the time being. When the number of orcs increased, there would always be some changes in the tactics. Once trapped, it would be difficult to escape. Levi shook his head. The remaining orc army was basically a hard bone that was forced to unite by himself, and it was not easy to chew. It was time to stop for the time being. After being out for so long, even Levi would have some difficulties in storing supplies. The ready-made food had been consumed long ago. For a long time, Levi relied on several groups of hay blocks stored in his backpack to make bread. Now the bread was almost finished. Levi stood up and was about to walk around to see if he could find some wild animals. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from a distance. "Finally found you, Levi, huh? This is really not easy. I saw an old man in a gray robe crossing the grass all the way, avoiding the swamp, and quickly ran to Levi. I've been looking for you for almost half a month. If I hadn't still seen some burned bodies of orcs and wargs, I would have suspected that you had gone back. The orcs in this area haven't been cleared out yet. How could I go back so early?" Levi shook his head. Hearing this, Gandalf took a breath and said quickly, "Oh God, Levi, it's enough, you've done enough. I haven't seen even half a living orc in this half-month. To be honest, this is even cleaner than the dwarf army. I'm wondering if you have a deep hatred with these orcs." Deep hatred? Levi glanced at the reputation column. Misty Mountain Orcs. Minus 1523, enemies, it should be there now. At this point, Levi estimated that the hatred of the orcs in this area for him was no less than that of the dwarf royal family. For a more specific example, if Levi and Thorin were chased by the orcs, and the two ran separately, the orcs might have to chase Levi first, provided that they could defeat them. Well, anyway, our goal has been achieved. The humans in the valley have moved to the north and gathered. When they are truly united, the invasion of the orcs will no longer threaten them. Perhaps they can condense into a new tribe. Without your help, they may have to experience more setbacks. Gandalf said, and found a broken piece of wood to sit on, took out his cigarette, and lit the flame. As a smoke ring was exhaled, the wizard's tense expression was visibly relaxed. Gandalf was smoking, and Levi was silent, as if in a daze. The sky above the swamp was silent, with only a thin smoke floating alone. Gandalf stole a glance at the silent Levi, thinking. After a while, perhaps, he had a good rest. He put away his pipe and suddenly slapped his knees. "Oh, look at my brain. I almost forgot." "What? New Year? New Year?" Levi was a little confused. "What does it mean? Is there anything special about the New Year?" "Yes, it's the New Year soon. I told the children of the Shire that I would bring fireworks when the New Year comes. It's been so long." Levi felt a little dazed. This time he was out for the longest time, even longer than going to hell. "We should end this long journey, Levi." Gandalf patted Levi on the shoulder and announced the end of the adventure. A cool breeze blew. Some white particles floated on Levi's face, icy and a little wet. It was snowing. The orcs have temporarily stopped their activities. For some reason, they shrank near the mountains and stopped expanding outward. As they walked along, Gandalf talked about the information he had learned. When he mentioned some reason, he glanced at Levi. "To be honest, this is one of the few times I feel that things are going well. All kinds of adventures in the past are always full of obstacles. There are still too few things a person can do. Not everyone can be as strong as Levi." "Levi?" Gandalf suddenly called out. "Aw, I'm here. I always feel like you're in a daze." "No, I just feel a little tired?" "No, you should understand. I won't feel tired." "I see you are tired." Gandalf looked like an experienced person and said slowly, "You know, Levi, the elves have an endless lifespan, are naturally close to nature and magic, are strong, and will never get sick or age. But they will die of sadness. Spirit is the best nourishment for life and soul. You need to pay attention to this, Levi. Whether it's you, me, or anyone else, we all need to rest. I never stay awake when it's time to sleep. For you and me, the body is never the most important, but the soul needs to be maintained at all times. This couldn't be said any more directly, and there was no way to go on. Levi listened silently and nodded. Is that so? Thinking about it, it seems that I haven't slept for several months. Because I was not tired at all, and my body did not feel tired. Maybe it is true as Gandalf said, the soul also needs to be maintained occasionally. After all, it cannot be repaired by experience. In the blink of an eye, many days passed, and the two returned to the original way and left the Misty Mountains. The journey was quite smooth, and there were almost no traces of orcs. Even when passing through the Misty Mountains pass, there were no orcs to harass. At this time, after going down the mountain and entering the wilderness, Gandalf asked again, as I said before, I plan to go to the Shire for a walk. What about you, Levi? Me? Levi gently raised his hand and caught a grain of snow. I won't go. There are still some things waiting for me to do. While it is winter now. Chapter 47. Snow. This thing can only be seen in the high places of the Misty Mountains or the snowfields in the far north. Other places can only wait until winter. However, snow has never shown any particularly good use, so Levi didn't pay much attention to it. However, although snow is useless, the ice that often appears with it is much more useful. Ice, or the blue ice synthesized from ice that will not melt, is a must for building high-speed passages. In the first winter in this world, Levi decided to stock up on materials. On this day, Levi, who had returned from a long journey, cleared the snow at the city gate and invited Gandalf to have a meal. Then, the old man immediately set off in a hurry, without staying. Thank you for your invitation, but if you don't leave now, you will be too late. I don't want to be called a liar by the children. Well, I hope you have a happy new year. Send Gandalf away. The first thing Levi did was to clear the areas where he often moved around in the territory. The thick layers of snow looked nice, but they really hindered his activities. This clearing was a box of snow. After not coming back for a few months, the animals were still the same. Although they were exposed to the heavy snow, they did not seem to be abnormal, and were very resistant to cold. As for the original animals, cows, sheep, horses, etc., they are now lying in a shed with a lid and a heater. They have enough food and water, and they live a very comfortable life. However, in comparison, the farm looked a little embarrassed. As the weather turned cold, the water sources in the farm froze. The water turned into ice, causing the nearby arable land to dry up, and the crops on it turned directly into seeds and fell to the ground. After placing a few pieces of fluorescent stone at the bottom of the water to provide heat and prevent freezing, Levi planted the land again. It's just a heavy snow, it can't overwhelm my resistant crops. After simply dealing with the things affected by the heavy snow in the territory, it was night. Looking at the dark sky, Levi suddenly remembered what Gandalf said. So on this day, Levi returned to his room and took a nap. Ha, comfortable. After waking up, Levi felt refreshed. Unlike the energetic he usually felt, this feeling was like his whole state was refreshed. It was fundamentally different from the energy he had when he was full. Go to work. After walking into the warehouse and finding a lot of materials, Levi planned a large area and built an ice field. It takes 9 ordinary ice to synthesize 1 floating ice that will not melt, and it takes 9 floating ice to synthesize the blue ice needed to build a high-speed ice road. The amount of ice needed to build a road can be said to be quite large. This is a long-term collection project. Levi took out the pickaxe enchanted with precision collection and experience repair, and began to chisel ice day and night. Of course, after each collection, the water always needs some time to condense into ice again. During this time, Levi will not wait at the ice field. Instead, he will take advantage of this gap to do territory construction work. After shoveling snow once, Levi really doesn't want to shovel it a second time, but the weather is not something he can control. Once it snows again, the territory will definitely be covered in white. Fortunately, there are always ways to deal with this situation, such as inserting torches and placing glowstones. These heating blocks can automatically melt the falling snow, so that the trouble of cleaning can be avoided. So on some frequently traveled roads and main roads in the territory, Levi built one beautiful and warm street lamp after another on the roadside with either glowstone or torches. With street lamps, there must be roads, so Levi picked up materials and built roads along the track of street lamps. But roads and street lamps alone are not enough, which seems too monotonous, so there are more decorations on both sides of the road, including artificial landscape trees, small flower beds, steps and benches, fences and small ponds, as well as some fine rivers and small wooden bridges. As he built, Levi couldn't help but think of the scenery and architectural style of the valley, and unconsciously integrated some of it, while the style of the roadside castle was constantly changing. On the other side, Gandalf had just finished a grand fireworks party in the Shire, and was surrounded by a group of cheering children. His peaceful face was so smiling that his eyes could not see. Oh good, good children, the last one, only the last one. Boom! The fireworks exploded in the air, the earth was bright for a moment, and the hobbits in the whole village exclaimed. It was an extremely happy night. Gandalf happily set off the fireworks to his heart's content, and the children were excited to recall the fireworks all night, and lay in bed unable to sleep. Maybe in the dream, the fireworks will bloom again. Gandalf, will you come again next year? The next morning, the children surrounded Gandalf, who was about to leave, and asked him a lot. This is not necessarily true, but I promise, this is not the last time I will come. Oh, I think I should leave. Goodbye, children. Gandalf waved and left. I have a feeling it's better to go this way. Gandalf set out on his journey again, not knowing where to go. People returned to their own paths, and lived as usual. Nothing happened. The days passed by unnoticed. Lightning flashed. Boom! A heavy rain heralded the arrival of spring. March 15th, 2941 of the Third Age. Bree. In the Prancing Pony Inn, Gandalf turned his head suddenly, and saw a dwarf, who looked a little down and out, but had an extraordinary temperament. This face looked familiar. Thorin, son of Thrain. The moment he saw this dwarf, Gandalf suddenly remembered the dwarf prisoner he had met in Dol Guldur nearly 100 years ago, who was tortured beyond recognition, and whose memory was incomplete. The dwarf handed him a key and a map, and asked him to give them to his son. But Gandalf had never known who the dwarf prisoner was, let alone who his son was. However, the moment he saw Thorin, everything suddenly became clear. The dwarf who gave him the key and the map was Thrain II, the king of the dwarves of Durin, and the dwarf in front of him was Thorin Oakenshield, who inherited this title. In an instant, Gandalf thought a lot. At this moment, the downtrodden dwarf king was concentrating on dealing with the food on the plate, but in this noisy inn, there were several malicious eyes focused on him. Two ruffians who had been waiting for a long time slowly stood up and surrounded him from both sides. They were spies bribed by the enemy outside. Thorin slowly put down the food in his hand, and one hand had already placed on the hilt of the sword. Mind if I sit at the same table with you? A voice that made people feel inexplicably relieved suddenly came, interrupting the tense atmosphere here. Thorin looked up and saw an old man in a gray robe sitting opposite him. Seeing that the situation was developing in an unknown direction, the two rogues looked at each other and chose to retreat and wait and see. Let me introduce myself. I am Gandalf, Gandalf the Grey. I know you. Apparently Thorin had heard of this strange old man. Oh, that's great. It's a coincidence today. By the way, what is Thorin Oakenshield visiting Bree for? I heard that someone saw my father wandering in the wilderness near Dunland. I went to look for him, but there was nothing. Thrain. Gandalf sighed. The music of fate sounded again. Chapter 48. Our meeting is not accidental, is it, Gandalf? Of course, it's not a coincidence. Gandalf said slowly. The Lonely Mountain has always worried me, Thorin. The dragon has been entrenched there for too long, and sooner or later it will attract some more evil eyes. The Lonely Mountain is a very important line of defense. If it is broken and occupied by evil forces, then they can go north through the Lonely Mountain all the way to Angmar. At that time, the Witch Kingdom of Angmar may even be rebuilt. The minions of evil will use this route to cross the southern line of defense, and directly reach out to the peaceful land west of the Misty Mountains. By then, even places like Lindon and the Shire, which have always been far away from the center of war, will face huge threats, and places like Gondor and Rohan will be attacked from both sides. The lips and teeth are cold, and no one can be immune. I met some blind guys on the Green Avenue. They thought I was a tramp. I guess their end will not be very decent. Thorin knew a little about the power of some wizards. Gandalf nodded and took out a sturdy parchment. I found this on them, a reward. What reward? Your head. Someone wants to kill you. You can't wait any longer, Thorin. You are the heir of Durin, the king of the dwarves. As long as you unite the various armies of the dwarves, you will have the power to retake Erebor. Convene a meeting of the 7 tribes of dwarves, and let them fulfill their oath. Thorin was silent for a while. In theory, as long as the dwarf army could be summoned, it would be possible to retake the Lonely Mountain, but the 7 armies of the dwarves swore allegiance to the holder of the king's crown jewel. The so-called royal jewel is the Arkenstone, but this beautiful diamond, a treasure known as the Heart of the Mountain, is now being guarded by a dragon. Only with the Arkenstone can I summon them. But have you forgotten that the Arkenstone was taken away by Smaug? Gandalf stared at the two rogues next to him until he forced them out of the house, then said, "What if I help you get it back?" "How?" "It's under the feet of a dragon." "Yes. That's why we need a thief." Gandalf had a hunch that this operation needed a hobbit, which was very important. They are short, light and silent, and can easily blend into the surrounding environment. They are natural hiders, and are very suitable for the role of a thief. After silently deciding on the thief, the wizard lit his pipe, thought for a moment, and continued, "And a brave warrior, who might be willing to go with him." Gandalf's intuition told him that the guy would be interested in this matter. The outline of the plan was drawn up. Thorin, who had just returned from a long journey in Dunland, and Gandalf, who had just finished a long journey, continued to travel together without stopping, heading to the Blue Mountains to discuss specific plans and recruit expedition members. In April, after all the discussions were completed, Gandalf took the lead in embarking on the journey. "I'm going to find a friend first, and then we meet in the Shire. I leave a sign on the door." Gandalf left, and then Thorin and the 12 dwarves, who responded to the call, fully armed, embarked on the same journey with Gandalf. April 2941 of the Third Age, near the roadside castle. Gandalf stood on a high ground with his cane, looking at the huge and somewhat quiet territory from afar, frowning. As he looked, he couldn't help but light up his pipe. "Where am I? Is this still the roadside castle? This roadside doesn't look like a roadside." Even though he hasn't entered the territory yet, the greenery spreading from the city wall, and some corner scenery have already aroused Gandalf's visual senses. As he looked, suddenly, Gandalf found that there was a person on the city wall waving at him. Gandalf also raised his cane, and waved twice in response. On the city wall, Levi walked to the door, pulled down the lever to open the iron gate, and waited for the wizard to arrive. "Haha, how are you doing recently, Levi?" Gandalf started to greet him from a distance, just enough to hear the voice. "Not bad, probably. I haven't felt time pass so fast for a long time." At this moment, Levi only wore a pair of netherite boots enchanted with fall protection 4 on his feet, and the rest of his body was not armored, just ordinary clothes. Looks like a casual town resident. In fact, it is also very casual, except for a little phantom pain in the liver. Oh my god, it's incredible." Approaching the city gate, Gandalf was immediately attracted by the scenery inside, and couldn't help but lean his body, looking around Levi and looking back. "Is this still the great wilderness of Eriador? I almost thought I came to Rivendell." "Thank you, I did build up the territory a little during this period." "A little?" Gandalf raised his eyebrows. "You really know how to use words." A friend came, of course, he couldn't let him stand at the door. Soon, Levi welcomed Gandalf into the castle. After a short rest, he cooked a few dishes himself. The two ate and talked at the table. "To be honest, if I didn't know you, I would definitely think this was the elves' newly built home. I did borrow some of the style of Rivendell. So this is what you have been busy with in the past few months?" Levi nodded. At this moment, after his continuous construction and planning, this territory has really become like a huge city managed by someone, rather than a piece of land with only a few specific places. Gandalf looked at the complicated scenery outside the window and commented, "Everything is good here, but it's a pity that it's too quiet. There's no one here except you. Also, I suggest you polish the corners of some buildings. Although they look good now, they are too square. If someone accidentally bumps into them, it will definitely hurt. By the way, what is the big pool over there? I hope you don't mind my directness. That thing is a bit out of place in this scenery." "Very useful advice. That's the ice field over there. I collect ice in winter. Spring came too suddenly, and I didn't have time to dismantle it." "Ice harvesting? Is ice harvested like this?" Gandalf felt a little confused, but when he thought of Levi, he felt relieved. The meal was not hurried. The two chatted from time to time. Gandalf talked about his experience in the north of the Shire, the blind bandits on the Green Avenue, and the current situation of the scattered vagrants over there. "Nomad," Levi muttered and asked, "Do you know a nomad named Farad'n? I haven't seen him for a long time since we last parted." "No." Gandalf shook his head. He had a wide range of friends, but not so wide that he knew everyone in Middle-earth. "But I can ask for you. I will tell you if I have relevant information." "Oh, that's not necessary. I just asked because you mentioned nomads. With his skills, there shouldn't be any accidents." "I hope so." After ending the topic, Gandalf ate the last piece of meat on his plate, put down the cutlery, and said, "Actually, I came here this time to ask if you are interested in joining an expedition. Expedition? Levi suddenly remembered something. Yes, that's right, it's time. I know wizards won't visit without a purpose. Can you tell me in detail about the expedition you mentioned? Chapter 49. The so-called expedition, of course, refers to the expedition to the Lonely Mountain. Soon, Gandalf told Levi about his encounter with Thorin in Bree and his concerns about the strategy of the Lonely Mountain in the north, regardless of whether Levi could understand. Obviously, he treated Levi as his own, so he told him everything in one go. Thorin Oakenshield, son of Thrain and heir to the title of King of the Dwarves of Durin, has summoned a dwarf expedition team to rush here in the Blue Mountains. We agreed to meet at the Snitch and go to the Lonely Mountain together to take back the Arkenstone. With the Arkenstone, Thorin can summon the dwarf army, launch a general attack on the dragon, and recapture Erebor. This plan sounds good. Levi only said this. Yes, the original plan of the Lonely Mountain expedition was like this, but judging from the final result, there are still some flaws. Gandalf nodded and continued. I don't know if you have heard that in the halls of Erebor, the treasures occupied by the dragons are piled up as high as mountains, and there are countless of them. If you are willing to join the expedition and help the dwarves regain their homes, 1/15 of these treasures will be your reward. According to Gandalf's observation, although Levi sometimes does things similar to himself, he can unconditionally fight for the free people and fight against evil. But he is not without needs. He has his own territory, and may have many people in the future. Therefore, there must be rewards. As for Gandalf himself, he never counted himself. Being able to hinder the enemy is the best reward for him. I agreed to join. Gandalf was relieved only after hearing this, as if a big stone had fallen from his heart. With the addition of Levi, a powerful fighter, this expedition will be much more stable. Then it's settled. Gandalf immediately finalized the itinerary for fear that Levi would go back on his word. On the evening of April 25th, we will meet at Bag End in Hobbiton, the Shire. Don't worry about getting lost. I will leave a mark on the door. There will be a banquet at that time. Okay, I remember. Looking at Gandalf's look of I have already discussed it with the people there, Levi couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic to Bilbo. But while sympathizing, he also wanted to laugh a little. His honest and decent hobbit friend will be in trouble in 2 days. Although Levi's slightly subtle expression really made Gandalf a little confused, he immediately put this little abnormality behind him and set off directly to the Shire. Hobbits. There are many in the Shire, but among them, the adventurous little hobbit of the Took family left a deep impression on Gandalf, although considering the time, he can no longer be called a little guy. This is him. While Gandalf was away, Levi packed his backpack, stored the scattered building materials in the warehouse to make room, and brought a bunch of supplies and medicines. Golden apples, various emergency potions, lembas, several sets of food and hay blocks that are enough to last for a long time, armor, weapons, tools, arrows, plus some regular supplies and emergency items. Not long after, there was not much space left in the backpack. After preparing the supplies for the trip and finally taking care of the territory, Levi waited for 2 more days before riding off on horseback. The main thing is that I am afraid that the horse will run too fast, and it will be a bit embarrassing to run ahead of Gandalf. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. A bright morning. The Shire, Hobbiton. Good morning. Bilbo raised his pipe and greeted the strange old man standing in front of him. What do you mean? The strange old man looked at the hobbit and said, Do you mean that I hope I have a good morning, or that today is a good morning no matter what I am like, or that you feel particularly good this morning? Or do you just want to say that it is nice to have such a morning? All of these, probably. Bilbo felt that this old man was getting weirder and weirder. Suddenly standing at the door of his house to disturb his peaceful morning, and then using his language games to find fault. I hope he is fine, Bilbo thought so. I'm looking for someone to join an adventure. Adventure? Bilbo blinked twice. The things that Levi said? Oh, that's quite interesting. This old man is also an adventurous person. But it definitely has nothing to do with me. I don't think there are any adventurous people from Bree to the west. You've gone to the wrong place. But I have a friend who is a good cook and really likes adventure, but it's definitely not me. Next time I meet him, I can ask him for you. Well, that's it. Good morning. Bilbo greeted again and planned to go back to the house quickly to avoid this weird old man. Until Gandalf began to recognize relatives. You know me, but the name in your mind doesn't match mine. I am Gandalf, Bilbo Baggins. You have changed a lot. You were not like this when you were a child. Well, that's settled. Gandalf nodded. Regardless of whether Bilbo agreed or not, he agreed on Bilbo's behalf. Clang. After a struggle, Gandalf was successfully locked out of the door, and Bilbo locked the door from the inside to prevent the strange old man from continuing to pester him. Zizi. Bilbo heard some unusual noises. At this moment, Gandalf's staff turned into a laser pin and carved a symbol similar to the letter F on the door. Bilbo's tranquility only lasted for one day. That night, Bilbo had just fried a fish and was about to enjoy it when there was a knock on the door. Dwalin, at your service. Ah. Well, Bilbo Baggins, at your service. Bilbo quickly put away his appearance and returned the salute. Soon Dwalin ate the dinner Bilbo prepared for him. Well, mainly, I didn't expect anyone to come today. Ding-ling-ling. I guess it's the doorbell. Balin, at your service. After a moment. Philly, Keely, at your service. You must be Mr. Baggins. No, you've gone to the wrong place. Bilbo gradually began to realize that something was wrong. That's my mother's dowry chest. Can you please not do this? The chest still couldn't avoid the fate of being rubbed against the soles of shoes. Mr. Baggins, I have to say you have great taste. This sword was made by one of our people. It's very finely crafted and worth a lot of money. Swish, the sword was pulled out and swung twice, scaring Bilbo back again and again. Hey, don't move. That was given to me by Levi. Please put it back. Levi? Sounds familiar. Ding-ling-ling. The doorbell interrupted the conversation, and Bilbo opened the door a little irritably. Then, he was shocked by the large group of dwarves that rushed in and lost his temper. When he looked up again, he saw an old man bending over and looking into the house. Gandalf. A lively banquet was held in Bag End. Seeing the food in the storage room being eaten up bit by bit, Bilbo was also dizzy with anger. But this group of dwarves also composed a song to make him angry, which made him even more suffocated. There is still one person who didn't come, our leader. A dwarf suddenly remembered something. No, there are two, he didn't come either. Gandalf interrupted, looking out the window uncontrollably. Will he come? This cheerful dinner lasted until the doorbell rang again. Thorin. Gandalf. You said before that this place is easy to find. Dwarves, hobbits, wizards. A group of people soon sat around the table and began to discuss the expedition. Even if they wanted to wait for Levi, the atmosphere was so tense that Gandalf had to join the discussion. Fortunately, the doorbell was triggered after a while. Ding-ling-ling. Everyone looked at the door together, then looked at Bilbo, motioning him to open the door. Gandalf breathed a sigh of relief. Oh well, I hope it's not a strange guy this time. Crackling. A figure wearing black armor, a worn linen cloak soaked in the blood of some creature, and a little blood on his body slowly walked into the door. The moment he walked into the door, the light in the room seemed to dim, as if it was absorbed by the armor. This man is very dangerous. Some of the dwarves picked up stools, some reached for weapons, some took out a fork from the drawer next to them, and some took 2 steps forward and stretched out their hands to pull Bilbo back. In an instant, everyone was ready for battle. However, unlike the dwarves, Bilbo showed a surprised expression. Levi. He opened his arms and smiled for the first time tonight. Oh, this is really the happiest thing for me today. Welcome. Haha. I really didn't expect you to visit today, as you can see. Bilbo turned around and was about to introduce the dwarves and Gandalf, but was startled by the situation behind him. What are you doing? Chapter 50. Okay, put down your weapons. This is our companion. Bomber, Dwalin, forks and spoons cannot be used as swords and shields. Bofer, you'd better put down the recorder. That thing is no threat to his armor. Gandalf comforted them one by one, letting the dwarves relax their guard like coaxing a child. Is he the powerful companion you mentioned, Gandalf? The calmest person on the scene was Thorin. This dwarf, with a kingly demeanor, did not make any big movements from beginning to end. He just stared at Levi with his eyes, never leaving for half a second. He was familiar with the smell. It was the blood of orcs. Oh yes, he will definitely be of great help to our journey. I guarantee it in my own name. On this side, after greeting Bilbo first, Levi said to Thorin, who had been staring at him, Greetings to you. We seem to have seen each other somewhere. Thorin flipped through his memories, looking for this face. Yes, I have traveled far to visit the Blue Mountains, and we met in the workshop in the hall. Hey, are you the human who stayed at the inn at the door a few months ago? A dwarf asked. Levi nodded and greeted many dwarves with a smile. Suddenly, another dwarf spoke. I seem to have heard that a few months ago a human traveler got drunk with the best drinker in the area. Is it true? The dwarves were a little unbelievable. He, a human, can get a dwarf drunk? Don't be ridiculous. Sigh. But it seems to be true, and many people were there at the time. Someone said something that silenced the dwarves. I don't believe it unless he drinks with me once. The dwarves started to make a noise. Okay, now is not the time to talk about this. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control in another direction, Gandalf hurried out to smooth things over. You smell very bloody, Levi. Did you encounter any danger on the road? Levi nodded. It's not dangerous, but I did encounter some blind wolves and orcs. Strange, they actually attacked you? Gandalf raised his eyebrows. What are those beasts afraid of? A dwarf who didn't understand the situation said. The Anduin Valley is too far away from the Blue Mountains, and the news has not yet spread completely. But what Levi did will eventually spread to the entire Middle-earth and become some kind of rumor. I also find it strange. This team is different from the ones I met before. They are well equipped and have everything they need. There seems to be a strong leader behind them, which makes them a lot more courageous. But I still wipe them out. Although their wargs run very fast and will disperse in different directions, it is obvious that my horse runs faster. Gandalf nodded, not surprised by Levi's reasonable remarks. The dwarves looked at each other and whispered. Some people thought that although this warrior looked strong, he was really good at bragging. Bilbo was confused and had no idea what Levi was talking about. OCE warg? All these were words he had never heard of, but from the conversation, Bilbo could be sure of one thing. Oh, so you know each other, Gandalf Levi, okay, as expected, yeah. Bilbo blinked and took a deep breath. He decided to find an opportunity to quietly remind Levi that he should be cautious in making friends. After a small episode, Bilbo moved a stool for Levi so that he could sit on the other side of the table and join the meeting. Now the table was full, with no space at all. Levi at least had a seat here, and Bilbo could only stand on tiptoe behind Thorin to look at the table. We must seize the opportunity to retake Erebor. After analyzing the pros and cons, Thorin announced. But there is no way to enter the mountain. Balin was always the most rational of the dwarves. My dear Balin, this is not right. Gandalf bent down, took out a key and a map from his robe, and said to Thorin, This is what your father Thrain gave me, of course, just for my safekeeping. Now it's yours. Thorin took the key and held it tightly in his hand. If there is a key, there is a door. There is another way in. The dwarves saw hope. Even if we can enter the mountain, it is still very dangerous to find the gem. Gandalf said slowly, but as long as we are careful and clever, this is still possible. So we need a thief. A dwarf said. Everyone's eyes were focused on Bilbo. However, Bilbo had never stolen anything since he was a child, so of course he could not accept this. Soon the dwarves questioned him, and then they quarreled. Enough, I say Bilbo Baggins is a thief, he is a thief. Gandalf stood up and released his huge pressure. The dwarves were as if their throats were strangled. No one dared to question. The only ones who were not affected by this momentum were Levi and Thorin. Thorin was the king of the dwarves, so he would not be easily affected by momentum. As for Levi, he thought the special effects were good. Give him the contract. Bilbo began to read the long contract carefully. 1/15, very fair. Puff. However, after reading the contract and being deliberately frightened by several dwarves, the hobbit, who was used to a comfortable life, still fainted on the ground. This was too exciting. After a while. Bilbo, I can't guarantee that you will come back. But if you come back, everything will be different. Gandalf was giving Bilbo psychological counseling in the living room. Bilbo thought about Gandalf's words, and thought of the wonderful stories that Levi would tell every time he came, and hesitated. No, I still can't sign. Bilbo refused. On the other side, the dwarves were discussing things at the door. I think that Levi is reliable, but that thief. Someone shook his head. Everything is not going well. After all, even we are not very strong warriors, just a group of toy makers and pot tinkers. Thorin listened to this, but didn't quite agree. He started his speech to cheer everyone up. To me, any one of these dwarves is stronger than the army of Iron Hills, because they responded to my call, loyalty, courage, these are enough. Gandalf listened to the dwarves' discussion and looked at Levi. You can fight the dragon, right? He asked quietly. Levi glanced at him and whispered, I don't know. In fact, I haven't seen the dragon, but I can try if necessary. Gandalf didn't speak for a while, but turned his head and told Balin, leave a copy of the contract at Bag End. The next morning, there was a figure running wildly in Hobbiton. In the woods, Levi controlled the horse to walk as slowly as possible, so as not to accidentally run away from the main force. There was no way. The speed of the ponies ridden by these dwarves could only be said to be average, and it really couldn't be compared with Levi's full-speed horse. "Hey, is that diamond on your horse?" After walking for a long time, someone finally couldn't help asking. In fact, the dwarves almost stared at Levi's horse armor all the way without blinking. "Well, yes, it's very strong and very useful in combat. Can I touch it?" "Of course, please." "Oh my god, it's too extravagant. How long does it take to mine such a large piece of armor?" Just as the dwarf sighed, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Wait, wait for me." It was Bilbo, who came with a signed contract. Seeing this, most of the team wailed, and a few whistled. "Welcome to Thorin Oakenshield's expedition, Mr. Baggins." Not long after, Bilbo rode on the pony, walked side by side with Levi and Gandalf, and started chatting. They made a bet on whether you would join. Most people bet that you wouldn't, and a few people bet that you would. "What about you?" Snap. Gandalf raised his hand, caught a small bag of silver coins, and put it away with a smile. "I never doubted you." Bilbo turned his head, and looked to the other side. Another small bag of silver coins was thrown over and caught by Levi. "I'd be happy to add a name called Bilbo to the adventure story I'm going to tell next time. It's a wonderful feeling to be in the story, isn't it?" Chapter 51. Home is behind, the world is in front of us. Young Bilbo stepped out of the Shire for the first time. That night, Bilbo could not sleep, just lying down for a while, and then got up. Gandalf and Levi were also sleepless. One leaned on the stone and smoked a pipe, and the other stood on a high place and looked around. Roar, some strange cries, and restlessness echoed in the mountains and valleys, making people feel uneasy. "What is this sound?" Bilbo was a little confused. He had never seen an orc, so naturally he had never heard of an orc. This movement directly woke up several dwarves, including Thorin. "This is an orc, a vicious species. There are at least dozens of them." Billy explained to Bilbo. "They are everywhere in the Lonely Land. They like to attack when people are asleep, and they kill people silently." Bilbo was startled by this speech, and felt a little panicked. "Everywhere?" Gandalf, smoking here, glanced at Levi, who was looking from a high place, and shook his head silently. In the past, they were indeed everywhere in this wilderness. It is a little uncertain now. More and more people woke up when they sensed the approach of orcs. In Bilbo's puzzled eyes, Balin began to talk about the battles they had experienced, including the origin of the title of Thorin Oakenshield. At the same time, in a dark forest where nothing could be seen clearly, a team of orc scouts cast their eyes towards the place where the bonfire was burning. "Tell the master that the dwarf scum has been found." The captain gave the order, sending the orcs to continue tracking and rushing back to report. Boom! The heavy rain came as soon as it came. The next day, a group of people rode on horses and moved forward in the rain. "Mr. Gandalf, can you stop the rain?" "It will stop when it stops raining." Gandalf said something nonsense to the dwarf, and then continued, "If you want to change the weather, you should find other wizards." "Anyone else?" Bilbo asked curiously. "Are there any other wizards?" "Yes." Gandalf glanced at Levi, hesitated for a moment, and said, "There are 5 of us in total. In addition to me, there are Saruman in white robes, Radagast in brown robes, and 2 blue robes." After speaking, Gandalf looked at Levi again. Levi also looked at him. Bilbo also noticed that Gandalf seemed to have been looking at Levi, and cast his eyes over there. "Well, Gandalf is right. I have nothing to add." "Okay." Seeing that Levi didn't say anything, Gandalf had to continue the previous topic and talk about the brown robe. Radagast the brown robe was the person who Gandalf mentioned after seeing Levi's alchemy table. However, the medicine he made was usually used to rescue small animals. This brown robe wizard lived in the forest all year round, close to nature. In his eyes, any life was equally worthy of respect and love. Even if it was just a small animal, he was willing to use all his strength to save it. Of course, evil creatures born from darkness, such as wargs and big spiders in the Black Forest, were excluded. The heavy rain gradually stopped, and the group rested for a while before continuing on the road. Just like this, they crossed Bree, walked out of the last human gathering place, passed through the top of the weather, and headed east. On the road, Gandalf suddenly pointed in a direction and said, "Oh, we are here. That's Levi's territory, the roadside castle." "Territory? Levi is also a lord?" a dwarf asked. "This is incredible. Isn't he like Thorin, a lord who goes out to fight in person?" "Well, you can say that, and he is not an ordinary lord." Gandalf riddles, and does not explain. "Does that mean we are near your house now, Levi?" Bilbo asked. He was very interested in Levi's house. Usually Levi visits him, And he has not taken the initiative to visit Levi. Yes, my territory is not far from the road. Then can we go and have a look? I welcome it. Levi nodded. Bilbo looked at the people around him and asked with his eyes. Levi said so. I have no objection anyway. Gandalf, who was at the front, said this. The dwarves also made a fuss. They have been curious about this guy for a long time. However, there was still one person who had not expressed his opinion. Although the dwarves were curious, they still had to wait for the leader to say whether to go or not. Since the lords here have expressed their welcome, I have no objection. If you come to the dwarf territory in the future, we will also welcome you. Thorin said to Levi. That couldn't be better. The dwarves were happy and could rest for a while, and Bilbo was also happy that he could visit Levi's home. As for Gandalf, Gandalf had already started to lead the way. Oh my God! After a while, a group of dwarves stood in front of the city gate, looking up at the towering city walls that could not be seen to the left and right, and their mouths open wide. You mean, this is Levi's territory? I've never heard of such a big city here. When was it built? Why hasn't there been any news about it? It's a miracle. It's more magnificent than any human city I've ever seen. This is before I've seen the White City. But how do we get in? Hey! Your lord is back. Open the door. A dwarf shouted at the non-existent guards on the city wall. Gandalf reminded, no need to shout, there's no one inside. Then he walked skillfully to the iron gate and waited for Levi to come. This iron gate is very strange. It looks like there's no lock on it, but it just can't be pushed. It must be some kind of magic. Snap. Levi put down the lever and opened the iron gate. Welcome to my territory. I think we can rest here for a few days. There are enough supplies. The luggage and horses of the crowd were quickly settled. The dwarves marveled at the craftsmanship of the city and looked around. I guess the architects here must have some quirks. Everything is square. But I like it. Square and neat, to be honest, it really hits the aesthetic point of the dwarves. Many of their buildings and facilities are angular and look very hard. What is that? Someone pointed at the patrolling iron golem and asked. Gandalf stopped a dwarf from trying to touch it and explained, it is a city guard golem created by Levi, responsible for the safety of this territory. I advise you not to test their hardness casually. In my opinion, one of these things can easily beat 10 orcs. Well, beating 10 dwarves may not be a problem. Really? Some dwarves were dissatisfied. However, when an iron golem really came over with a clang, these dwarves were a little weak in the knees and immediately hugged each other. Oh no no no, we are the guests invited by your master. The iron golem scratched his head. He took out a small red flower from somewhere and handed it to Balin, who was standing in the front. All this was beyond everyone's expectations. Oh, thank you. The old warrior with a white beard thanked the iron golem politely. They are quite friendly, aren't they? Balin said calmly, as if it wasn't him who was shouting just now. Just when he was talking, another iron golem came over and handed a small red flower to another dwarf. I agree. The dwarf put the flower away and nodded. This was the most appropriate time for the iron golem to send flowers. At least the height was suitable. I said, everyone, don't stand outside. I prepared a sumptuous lunch. Why don't you come in and have a meal first? On this side, the dwarves were still thinking about the flowers sent by the iron golem, but Levi had already prepared a large table of food and was waiting for the group to come in. Bilbo, who had been stunned for a long time, immediately recovered when he heard that there was food to eat. Wait for me, he shouted. That was the food Levi cooked himself. Chapter 52. Burp. At the castle dining table, Bomber burped, rolled his eyes, and fell asleep on the chair. Oh. Gandalf shook his head. Someone carry him into the house. I told you not to eat so much. Old Balin patted his round belly and said, Forgive me, Gandalf. I have never eaten such delicious food. Everything here is so beautiful. The scenery is beautiful. The food is delicious, but there is no wine. If I had known there would be such a banquet, I would rather take out all my silver coins to buy a few barrels of good wine in the town I passed by before. At this moment, all the dwarves at the table were eating round and burping one after another. Thorin was the most restrained one, chewing slowly and savoring the food from beginning to end. But the fork in his hand never stopped. Seeing that Gandalf seemed to be stealing glances at him intentionally or unintentionally, Thorin temporarily stopped his hand movements, coughed twice, and said, I have to say that these dishes are indeed worthy of praise, and many of the methods are unprecedented and quite novel. After commenting, Thorin greeted Levi again and said, Thank you very much for your hospitality. After seeing this fortress, Levi's image in everyone's mind has changed greatly. He is not only a wandering knight, but also a lord going on an expedition. Although this territory seems to have a little few people, or in other words, no one has ever been seen moving, but with the ability of this lord, if he launches a call to recruit people, there must be many people who will come one after another. In addition, judging from the situation in the territory, this lord seems to be a powerful existence, who can use some magic, but it is not surprising that someone who can mix with Gandalf can use some magic. Some dwarves asked a few questions out of curiosity, and Levi did not deny it. After all, strictly speaking, these miraculous things can indeed be summarized by the word magic. All these things can be seen with the naked eye that the attitude of the dwarves has changed a lot. They are just reckless, not stupid. Eat as much as you can, don't save for me. Levi waved his hand and greeted everyone in the expedition. Dwarves do have a big appetite, second only to the hobbits. But no matter how much they eat, even if each person carries a large sack of food after eating, it is only a drizzle compared to the reserves accumulated by Levi during this period. He can't even feel that the food reserves have decreased. This is the dry food I prepared. The dwarves looked at Levi's piles of dried meat, fruits and vegetables, and bread, and slowly said, "You call this dry food?" Before this, everyone ate cram along the way. This is the travel bread that dwarves and people in the valley state like to bring. It can be made delicious, but if you want both taste and shelf life, it is not realistic. I can eat this kind of dry food for a lifetime. A dwarf tasted a bite of dried meat and muttered. After eating and drinking, a group of dwarves walked around and visited the territory. Levi's castle was very large, with many rooms. When they were tired, they found a room and slept directly. This night was very peaceful. For some reason, there was no trace of orcs in the vicinity, and the terrifying howling that could be heard almost every day in the wilderness before also disappeared, and there was no need to be vigilant when sleeping. The dwarves went to rest one after another. On the top floor of the castle, Gandalf leaned against the window, lit his pipe with a ring of fire, and smoked silently, his eyes unblinking, as if thinking about something. The pattern of Middle-earth may change. Wizards or some special powerful elves have some kind of foresight ability. They can vaguely perceive the possible future movements. Don't you want to take a rest, Gandalf? Levi came up, sat on the chair behind, took a bite of the apple, and threw one to Gandalf. Gandalf caught the apple, wiped it with his robe, took a bite, and nodded. Sweet, crisp and juicy. I will, So I have to sleep. Your bed here has a kind of magic. Once you lie on it, you will unconsciously want to sleep until dawn. What do you think of this operation? Gandalf suddenly asked. I believe it will succeed. Gandalf nodded. I hope so. The night passed quickly. The next morning, the dwarves who had digested it got up one after another, packed their luggage, and the dry food prepared by Levi, and set off east again. During this meal, everyone got to know Levi well, and several dwarves came to talk to him on the way. When you arrive at our home again, you will know that the dwarves' enthusiasm is not false. Strong liquor, large pieces of roasted meat with bones, banquets, songs, warm stoves, haha, your visit will definitely not be in vain. I am looking forward to it. I will definitely go there if I have the chance. Walking along the way, everyone soon arrived at a place that Levi was very familiar with, the last bridge. This bridge has a long history, dating back to the First Age. The country that originally built and maintained the bridge no longer exists. At present, Rivendell has taken the initiative to assume the responsibility of maintaining the bridge. It is precisely because of Rivendell's care that the bridge has remained unobstructed to this day. There should have been some farmers living here before. After crossing the bridge, the group soon found a ruin with a few scattered destroyed houses, and the people inside were missing. We rest here tonight. Thorin gave the order. Levi opened the map and slapped his head. Oh, it's actually here. No wonder I didn't find it before. When he came to the troll forest to look for treasure before, he entered the forest from the west and chopped all the way east. The place where the expedition decided to rest this time was at the southern border of the forest. I think it's better to keep going. Gandalf looked at the ruins of the house, and had a bad feeling that something was wrong here. Why was the house destroyed, and where were the farmers? Where did they go? We can go to Rivendell. I said, I won't get close to there. Thorin walked over slowly, and rejected Gandalf's suggestion. Why not? The elves can help us, provide us with food, shelter, and advice, just like Levi. Thorin glanced at Levi, then looked at Gandalf. Maybe that's true, but I don't need the advice of those elves who don't help. The two soon quarreled, and Levi watched helplessly. I gave you the map and the key, not for you to hold on to them. I don't think it's something you should keep. It means that it was originally mine. Thorin's words directly made Gandalf so angry that he had a heart attack. I brought you the key and the map with good intentions, but you actually blamed me. Old Gandalf shook his head and turned away. Gandalf, where are you going? Bilbo asked. To be with the only sensible person in the area. Who? Myself. I've had enough of dwarves today. I really want Levi to knock them all out and tie them up to Rivendell. Gandalf suddenly stopped. Levi, come with me. Okay. Levi glanced at Bilbo, signaling that he didn't need to worry, and then stood up and left with the angry old man. Bilbo looked left and right, wanting to say something but stopping. The departure of their mutual friend made Bilbo, who was still here, feel a little embarrassed. Bomber, light the fire and cook. However, Thorin ignored Gandalf, who was leaving, and just directed everyone to prepare to rest on the spot in an orderly manner. Chapter 53. On the other side. The two walked a long way forward, and when Gandalf calmed down a little, he said to Levi, whether the dwarves are willing or not, we must go to Rivendell. Only Elrond, the Lord of Rivendell, can understand the secret code on the map. We can't achieve the ultimate goal of this trip by ourselves. We need the help of the elves. Levi, when necessary, I hope you can help me persuade them, no matter what method you use. Okay, if necessary, I will do it. Levi agreed. But where are we going? Aren't we going back? Seeing that it was getting dark, Levi asked Gandalf. Gandalf was silent for a while, and responded, I don't want to see the dwarves for the time being. So you go back first, I will continue to walk forward and explore the way, and then go back later. Okay. This is still angry. Levi turned around and walked back. On the other side, near the broken house, Bilbo was carrying 2 bowls, preparing to give soup to Keely and Philly, but when he went over, he found the two standing there in a daze. What happened? We lost 2 horses. There should be 17 horses here, but now there are only 15. In addition to the 15 horses for riding, there are 2 horses that are specially used to carry supplies. Should we tell Thorin first? No, we don't want him to worry for the time being. Levi's horse that looks a little stupid is also missing. Keely and Philly are quite troubled. This is a big problem. They can't afford to pay for the equipment on the horse. As a thief of the expedition, I think you should help us study this matter. Hearing this, Bilbo had to put down the bowl in his hand and looked around. These big trees seemed to have been pulled up by something. Looking at the traces left at the scene, Bilbo felt a little panic from the bottom of his heart. What was so powerful that it could pull the trees up by the roots? I agree, Keely said, and suddenly found something in the distance. Wait, there seems to be a fire over there. What is that? Trolls. Keely replied with a serious face. It's time for you to play a role, Mr. Baggins. Those mountain trolls are clumsy and have low intelligence. You are so small that they will definitely not see you. Me? No, I won't. We will watch you from behind. Plop. Before he finished speaking, Bilbo was pushed out of the bushes. Okay. Things have come to this point, so he can only bite the bullet. Go call for help. Although Keely and Philly were afraid of being scolded by their Uncle Thorin, they still knew the importance of the matter. Realizing that they could not handle the trolls, they immediately went to call everyone over. A group of dwarves watched Bilbo's actions nervously, until he was discovered by the trolls and caught in their hands. Are there any other accomplices of yours around here? No. You're lying. No, I said no. Even in a dangerous situation, Bilbo was determined not to betray his teammates. Seeing Bilbo like this, Keely couldn't help it on the spot, picked up his sword and rushed out to chop at the trolls. Let him go. Go! Seeing that he could no longer hide, Thorin immediately gave the order and rushed out first. A group of dwarves roared and followed closely. The scene soon became a mess, but despite the chaos, the dwarves' cooperation seemed to be tight and flawless, hitting the ogres one after another. The extremely high team combat awareness and tacit understanding are the reasons why the dwarves can become a strong army in Zhongzhou with their small bodies. Damn ogres, try this! Dang! Someone picked up a war hammer and hit a troll's head hard, but the heavy blow that was enough to smash a person's head under normal circumstances only knocked out a few teeth of the troll. The skin of these ogres is really too thick, as hard as rock, and it is difficult for ordinary weapons to cause damage to them. Even if they are as strong as dwarves, they can only scratch some skin and fat, and make the ogre scream, but it is still very difficult to inflict fatal injuries. But even so, with the cooperation of the dwarves, the trolls soon fell into a disadvantage, and they would be killed if they just kept fighting for a while. Suddenly, 2 trolls grabbed Bilbo's limbs. Put down your weapons, or we will tear him apart. The group looked at Thorin. Thorin looked at Bilbo, who was full of fear. Without hesitation, he put down his weapons with a clang. He chose to exchange the safety of his own 13 dwarves for Bilbo's life, rather than using Bilbo's life for the safety of 13 dwarves. Trolls like fresh food, and usually they will not kill their prey until they eat it. At this moment, a group of dwarves were tied to one side, groaning and cursing the trolls, watching the water in the pot boil. We have to hurry, or the day will come. I don't want to turn into stone. A troll said. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. Bilbo realized something and immediately stood up to delay time. No, 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 that's not how dwarves do it. You have to, skin them first. The dwarves made a noise. What did you say, you little hobbit? Wait for me to come out. Thorin kicked the dwarf, who was shouting, signaling him to be quiet. Bilbo ignored the dwarf's threat, and was trying hard to think of ways to delay time. As he was thinking, he suddenly saw a person appear on the boulder next to him. A person in black armor. The man raised his finger to Bilbo, and made a quiet gesture. Then, while the troll's attention was on Bilbo, he suddenly jumped out. Boom! A sword hit the ogre and he screamed. The hard skin that the dwarves had tried their best to break was cut open, and blood flowed out. At the same time, as the sword flickered, the ogre was also ignited. While the flames burned on his body, he couldn't stop wailing and fell to the ground and rolled. They have accomplices. At this moment, the ogres didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at all, and they took the initiative to attack. Levi slashed with the sword again and ignited the second ogre. However, there was still an ogre who was not hit. The fist that was bigger than a whole dwarf swung towards Levi. Danger behind you! Thorin shouted in an emergency. Levi just raised the corner of his mouth slightly, raised one hand, and blocked the ogre's attack with a boom. He didn't take a single step back. This is the knockback resistance that comes with the netherite armor. I must be hallucinating. A dwarf stared at the scene with his eyes wide open, not wanting to blink. Anyone at the scene would have fallen flat on their face if that punch came down, but he actually raised his hand to block it. He blocked the incoming fist with a sword, and Levi kept turning around, pressing down 3 ogres at the same time. What was amazing was that every time the ogres made a move, Levi seemed to have anticipated it, and could directly dodge it in advance. It was as if he had the ability to predict the future. Although Levi could have directly relied on his armor to fight the ogres, he subconsciously remembered his previous combat experience, and showed off a wave of ogres while turning around. Damn Loach! One ogre cursed. However, the smartest one suddenly stopped and took 2 steps back. Faced with this scene, he unconsciously recalled a horror story that had been circulating among the tribe a long time ago, the legend of the money-eating ghost. It is said that no ogre's attack can hit the money-eating ghost. The money-eating ghost will search for lone ogres, and after killing them, swallow all the treasures they have stored and take them away without leaving anything. Because of this legend, many ogres who liked to live alone at that time chose to stick together and act together. You are a money-eating ghost. The ogre who retreated to the back shouted with horror in his eyes. What money-eating ghost? The tied dwarves looked at each other, not knowing what the ogre was shouting. That's what you call me. Levi shook off the blood on the sword and smiled. But this smile seemed like a deadly sickle to the ogre. Run! Boom! Let the dawn take you away. Before the trolls could run away, a figure suddenly appeared on the boulder next to them. He pushed his staff down, and the boulder cracked on the spot. The sun shone in. Ah! The 3 trolls kept running away, and turned into stone sculptures. Gandalf! Bilbo exclaimed. Oh, I don't think I came in time. It seems that the problem here can be solved without me. Chapter 54. Why are you rushing to grab the head when you are at low health? Levi put away his sword helplessly, and greeted Gandalf. You are just in time. Ahaha, wizards are never late, they just come at the right time. Gandalf said to Levi cheekily. He also knocked the 3 troll statues in the fleeing posture with his cane, nodded, and seemed very satisfied with this masterpiece. Fortunately, no one is missing a limb. This is all thanks to your thief and Levi. Thorin walked over slowly and greeted Gandalf, as if the previous dispute had never happened. These trolls must have come down from the Etten wasteland. Gandalf looked down at the black blood that fell from Levi's sword and said slowly, This is not a good sign. The Etten wasteland is a dark land close to Angmar and the Misty Mountains. It is also one of the places where trolls often appear and live. The last time trolls dared to go so far was when evil was rampant. That is, the dark period when Sauron was still there. Gandalf looked at Levi. Nothing is certain. Maybe it is as you think. Levi said something that only Gandalf could understand, which made others look confused. Sauron will not die so easily. Even if he was chopped into meat paste, he could turn into a pool of black blood and be reborn many years later. Although he lost the ring, no one could say for sure that he had indeed disappeared from this world. But at this time, the only person who could confirm that Sauron was still active was Levi. Gandalf shook his head, temporarily suppressed his doubts, and turned to look at the nearby terrain. Trolls can't move in the daylight. There must be their caves nearby. However, while Gandalf was talking, Levi had already skillfully climbed over a hill and found an entrance where flies and mosquitoes were flying around. This way. Levi held a torch and cleared the way in front. What is this place? It smells so bad. A group of dwarves covered their noses, and several of them coughed directly because of the smell. Trolls' treasure hiding place. Crash. When they walked to the deepest part of the cave, suddenly, they felt something different under their feet. Boxes of jewelry were piled in the corner, and gold and silver coins gathered on the ground like a hill, shining under the reflection of the torch. We've made a fortune. Several dwarves picked up shovels, and buried all the treasures that could not be taken away to prevent others from finding and taking them away. Thorin picked up 2 pairs of swords from the dusty cobwebs nearby and examined them carefully. This is not something that a troll can make. It is also not something that human blacksmiths can achieve. Gandalf took a sword, blew off the dust on it, and examined it carefully. This sword comes from Gondolin, forged by the High Elves of the First Age. Hearing that it was something from the elves, Thorin immediately let go of his hand in disdain, and felt that the sword in his hand was instantly not. There is no better sword in the world than this. It smells really good. Thorin put away the sword, took it out, and looked at it twice, and nodded with satisfaction. Glamdring and Oakrest. Levi recognized the 2 swords at a glance. The former was once the sword of Turgon, the Lord of Gondolin, and the High King of the Noldor. The latter was a pair of the former. It was unknown who held it, but it must be an elf who was very capable. Both swords have killed thousands of orcs, and have their own unique names. Can you let me see it? Levi said to the 2. Without hesitation, Gandalf handed over the sword, and then Thorin also handed his sword to Levi. Levi took the 2 swords and looked at them carefully. Glamdring, attack +9, Oakrest, attack +9. Like his own ancient sword damage, both are first-class swords. What do you think of this sword, Levi? If you like it, take it. I believe it can play a greater role in your hands. Seeing that Levi has been staring at the sword, Gandalf said tactfully. His own cane is good to use, and he doesn't necessarily need an extra sword. It's a very good sword, but it's not necessarily better than mine. Levi handed the 2 swords back and drew out his own elven ancient sword. Even in the dark cave, when this sword was drawn, its blade still shone like ice. Compared with the other 2 swords, this sword had a more chilling feeling. In any case, these were swords that were stronger and sharper than the Netherworld metal swords. After hiding the treasure in the cave, the group walked out. During this time, Gandalf saw a sharp-looking elven dagger on the ground, so he picked it up and gave it to Bilbo, and gave him some instructions. True courage is not about deciding when to kill, but when to forgive. Something is approaching. Someone suddenly shouted outside, and Gandalf immediately went out to check. Bilbo stared at the dagger for a while, and followed him out. However, it was soon discovered that it was just a false alarm. It was Radagast the Brown. Gandalf, something is wrong in the Greenwood. There are many evil spiders. They must be the offspring of Ungoliant. Ungoliant, a powerful being similar to the evil god outside the domain that was born in the void, is now missing. Just one of its offspring, Shelob, is enough to make Sauron dare not provoke it. He can only occasionally send a few orcs to it for food. I went to Dol Guldur to see it. It was very scary. By the way, I also found this. Radagast took out a tightly wrapped sword. This is the sword of the Witch King of Angmar. Gandalf's face was solemn. Roar. Suddenly, a wolf's roar interrupted the conversation between the 2. A warg jumped down from a high place, and was killed by Levi with a sword. Then several more jumped down to attack, but they were also quickly dealt with. Warg scouts, that means there's a large group of orcs approaching. We have to leave here quickly. No, the ponies are all scared away. A dwarf ran over in a panic and added, except Levi's. Bilbo sighed. Well, it's all in vain. I lead them away. I kill them. The brown robe and Levi said almost at the same time, looking at each other sideways, not knowing what they were thinking. That's Gundabad Warg, they catch up to you. Gandalf said to the brown robe. That's Roscoe Hare, I'd like to give them a try. Seeing that there was no time to argue, Gandalf looked at Radagast, and then at Levi. I think it's better. A moment later. On the plain, half of the wargs were chased and chopped by Levi on horseback, and the other half were chasing Radagast and biting him. Gandalf led the dwarves and Bilbo to run in another direction, avoiding the pursuit of a group of wolf riders led by a small leader. Damn it, don't worry about the wizard riding the hare. Go and hold it, human. We will kill the dwarf first. The small leader gave the order angrily. As the troops of the brown robes withdrew, the pressure on Gandalf and the dwarves increased sharply, but they could still cope with it. I finally know that Levi is not bragging. Behind a huge rock, Bofur quietly poked his head out and looked at the group of wolves howling and howling as Levi chased him, with a sigh on his face. I don't know how there can be such a strong human in the world. I have never heard of it. There are still many things you don't know. Let's go now, Gandalf urged, leading the dwarves to a hidden entrance. Chapter 55. Swish, the long sword swung down, and another wolf was on fire, howling and falling to the ground. Levi rode a fast horse, and chased the fleeing orcs at high speed to buy time for the dwarves. Shoot his horse first, the orc leader shouted, and several archers drew their arrows and bows from a distance, aiming at Levi's crotch and shooting. However, let's not talk about whether these archers can hit the horse at full speed. Even if they hit it, it would only lose 1 or 2 drops of blood, which is really not worth mentioning. Judging from the several groups of hay in Levi's backpack, he couldn't kill the horse even if he stood there and let the orc shoot all the arrows. As for Levi, the life bar shook a few times as a respect for these arrows. Now that it is not at a certain level, ordinary bows and arrows can hardly cause effective damage to him. The horse's hooves rang, and Levi killed a wolf with one sword, and kept chasing forward. As he was chopping, suddenly, a familiar loud horn sounded in the distance. Rumble. A team of Noldor cavalry in silver-gray armor galloped over, and formed a corresponding formation before engaging the orcs. Then, there was a one-sided battle. The orc leader shouted and tried to reorganize the team, but soon his voice was drowned out by the wails of his men before they died. Retreat! After shouting, the leader was the first to run. Originally, with that villain in the battle, they were doomed to lose. They could only try to delay him, kill the dwarves first, and then run away. Now, in addition to that man, there is another group of elven cavalry. What else is there to fight? Soon, the orcs on this plain ran away, died, and disappeared. Levi looked around, but didn't see Gandalf and the dwarves. They must have gone to Rivendell from the hidden intersection. After confirming that there were no remaining orcs, the elves reformed their formation, put away their weapons, and ran towards Levi. Why are you here again? Elrond rode forward and talked to Levi. You look much stronger since the last time we met. I've often heard some rumors about you recently. I'm honored. Levi nodded and greeted the Lord of Rivendell. I'm just wondering why these orcs are wandering around again. Elrond looked at Levi thoughtfully. No, it's not because of me this time. As for the reason, it's a bit complicated. They should be almost at Rivendell. They? On the other side. At the entrance of Rivendell. Mistrander. An elf walked down the steps and greeted Gandalf. Ah, Linder. I heard you crossed the Loudwater, Linder said in Elvish. Gandalf went over and said sternly, I have to talk to Lord Elrond. Lord Elrond is not here. Not here? Where is he? Gandalf was asking when a horn blew at the entrance of the valley, and a group of cavalry walked in orderly along the slender bridge. Be on guard. The dwarves protected Bilbo in the middle, picked up their weapons, and stared at the group of elven cavalry. Wait, the one at the back is Levi? Bilbo pushed the dwarves aside and squeezed out. Gandalf. Elrond greeted. Lord Elrond. Melanin, my friend. Gandalf greeted the elven lord in Elvish. Taking off his helmet, handing his weapon to Linder, and chatting with Gandalf for a few more words, Elrond expressed his doubts. It's really strange that the orcs have approached here again and again in a short period of time. Last time, they were attracted by a warlike human. Why this time? It should be because of us. While talking, Levi, who was walking at the back, skillfully handed his horse to an elf to take care of it, and went over to say hello to Gandalf and Elrond. So you know each other. Elrond looked at Gandalf, and then at Levi. That's what I wanted to say. Although he said so, Gandalf looked like he was used to it, not surprised at all, just nodded, continued the previous topic, and turned aside to show the dwarf behind him. Welcome, Thorin, son of Thrain. Elrond greeted politely. We probably haven't met before. Thorin, a genius at chatting, began his performance. You are very grandfather-like in your every move. I have known Thor since he was the king under the mountain. Really? I have never heard him mention you. Elrond took a deep breath and ordered in Elvish, "Light the fire, prepare good wine, and entertain our guests." The Lord knew that he could not argue with the dwarves. Is he saying bad things about us? Hearing that the other party was speaking a language he could not understand again, Gloin could not help but get angry. "No, Gloin, he is inviting us to a feast." Gandalf was a little tired. The dwarves looked at each other and gathered to discuss for a while. "Oh, in that case, then lead the way." Unlike visiting Levi's territory, the dwarves were not polite to the elves. After a moment, the dwarves looked at the rather environmentally friendly table in front of them and looked embarrassed. "Oh my god, do they usually eat this? This is far worse than Levi's. There is not even a bit of meat. It's all vegetable leaves, and they are all raw. My pony won't eat this stuff." A dwarf threw away the vegetable leaves in his hand with a look of disgust. "Can Levi cook? If he cooks, it's not impossible to eat vegetables." The dwarves gathered at a table and discussed the elves' meals. Sheely secretly cast a wink to an elf. "Although I don't like elves, this one here looks pretty good." "That's not a female elf." "Ha ha ha." The dwarves laughed loudly, and Sheely just felt it was noisy. On the other side, Levi sat with Gandalf, Elrond, and Thorin. Elrond examined Gandalf and Thorin's swords one by one and told them their origins. "Okrist, the forger was my western kin, may it serve you." Even though Thorin had choked him before, it was obvious that the elf lord did not hold a grudge. Even if the sword fell into the hands of the dwarves, he still sincerely wished that it could play the role of a good sword again. "By the way, I see that Levi also has a sword forged in the First Age. Why don't you help him take a look?" Gandalf suddenly suggested. He was impressed by Levi's sword that killed countless orcs and wargs. "Oh, this one. Lord Elrond has already checked it for me last time." Having said that, Levi still took out the sword. Elrond nodded and took the sword again, but this time he looked at it very carefully. "I can conclude that the craftsmanship of this sword is no less than the other two. And, I don't know if it's my illusion, it seems to be sharper, and—" Elrond picked up the sword and looked at it carefully, only to see a little imperceptible light on it. "It has some kind of magic attached to it, and it's a bit hot. It gives me a different feeling than last time. After experiencing the baptism of fire and blood on the battlefield, this sword seems to be much brighter." Looking at the increasingly sharp edge of the sword, which has already begun to take on a magical quality, Elrond felt a little dazed for a moment. "Maybe soon, you should give it a name." "Name?" Levi took the sword and was a little confused for a moment. Naming difficulty came back. Sitting next to him, watching Elrond carefully identifying everyone's weapons, Bilbo quietly pulled out his short sword under the table, thinking that this might also be a famous sword. Balin saw this little action and said, "No need to ask, brother. I think yours is probably not even a sword, it's more like a letter opener." Hearing this, Bilbo lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. A light dinner passed quickly. In addition to the wine being really good, the dwarves only had one comment on the dishes here: not as good as Levi's dry food. Of course, Levi knew that the elves had meat to eat, and he treated him with meat when he came last time. However, no matter how good-tempered, calm, and vindictive the elves of Rivendell are, they cannot just stand still after their lord is scolded. That would be cowardice. This vegetarian feast is a subtle revenge for the foul mouths of the dwarves. At night, under the starlight, Elrond deciphered the code on the map for Thorin and Gandalf. Bilbo was fascinated by the scenery in front of a fence. Levi was at the manger, explaining to the elves in charge of maintaining the horses that they did not need to feed them hay, while asking where Agra was. Agra was the elf who had warmly entertained Levi before. Levi had asked him to visit the roadside castle, but from the elves' time concept, he might think that Levi had just left not long ago, so he was not in a hurry to visit. Since he came again this time, he had to give him some gifts. Everyone in Rivendell was busy with their own affairs. On the other side, Lonely Land, Windclode Peak. The fled-back orc leader walked up tremblingly and reported to a pale and strong orc, "Those dwarves. Lord, we lost them, and the elf scum attacked us. Don't make excuses for me." Azog turned slowly, and his tall stature allowed him to look down at the leader. "I want the life of the dwarf king. We are outnumbered and have no way out. Moreover, there is a terrifying guy. I finally escaped back," the leader explained weakly. Azog grabbed his neck and slowly lifted him up, roaring louder and louder, "In fact, it would be better for you to die there." Crack. Azog exerted force with his right hand, and the leader's head tilted, and there was no movement on the spot, and the body was thrown aside to feed the wolf. "The dwarves will appear sooner or later. spread the word and offer a bounty on their heads. Ah! The orcs let out strange cries, and rode on their wargs to continue their search for the dwarves. However, before setting off, a scout came to report timidly. "Lord, we found a fortified city in the wilderness to the east. It is large and quiet." Azog's fierce expression froze on his face. He clenched his remaining fist, took a deep breath, and angrily ordered, "Go around it." "Yes, Lord." He knew who the owner of that place was. A long time ago, 2 orcs escaped from the city wall, and brought the fear of the wayside fort back to the misty mountains. For a long time, no orc dared to approach that area again. Until the incident in the Anduin Valley happened later, the hatred of the orcs for that person was engraved in their bones. The hatred was so deep, it even evolved into fear. Chapter 56. Early in the morning. Early in the morning, Bilbo wandered aimlessly between the balcony fences, strolling around and admiring the scenery here, where the elves live. Just as Gandalf said, when he was a child, in order to find the legendary elves, Bilbo ran a long way alone, all the way to the forest, and when he came back in the middle of the night, his feet were full of leaves and gravel. The spirit of adventure had already sprouted for the first time at that time, and now he really saw the elves, which can be regarded as the fulfillment of his childhood wish. While walking and sighing, suddenly a broken sword came into view, making the hobbit curiously tiptoe to look up. Opposite the sword is a beautiful mural, engraved with a character wearing hideous black armor, a terrifying helmet, and holding a black mace. The most eye-catching thing is the ring on the man's hand, and the touch of gold is particularly conspicuous in this mural. Well, it feels a bit like Levi, but it looks more fierce than Levi. Bilbo gave his own evaluation. "I feel that it is not as good-looking as Levi's armor." After leaving this mural, Bilbo put these things behind him in a blink of an eye, and continued to stand on a balcony somewhere, admiring the beautiful scenery. Click. Light footsteps came from behind, and along with it came Elrond's reassuring and steady voice. "Not with your companions?" No, they won't miss me. In fact, they all think I shouldn't have embarked on this journey." "Really?" Elrond looked at the hobbit and said, "I heard that hobbits are very adaptable to the environment." "Really?" "Yes. I also heard that they particularly like the comfortable environment at home." Bilbo looked at the Lord, thought for a while, and said, "I heard that it is not wise to seek the advice of the elves." Their answers are both yes and no. After hearing what Bilbo said, Elrond was silent. This is a text trap. The only answer left for Elrond is yes or no, but if he really answers yes or no, it just proves what Bilbo said. After thinking seriously for a few seconds, Elrond suddenly realized that this was a joke. But what he said next was not a joke. "We welcome you to stay here, if you have this intention." As the most powerful lord of Rivendell, Elrond, like the wizards, can vaguely perceive some future trends. This hobbit will encounter many sufferings in the future that he should not suffer because of his bravery, kindness, and compassion. And the sufferings he endures will play a big role in the safety of this world. After saying this, Elrond turned and left, leaving Bilbo with the tranquility of the early morning. "Sir, our cooks are overwhelmed, and the wine is almost gone. How long do you think they will stay?" It has been 2 weeks since the dwarves arrived at Rivendell. The elves who were responsible for receiving the dwarves were all busy. After Linder counted the supplies, he hurried to Elrond for help. "Host them first, and we will talk about the supply problem later." It must be said that this elven lord is really generous. He can tolerate his territory being destroyed like this. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind, but as the lord was walking, he met a group of dwarves bathing in their clear fountain. Elrond took a deep breath, wondering if he should put up a no-bathing sign next to the fountain in the future. He had lived for thousands of years, but he had never seen such a scene. Compared with these dwarves, Levi seemed much more polite. Returning to his residence, Elrond sighed, took out a golden apple from his arms, and looked at it carefully. This was a gift from Levi. Not to mention the craftsmanship of the golden apple, and the preciousness of the material itself. From the vitality contained in it, it is undoubtedly a treasure, and it is a treasure that is both beautiful and life-saving. Quite valuable. So much so that Elrond couldn't think of what gift to return for a while. This golden apple directly increased the reputation of Rivendell by 30 points. However, before that, on the first day of arriving at the valley, Levi went to visit Agra first. After more than half a year, the elf was still the same, living an unchanging life. The passage of time was quite slow for the elves, so that the first thing Agra said when he saw Levi again was, "Hey, you are back?" He even thought that Levi just went out for a while. "Ah, yes, I am back." Levi chose to obey. I heard that you did a lot of things in the Anduin Valley on the east side of the Misty Mountains during your trip. Many elves are curious about the human who can scare the orcs in a short period of time, but when they discuss the rumors, I can say that I know him. Oh, this? Levi felt a little embarrassed. The elf spoke so nicely. Oh, by the way, I came to you for something. Levi took out a golden apple and handed it to Agris solemnly. To thank you for your previous hospitality, I brought some small gifts. I hope you like it. In some critical moments, I believe it can help you. This? Agra looked at the golden apple and shook his head. It's too expensive. I just did what I should do. It's not necessary. Sometimes, I really feel headache for your excessive reserve. Levi said, and forced the apple over. This can be used as a testimony of our friendship. Friendship. Agra rubbed the golden apple in his hand. Although elves generally like silver products that look like starlight, they will not refuse some exquisite crafts. It can be seen that Agra really likes this golden apple. If I were a female elf, I might have to stage an elf-human love story with you. Poof. Levi almost choked on his saliva. No, why don't you return the golden apple to me? Haha, just kidding, but this gift is indeed very valuable. If you encounter any trouble in the future, please don't keep silent. I will remember this gift. I don't know if it's an illusion. When Agra said this, there seemed to be a hint of sadness in his words. Elves and humans. Yes. Levi couldn't help but sigh. The lifespan of elves is infinite. As long as there is no accident, they can live forever. But the lifespan of humans is only 100 years at most. All friendships with short-lived species will eventually turn into sad memories. Emotions are heavy for them, so some elves will die of sadness, and their lives will wither with emotions. But although the lifespan of humans is only 100 years normally, it is not certain for Levi. It's just that all speculations need time to be verified. Hey, don't think too much, everything is fine now, isn't it? Levi said this. In any case, judging from the results, the golden apple is indeed still in the aesthetic line of the elves, and is more suitable as a gift for the elves. It's pretty good. Chapter 57. Let's go back to the night 2 weeks later. At this moment, the dwarves are having a bonfire party, eating all kinds of barbecue and grilled vegetables brought from Levi's territory, making a mess. It is actually quite rare to have such a small lively place in this deserted valley, which adds a touch of fireworks to the valley. In the guest room arranged by the elves, Levi was about to lie down and take a nap when he was pulled up by old Gandalf to go out for a walk. Levi was not asleep either, and they walked in the courtyard together. Of course, wizards would not visit without a purpose. Soon, Elrond also joined in and walked around with the two. As they walked, Elrond mentioned the matter of the dragon and blamed Gandalf for hiding it from him. In fact, I called you out today to talk about this matter. You have to believe me. I know what I am doing, Gandalf explained quickly. But it is obvious that Elrond and he have some different opinions on this matter. Although both of them could vaguely sense some possibilities in the future, it was not certain that they were the same possibilities. The possibilities in the future were always good and bad. Do you really know? The dragon has been sleeping for 60 years. What if your plan fails? What if the dragon is awakened? What if it succeeds? If the dwarves can take back the Lonely Mountain? Gandalf once again expressed his concerns about the strategy of the Lonely Mountain, and explained the benefits of helping the dwarves take back the Lonely Mountain. This move is very dangerous, Gandalf. It's just as dangerous to sit back and wait for death, Gandalf retorted. And we have a backup plan. When the most critical moment comes, Levi and I will find a way. Gandalf suddenly stopped and looked at Levi with Elrond. He's right. Levi chose to obey, and didn't argue with the old man. But the scene that should be maintained still needs to be maintained. I have no objection. Levi is indeed very strong. I can feel that even in the prosperous period of the First Age, he would be a powerful warrior, but facing that evil dragon, no one dares to say that he is 100% sure. Elrond shook his head. The elves have been weak for too long. If an accident really happened and the evil dragon flew out, they could deal with it, but they would have to pay a heavy price. This would make the situation of the already declining elves even worse, and even collapse. Oh, come on, it's Thorin's right to inherit Erebor. What are you afraid of? Elrond still disagreed. Have you forgotten? There is madness hidden in their blood. Once they see the treasure in the Lonely Mountain, the madness will be lured out. His grandfather was defeated by madness, and so was his father. Can you guarantee that Thorin Oakenshield will not follow in their footsteps? Gandalf, the decision you make will not only affect us, but the pattern of Middle-earth is not something you and I can decide. Hearing this, Gandalf shook his head and cut off the topic directly, saying, Anyway, No matter what happens to us, the dwarves will go to the lonely mountain. They have made up their minds, and no one can stop them. And Thorin doesn't think he should be responsible to anyone, and I am the same. Elrond said a little helplessly, "You should respond to someone else, not me." The three of them suddenly stopped in front of a staircase. On the high platform, an elf with a soft glow turned around and looked down. Levi and her eyes met for a moment, and he was a little dazed for a moment. Beautiful, dignified, and elegant. These words are really suitable for this lady. This is the lady of the Lord of the Golden Forest, one of the most powerful elves in Middle-earth. Lady Galadriel. Mithrandir. Gandalf bowed solemnly and said, "Time may have changed me, but it can't change the Lady of Lorien. I didn't even know that Lord Elrond invited you here." Gandalf smiled and glanced at Elrond, as if to say, "Why didn't you tell me about this earlier?" He didn't. Suddenly, a harsh voice came from behind. "I invited the lady here." Upon hearing this voice, the smile on Gandalf's face immediately shrank back, took a deep breath, turned around, and bowed slightly reluctantly. "Saruman. You've been busy lately, Gandalf." Saruman stared at him for a while, then looked away, and glanced at Levi. "Why is there an ordinary person here? It's getting late. If it's not necessary, let him go back and rest. Our meeting is not for ordinary people to listen in. This is to drive Levi away first, and then talk about it." No, Levi is not an ordinary person." Gandalf immediately refuted. "A considerable part of our plan may depend on Levi to proceed smoothly. His power is far beyond your imagination, and can even overturn many situations." "Really? That's not necessarily true." Of course, when he first met Levi, Saruman had a vague feeling that this human was indeed unusual. But he still chose to argue with Gandalf, not for anything else, just to say a few more words to Gandalf. "This is Levi, the enemy of the orcs in the Misty Mountains." At the critical moment, it was Elrond who stood up and spoke for Levi. Enemy of the orcs, the title of Orc Slayer was advanced. As early as when the orcs in the Misty Mountains were killed by Levi and began to shrink their defenses, this title replaced the Orc Slayer and has been lying in the title library. It can be said that the few people present can know what Levi did as long as they want to see it. The words have been explained, and it would be wrong to argue at this time. "Okay, then I will allow him to sit down." Saruman agreed reluctantly. Lady Galadriel also nodded slightly at Levi and invited him to join with a smile. Levi imitated Gandalf and saluted him. The little episode passed. The Lady of the Golden Forest, the Lord of Rivendell, the White Wizard of Isengard, the Grey Wizard who traveled Middle-earth, and Levi. The 5 people held a white council in this way. The dragon does not belong to any party, but if it turns to the enemy, it will be a terrible disaster for Middle-earth. The enemy? What enemy? Saruman immediately pushed back Gandalf's words. The enemy has been defeated long ago, and the ring has been washed into the sea. Your worries are completely unfounded. Standing on the side against the stone pillar, Levi glanced at Saruman, smiling, but thought about it and said nothing. At this time, Saruman was simply arrogant, jealous, and looked down on Gandalf. He was still on the side of the free people, and could be considered an ally. "Gandalf, our 400 years of peace have not been easy to come by. There is no need to take risks." Elrond, who always seeks stability, agreed with Saruman's opinion at this time. "Peace? Really peace? The trolls have all run down from the mountains, and started to plunder nearby farmers and pastures. The orcs are attacking us on the road. If you ask Levi how many orcs he can kill on a long journey, you will know how chaotic it is now. But this is not a sign of the coming war." Elrond expressed his opinion. Saruman also quickly followed up with a sentence. "You always like to make trouble." "No, it's not just Smaug. There is something more evil that is affecting the situation in Middle-earth. We can turn a blind eye to him, but he will not ignore us." Gandalf said his concerns. As he was talking, Levi found that Lady Galadriel and Elrond had stood beside him, that is, behind Gandalf. This meant that they, like him, actually supported Gandalf's statement. For people sat on the left side of the table, and only Saruman sat alone on the right side. Saruman's face froze when he saw that everyone except him actually ran to support Gandalf. There is a necromancer entrenched in Dol Guldur, and he has the power to summon the dead. Gandalf talked about what he saw and heard when Brown Robe brought it back, and persuaded everyone to attack Dol Guldur. This necromancer is at most just an ordinary person, who has learned some black magic. There is nothing to worry about. Saruman still objected and kept talking. Gandalf suddenly stopped responding after listening for a while, as if he was in a daze. "Are you listening to me? Look at him, it's as if I'm talking to myself." Of course, he wasn't listening to you. Levi changed his posture, and leaned against the stone pillar more comfortably. The holders of the 3 rings of the elves can communicate with each other through telepathy. Lady Galadriel should have discovered the sword of Morgul on Gandalf, and was confirming it with Gandalf. Sure enough. After a while, Gandalf took out the sword and placed it on the stone table. This kind of sword is the standard of the ring race. Sword of Morgul, attack +7. Special effect, withering. People injured by the sword of Morgul will be slowly dragged into darkness, and their lives will gradually wither. This injury cannot be cured by ordinary means, and it needs magic or some secret treatment methods to alleviate it. This thing is a special attack on free people, and it is not very useful against dark creatures. Impossible, absolutely impossible, it's just a coincidence. Even though the hard evidence was right in front of him, Saruman still maintained his conservative style. Let's sort it out. He started his long speech again. However, little did he know that when he said these words, the dwarves had already packed up and left. Obviously, this was intentional by Gandalf. He was dragging Saruman here so that the dwarves had time to get on the road and at the same time force him to make a choice. Sure enough, after a while, Linder came to report the news. Lord Elrond, the dwarves left. While speaking, the guy could hardly hold back the corners of his mouth. Thanks to the Vala, they finally left. With the departure of the dwarves, the meeting also ended. The final conclusion was, help the dwarves, and attack Dol Guldur to find out the intelligence. However, when everything was settled and everyone was about to leave, Lady Galadriel suddenly called Levi and slowly walked towards him. Chapter 58. Lady Galadriel. Levi nodded, not knowing what the Lady of the Golden Forest Lord wanted to see him about. As Galadriel approached, Levi could feel a trace of sacred light seeping out from this lady, as if to purify him. Levi unconsciously raised his head and looked at her. If I remember correctly, this lady's ability to see the future is much stronger than that of wizards and other elf lords. She can see farther and more in detail. The moment Levi raised his head, subconsciously, Galadriel tried to see something through his eyes. However, when she really tried to do so, she was suddenly slightly stunned. Can't see anything? Your future is full of uncertainty. After a silence, Galadriel said so. Levi didn't know whether this was a compliment or something else, and didn't speak for a while. Although the future is not visible, the possibility of Levi in the near future can still be sensed, especially since this possibility is intertwined with the fate of other people, and can be deduced from the side. Many possibilities of this expedition may lead to bad things, but with your participation, those things may be corrected. I wish you a safe journey, adventurer Levi. After this matter is over, you are welcome to visit Lothlorien. At this moment, Galadriel was quite curious about Levi's blank future. This was the first time he had seen such a situation in his life. When he arrived at the Golden Forest, he could try to reveal it with the water mirror. Thank you for your blessing, I will. Galadriel smiled and nodded. Levi felt a little dazed, and when he came to his senses, the holy figure had disappeared. Levi. Suddenly, someone called from the bottom of the stairs. Turning around, I saw an old man in a gray robe quickly step forward and said anxiously, "We have to set off quickly. Thorin and his men have gone a long way. It will take a while to catch up with them. I heard from the elves that they went along the high pass. I don't know if the orcs there will come back in a few months. If they are ambushed, it will be bad." Although the orcs at the high pass had been plowed by Levi, no one could say whether it would be occupied again after Levi left. High pass. That's really. I hope they are okay. Levi turned around and was about to get the horse. Oh wait, I suggest you leave the horse to the elves for now. After all, the road we are going to take next is not so flat. Not only do we have to walk through steep and narrow mountain roads, but we may also have to pass through dark and crowded caves. These places are indeed not suitable for carrying mounts. Okay, let's leave it here for now. Let's go! While Levi and Gandalf were rushing forward along the route the dwarves had taken. On Thorin's side, the group finally escaped from the rock giant's play area, and they were all quite tired at this moment. The thunderstorm in the sky continued, and the expedition team urgently needed to rest. Hey, I found a cave entrance, everyone come quickly. At this time, Philly and Keely, who were exploring the way ahead, suddenly called everyone and walked towards a cave that looked relatively flat. We will rest here tonight. Don't light a fire. We will set out at dawn. Thorin gave the order. No, Thorin, according to the original plan, we should wait for Gandalf and Levi to arrive before setting out. Balin reminded. Plans always change. It was late at night. The dwarves were already quite tired, and snoring was heard everywhere. Even Bofur, who was on guard, could not stop bowing his head. Bilbo suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the sleeping dwarves, packed up his things, and picked up the hiking stick he picked up. "Where are you going?" Seeing Bilbo was leaving, Bofur was no longer sleepy. "Back to Rivendell." No, you can't leave. You are already a member of our expedition team, a part of us." The two talked, not noticing that the snoring around them had stopped. "No, I'm not. Just like Thorin said, I shouldn't have come here. He's right. I shouldn't have run away from home in a fit of rage." "Bilbo, I understand you. You just miss home," Bofur whispered. "You don't understand. You all don't understand. You are dwarves. You spend your life on the road. You never take root anywhere. You don't have any belonging." Bofur listened to Bilbo's words in silence, with sadness and heaviness in his eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that," Bilbo said hurriedly. He almost forgot that these dwarves went on the journey, and suffered so much just to take back their homes. "No, you're right, Bilbo." Although he was touched, Bofur didn't blame Bilbo. The dwarves showed a high tolerance for the thief from the beginning. Except for Thorin's harsh words, everyone had been taking care of him all the way. If an elf had said that, Bofur would have picked up his weapon and started fighting him. But in front of him was Bilbo, a hobbit who had his own warm home. "May all the good luck in the world be with you." "I mean it, Bilbo." Bofur patted Bilbo on the shoulder, signaling him not to feel guilty. "Wait, what is that?" As he was talking, Bofur found that the dagger on Bilbo's waist began to shine with a light blue light, which was very conspicuous in the dark cave. It must be said that the dwarves have the ability to cause trouble. Every time they look for a place to rest, they can always accurately find the most dangerous place. This cave that looks very flat is called Vancouver Gate. Just as its name suggests, it is the anteroom of the Orc town. The orcs living in the Orc town are a variant of the Orc tribe. They are smaller and weaker than ordinary orcs, but relatively more cunning and flexible. In fact, compared with the brutal and warlike orcs outside, there is another name that suits them better: Goblin. "Everyone wake up, alert." Thorin, who pretended to be asleep, jumped up and shouted. But it was too late. Bang! The floor of the front hall door suddenly collapsed, revealing a passage, and a group of people fell down at once, sliding and bumping in the passage. Plop! As soon as they landed, a large group of goblins swarmed up, so many that there was no end in sight, and they drowned everyone in an instant. Even though the dwarves fought desperately, they could not break through. Soon a group of dwarves were captured, and sent to somewhere in the center of the town. Only Bilbo was left squatting there with his head in his hands, at a loss. Bilbo was too short, even smaller than the goblins, and the color of his clothes happened to be similar to the environment in the cave. In addition, the hobbits had a unique talent for hiding and blending into the environment. As a result, no goblin noticed him since he came in. However, when the large army passed by and Bilbo stood up, a lone goblin still found him, and attacked him with a strange cry. During the fight, Bilbo accidentally fell into a deep pit in the valley, and rolled all the way down. He disappeared. I never thought there would be such creatures in Middle-earth. At the other end, in front of the mountain range, Levi looked up at a group of rock giants, who were taller than the mountain and playing with boulders, and was full of amazement. "Rock giants 80,000/80,000. I think they are much more dangerous than a mere dragon." Gandalf, who had just climbed up from behind, also raised his head, took a breath and said, "From the perspective of strength alone, it is true, but don't worry, these rock giants are not very intelligent, and have no interest in the structure of Middle-earth. Neither Sauron nor the great enemy of the past era, Morgoth, could drive them to do anything. They are absolutely neutral creatures. Don't worry about them, we just need to keep moving forward." Chapter 59. They should wait for us. Gandalf said so at the pass of the Misty Mountains. That's part of our plan. That's possible. Levi looked around the terrain. This place was still the same as the last time he came. There was no change. Well, even if they really didn't wait for us, it rained so hard, they would definitely find a place to rest. While they are resting, we can always catch up. Huh? Gandalf suddenly stopped and looked at a cave beside him. This is the front hall of the Orc town. It is a gate specially set up by the orcs to facilitate attacking passers-by. Because of their existence, no one has walked this road for a long time. Speaking of which, I once planned to find a more or less upright rock giant to block this place, but they were really difficult to communicate with, and in the end this matter was not accomplished. The knowledgeable old wizard told the history of this place. As he spoke, he walked forward a few steps, squatted down, and touched the ground. The mechanism here has been triggered just now. No, Thorin and the others must have been caught. This is not good. Then shall we go down and rescue them? Levi also took 2 steps forward, looking left and right, knocking on the wall and touching the ground. Don't waste your energy. These goblins in the orc town are very smart, and the gate they set up cannot be opened from the outside. Gandalf stood up and said, "But I know there is a back door that can be sneaked in. Maybe we can. Maybe we can dig in." Levi took out a fully equipped diamond pickaxe and asked Gandalf, "Point me in a direction. Just watch. If I don't dig through the front hall door, I won't be called Levi." Hiss, Gandalf stroked his beard and took a deep breath. "I almost forgot what this guy is capable of. This way." Dong dong dong. The diamond pickaxe in Levi's hand left an afterimage, and a neat rectangular passage 2 meters high continued to extend underground at a very fast speed. Levi was digging in front, and Gandalf was holding a torch as a light source in the back. Wait a minute. After digging for a while, Gandalf suddenly asked Levi to stop. "We should be very close. Let me take a look at the situation inside first." He took out his cane and knocked it on the ground. A transparent circle of light burst out from his body, ignoring all obstacles on the road, and continued to expand and extend. The circle of light passed through the rock layer, crossed all kinds of debris, and covered a large group of goblins in the cave, but they were unaware and continued to do their own things. Gandalf cast a range detection spell. Before entering Middle-earth, wizards were subject to many restrictions, one of which was that their divine power could not be revealed too much in front of mortals, which led to Gandalf often having to use swords and sticks to solve problems. But in front of Levi, this restriction seemed to be relaxed a lot. Of course, it was only relaxed a little. If he really released all the power, he might be able to cut off the entire mountain. You know, in the War of Wrath in the ancient era without restrictions, an entire continent was sunk. Right here, I see them. Gandalf pointed in a direction and said, "Dig 50 meters here, and then go down." Dong, dong, dong. Levi continued to swing the pickaxe, knocking off the rocks one by one, and soon arrived at the place Gandalf said. Snap. He dug out another stone, and a burst of light came out from below. "We have arrived at the center of the orc town." Levi stuck half of his head out, and saw a fat figure sitting on a flat stone, interrogating the 13 dwarves who were surrounded. On the ground were their confiscated weapons. After confiscating the weapons, the goblins continued to search them, and soon found a pile of silver tableware and candlesticks with the words "Made in Rivendell" engraved on them. Made in Rivendell in the Second Age, what garbage, can't be given away. The Orc King casually threw these antiques that were at least 3,000 years old aside. They really didn't like the elves' things. As for why these things were looted, they were souvenirs taken away by some dwarves from Rivendell. Obviously, his automatic pickup function is better than Levi's, and he can pick it up directly without knocking it down. "Yo, look who I found. Isn't this Thorin Oakenshield?" After checking the spoils, the Orc King suddenly saw Thorin among the dwarves, and his big face was suddenly full of smiles. "I know that your head is very valuable, whether it is alive or dead. Go tell Azad that I have captured the Dwarf King, and let him bring the reward." A goblin was sent out to deliver the message. Just as the Orc King was about to continue to cook these dwarves, a goblin picked up a sword confiscated from the ground next to him, pulled it out, and took a look. Ah! As soon as he pulled it out, he was startled and quickly threw the sword aside. The Orc King glanced at the ground, and was also frightened. He stepped back again, and even accidentally stepped on a thinner goblin behind him. "It's the Bite Sword, the one that has slashed the necks of thousands of orcs," he shouted. Wow, the surrounding goblins moved away, and formed a circle. None of them wanted to get close to the sword. Even though the original owner had been dead for many years, the sword's power was still there. "You damned guys." The Orc King was strangely angry. "Punish them. Whip them to death. I'm going to peel off their skin and cut off their heads." Snap! Some goblins raised their whips on the spot and kept whipping the dwarves. Some threw the dwarves to the ground and beat them with fists and feet, and some raised their bone blades to kill them. "It's time for us to go." Seeing the dwarves in danger, Gandalf immediately jumped down first. At this height, even Levi, who had the fall protection enchantment, had to think twice. This old man is good, he jumps when he says he will. Levi ate a golden apple in advance. Then I will too. Boom! Before Levi could jump down, a dazzling white light suddenly burst out from the cave, and a strong airflow exploded outward with Gandalf as the center. The debris under his feet flew far away in an instant, and a large group of goblins around him flew backwards uncontrollably like a typhoon and fell into the deep valley. Even the Orc King, who was farther away, was affected. His sturdy chair made of metal, and wood was directly blown away by the huge impact force, and his fat body rolled to the ground, screaming in pain. Boom, The white light dissipated. At this moment, except for Gandalf, there was no one standing here. The goblins who were close had long disappeared, and those who were far away were all crawling on the ground, avoiding the storm. Even the Orc King, who was so heavy, had to lie on the ground. Thorin opened his eyes. Gandalf. The wizard drew out his long sword, and the ring of fire on his hand glowed faintly. Take up your weapons and fight. The fire of hope in their hearts was ignited, and the dwarves pushed away the nearby goblins, took back their weapons, and followed Gandalf to kill. That's the enemy's sword. The Orc King recognized the sword in Gandalf's hand. It must be said that as the king of goblins, and one of the leaders of the orcs in the Misty Mountains, he is indeed knowledgeable. Gandalf knew all the swords that he didn't know. It's hard to say who has existed in Middle-earth longer, but in fact, the lifespan of orcs seems to be quite long. Even Azog is now at least 200 years old. After recovering, the Orc King immediately raised his skull scepter angrily, and commanded the goblins to chase forward. After the first attack, perhaps because there were too many people present, or perhaps because of some other reason, Gandalf could no longer cast the powerful spell he had before, and only drew out Glamdring and led the dwarves to break out. A group of goblins followed closely behind, and after the initial shock, they immediately reacted and surrounded them in an overwhelming manner. For a while, there was a lot of noise, and there were enemies everywhere. No matter how powerful you are, thousands of goblins, can't you beat 14 of you? The group quickly fell into a disadvantage. However, at this moment, a nightmare-like black figure fell from the sky, and with a long sword slashed forward, it abruptly created a small vacuum area. Ah! The Orc King took another step back. It's him, that vicious human, the enemy of orcs. Levi casually swung a sword, and the long sword passed through the goblin's neck. The goblin blocking the way in front of him froze in place, his eyes darting around, and for some reason his body suddenly became uncontrollable. Levi raised his hand, and gently patted the goblin's head. Snap! A head fell to the ground. This sword is a bit too sharp. In many cases, it can cause more than 12 points of damage, which is just a minimum number. Generally, when the enemy has little armor, they are directly cut in half and killed instantly. At the narrow entrance, Levi was alone here, and every sword would sweep away a group of goblins. Those goblins that were swept away seemed to be thrown like fire bombs, knocking down another group of goblins that squeezed in from behind. This is the power of the sweeping blade. Every attack will directly cover an area, and hit as many as you come. Levi began to want to try to add the knockback enchantment. This enchantment might not be as useless as in the game. Behind Levi, the dwarves ran forward and couldn't help looking back. At this moment, there was not a single goblin between Levi and them, and a buffer zone was cut directly. Don't look, hurry up now! Gandalf urged, although he couldn't help looking a few times. The Orc King was surrounded by the goblins, tightly guarding behind him, staring at the sword in Levi's hand. He didn't know the sword that made him feel cold in his heart. He had never seen it before, nor had he heard of it. But from now on, Levi made him know it. Gently stroking the sword in his hand that was shining with cold light, looking at the group of goblins in front of him, who were hesitant and dared not move forward, Levi said the words again, "Come, try to get past me." Chapter 60. Black armor, the momentum of sweeping through thousands of troops, and the arrogant and unhuman mentality that was revealed inadvertently. All these things reminded the Orc King of a person, an existence that dominated all the orcs and the wargs. The black shadow gradually overlapped with the figure in front of him. No, it couldn't be that person. Although he was also good at fighting, he was still far behind. That person was not only good at fighting. Don't waste time with him here, take another way. The knowledgeable Orc King left with a large group of orcs. No, I'm really not coming. Come back! Levi shouted as he chased after them. At this moment, in the cave, Levi was chasing after a group of goblins, and on the other side, a group of goblins were chasing after the dwarves and Gandalf. The Orc King was in the middle, running with sweat all over his forehead, hiding from the fierce man behind him, and giving orders to the goblin in front to attack the dwarves. For a while, all kinds of noises were heard, while the orcs were fighting fiercely in the town. In the unknown secluded valley, Bilbo had just woken up from his coma. As soon as he woke up, he heard a hoarse voice coming from not far away, talking to himself, telling what he was doing. Goblin. The meat is little and thin, you have to peel off the skin before you can eat it. It's better than nothing, Gollum. Thanks to the unique concealment talent of the halflings, Bilbo was not discovered even when he was in a coma. At this moment, he hid behind a stone, quietly observing the thin and strange creature who was hitting the goblin's head with a stone. The goblin eventually did not escape the fate of being smashed to death. While the unfortunate goblin was being smashed to death, a golden ring could not wait to fall off the strange creature and rolled all the way to Bilbo's feet. It was picked up by the hobbit. "What is this?" Bilbo looked at the ring with some curiosity and thought it was pretty. Gollum. However, soon, his attention was distracted. He looked at the strange creature that was dealing with the goblin with a vigilant face and stuffed the ring into his pocket. Looking at this cruel scene, Bilbo took a deep breath and felt that this place was really a bit weird. He turned his head, took a deep breath to calm down, and when he stuck his head out again, he found that the thin creature suddenly disappeared. Bilbo became alert and raised his head suddenly. A pair of big eyes were staring at him. "Wow, baby, he looks plump. There's a lot of meat to eat, Gollum." Just as the skinny creature showed a cruel smile and was about to attack Bilbo, Bilbo suddenly drew out his dagger and put it against his neck. "Stay back. Stay away from me." "Gollum." "The elf's sword, but you are not an elf or an orc. What are you, Gollum?" "I am Bilbo Baggins." "Baggins? What is Baggins?" "I am a hobbit from the Shire." "Oh, hobbit, we have eaten bats and fish, but we haven't eaten hobbits yet. Gollum, is he fresh and tender?" "Get out of here." Bilbo waved his dagger and forced back the guy who wanted to eat his meat. "Listen, I don't want to complicate things. Just tell me the way out, and we can go our separate ways. This is not a game with you." "Game? We like games." "Gollum, why don't you play a few guessing games with us? If you win, I tell you how to get out." "You guys?" "Yes, baby, we Gollum." Bilbo looked left and right, but didn't see the third person. Good guy, he's still schizophrenic. This one hiding in the dark corner at the bottom of the valley of the orc town is naturally Gollum. In this way, because of some coincidences, Bilbo and Gollum played guessing games underground. But Gollum chose the wrong opponent today. Guessing riddles has always been Bilbo's strong point. Soon, Gollum fell into a disadvantage and lost completely, but he has never been a man of his word. "You lost, now it's time to take me out." Bilbo was slightly relieved after winning the game. "Did I lose?" "No, we didn't, Gollum." Gollum stared at Bilbo's sword fearfully, his face turned fierce, and he reached for his waist with one hand, intending to take out the ring and put it on so that he could attack Bilbo invisibly. However, he didn't touch anything. "Where is it?" "Darling, my darling, no. No. It's lost." "What's in your pocket?" Gollum looked at Bilbo fiercely. "Nothing." Bilbo quietly took out the ring and put his hands behind his back. "You must have stolen it." Discovering that the ring was lost, Gollum went crazy and was no longer afraid of the dagger in Bilbo's hand. He shouted and rushed over. Caught off guard, Baggins was knocked down. The ring slipped out of his hand, flew in the air, and adjusted its angle and size, and when it fell, it was worn on Bilbo's hand. Apparently, it had had enough of Gollum, and was eager to change its owner and escape from this dark underground abyss. The moment the ring was put on, Bilbo's figure immediately disappeared and entered another dimension. He became invisible. Gollum could no longer see him, and could only wail and shout on the side. He must have gone to the exit. Gollum muttered, and walked in one direction. Exit? Without thinking about why he suddenly became invisible, Bilbo hurriedly followed. "Run!" In the cave on the other side, Gandalf led the way in front, holding a staff in his left hand, and a sword in his right hand, and killing goblins one by one, very brave. However, when he turned around, he found that there were still countless goblins chasing him, and they looked quite anxious, as if they were being urged by something. "Why are they still chasing? It's so annoying," a dwarf complained loudly. Behind the dwarves, the Orc King kept moving his fat body forward, commanding his men to block Gandalf and others, while looking back. I saw a black figure following behind him like a ghost, running, putting blocks under his feet, crossing various rugged terrains that were difficult to pass. Damn it, why is he still chasing? The Orc King was really scared at this moment. Fortunately, after they kept chasing him by detours, they finally blocked the dwarves and wizards in front, and the figure was temporarily left behind, giving them time to breathe. "Do you think you can outrun me?" The Orc King panted and looked at Gandalf proudly. Boom! He swung his huge skull cane at Gandalf, and Gandalf tried to block it with his sword. However, no matter how sharp and hard it was just a long sword, and it could not be compared with the skull cane that was like a war hammer in terms of size. With a clang sound, the sword in Gandalf's hand was shaken away, and the whole person stepped back several steps and almost fell to the ground. Seeing the opponent's weapon shaken away, and surrounded by his own men, The Orc King couldn't think of how he could lose at this moment. Now let's see what you can do, wizard. He raised the heavy skull cane again, and was about to give Gandalf a fatal blow. However, Gandalf knocked his staff to the ground, and the sword that was knocked down to the ground in the distance actually flew up by itself, slashing the Orc King's belly and knocking him to his knees. The sword attack succeeded, and the situation was reversed in an instant. In a blink of an eye, the life of the Orc King fell into Gandalf's hands, and a sword was about to fall on his head. Wait, stop, don't do it, I let you go, okay? The Orc King quickly surrendered, completely losing his previous smug look. No! Before Gandalf could answer, a voice that made the goblins subconsciously feel scared came from above their heads. It was that man. He caught up. Above the crowd, Levi put away the stones used to build a road and drew out his long sword. Without hesitation, he jumped and chopped down, putting an end to the life of the Orc King. Chapter 61. Reputation of the Orcs in the Misty Mountains reduced by 1,000. Current reputation reduced by 3456. Enemy, plop. Before the flames could even be lit, the life value of the Orc King was directly reset to 0, and he fell to the ground without a sound. At the moment of his death, the words enemy on the reputation interface suddenly turned scarlet, as if activated. The king was killed. I don't know which goblin shouted, and immediately all the goblins became agitated, some wailing, some at a loss, some fearful, and some picked up weapons and rushed forward, trying to cover up their confusion with violence. But all this was in vain. Run now! Gandalf shouted hurriedly, leading the way in front. Levi pointed his sword forward, forcing back a few scattered crazy goblins, fighting and retreating. However, soon, these goblins accepted the reality and realized that their king was really dead. They turned their eyes to Levi and his group, and gathered from all directions in unison, with a certain anger. Levi looked up and saw that the rock wall, the wooden bridge, and even the top of the cave were covered with goblins, occupying every corner like a flood. Once they were submerged, not to mention the dwarves and Gandalf, even he himself would be in trouble. It's too open here, I can't stop them, Levi said hurriedly. As he spoke, he had already taken out the pickaxe and dug the hole with a thud, and put a few blocks behind him to block it. Hurry, go in, we dig it out directly. Stop, don't jump. Gandalf quickly grabbed a dwarf and said to Levi, there may not be enough time, don't forget that there are 13 dwarves here. I see light over there, it should be the direction of the back door, follow me, hurry up, let's run straight out, these cave goblins dare not expose themselves to the sun. Run! Gandalf shouted, and led the way in front with swift legs and feet. Seeing this, Levi had to put away his pickaxe, and ran along while looking around. He hadn't seen Bilbo yet, and didn't know what the hobbit's situation was. Boom! While thinking, a thunder exploded. Because there were too many goblins blocking the road ahead, Gandalf had to use a lightning bolt to clear the way again, but compared with the previous one, the momentum of this attack was much smaller, just enough to clear the way. As everyone continued to move forward, the intersection became brighter and brighter, and a little wind could be heard faintly. The exit was right in front of them. The dwarves slipped out one by one, followed closely by Gandalf. Levi lingered at the exit for a moment, looked left and right, and still ran out. The sunlight was so bright that everyone couldn't open their eyes, but no one dared to stop. They ran a long way before stopping to catch their breath. There are 13 dwarves in total, just. Gandalf counted the number of people. Wait, where's Bilbo? He suddenly froze and looked around. Let's go back to when everyone just escaped to the back door. Bilbo followed Gollum all the way to the back door, and saw that the exit was not far away, but this cunning guy stood there, blocking the way out. It was obvious that Gollum didn't have enough strength to guard this exit. As Levi and others approached, he immediately hid behind a stone beside him, and didn't dare to make a sound. Bilbo watched a group of his accomplices run out, and wanted to shout for help, but before he could shout, the group of people ran away. Gollum watched Gandalf and others leave, and he was relieved, planning to go out and continue looking for the hobbit thief. Bilbo was forced back into the cave again. At this moment, suddenly, a black figure turned back, and Gollum was so scared that he immediately shrank back, holding his head, and dared not even breathe. Damn, Gollum. What a terrible person, he thought to himself. The man stood at the exit for a while, looking around, his eyes swept across one corner after another. For a moment, Bilbo felt that his eyes met his, and he hurriedly walked forward several steps, almost shouting. Wait! But the man still left. Bilbo sighed in his heart. He missed another chance to ask for help, so he could only rely on himself. He drew out his short sword, raised it high, and stared at Gollum, who was still looking around. As long as he swung it down, as long as he swung the sword gently, this strange creature who had tried to kill him several times would die on the spot. True courage lies not in deciding when to kill, but in deciding when to forgive. Looking at Gollum's big eyes, Bilbo suddenly thought of what Gandalf had said. In the end, he shook his head, put away his sword, kicked Gollum over, and ran away. Damn thief! Gollum shouted behind him, but Bilbo didn't care and ran down the forest following the traces of the dwarves. No need to look for it. Thorin stood up and answered Gandalf's question. He probably left us and went home alone. No, I didn't. Bilbo suddenly appeared behind everyone. Bilbo! Gandalf went up to him. I've never been so happy to see someone in my life. How did you escape from there? A dwarf asked curiously. Bilbo was stunned, and his hand unconsciously went into his pocket, stroking the ring inside. Should I tell this? But why do I feel reluctant to let it go? It's just a ring I picked up. At most there are some magic on it, and it's not mine. Bilbo took a breath and made up his mind. What's the big deal, anyway? He's back. Gandalf suddenly interrupted his action with a word. Of course it's important. Thorin stood up and stared at the hobbit. I want to know. Why did you come back? I know you have always doubted me. In fact, I do miss home. There is a beautiful garden, a comfortable chair, and a warm cottage. This is my home, but you don't have these. You don't have a home. So, I will do my best to help you take your home back. After hearing this, the dwarves fell into silence, and Gandalf showed a relieved look. Levi patted Bilbo's shoulder to show encouragement and support. He looked down at Bilbo. Suddenly, he noticed that something was shining in his pocket. The light was obscure but eye-catching. It was reflected in Levi's eyes through the gap in his pocket that was opened by his hand. The supreme ring. Subconsciously, Levi took a deep breath and even had the urge to take the ring out of Bilbo's pocket. Bewitched, 3s, there is a buff icon on the status bar. When Levi noticed that he was bewitched, the buff disappeared. Degree of corruption, 0%. A new entry appeared in the system interface. What are you doing, Levi? Looking at Levi, who suddenly lifted a bucket of milk and stood there and started to drink it, everyone was dumbfounded. Let alone where this iron bucket and milk came from. Can you really drink so much? Not to mention milk, even wine can't be drunk like this. It's okay, I'm thirsty. Levi burped, indicating that everyone don't worry, but no matter how much milk he drank, the corruption bar in the system interface still didn't disappear, as if it had become a permanent state. This thing is really evil. Levi raised his head and didn't look down. The light flashing on the ring went out unwillingly. On the other side, on a small hill not far from the back door of the orc town, Azog was so angry that he bared his teeth when he saw the goblin, who came to deliver the message, and heard the miserable situation of the orc town reported by his men. Not only did the dwarf run away, but the orc king was also killed. Chase! Awoo! There were waves of wolf howls on the hill. Gandalf looked up suddenly, and saw a white figure followed by a large group of wargs and orcs. The number. At least hundreds. Run! Just after a short breath, a group of people ran again, avoiding the pursuit of the wolf army behind them. Running every day, there is really no peace. Levi muttered, turned around and crossed with the dwarves, with his long sword drawn, shining in the dusk. Groups of wargs roared, like a mountain torrent, plowing down from the heights, leaving no corner untouched. However, this fierce charge was still cut off at a certain point, as if it had hit a boulder. No matter what, he remained motionless. Roar! The densely packed wargs surrounded Levi, and the thin shield brought by the golden apple was quickly consumed. However, although the shield was thin, the armor was thick. Some sensitive wargs even chewed it crookedly, but it was not necessarily possible to leave a scratch. Levi could be attacked many times, but as long as the warg was hit by Levi's sword, it would basically be turned into a charred corpse. Soon, Azog, who was hunting the dwarves in front, discovered the unusual movement here. He first ordered the other wargs and orcs to continue chasing the dwarves, and then he turned around and walked towards Levi. Chapter 62. Enemy. It means a fight to the death. Only when one side is destroyed, the other side will stop. Although Levi did not regard the orcs as a strong enemy, they still thought of Levi that way. It was you and those damn dwarves who killed the king of the orc town. Azog picked up a heavy hammer and walked towards Levi aggressively. A group of orcs behind him cheered and shouted, showing off for their master. What a disgusting name of orc killer and orc enemy. Do you think all orcs will be afraid of you? You are wrong. Bang! Azog swung the heavy hammer casually and broke the thin tree next to it, which fell to the ground with a crash. I will kill you first. Let everyone see what kind of person you are, and then kill those dwarf scum. 30/30ths, ignoring Azeg's trash talk, Levi raised his head and took a look. This guy has a strong physique and is not short. He must be at least 2 meters tall, and his body is full of tendons. This is really rare among the orcs. I am afraid that even the Uruks cultivated by Saruman in the future will not be better than him. Anyone can talk big. Be careful not to hurt your waist if you are so arrogant. Levi showed his long sword. I also say this to you. Azeg roared and swung the heavy hammer. Dang! The sword and the heavy hammer intersected, and as soon as they touched, Levi felt a huge force pressing down. This force was so strong that it directly shook his sword away, and he was hit wide open in the first fight. At this moment, Levi also experienced the feeling of being hit by a heavy weapon for the first time. Azeg showed a cruel smile, relying on his strong physique to swing the hammer quickly. Boom! Hit the chest. Levi felt a slight tightness in his chest, and the powerful impact forced him to even take a small step back. -1, interesting, ordinary attacks can actually break the defense. If it were someone else, even those dwarves, who are known as walking stones, they would probably fall to the ground immediately after taking this blow. However, in front of a full set of netherite armor with protection 4, it is still a little short. Swish! Almost at the same time as the blood was lost, the blood volume was instantly replenished, and Levi took the opportunity to quickly draw the sword and slash forward. The long experience of fighting with the orcs has long made him practice a set of swift fighting methods. Perhaps his swordsmanship still has no specific rules, but in the area of drawing the sword, chopping, and sheathing the sword, he has long been perfect, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. This is all experience gained from the lives of thousands of orcs and wargs. However, even so, this sword still failed to achieve success. In an emergency, Azeg suddenly raised his modified left hand, used the metal fork on it to tightly block Levi's sword, and then swung the hammer again. Boom! Levi took out the shield with his left hand and blocked the attack, and then the shield entered the shield-breaking state and fell into a short cooling state. Roar! Consciously suppressing Levi, Azeg opened his arms and wandered in the field surrounded by orcs and wargs. He walked around and showed off his muscles unscrupulously. He started to show off his power before the battle was over, as if victory was already in his hands. Seeing that the frightening humans seemed to be at a disadvantage, the orcs cheered immediately, and the wargs also roared a few times, showing anthropomorphic sarcastic expressions on their faces, which was quite lively for a while. The huge pressure of the venue attacked Levi. However, Levi just glanced around, and the orcs, who met his eyes, immediately closed their mouths and retracted their necks. In fact, if Azeg was not here, these orcs would have scattered as soon as they saw Levi, and they would not dare to surround him like now. This is the morale bonus brought by a strong leader. At this time, as the duel progressed, the sun gradually set and the pale moon rose. When the starlight replaced the sunlight, the orcs around them suddenly became energetic, their bodies straightened, and their momentum continued to increase. From this moment on, the weakening effects on these orcs disappeared. The sunlight weakens the orcs, and the night is their home court. Some orcs, with the help of moonlight and Azeg, even dared to make eye contact with Levi. You're dead, haha. Azeg once again forked Levi's sword and swung the heavy hammer. Boom! The shield went into cooling again. This time Levi could feel that Azeg's strength was obviously much greater, but no matter how strong it was destined not to break Levi's shield. The upper limit of the shield's strength is unknown, but no matter how strong the attack is, it can at least block it, and at most it will be cooled down for a while after the shield is broken. What a hassle. Levi felt a little headache. Many bosses in games increase the difficulty by stacking health and attack power to increase the value, indicating how difficult the boss is to fight. But it's different in reality. He can really fight. Don't look at his low health. It counts as long as he can hit him. This guy can't be dealt with as an ordinary orc soldier. However, reality also has realistic fighting methods. After blocking a heavy hammer, Levi also put away his leisurely thoughts, quickly drew back the sword, and drew it out again, and kept slashing and sweeping. His movements were so fast that they almost flashed after images. Azeg couldn't respond in time and retreated repeatedly, but he could also parry. However, no matter how much strength he had, and how fast he parried, his physical strength was limited after all. And Levi, under the premise of having food, is unlimited. Swish, finally, when Azeg felt a little tired, Levi seized the opportunity and chopped forward. Boom! The flames rose high. Azeg wailed in pain. A big gash was cut on his chest, His health value dropped rapidly, and he lost half his life on the spot. In an emergency, the pale half-orc threw the heavy hammer in his hand and hit Levi. As soon as he dodged, the surrounding orcs had already rushed up in a large number, one after another, rushing towards Levi like a desperate person, blocking his sword and covering Azog. For a while, Levi felt that he was chopping a wall of meat, and he couldn't chop it clean. When all the orcs blocking the road were killed, the flames on Azog's body in the distance had been extinguished. He was helped by his more loyal subordinates to a white wolf that was more than twice the size of an ordinary wolf and ran away. That was the king of the wolf, the Pale Wolf King. Levi took out his bow and shot several times, but failed to hit the target, and was evaded by the Wolf King flexibly. Sometimes Levi really wanted to open the automatic aiming. The Wolf King roared at Levi fiercely, and then ran away quickly. Azog, who was holding his chest and dying on the wolf's back, stared at Levi, as if he wanted to engrave that figure in his eyes. The orc army dispersed and hurriedly followed Azog. Misty Mountain Orc Reputation -300, Current Reputation -3756. Levi had a hunch that when the reputation value continued to decrease to a certain level, some new changes would occur. Seeing that Azog was about to leave, Levi tried to follow him, but with a roar, dozens of wolves returned and rushed over, as if they were ordered by the Wolf King, forming a circle to entangle Levi, but none of them dared to attack him, just keeping a certain distance around him. Levi took a step forward, and the wolves took a step back. Levi suddenly drew out his sword and rushed forward, directly scaring the nearest wolves to howl, and squeezed back like a dog whose tail was stepped on. You dare to stay here to block me even in this situation, you are also brave. Unfortunately, this wolf belongs to the enemy camp and cannot be tamed, otherwise a group of mounts that can fight and run would be quite cool. There was no time wasted. The wargs did not dare to attack actively, but Levi was not. He showed his sword again with a cold light, and the loyalty of the wargs to the tribe was immediately killed and fled, achieved the title, Enemy of the Wargs. Levi chased in the direction where Azog left, but after being dragged by the warg for a minute or two, Azog could not even be seen. You can't run away. Levi put away his sword and Azog's head was temporarily placed on his neck. The wargs and orcs were repelled, and there were no enemies nearby. Levi turned around and rushed in the direction where the dwarves left. When he arrived at a cliff, he saw that the area had turned into a sea of fire, and no matter whether it was the dwarves, orcs, Gandalf, or Bilbo, they all disappeared. Huh? Levi stepped over the sea of fire and looked around. You just left me here? Huh, suddenly a strong wind came, blowing Levi's eyes. Levi! A big eagle suddenly flew up from the bottom of the cliff, and Gandalf on it called out, motioning Levi to jump up. I've been waiting for you for a long time. After a while, Levi sat cross-legged on the back of the big eagle and talked with Gandalf. I was really scared. I thought you had an accident, or left me behind. How is it possible? Even if this team throws me out, they won't leave you behind. Gandalf lit his pipe and said with a sigh, we were besieged by a pack of wargs on the edge of the cliff. We could still handle it at first, but then the dwarves gradually ran out of strength and were almost forced to jump off the cliff. I used a little magic to isolate the pack of wargs, and then called some helpers. Gandalf glanced at the big eagle and saluted it. These eagles are not ordinary animals. They are intelligent, have a high status, and are friends with Gandalf. Small spell? But Levi's emphasis was a little different. Is the small spell you are talking about called Firestorm? Yes, it's been a tiring day today. Chapter 63. Near the Anduin Valley, Car Rock. This was the farthest place the eagles were willing to fly to after consultation. They gently put everyone down and flew back to the eagle's nest. Levi didn't know what happened when he was away, but it seemed that everyone was intact, just a little tired. Bilbo, I once said that there is no place for you among us. That was the biggest mistake of my life. Thorin hugged Bilbo tightly. What happened? Levi asked Gandalf in a low voice. Thorin was besieged by wargs, and almost died in the wolf's mouth. Bilbo rushed over to save him. I see. Luck may be a coincidence, but courage must be inevitable. Levi looked at Bilbo, and glanced at his pocket again. This thing. Maybe Bilbo holding it is also part of the big movement, but no one is born to suffer, and no one must be tortured. However, it must be said that Bilbo's magic resistance is really strong. He was bewitched by the ring for 60 years, and was able to give it up on his own initiative. If there is a way, it is not necessary to watch Bilbo being eroded. Even if the problem of the slow corruption of the mind cannot be solved, it can be solved from the root. But in this case, there will be a lot to do after this trip to the Lonely Mountain. After a short rest, the group walked down from the car rock and continued to move towards the lonely mountain. A few days later, on the other side of the valley, Gandalf stood on a high place, looking at the wargs and orcs everywhere in the jungle, on the plains, and on both sides of the river, frowning. They are almost out in full force. I'm sure there are thousands of scouts searching for us. A dwarf shouted below. They are out in full force. Old Gandalf frowned again when he heard this. His eyebrows have been in trouble these days. Roar! At this moment, a roar of a beast suddenly came from above. Everyone immediately picked up their weapons, and saw a giant bear looking down with its teeth bared. Oh my god, it's so big. It's bigger than any bear I've ever seen, a dwarf said tremblingly. Plop! The giant bear pounced down suddenly, and Levi pretended to draw his sword. Wait! Gandalf hurriedly stopped him, and stood between Levi and the giant bear. Beorn, I know it's you. Calm down. I'm Gandalf the Grey, a companion of Radagast the Brown. He knows me well. The giant bear stared at Gandalf, making his scalp numb. After a moment, it took 2 steps back and stopped baring its teeth. Its huge body gradually shrank, its hair shrank, and its hands and feet became thinner. It turned into a human who was more than 2 meters tall. The dwarves were stunned and rubbed their eyes, thinking they were dreaming. This is the Skin Changer tribe. They are born with the magic of transforming into beasts, Gandalf explained. Wizards, humans, halflings, and greedy dwarves. What are you doing near my territory? Beorn looked down at everyone from a high place. When he saw Levi and Bilbo, his mood was relatively stable, but when his eyes swept over the dwarves, his brows frowned. We have no ill intentions, we are just passing by, Gandalf explained. The fate of the Skin Changers was very tragic. They were forced out of the mountains by the orcs, and had to live in the valleys. Most of the few remaining members were captured and tortured to death by the orcs. Now Beorn is probably the only one left in the Skin Changers. Gandalf doesn't want him to fight with Levi, so as not to make the Skin Changers extinct. Okay, I believe you. Beorn nodded. Although he didn't like dwarves and didn't like strangers, he could still trust them if they were his companions in brown robes. Gandalf breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Skin Changers were saved. What are you doing here? Gandalf asked again. I'm avoiding the orc army. They have been wandering around like crazy in the past few days. Even I dare not pass through them. Beorn shook his head and was a little worried. The last time I saw so many orcs was when they tried to expand north of the valley, but now there is no one living there, and there is nothing to plunder. I really don't understand why they are going out this time. This? Gandalf glanced at Levi and smiled awkwardly. Levi spread his hands. This is not important. The main thing is that we have a common enemy. We can deal with them together. In fact, we need some help, which will enable us to better deal with the orcs. Beorn was silent for a while, looked at Gandalf, then at the dwarves, and finally his eyes stayed on Levi for a long time before he slowly nodded. The enemies of the orcs are my allies. Well, I can help you. I know a way to avoid the sight of the orcs. You can leave from there during the day. I'll be on guard for you. That night, under the moonlight, a giant bear stood on the rock, looking around vigilantly. In the house, a group of people ate and drank well and slept soundly. In the distance, an orc reported. Leader, we found a giant bear on the rock, do you want to? Although the bear looked strong, it didn't seem that strong in comparison, and it could be dealt with a little more manpower. Don't pay attention to it, go around it, there's no need to cause trouble for yourself. A small orc scout leader gave an order. Our target is the group of dwarves, and that damned one. Speaking of this, the scout leader took a deep breath and shuddered when he thought of that figure. If you meet him, don't fight him directly, come back to gather the army, and we will kill him again. Yes. The night passed quickly. After dawn, Beorn took out the honeyed bread and drinks he made to entertain everyone, and then provided horses and pointed out the route, so that the group could leave quickly. At the same time, the wandering orcs failed to find the target they wanted. After a few days, for various reasons, they gradually retreated and temporarily withdrew from this plain. On this day, at the gate of the forest, which is also the entrance to the kingdom of Mirkwood, all the horses provided by Beorn were released, leaving only one led by Gandalf. This place has been defiled by the minions of evil, and the situation does not look good. Levi, can you please do me a favor? What? Gandalf came closer, turned his back to everyone and whispered to Levi, I have to confirm one thing these days. Do you know the Ringwraiths? I know a little bit. They are servants of Sauron. A shadow flashed in his pupils. Bilbo suddenly glanced at Levi and scratched his head. Oh no, Levi. Don't mention his name directly. Gandalf had a headache. Although he'd lost the ring, Sauron was not dead yet. If he mentioned his name without certain measures, he would be vaguely sensed. Although it was okay to be sensed, and Sauron couldn't come along the network to hit people, it was not a good thing after all. Many elves use he who must not be named as a synonym when referring to that person. Of course, this is not important. What I want to say is that I want to confirm whether the ringwraiths have been summoned again, and I need to go a long way for this. Do you want me to go with you? No, I will do this. What I want to ask you for is that when I come back, can you go to Dol Guldur with me? Maybe there is something there. But there is more than just something. If I remember correctly, Sauron is there now. What? It's okay, I promised. When will you be back? Gandalf said a time that was not too short. Okay, see you then. Okay, if any of us arrive early, we wait at the main gate for 3 days. Gandalf rode away and separated from the team again. Levi followed the expedition into the Mirkwood. Levi, what did Gandalf tell you? Bilbo asked curiously, and the dwarves beside him pricked up their ears. These guys were quite curious about what Levi and Gandalf were whispering to each other. However, although some things can be said, they can't understand them if they are said, and they will only be confused. He said that the Mirkwood has been corrupted by evil forces and is very dangerous. We need to stay on the main road as much as possible, where it is relatively safe. Bilbo nodded seriously and replied, I know. I pay attention. Chapter 64. At the same time as the expedition entered the Black Forest. In the Dol Guldur fortress, a dark shadow appeared from the high tower, overlooking the land full of shadows. Azog. The terrifying voice sounded from the pale orc's mind. Azog suddenly opened his eyes and gasped. He touched his chest twice and found that the huge scratch from the shoulder to the waist had completely healed, leaving only a long scar, indicating that he was indeed injured. He raised his head and looked up at the shadow on the high tower calling his name. Subconsciously, Azog felt angry, but after a closer look, he found that it was not the person he hated. That was the Dark Lord Sauron. Azog, you lead the army and prepare to start a war. What about the dwarves? Azog asked Sauron without bothering to look at the recovered wound. You promised me to let him die. If another orc dared to talk back like this, he might die on the spot, but Azog and Sauron were more of a cooperative relationship, and he had the qualifications to make demands. Obviously, Sauron had made some kind of promise, but at this moment, he did not respond to this question, but forced Azog to lead the army. Azog was so angry that his chest kept rising and falling on the spot, but the situation was stronger than the orcs, and no matter how angry he was, he had to obey the order. In desperation, he had to call his son Bolger, and let Bolger lead the team to continue to target the dwarves. As the son of Azog, Bolger inherited Azog's physique very well. He was as tall and strong. That human, if you see him, I allow you to retreat temporarily, but if you can kill him, the position of leader is yours. Azog made a promise angrily, and soon, Borg set off with a group of orcs. In the dense forest, the dwarves were drowsy, and complained about the dark forest. However, although the environment was dark, and the sun was invisible, the group's actions were still smooth. They did not encounter any danger along the way, and soon arrived at a broken bridge. Don't touch it. Levi reminded the dwarves who tried to reach out and touch the river, but he tried to fill some river water with a bucket, but there was nothing unusual, just ordinary water. Obviously, the magic in the river could not be taken away, and would only work in the Black Forest. Following Levi, Thorin also reminded loudly, Didn't you hear what Gandalf said before you came in? This forest is shrouded in some dark magic, and the river is flowing with curses. There are vines over there, we can swing over, it's better to let the light ones go first. No, I don't think it's necessary. Levi interrupted Thorin and said, We can build a road to get there. As he spoke, Levi took out stones, and clacked along the broken bridge to the other side. In order to prevent some dwarves with wider bodies from falling, he also considerably widened the road a few grids. It's amazing. Old Balin couldn't help but sigh, and his sleepiness was dispelled by Levi's operation. Fortunately, to be honest, I don't want to climb that vine. I don't think it can bear the weight of everyone, especially Bombur. Bofur echoed, causing Bombur to curl his lips unhappily. What a magical magic, it can actually make stones grow on a wooden bridge. Chili stood on the newly built stone road and stomped his feet several times, only to find that it was very solid. Philly continued, How many normal people can hang out with Gandalf? Oh sorry, I don't mean to belittle him. Realizing that his words were somewhat ambiguous, he quickly explained to Levi. It's okay, I understand. Levi patted Philly's shoulder, indicating that he didn't need to care about this little thing. Unconsciously, the dwarves have already regarded Levi as a person like Gandalf, or more specifically, as a person who naturally has a leadership position like a wizard. At the same time, everyone has gradually become accustomed to some of Levi's magical tricks that come out from time to time. What about conjuring food and cubes out of thin air? They have long been accustomed to it. Gandalf can also call lightning and fire, and can blow away a group of goblins with a shock blast. In terms of magic performance, this old man is much stronger than Levi, but he doesn't use it much. In the end, even Thorin's attitude towards Levi is the same as others. He would reprimand his companions who made mistakes, and would scold Bilbo when he wanted to go home, but he never used his temper on Levi, just as he never got angry with Gandalf. As the dwarves said when they talked about Gandalf, he is a wizard, he can do whatever he wants, he don't care. They had the same mentality towards Levi, but the difference was that Levi had signed a contract and had the obligation and responsibility to help them. On the bridge, looking at Levi's back, Thorin nodded, thinking that this person was not hired in vain. He was definitely worth the reward. Not only was he powerful, but he could also use some magic like Gandalf. If there was a chance, he should get to know him well. At the end of the team, Bilbo looked at the cube that Levi had conjured out of thin air, and unconsciously touched the ring in his pocket. Do I know an invisibility spell? The hobbit thought so. Don't waste time, let's hurry through the forest. Thorin called out. Not far across the magic river, you can actually reach a place closer to where the woodland elves live. But this road is full of dangers, and there are shadows stirring in it. Levi looked at the spider webs on the trees, and resisted the urge to collect some spider silk with scissors or swords. Those spiders rely on the vibration of the spider webs to detect prey. If he really did this, there is a high probability that a large group of spiders will be attracted immediately. He didn't care, but the other members of the expedition were a little worried, especially now that except Levi, everyone was in a drowsy state, and they were not suitable for fighting now. Hiss, some kind of low hum came from above his head. Levi instinctively drew his sword and chopped it upwards, and a huge spider corpse fell down, with fire on its surface. Achievement/title, Spider Killer, Description, Kill a Spider. What is this? Thorin stared and suddenly came to his senses. Spiders are the representatives of evil forces. They are eroding this forest. Levi explained and asked, did any one of you touch a spider web? These spiders will confirm the location of their prey based on the vibration of the spider web. Spider web? No, I haven't seen that thing. No, I've been staying on the road and definitely didn't touch it. Me neither. No. A group of dwarves turned around and denied it repeatedly. It definitely wasn't Bilbo. He had been following Levi, and Levi was watching closely. That means this spider took the initiative to search and attack. Picking up the fallen thread and spider eyes, Levi suddenly wanted to take the initiative to find the spider. These are all materials, and it would be a shame to not do more to get the enchantment of Loot 3. Prepare for battle. While thinking, Thorin behind him suddenly roared, and everyone immediately picked up their weapons. Bilbo also drew his dagger and took a look. It's not an orc, it's... He looked up and saw densely packed huge spiders crawling down from the top of the woods. The number was enough to well interpret the word covering the sky and the sun. Run! Seeing that the situation was really not something he could handle with just a few people, Thorin directly shouted Gandalf's favorite line. Ah! Bombur, who was the largest and looked the most fleshy, became the first target of the spiders. While he shouted, he hit the spider's head frantically, and one hit made it burst. Levi was naturally the first to react. He killed the spider next to him with a few swords and quickly approached the expedition team. He ran and chopped all the way, almost never stopping. No spider could withstand his sword. As the battle progressed, several groups of spider eyes accumulated in the backpack. At this moment, countless spider corpses were piled up behind the expedition team, most of which were burning. At first glance from above, it seemed as if someone had drawn a straight line here with fire. Most of the spiders were blocked behind the expedition team. Occasionally, a few scattered ones jumped down from the sky to attack, but they were quickly cleared out by the dwarves. Puff. In a panic, even Bilbo pierced a spider's head. Before the spider died, Bilbo seemed to hear it talking, not sure if it was an illusion. The spider used an onomatopoeia to describe the feeling of being stabbed by the dagger. Sting? That's a good name. From now on, this sword will be called Sting. The spiders died one after another. Seeing that this crisis seemed to be able to pass safely, suddenly there was a sound of shuttles in the jungle, and arrows came one after another from various tricky angles. Each one could accurately hit a spider's vital point, and kill it in one blow. Following the arrows came a group of elves wearing dark green robes and armor. They flexibly moved between the branches of the trees and killed the remaining spiders one by one. However, they did not put away their weapons, but turned their bows and arrows around and aimed at the expedition team. "Don't think I won't attack you, dwarf. I will be very happy to do so." The leading young elf pulled his bow and aimed his arrow at Thorin. Although he had never seen him before, Levi recognized him at a glance. That was Legolas, the elven prince of the Mirkwood Kingdom. The temper of the Mirkwood elves was not as good as that of the elves in Rivendell. Compared with Rivendell, the place where they lived was not safe, and they often had to fight, and they also often traded with humans in the river valley. All of this made their personalities more open and more irritable than other elves. Levi put away his sword and took a step forward. "Don't move," an elf reminded. Legolas immediately looked in Levi's direction and aimed his bow and arrow at him. However, when he saw the specific appearance of the person coming, he pressed the bow down and made a gesture to let the person behind him, who was aiming at Levi, put down his bow. "Don't point the bow at him, he is our guest." Chapter 65. I've heard of you, a powerful warrior who is said to use some magical magic, the natural enemy of the orcs, Levi. Legolas put away his weapon, took 2 steps forward and said, "Welcome to the Woodland Kingdom, Legolas, greetings to you. There have been many rumors about this human in recent times, and some of them are quite outrageous." When Legolas first heard it, he was not convinced, and thought it was an exaggerated rumor. After all, how could a human do that? It was not until later that his father, Thranduil, the king of the woodland, told him that it was true, which made him take it seriously. Woodland Kingdom reputation. At 500, respect. Even though Levi had never been to this place before, as soon as they met, the initial reputation of the Woodland Kingdom was directly 500. This was probably because Levi had plowed the orcs in the river valley near the Black Forest before, and the elves saw what he did. Since Levi came, the main enemy of the woodland elves has become spiders, and the orcs have even harassed the border of the forest less. In fact, after killing so many orcs, Levi's reputation in most nearby camps has reached the respected level. Only some places farther away have relatively low reputations. However, as the rumors gradually spread, the reputations of those places are also slowly increasing. On the other side, after Legolas, another female elf came over. She looked up and down at Levi and said, "Captain of the Guard Toriel, greetings to you." Levi nodded and replied, "Greetings to you." After greeting, Legolas said, "The reception may take a while. I have to deal with the dwarves here first. They are my companions." Levi explained. "Sorry, I can't tell what purpose these dwarves have here, so I have to take them back for questioning." Legolas waved his hand, and was about to search the dwarves. "Why are you treating them differently?" A dwarf started to make a fuss. "Discrimination? This is discrimination. Didn't you hear that we are in the same group with Levi?" "Let go, don't touch my things. We have the same purpose." Seeing that the dwarves were about to be tied up, Levi said. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle. The same purpose means that if they want to tie up the dwarves, they must also tie up Levi. No one wants to be an enemy of a living legend. Legolas stopped, turned his head to look at Levi, took a breath, and was about to say something. Suddenly a scout came and interrupted the conversation between the two. He said to Levi, "Lord Thranduil invites you to talk to him." Legolas looked left and right, and had to stop for the time being, and ordered, "Take them back." The dwarves breathed a sigh of relief, and Bilbo, who was protected in the middle, also felt relieved and gave up the idea of hiding. The group entered a palace surrounded by elves. Clang, the door closed. Although the dwarves avoided the fate of being searched and imprisoned, they could not avoid being strictly guarded by a group of soldiers to prevent them from making any moves. A group of people rested in the reception hall, mumbling and discussing the current situation. After a while, Thorin and Bilbo were taken away and came to the king's throne. But before them, Levi had talked with Thranduil for a while. "Since last year, I have heard that a brave ranger fought against the orc army alone in the Anduin Valley and evacuated the humans there. A grey wizard also acted with him. I know Gandalf's ability very well, so this matter makes people curious. How did you fight so many orcs alone?" The king stood up from the throne, walked down slowly, stared at Levi for a long time, and was obviously browsing the title library as usual. "Use this." Levi patted his sword. "This sword, can I see it?" "Of course." With permission, Thranduil drew out the long sword and looked at it carefully for a while. "A sword with excellent forging craftsmanship. Does it have a name?" "No, in fact, I haven't thought of a name yet. When it has a name, it will surely terrify the orcs." The king made a prophecy, swung a pleasing sword flower, and sheathed the sword. Thank you. After a polite greeting, Thranduil returned to the throne and talked about business. Speaking of which, why did Levi, the natural enemy of the orcs, the savior of the people of the Anduin Valley, and the master of magical magic, come to the Woodland Kingdom? Is he seeking refuge from the orc army, or is he just passing by? Levi wanted to explain the complicated reasons, but before he could choose the words, he saw the king continue. No matter what your purpose is, the Woodland Kingdom welcomes you. You can stay here as long as you want. We will leave our kindness and patience to our friends. The king was quite friendly to Levi, but he kept silent about the dwarves, as if Levi came to the Black Forest alone. Those dwarves are my companions. The purpose of our trip is to recapture the Lonely Mountain. I think His Majesty the King of the Woodland should understand the strategic significance of the place. If the dwarves can take back their homeland, it will become a solid line of defense against evil forces. Levi took the initiative to make it clear. Of course I understand, but have you forgotten that there is a dragon lurking there? If Smaug is released, the first to be affected will be the Black Forest. At that time, other forces can wait and see. For the time being, only the Black Forest is definitely the most urgent one. I will deal with that dragon, Levi promised. You? Thranduil wanted to laugh a little. How could a human know the horror of a dragon? Even when he led a legion, he did not dare to rashly go to war with the dragon. It's still the same sentence. It's not that they can't win, but the cost is too high. It's easy to collapse the population of the elves. The elves now are not as prosperous as they were in ancient times. Any war will accelerate their pace of decline. Just when he was about to remind this human friend not to brag, the guard suddenly arrived with two people. Thorin and Bilbo. Bilbo opened his eyes wide at this moment, looking at this and that, quite nervous, but after seeing Levi there, he felt a little relieved. When talking with Levi, Thranduil still had a faint smile and comfort on his face, but as soon as Thorin arrived, Levi immediately felt that the king's ease disappeared, and even the arc of his mouth was retracted. As he said, the kindness of the woodland elves is only reserved for friends. Soon, the two kings talked about things. Thranduil promised to help Thorin's action to regain his homeland, as long as they returned the things that originally belonged to the elves. And Thorin still performed steadily. As soon as he saw the elves, he began to sneer and reject any conditions of the elves. He also felt that the elves owed them. By the way, he loudly condemned the king in the hall, and scolded him after the condemnation. Levi tried to stop Thorin several times. Didn't you see Thranduil on the throne was so angry that his eyes widened? I have never seen such a shameless dwarf. Soon, Thorin knew that he had hit a wall this time. The woodland elves were not as good-tempered as the elves in the valley. Although they also had the usual elegance of the elves, this elegance was still accompanied by a hint of irritability. If you are willing to stay here, then you can stay here and slowly decay. Anyway, hundreds of years are just a blink of an eye for the life of an elf. I have the patience. Lock up these dwarves. Under Thorin's abuse and insults, the influence of Levi's reputation was successfully wasted, and the dwarves were still confiscated and locked up. However, Thranduil did not vent his anger on Bilbo, the hobbit. After chatting with Bilbo for a few words, he let him go, and allowed him to move freely like Levi. Chapter 66. What a stupid teammate. Levi slapped his head. Thorin's scolding was so bad that even if Gandalf called 10 eagles, they couldn't stop Thranduil's temper. The elves didn't kill them directly because they still had some feelings for the free people. If Levi were in their shoes, he couldn't stand it. If Gandalf was here, he would definitely scold stupid Thorin, and then light his pipe to think of a solution. Your Majesty, you know that dwarves are not very good at communication. Of course I know. Thranduil didn't want to listen to Levi's advice at this moment, and interrupted directly. They are so stubborn, like stones, and they were the first to break their oath. What qualifications does he have to say that I watched them die without helping? Even if I let them go, even if everything goes well, the final result is just another king falling into madness. Now Levi has nothing to say. To be honest, the things the dwarves did are indeed not whitewashable. It was indeed the dwarves who broke their promises first, causing the feud between the elves and the dwarves. And the culprit of all this is the greed of the dwarves. If you have to blame someone, you can only blame Sauron. The ring he gave to the dwarves will infinitely deepen their desires, until it is a pathological point. However, during the conversation, in addition to the dwarves, there was another thing that Levi cared about from the beginning. I just saw some injuries on His Majesty's face. Thranduil paused, not knowing why Levi brought this up. Well, it was the dragon's flame that injured him, and it has never healed. The king's real face was actually very hideous. Half of his face was burnt and blurred. Normally, he looked fine, but the wound was covered up by magic. From Levi's perspective, the king's health was always low and could never recover. 27/30. Levi took out a golden apple, and the king's attention was immediately attracted. As an elf, who was quite good at using magic, he was very sensitive to magic. This is a small gift representing my personal feelings. I hope it can help your majesty's injury. It is very beautiful and precious, and I can feel the magic contained in it. It has the power of healing, but I'm afraid it will be a little difficult to heal my injury with it. Even among the elves, Thranduil was relatively good at using magic. In fact, it was not difficult for the elves to use magic to achieve the effect of healing. Many elves could do it as long as they wanted. But even so, the burn on the king's face had not healed for so long, which was enough to show the difficulty of treating it. Why not give it a try? There's no harm, right? Crunch. Under Levi's advice, Thranduil took the apple that seemed to be made of gold, hesitated for a moment, and finally took a bite. There was no metallic taste as imagined, but only a burst of fragrance and sweetness, followed by surging magic power and healing power throughout the body. The illusion on his face disappeared unconsciously, and the hideous face appeared again. Under the effect of the golden apple, the exposed scarlet flesh gradually exuded activity, bumping against the dragon's breath entrenched on it. The pain and itchiness made Thranduil's face tense. As if feeling challenged, the golden apple's full healing power converged upwards to help the wound regenerate. This battle of power ended with the golden apple's victory. As the remaining dragon breath gradually dissipated, flesh and skin grew out of his face again. 30/30. It looks like it worked well, Levi said easily, as if he had just done something trivial. Really? Recovered. Thranduil took a few deep breaths and gently stroked his face. It's been too long since I felt perfect skin. Thank you very much, Levi. This burn has troubled me for a long time. Add 500 reputation to the Woodland Kingdom, current reputation, 1000, ally. From now on, you are an ally of the Woodland Kingdom. If you need it one day in the future, you can come and seek help. Then, the Woodland Kingdom will respond. A covenant was established here. The fewer words, the bigger the matter. Looking at the reputation, Levi knew that the king was serious and did not make random promises. If the Woodland Kingdom only respected Levi's personal strength and outstanding contributions to the Freedom Camp before, then they now regarded Levi as a true ally and could gather a certain amount of troops for him to provide support. Thank you, but help is always mutual. If you need anything, I will not be stingy. After a polite reply, Levi changed the subject. I heard that there are gems belonging to elves in the Lonely Mountain. Thranduil stopped moving, feeling that this human changed the topic a little too quickly, and why was it always some secret and sensitive topics? That is not an ordinary gem. It has some special meaning to me. I have tried to get it back many times, but I could only return empty-handed every time. Now that the Lonely Mountain is occupied by the dragon, the hope of getting it back is getting slimmer. What if I can bring it back? Then I can give you a promise made to the king. Thranduil said so. About those dwarves. Thranduil suddenly mentioned, I know you are companions in the expedition. I can guarantee their safety, but I will not let them go before I achieve my goal. I understand. Levi nodded and said, however, not all of them think that way. In addition to Thorin, there are people who can talk. I will seriously consider your words. Thranduil replied. At this point, it is impossible to release the dwarves directly. The new and old grudges are added together, and it will not be resolved in a short time. Although Levi can directly dig up the prison, he is not sure what will happen if he does so. But in fact, he doesn't need to do it. Someone will do it. The conversation with the king ended quickly. After leaving the throne, Levi asked the elves for directions, and walked in one direction. The prison is this way. I just asked for directions, and planned to discuss today's events with the dwarves. As I was walking, I suddenly heard a noisy sound. Levi followed the sound and found that a group of elves were talking next to the storage room, which was quite lively. We are planning a banquet. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Levi turned around, and saw Legolas holding a fruit in his hand and greeting him. Levi also greeted the elf prince. Banquet? Starlight Feast, this is our tradition, and it is expected to be held in 7 days. If you are interested in participating, we will welcome you. Levi shook his head. I'm afraid not. I still have things to do. 7 days later, it was the day when Levi and Gandalf agreed to meet in Dol Guldur. Moreover, even if it wasn't this time, his companions were all imprisoned, and it was a bit unreasonable for him to go to the banquet at this time. However, these worries were soon dispelled, and someone came to Levi. Bilbo. Chapter 67. After politely rejecting Legolas's kind invitation, Levi followed Bilbo to a deserted place and asked, "What happened?" "I went to visit Thorin and the others, Levi." Bilbo sighed. As soon as he left the throne, he went to visit the dwarves. Now he bumped into Levi on his way back. After briefly talking about the situation of the dwarves, Bilbo hesitated and said, "Actually, Thorin entrusted me to do something." "Did you agree?" I haven't agreed yet. After all, this matter is still difficult, so I want to ask for your opinion. I don't know how to say it. Let me think about it. In 7 days, the Woodland Kingdom will hold a starlight feast. All the elves are looking forward to this banquet, including the prison guards. They will all get drunk at that time. Levi suddenly said something irrelevant. "Bilbo, I believe you have your own judgment in your heart." He patted the hobbit's shoulder. "During the banquet, I have to leave for some time because of something. Of course, I may be separated from you for a while, not just that day, but also for a period of time after that." As he spoke, Levi took out a golden apple with a round and shiny luster from his backpack. It contains healing power, and can almost heal all injuries. The apple was handed to Bilbo, and Levi continued, "I believe you, Bilbo, you must know when to use it." "This? No, I don't think I can use it. You should keep it for yourself. You fight often, so you must need it more than me." Bilbo refused immediately. Regardless of its usefulness, this thing was very valuable. "You will, Bilbo." Looking at Levi's eyes that seemed to have seen through everything, Bilbo wanted to say something else, but the words he prepared seemed to be stuck in his throat. He opened his mouth and finally agreed, "Okay, I know. Thank you, Levi, I have figured out what to do." Levi's trust and gift made Bilbo full of determination at this moment. After walking all the way here, he was no longer the hobbit who would miss home from time to time and covet comfort. He had his own judgment on some things. "I will do this. This is what we agreed on early in the morning. I said that I would help them take back their homeland. I'm glad you figured it out." At this moment, there are still 7 days before the Starlight Feast. After separating from Bilbo, Levi also visited the dwarves and asked about their situation and their plans for the future. "How about you help us dig it up directly?" a dwarf asked in a low voice. Levi pointed at the group of guards standing at the door and shrugged. "I can dig it, but you may not be able to get out." Levi could of course take the dwarves out by force, but the result would be that the reputation of the Woodland Kingdom would be lowered at best, and at worst, some big problems might arise. Levi reminded, "You won't stay here to rot forever. Don't forget, I'm not the only one outside." The dwarves looked at each other, and were a little quiet for a while. Everyone knew who the other person was referring to. In fact, Thorin had already entrusted Bilbo before Levi came, and this matter was not hidden from anyone except the elves. "Don't worry, this is not the end of your journey." Levi also learned to solve riddles, but as soon as he said this, the dwarves knew that it was probably safe, and they just had to wait for their thieves. "What about you, Levi?" Chili asked. "I have some things to do here. If there is enough time, I will find you later." "Okay." After temporarily solving the dwarf's problems, Levi walked out of the prison, looked at the palace, and suddenly slapped his head. "I forgot about this." Thinking about it, Levi directly found an elf as a guide, walked around this underground palace, and successfully unlocked the synthesis of the Woodland Elf series equipment. There is never too much of the synthesis table type, just collect as many as you can. Except for the difference in style, the strength of the Elf series equipment is actually similar, nothing special. However, in addition to the equipment, there is another thing that caught Levi's attention: some elves in training. The long life makes most of the elves quite skilled. They have enough time to learn slowly. It can be said that everyone is brave and good at fighting, and all of them are elite. However, skills will become rusty if they are not used for too long, so daily training is still necessary. Training grounds may not be common in the valley, but they are everywhere in the Woodland Kingdom because their fighting frequency is quite high. It must be said that these elves are quite good at swordplay, and any one of them can show off their skills. However, swordplay. The actions of the elves reminded Levi of a module he had played before. From the current observation, the system does not add new modules without rules. Every time a new module is added, it is because I have come into contact with the corresponding things. Just thinking about it, Levi's sight suddenly found a familiar figure. Legolas. It is not known what he has experienced. At this moment, he is training with a sullen face, and the sword moves make Levi dazzled. "Awesome." Levi couldn't help but praise. Noticing Levi's arrival, Legolas immediately stopped and responded, "Thank you for your compliment, but I think no matter how superb my swordsmanship is, It will not be comparable to the legend in the wilderness. If possible, I would like to ask for some combat guidance. Legolas said seriously. Levi rubbed his hands, feeling a little embarrassed. What can he teach? Eat a golden apple, and drink a bottle of potion to rush forward? Or be a despicable cube man to use the characteristics and throw TNT? To be honest, he doesn't even use these things unless it is necessary. Ordinary orcs are not worth using the real trump cards in his backpack. They are reserved for the big boss. Actually, I don't know any sword skills. In fact, I have never learned these things. Levi explained. Never learned? Legolas was really surprised. How is this possible? If he really doesn't have a good skill, where did those scary records come from? It can't be brute force. I really haven't learned any combat skills. If I have to choose something I am better at, it is pure slashing. Listening to what Levi said, Legolas felt a little incredible. He didn't know how to describe Levi. This person is too unique. Actually, I'm very interested in the elves' fighting methods. If possible, can you teach me some? Of course, I'd be happy to help. Although he was a little surprised, Legolas still agreed to Levi's request on the spot. He showed his arsenal and said, swords, daggers, bows, or bare-handed combat, evasion techniques. Whatever you want to see, I show you. I do my best, without reservation. As he spoke, Legolas picked up the practice weapon and handed one to Levi. A sudden demonstration and teaching began. At the beginning, Levi was still worried. He didn't know how to hold back when fighting. If he accidentally hurt Legolas, it would be embarrassing. However, as the training progressed, Levi gradually got rid of this concern. I can't hit it. I can't hit it at all. This guy is harder to catch than dust floating in the air. That action is not something that humans can do, although he is not a human. If it was a life and death fight with all means, Levi still had many ways to deal with this situation. But if it was just a simple skill competition, then it had to be admitted that he was really not good at this. Ding! Once again, Levi's sword was blocked, exposing his weakness. After this time, Legolas suddenly stopped, indicating that he had finished a stage of demonstration. As Legolas stopped, a prompt appeared almost at the same time. Added module, dynamic sword skills, it appeared. Levi couldn't help but get excited. He just wanted to try it, but he didn't expect to really try it out. Not knowing what Levi was doing, Legolas put away his sword and explained, "What I just showed are the most basic skills. These methods of dealing with enemies cannot be learned without experiencing real battles, but for people like you who are used to fighting on the battlefield, I believe you will be able to use them proficiently soon." That's right. While agreeing, Levi opened the skill panel of the Dynamic Sword Skills mod, which currently only has one skill, Basic Sword Skills LV1. In the game, the function of this skill is to automatically lock on to your enemy without manual aiming. At present, when Levi enters the combat state, he will be more focused and observe the enemy more carefully. The skills of the Dynamic Sword Skill mod require skill balls to unlock or continue to upgrade, and skill balls need to be dropped by killing hostile creatures. In other words, if you want to acquire new skills or upgrade existing skills, you just need to keep chopping. I already understand everything. Chapter 68. For Legolas, the elf who showed him his fighting skills without reservation and helped him unlock the new module, Levi gave him a golden apple as a reward. The elf seemed to like this thing very much. It was beautiful and practical. Although it seemed that there were a lot of golden apples given out recently, Levi really didn't know what to give as a thank you. This thing in the backpack was the most suitable gift, and there were relatively many of them. But to be honest, no one could refuse the golden apple. It was directly grown in the aesthetic point of most creatures, and the orc said it was good. After the basic swordsmanship was unlocked, Levi never went to the practice field again, which made Legolas a little confused. Why did this person stop learning after one day? But what made the temporary instructor feel relieved was that Levi often went to the nearby area to chop some spiders and wandering orcs after that. Although he always said he wanted to brush things, no one knew what he meant, but all the elves saw his actions. No matter what he did was beneficial to the Woodland Kingdom, and this alone was worthy of respect. Today's drop rate is so high. In the forest, Levi cut off another spider, looking embarrassed. In the past few days, he cut off hundreds of spiders of all sizes and destroyed several nests. The backpack was almost full of spider eyes, and he ended up dropping a basic sword skill and a dodge skill ball. After raising the basic sword skill to level 2 and the dodge to level 1, Levi put away his sword and returned to the Woodland Kingdom. Tomorrow is the Starlight Feast, and it is also the day for the agreed gathering. I noticed that there are many orcs ambushing at the eastern border of the forest. They seem to be searching for something. To the east of the woodland is the river leading to the town of Long Lake, which is also an important trade route for the elves. It is definitely not a good thing to have orcs entrenched there. Back in the palace, Levi brought the intelligence to the king. After getting an answer that Thranduil would take it seriously, he set off for Dol Guldur Fortress. The day after Levi left, a banquet was held in the Woodland Kingdom. The elves carried barrels of fine wine to the banquet hall and toasted to celebrate. However, on this great day, there was bad news. The group of dwarves ran away. Upon hearing the news, Thranduil was no longer in the mood to drink and put the wine glass aside. Legolas, you lead the team, go. As if he suddenly thought of something, the king paused and continued, go and clear the orcs nearby. Don't let them ruin our dinner. What about the dwarves? Legolas asked. Don't worry about them. Let them go with the river. Life or death is their own business. I don't care. Also, remember to bring back a living person when you clean up the orcs. I have something to ask. Although there were many doubts, Legolas still accepted the order and led a team of elves to the river mouth. The king sat on the throne thinking. Dol Guldur was once the residence of the woodland elves. It has been abandoned since the elves moved north in the Second Age. However, in the Third Age, an evil force occupied this place. It looks shabby and silent, as if nothing is moving here, but all this is just an illusion to deceive the outside world. Even the rumors of the necromancer may have been released on their own initiative, with the purpose of confusing people and gaining more time for development. Levi stepped on the dead branches and rotten leaves, step by step approaching the gate of the fortress. Gandalf? He called. Are you late? No. Suddenly a voice came from behind the stone pillar beside him. Levi turned his head and saw Gandalf and the brown-robed Radagast, two wizards, walking out together. Wizards are never late. Gandalf said the classic line. Yes, with my hair here, only others are late. Radagast echoed. I can almost be sure, Levi, the enemy is here. Gandalf approached and whispered, and the three of them gathered in a circle and began to discuss. There is a hidden spell here. His actions show that he has not yet recovered all his strength and dare not show up in public. Radagast, go and take a message to the Lady of the Golden Forest and ask for support. We must force the enemy out. Don't follow me in. Got it? Levi and I will go to explore here. Radagast was stunned. So you think I am not strong enough and want me to run errands? Okay, I go. Radagast got on the hair cart and left quickly. Watching the brown robe leave, Levi asked, what should we do next? Go in directly? There is no other way. Let's go in and explore. If the situation is not right, we will retreat immediately. As he said, Gandalf drew out Glamdring, holding the staff in his left hand and the sword in his right hand, and led the way in front of Levi. Levi followed behind him, paying attention to the back. Looking at Gandalf's back, Levi couldn't help but think of a phrase, traveling to the ends of the earth with a cane and a sword, which means to chop to the ends of the earth with a cane and a sword. Why don't we wait for reinforcements? Levi suggested to Gandalf. To be honest, he was still a little scared when he recalled some battle scenes. After all, even if Sauron lost the Supreme Ring and was now a remnant soul with only a small part of his power was not small. At least, he could beat Gandalf. I just don't know if my armor can withstand the fight. It's too late. I must know what Sauron is planning. Gandalf, who has always been cautious, decided to take a risk this time. Then we have a deal. If something goes wrong, we will run away and don't stay here for too long. I will. Believe me. My life is still useful and can't be thrown away casually. After careful exploration, the two went deep into the ruined fortress. Here, the sky is always cloudy, and there is almost no difference between day and night. On the way, Levi looked up and saw a pile of iron cages on both sides, full of dry bones, big and small. Obviously, many people have been tortured here until they died. The torture they suffered may even be for no reason, just because the orcs like to torture. This is where Thrain was once imprisoned. I met him when I came here to explore a long time ago. Gandalf looked at the iron cage above his head and shook his head. He was captured here and tortured for 5 years. No one knows what he had suffered. When I found him, he was already unconscious and couldn't even remember who he was. He passed away not long after giving me the key and map. Just as Gandalf played the role of the Middle-earth encyclopedia as usual to explain the history of this place to Levi. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by. Levi turned his head, but found nothing. Gandalf also looked over and was about to ask, when suddenly, A sword appeared from behind Gandalf and stabbed down. Clang! Levi's nameless sword and Gandalf's Glamdring were drawn out at the same time, blocking the sword that was going to hit the vital point. Chapter 69. A translucent dark figure appeared out of thin air. Ringwraiths. Gandalf said a word. Hiss! The ringwraiths roared as if from hell, howling and rushing over. Gandalf quickly bent down to avoid it, and Levi also quickly dodged, moving his body to the left like a ghost to avoid the attack. Bang! Gandalf raised his staff, and a white light suddenly appeared at the end of the staff, repelling the ringwraiths. Levi did not miss the opportunity, and drew out his long sword and slashed forward, directly burning the ringwraiths. Flames are exactly what the ringwraiths fear. This sword strike made the ringwraiths wail in pain, retreat several steps, and hide in the shadows on the spot. Fortunately, the swords in our hands are weapons blessed by the elves. These ringwraiths cannot be touched by ordinary weapons. Be careful. Ah! A sigh suddenly came from behind Levi's ears, and along with the sigh came a poisonous breath like black fog, which made him shudder and feel like he was falling into the abyss. Fear! Fives! Withering! Fives! Poisonous! Fives! Take courage! Zila, a flash of white light passed by, clearing all the negative buffs on the status bar. Levi shuddered, woke up suddenly, and swung his sword back. However, the spirit had already disappeared into the darkness. The ring of fire in Gandalf's hand was shining, and under the cover of that light, Levi felt warm all over and had endless courage. What is that? The two stood back to back on guard, and Levi felt a lingering fear. The black breath is the evil magic of the ringwraiths. Anyone who is infected by it will immediately become seriously ill. If they are cut by the blade of Morgul at this time, and have no means of treatment, they will most likely be dragged into the shadows, and transformed into ghosts. Perhaps the corpses in the ancient tombs are related to their evil magic. Gandalf said quickly. After 2 sneak attacks, Gandalf and Levi both went into the highest alert state, not letting go of any corner around where there might be sneak attacks. However, who was the most nervous? It was Levi. Since he put on the nether alloy armor, he had not felt threatened for a long time. Now it seems that no matter how thick the armor is, it can only prevent physical damage, and he cannot deal with magic damage and mental attacks well. However, every profession has its own specialty, and now is the time for wizards to appear. Get ready, Levi. What? Get ready to attack. After a reminder, Gandalf suddenly stuck his cane to the ground and chanted in another language. Let all darkness appear here. As soon as the words fell, a huge halo that was much thicker than the halo of the detection spell burst out from his body, sweeping across a large area of nearby buildings. After releasing this spell, Gandalf's face was obviously much paler, not because the spell consumed too much, but because he saw the situation around him clearly. 9 transparent figures were expelled from the shadow world. Gandalf had warned them before. Levi attacked them immediately, and quickly hit a ringwraith with 2 swords, splitting his armor and setting his cloak on fire. This sudden attack was very successful. The ringwraith hit by Levi's combo directly lost its body and dissipated into the air. But all this is only temporary. The ringwraith will not die, only the body can be destroyed, and it can be reshaped after a period of time and walk on the earth again. Levi's sneak attack was successful here, and Gandalf also quickly added a shock blast, repelling a ringwraith, but failed to break up his body, only forcing him to escape into the shadow world temporarily. At this moment, the remaining 7 ringwraiths also reacted. 3 of them went to besiege Gandalf, and 4 went to besiege Levi. Under the blessing of the ring of fire in Gandalf's hand, the black breath of the ringwraiths lost its effect. No matter how the 4 ringwraiths tried, they could not make Levi fall into fear or poison again. These ringwraiths were once kings, the most powerful humans in the past era. Even if they have lost their self-awareness and turned into dark slaves, their fighting instincts and knowledge are still there. Let alone 4. Even if they only face 1, Levi will be in trouble without a sneak attack. Thanks to the high concentration brought by basic swordsmanship, Levi can barely survive 1 or 2 moves in the siege of these former kings. However, ringwraiths are ringwraiths after all, and they have other means. Just as Levi swung his sword again, a ringwraith with a rather hideous and terrifying armor suddenly let out a howl, and the howl made people's brains numb, making Levi lose consciousness for a moment. Ding! 2 fists were no match for 8 hands, and with a mental attack, a flaw eventually appeared. A Morgul blade seized the opportunity, and chopped Levi's armor hard, making a crisp sound. Just when Levi was thankful that his armor was still thick, the blade suddenly flashed, passed through the armor with a sizzling sound, and hit the flesh and blood, leaving a wound. -3. Withering, 5s. Morgul poison, Asterisk, infinite, the armor lost its function, and only the protection enchantment was still in effect, weakening most of the impact of the blade and reducing the damage to a low level. However, it could block physical impact, but it could not block the curse of the Morgul blade. A piece of weapon debris remained in the flesh and blood, causing Levi to feel a little abnormal in his chest, and his vision blurred. Magic damage can ignore armor, and only protection enchantments can work on it. What is this? Levi. In an emergency, Gandalf quickly repelled the 3 ringwraiths around him, and rushed over to shake the ringwraith that injured Levi aside. Swish! Levi quickly turned back and made up a sword, ignited the ringwraith, and forced it back into the shadows. Run! Gandalf shouted, and Levi didn't want to fight, and rushed out with Gandalf, drinking a mouthful of milk while running. Fortunately, the milk was still the invincible milk, the buff bar was directly emptied, and the abnormal feeling in the heart disappeared. Where are you running, scum? Boom! A heavy hammer suddenly fell, and a pale figure appeared, followed by a large group of orcs, who surrounded them tightly, screaming and waving their weapons, and they were not afraid even against Levi. Sauron's existence is like the countless lava in the Doomsday volcano, filling the minds of the orcs, suppressing their consciousness, allowing them to unite and dare to attack any enemy unless the enemy brings them more fear than Sauron. Azog, what? Your wounds have healed, and your courage has also increased. Levi taunted, and the effect was significant, directly making Azog's chest rise and fall. You must die here today. The hammer was in front of him in an instant. Levi dodged to the side, and fought with Azog for a few more swords. After these few swords, Azog immediately felt the difference. This human is stronger. Go kill them! He immediately stepped back several steps, protected his men in front of him, and issued a siege order. This arrogant pale orc finally learned his lesson. Why did he have to fight himself when he could let his men beat him up? Orcs wearing some kind of standard full set of armor rushed over from all directions, and surrounded the two tightly. The ringwraiths emerged from the shadows, standing in the pile of orcs or on the wall, enjoying the show. Let's fight our way out. Levi silently ate a golden apple, and opened a few bottles of medicine to drink. At this moment, he could no longer hold back. As the bottles of potion were quickly drunk, a bunch of buffs appeared in the status bar. Speed 2, Strength 2, Regeneration 2. In order to deal with the current situation, all the potions he drank just now were level 2 potions. Although the duration was short, the effect was powerful. At this moment, Levi felt that he could punch several orcs even without a sword. Levi, come here! Just when Levi was about to show his skills, Gandalf suddenly called out and grabbed his cloak. Boom! With a flash of white light, the two disappeared directly from the spot without a trace. Chapter 70. Gandalf, why didn't you use this method earlier? I drank all those potions in vain. Gandalf's actions made Levi speechless. If you had taken me away earlier, I wouldn't have drunk them. This kind of thing can't be done often. You should understand what I mean. It's not without cost. Gandalf laughed awkwardly, but he didn't stop. The two of them were still running out. The army behind them also reacted at this time, and chased along the road behind them. Gandalf knocked his cane back, and smashed the top of the tower behind him. The huge rocks that fell flattened a bunch of chasing orcs, and blocked the road. Safe? Just when Levi was thinking this, a wisp of black air suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom! A phantom of nothingness, like a huge pupil, appeared in front of him, blocking the way of the two people. Upon closer inspection, there was a figure surrounded by flames in the middle of the pupil. Sauron. Now Gandalf was paralyzed. Levi was also paralyzed. Because, he had no health bar, or in other words, this was not Sauron's body at all, maybe it was just an external illusion. At this moment, the effect of the potion on his body still had a few seconds left, and Levi was a little eager to move. He bit off another golden apple. No light can defeat darkness, wizard. In the manic black fog, Sauron murmured. As soon as the voice fell, a rolling and boiling black fog attacked Levi beside Gandalf, as if he was going to get rid of the troublemakers besides the wizard first. However, this attack received an unexpected response. Levi subconsciously slashed with a sword, directly cutting the black fog in the middle, and withstanding the impact. Human? No. No matter what you are, stay here. Wow, the black fog spread suddenly, surrounding all the buildings in the nearby area. Gandalf quickly raised his staff, and propped up a thick light barrier. All the buildings outside the barrier were shattered into slag by the black fog. At this moment, the only intact thing was the floor under Gandalf and Levi's feet. Go and call for support. Gandalf struggled to hold on, cleared the way back, and said to Levi, "I hold him back." "No, I just drank the potion. Can I bear this grievance?" Seeing that the potion was about to expire in more than 10 seconds, Levi felt that it would be a pity not to use it. In Gandalf's wide eyes, Levi suddenly jumped forward, locked onto Sauron's phantom, and drew out his long sword to chop it. Ding! At this moment, Levi felt as if he had chopped the bedrock, and this time, the elven ancient sword, which had almost never lost its durability, had its durability bar knocked out. Sauron was not unaffected. The flame figure in the middle of the huge pupil shrank and took a step back, and the surrounding black fog also shook. However, immediately afterwards, the Demon King showed a huge anger. The black fog on the scene suddenly surged, covering the sky and the sun, and covering everything that the eyes could see, leaving only black and black. At the same time, 9 shadows walked out of the pupils. The ringwraiths, their bodies were recast by Sauron, and became more powerful under Sauron's power. Each of them was boiling with evil black air. The barrier that Gandalf had opened shrank and almost disappeared. Levi set off several TNTs with the fastest hand speed in his life, and built a stone wall in front of him, pulling Gandalf back. Boom! A series of explosions sounded, and the huge impact caused the approaching ringwraiths to disperse, and even a small gap appeared in the black fog that wrapped around them. However, all this was only temporary. Almost at the same time as the body dissipated, the ringwraiths' figures condensed again, and the black fog behind them surged again, trying to swallow the two. Effective, but not much. The ringwraiths need Sauron's help to regain their bodies. If they were in other places, they would have to run back to Sauron to revive after being chopped off, and they would not be able to appear again for a while. But now Sauron is here, which is equivalent to moving their resurrection points to their faces, and surrounded by the darkness emitted by Sauron, the power of these ringwraiths has become stronger, and each of them is at the level of a small boss. It is like encountering a monster spawner that cannot be dug out. Gandalf once again propped up the barrier, and this time he used up all his strength. He looked at Levi with his eyes slanted, as if asking if you have any other way. Levi looked back. "Do I think I have a solution? No, I do." "Gandalf, take this." Levi took out an ender pearl, and handed it to Gandalf. He got this when he traveled to Hell, but there were only 7 of them, 3 of which he got after squatting in the weird forest for a long time, and the other 4 were traded with piglins. I don't know if Levi's luck was too bad, or the piglins were prejudiced against him. He threw a set of gold and the ender pearl appeared twice, a total of 4, which made him so angry that he almost drew his sword and killed all the piglins. There were too few of these things, and Levi didn't even think of using them unless they were particularly important or his life was in danger. "What is this?" Old Gandalf asked weakly, panting. "A magic item. Throw it out, and it will teleport you to where it lands. But we are trapped now, As he was talking, the light on Gandalf's body dissipated, and he quickly knocked his cane on the ground. This time, there was no light shield bursting out, and he was just using the magic of the cane itself to fight against Sauron. The pressure brought by Sauron became more and more huge. Gandalf's cane emitted a kind of inconspicuous light, fighting against the pressure. It seemed that it would break at any time, but it held on. Endurance 3. I will create a gap. Levi quickly piled up a pile of TNT behind him, and after igniting it, he quickly built a stone wall to slow down the impact. However, this time Sauron did not watch it with his eyes. He had already felt the power of the red object, so he would naturally not let Levi ignite it. A black mist quickly extended out and slapped the already ignited TNT away. However, Sauron didn't notice it at all, or in a place where he couldn't notice it at all. Levi had cut out the fishing rod and swung it at the glowing TNT that was hit and flew away. A thin line was connected to it, and with another pull, the ignited TNT was pulled back. Theoretically, as long as it is a solid, the fishing rod can pull it. Obviously, the ignited TNT also retains its characteristics, and is counted as a solid. Boom! The moment the TNT was pulled back, it exploded, and the surrounding TNT also exploded. The huge impact weakened the black fog by several layers, and the stone wall used to relieve the impact was blown up. Gandalf suddenly turned around and pointed with his cane, and the exploded black fog dissipated, revealing an exit to the outside world. Quick! With a shout, Gandalf had already thrown the pearl out, and Levi quickly followed suit. The exit quickly disappeared, and the black fog swept over Gandalf and Levi's bodies, knocking them back to the ground. Gandalf was just pinned against the wall, unable to move. Levi was in a terrible situation. Sauron's hostility towards him was so great that it almost overflowed. He directly pressed him against the tower, and smashed one building after another. The power was so terrible that every time a building was smashed, Levi's health would plummet. This reminded him of the days when he fought against the Whites a year ago, when he had no equipment. It has been a long time since he was beaten so badly. He ate the golden apples one after another, even Rama ate too, and used all kinds of means to restore life. If it weren't for the props, he might be really dying now. Just as Sauron was accumulating strength to make a ruthless move, suddenly, Gandalf and Levi disappeared one after another, leaving only a group of purple particles in their place. Chapter 71. Oh! My foot seems to have sprained. Gandalf cried out in pain as he landed, and jumped twice with his teeth bared. Levi was almost fine. With the help of fall protection, the damage caused to him by the pearl teleportation was decimal. You don't look injured. If the old man hadn't lost blood, Levi would have almost believed it. It's still very expensive. You can see that. When fighting against Sauron, Levi watched Gandalf's blood volume steadily decrease. At this moment, he was limping with his cane, holding his waist with one hand and running forward. He looked quite embarrassed. Levi couldn't bear to watch it, so he gave him a golden apple. Thank you, I feel much better. This thing is very magical. I feel that my strength has recovered a little. A warm feeling emerged from his body, and a layer of solid golden light enveloped Gandalf. It was the shield brought by the golden apple. That's good. Let's get out of here. Just as Levi and Gandalf ran into the forest, the shadow of Dol Guldur suddenly swelled up behind them, covering the sky and the sun and rushing towards them. Get down. Plop. Gandalf raised his staff and released a small transparent barrier, just covering the two of them. The black fog swept over them, rolling up several trees, but he didn't find the target he was looking for, so he could only return in disappointment. Levi looked up and saw that a large number of orcs and wargs gushed out from Dol Guldur like fountains, sweeping towards the north. A rough look showed that the number was at least in the tens of thousands. Levi also saw a pale figure, Azog, who rode the Wolf King and led the army. They are out. I saw it. Gandalf got up and looked at the direction of the army and said, They are orcs and wargs from Moria, and there are also many trolls. They are marching towards the Lonely Mountain. Smaug has long been in alliance with Sauron. Now they want to completely occupy there. Levi, I have to hurry to meet up with Lady Galadriel and others and launch an attack on Dol Guldur again. What are you going to do? As they walked, Gandalf asked Levi about his plan. Me? I don't think I need to join them. You can see that I don't have the power to fight him. I think you do, but you haven't noticed it yet. Gandalf said firmly. After saying that, he changed the subject again, but judging from the current situation, there is a place where you are more needed. Erebor. Sauron's army marched towards the Lonely Mountain ahead of time, but at this moment, the dwarves were still struggling in Long Lake Town. It's amazing, my wound is healed. Keely sat on the chair at Bard's house, looking at his healed leg. Thank you, Toriel and Bilbo. On the way to Long Lake Town, Keely was attacked by Morgul's arrow. Bilbo gave the golden apple to Keely, and used the healing power and shield to temporarily suppress the deterioration of his wound. Toriel came later, and used the king leaf as a medium to completely remove the poison of Morgul. Hearing Keely's words, Bilbo shook his head repeatedly. No, don't thank me, this apple was given to me by Levi, and I say thank you when Levi comes. So, I was saved by Levi again. Keely had a complicated expression on his face. At this time, Thorin came over and interrupted his thoughts. We will repay him later. Now the more important thing is to go to Erebor. Dwarves, are you still determined to go to the Lonely Mountain? Legolas stood up and asked Thorin condescendingly. That's our business. What does it have to do with you, an elf? Thorin also continued to steadily play a special attack on the elves. You two chased us here? Are you trying to catch us back? Even if you did a good thing, let's be honest. Even if we are not armed now, we will not go back with you obediently. We will fight to the end. No, I didn't receive the order to take you back. Seeing Legolas start to frown, Toriel said first. We followed the orcs who ambushed at the edge of the forest all the way here, but I don't know why they suddenly retreated. This pursuit is also declared over. Thorin glanced at the female elf, then at Keely, and swallowed the words, then you don't have to find us at all. My nephew's preferences seem to be a little different from those of normal dwarves. Is it because there are too few female dwarves in the tribe? Maybe it is necessary to have psychological counseling after this. Shaking his head, Thorin gave an order. Since everyone is fine, let's prepare tonight, and set off for Erebor tomorrow. Thorin, it's still early, should we wait for Gandalf and Levi? Philly came over and asked. We can still wait if we go there first, I don't want to waste any more time here. But we don't have any weapons. What if there are any accidents on the way? Yes, we will. The dwarves discussed. Legolas and Toriel sat aside, looked at each other, and could see each other's doubts. What are these dwarves planning? Bard was also confused. What are you going to do? There is no place to sell weapons in the town. Ah, nothing, we are just discussing leaving. Yes, we have been disturbing you for so long, it's time to leave. The dwarves were playing dumb, and Balin joined in. He was about to say something, but suddenly he saw the clothes rack behind Bard, so he changed the subject and said, Brother, your clothes rack looks really strange, it looks very strong. That's not a clothes rack. Oh! Seeing that the topic was successfully changed, Balin quickly pulled Bard, walked aside and asked curiously, What is that? Could it be your heirloom? Yes, it is. This time Balin was really curious. He took the clothes drying rack as an heirloom? Bard gently stroked the clothes drying rack and said softly, This is a relic left by my father. When the dragon attacked the Valley City, my father shot the dragon with this arrow. So you are the heir of the former lord of the Valley City. Obviously, Balin knew the goods. After approaching, he saw at a glance that the arrow was indeed made by the dwarf. It is said that this black arrow has magical power. It is extremely difficult to lose, and can always return to the hands of the owner. This is the real thing, which means that the human in front of him is indeed true in his identity. However, what you said is not quite the same as the rumors I heard. Although Balin was a little shocked by Bard's life experience, he still shook his head. If the dragon was really shot, how could it be entrenched in Erebor now? The dragon was shot. Bard suddenly said excitedly. My father definitely shot it. Okay, brother, don't be so excited, I believe you are not good enough. Balin raised his head, patted Bard's arm, and said in a calm tone, The black arrow is indeed sharp. I believe it has the ability to break the dragon's scales, and may have injured Smaug, but in any case, judging from the results, the dragon is still alive, isn't it? Whether it is you or your father, I believe you are both brave warriors, and you have not let anyone down. This matter is past. To be honest, you don't have to prove anything. Just let everything flow with time. The present life is the most important. Chapter 72. The orc army from Moria set out in advance. Gandalf, who escaped from Sauron, anxiously waited for the support of the White Council. The dwarves went to the Lonely Mountain in advance to start their actions. The rhythm of the music suddenly accelerated. Just like Levi's footsteps. Something is wrong. At this speed, the army will rush over before the dragon is killed. The timeline is messed up. Why? As of now, the only change should be that I brought Gandalf out in advance, so that he was not imprisoned and tortured by Sauron. This also exposed Sauron's plan in advance. Perhaps, the Dark Lord sensed some kind of crisis, and he directly gave up his dormancy and preparation, and chose to march to Erebor immediately. On the plain at the border of the woodland, Levi stood on a high hill, looking at the dark mass of orcs in front of him. To be honest, the number was really a bit too much. I am afraid that not only the army from Moria, but also the scattered orcs in the nearby wilderness were gathered here. That's... Levi squinted his eyes, and saw a small team merge into the orc army. An orc who was tall among humans ran to Azog, stayed for a short while, and then joined the army. If I'm not mistaken, that should be Azog's son, Bolg. Now this army has 2 generals, 1 master and 1 deputy. Rubbing the sword in his hand, Levi felt itchy, and he suddenly remembered an old rumor. According to some legends, the holder of Orcrest was the Spring Lord of Gondolin, Ecthelion. In the battle where Gondolin fell, he used Orcrest to cut the throats of thousands of orcs, and killed 2 orc leaders and 3 Balrogs in succession, and finally died together with the Balrog leader Gothmog. From then on, the orcs would be terrified whenever they saw the sword, and would feel fear when they heard the name of the Lord of the Spring. Even now, 2 eras have passed, and the residual power is still there. It must be said that this elf lord of the first era was really powerful. According to this rumor, he was even better than Levi now. Levi felt that he might not be unable to do what he did. It's a pity that it's not possible now. Looking at the huge army, Levi shook his head. If there were only a few hundred or 1,000, he could give it a try, but tens of thousands of orcs. That number would definitely surround him to death, and there would be no place to dig a hole. There is still a way to behead him, but whether it is worth it is another matter. Now is not the time. Compared with these, the more important thing is the Lonely Mountain. If you arrive earlier, you can make some preparations earlier. Thorin, who is far away in Long Lake Town, also thinks so. At night, a group of dwarves sneaked out without telling Bard, and went around to the back window of the armory under the cover of darkness. Thorin, isn't it a bad idea for us to do this? Bilbo whispered. After all, this is someone else's armory. There's no time to think about it, Master Baggins. Thorin took a sword from the armory, pulled it out, looked at it, and nodded. We are just borrowing some weapons temporarily. Besides, I have inquired about it. The reputation of the mayor and the guards of this town is really not very good. Taking these things is also a contribution to the townspeople. In a few words, the dwarves had completed the action and each got a weapon that suited them. At this time, the night patrol was about to arrive nearby, and Thorin hurriedly called everyone to leave. In this way, the group of dwarves successfully got what they wanted and left without saying goodbye before dawn, heading for Lonely Mountain. But the next day, someone got into trouble because of their actions. Bard. A figure who looked a little smug stood in front of the archer and called him with his head raised. Bard looked at him coldly. Alfred, do you have something to do? Yes, of course. Alfred clapped his hands, and a team of guards appeared behind him. A batch of weapons in the town was stolen. I suspect it was you or your accomplices who protected you. Now please follow me to the prison and tell me in detail, Uncle Bard. Catch him, Alfred ordered leisurely. What? I didn't do these things. At this time, Bard had no idea what the dwarves had done. In his opinion, all this was just a reason made up by the mayor to get rid of him. Sooner or later, there will be such a day. Alfred. Bard clenched his fists and suddenly called out his full name, which scared the deputy of Long Lake Town. Bane, take care of the family. After telling his son, Bard followed the guards without resistance and left. This was a man-made disaster that could not be avoided, and there was no point in escaping for a while. Let me see what tricks you have. Click. Levi took out a pickaxe, knocked open the gate of Lonely Mountain, and slipped in directly from the main gate. It was hard to imagine that this several-meter-thick stone wall could not stop Smaug. He just rushed forward and knocked down this heavy gate, easily and without any hindrance. If you want to stop it, you have to build a stone wall that is at least more than 10 meters thick. No, at least dozens of meters thick. If everything went right, Smaug should still be napping in the deepest cellar. This was an opportunity. If he wanted to get out, he had to go through a long tunnel, break into the conference hall, and reach the main entrance. In other words, in theory, as long as this section of the road could be blocked, Smaug could be trapped. Even if he couldn't be trapped to death, he could at least be kept from getting out for a long time. Thinking of various ways in his mind, Levi walked forward quietly. As soon as he entered the door, his attention was deeply attracted by a huge golden dwarf statue. So much gold, if melted into liquid, could form a small river. If all of it was knocked down and turned into gold nuggets, it would probably fill several large boxes. No wonder Smaug was stunned when he saw this statue for the first time. The wealth collected by the dwarves is indeed unparalleled in this world. Shaking his head, Levi did not move the golden statue. You must know that in this world, it is very likely to cause trouble if you rashly move something that has an owner. Maybe no one can see what Levi did, but the world will silently record it all. There is a like in every corner. Beyond the conference hall, with a huge golden statue, there is the corridor leading to Smaug's entrenched place. Levi stood at the end of the corridor, looking at the dark and spacious interior, and stopped. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a product of the dwarves. Just such a passage is at least several thousand meters long. After sighing for a few seconds, Levi took out a bucket of magma and a bucket of water, tiptoed to the highest point, and poured it down. The magma flashing red light extended infinitely downward unscientifically until it landed and extended a few meters outward before stopping. Then Levi poured another bucket of water on the side of the magma. With bursts of zealous sounds, the magma extending downward all turned into stone. Just like this, soon, the exit leading to the conference hall at the end of the passage was blocked, and a thick stone wall was built, as if a mountain wall fell from the sky. Not enough. Digging up the floor, Levi buried all the TNT on his body and hid it with stones. This is all his inventory. I will help you fix the terrain afterwards. After burying the TNT, Levi looked at the corridor again and fell into deep thought. The bow and arrow trap cannot be made. Even if it can be made, it is useless. The magma trap is even more useless. This thing is just a bath for the fire dragon. At most, it is a little hot, and it is estimated that it will not cause blood loss. What other traps can be made? Have you finished your little trick, human? It should be completed. Levi answered subconsciously. A huge feeling of heat came from behind. Chapter 73. Hula, the scorching flames instantly engulfed Levi, and even the nearby stone walls were scorched, and the residual heat distorted the air. Fire resistance, 8 o'clock, the long sword was drawn out, and the remaining flames were lifted. Levi felt the terrible heat all over his body, took a breath of hot air, and felt a palpitation. Fortunately, he drank the medicine quickly, and drank a bottle of fireproof potion in one gulp. I have to say that the push of the dragon's breath was really strong. If it weren't for the quick reaction, I would have been blown up to the sky. Oh! There are actually humans who are not afraid of fire. In the depths of the passage, a huge movement came out, sweeping all the way to Levi. Boom! A hurricane hit, and in a blink of an eye, a body as big as a hill was blocking the other side of the passage. The huge dragon head lowered down, staring at the tiny body below with one eye, and the pupil that was bigger than a human head was full of curiosity, so much so that he didn't even continue to take action. Is that you, the little bug the Dark Lord mentioned? Do you think you can deal with me just by not being afraid of fire? Naive, ha! The dragon's mouth opened and laughed evilly. Levi took a quick look and estimated that this guy must be at least 100 meters long. This is the largest fire dragon in the Third Age, and also the last fire dragon. Are you Smog? That's me, little bug. Why did you come here? For treasure? Something in the mountains? Or someone entrusted you to be my snack? I've been waiting for you for a long time. But I really don't see that you, the person mentioned by the Dark Lord, are any different except that you are more resistant to burning. Maybe I'm not the person you're talking about. I've never heard of the Dark Lord. Hee hee. Smog raised his head, then lowered it, and stared at Levi with one eye. You want to get this from the Great Smog. Don't think I don't know your plan. Who sent you here? Was it you yourself? No, that's unlikely. You must have some purpose. You blocked the door because you were afraid that I would go out. Why were you afraid that I would go out? Are you worried about the human town outside? TSK. This chatterbox dragon is really smart. To be honest, I thought you were sleeping, or dead. After all, there has been no news of dragons outside for a long time. Levi pretended to chat with the chatterbox dragon in a relaxed manner, and at the same time quietly synthesized a pedal in his backpack. Well, I was sleeping a few days ago, but someone woke me up and offered me a very good deal. Guess what it was? Not interested, Levi said deliberately. But the more he didn't want to listen, the more Smog continued to say. He said that darkness will eventually sweep across the earth, and then I will be the king under the mountain who rules the entire north. But I heard that the king under the mountain is a dwarf. Hearing this, Smog immediately raised his body and showed his majestic body. Now take a good look, who is more suitable for this title? Levi raised his head and looked up, but he was not really looking at its body. His eyes swept around and finally stopped at the heart. In the dim passage, there was a small gap in the fine scales glowing with fire. In the gap was a hard diamond, which replaced the dragon scales and protected the skin below. I have to admit that you are really tall. Hee hee. You have good vision. If you say a few more nice words, maybe I can keep you alive. Don't even think about resisting, tiny human. Even those powerful warriors in ancient times were killed by me, and now there are no more people like them in the whole world. I was young and weak then, but now I am extremely powerful. My scales are harder than 10 layers of thick steel shields. My teeth are like steel swords, claws are like spears, and my tail sweeps like thunder. The flap of my wings is a hurricane. Just my breath can bring death. What's your name, human? While boasting, the dragon suddenly lowered his head and asked Levi. You can call me Steve. It is impossible to say the real name. There are many creatures in Middle-earth who are born with some magic, and dragons are one of them. Levi knew clearly that this chatterbox dragon said so much not just because it was a chatterbox. Its words were magical and could bewitch people, making it impossible for them to refuse its questions. The gaze of its dragon eyes was also a natural spell, which could make the person being stared at slowly obey its will and do what it said. If someone else had talked so much to Smog, they would have been dizzy, but Levi just felt it was noisy. However, the above could still be resisted as long as the will was firm, but there was only one special thing. If the person being questioned said his name, he would be immediately captured by the spell and become a slave of the dragon. Steve? I've never heard of you. Do you have any other name? It was still trying to get more questions. That's a lot. I'm afraid you won't be able to remember them all. Interesting human. Smog narrowed his eyes. None of his spells worked. His abdomen was faintly glowing, and his mouth was slightly open. Just when Smog was about to end the conversation and launch a despicable sneak attack, he suddenly heard a chewing and swallowing sound beside his ear. This human was eating, and drinking while eating. Bold, the dragon's breath almost rushed to his throat. At this moment, Levi suddenly drew out his long sword and swung it hard at the dragon head. Dang! The huge metal collision sound echoed in the corridor, piercing people's ears. The huge dragon head was directly hit by this unexpected blow, and the whole dragon retreated several steps and hit the wall, making a loud boom sound. The sword was shining, and its powerful ability to disperse made it Smog, not Levi, who was repelled first by the huge force collision. As long as you use the sword method to deal with it, it will never bounce off the knife. -2. 998/1000. This armor and blood are really thick. Levi couldn't help but sigh. This was the first time he felt how others felt when facing him. This was the damage under the blessing of the Strength 2 potion, and the dragon head with relatively thin scales was hit. Good news, there is a blood bar. Bad news, it's too hard. Bug. You pissed me off. The abdomen suddenly became dazzling, and a deep red dragon breath spewed out from Smog's mouth again, wrapping everything around it. The eyes were full of flames on all sides and up and down, and there was nowhere to hide. This dragon breath lasted for a long time, until the stone behind him showed signs of melting, and then it slowly stopped. However, no matter how Smog attacked, Levi just stepped out calmly on the flames, and his nether alloy armor was still cold. What? This time Smog was really shocked. He was not afraid of ordinary flames, but he was not afraid of the extremely high temperature flame breath with a little magic. Even if he was not afraid of fire, the impact should cause some damage. In the past, this blow would have even destroyed the stone houses in the Valley City. You really surprised the dragon. At one, with just a few words, the dragon's life was restored. There's something more unexpected. Seeing that the damage caused by the long sword was really limited, Levi put down the pedal on the spot, and the sound of something ignited immediately came from under the floor. The TNT buried in advance was triggered. What is that? Smog asked in confusion, and when he looked again, he saw that Levi had dug a small passage behind him and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 74. You hole-digging rat. Smog was even more angry that this human could slip away from under his nose without knowing the meaning of the inexplicable voice. And just now, he was hit, and even broke his defense, which was a great shame. Come back. The dragon roared, and his abdomen swelled red again. The accumulated dragon breath was about to spray into the hole. Boom, an explosion sounded, and a large hole several meters wide was blown out of the floor. Then a lot of TNT was blown out from the ground by the impact and scattered everywhere. Some exploded on the spot, causing Smog to raise his claws and jump around. Some flew to the dome and blew up the rocks above, smashing the dragon head so hard that he couldn't lift it. Some of the more fierce ones flew directly to Smog and exploded, making him dizzy. His body moved to the left and then to the right, and he couldn't keep his balance at all. Ah! The violent explosions and falling rocks everywhere forced Smog to shrink his body, retract the membranes on his wings, lie on the ground and shrink his head to defend himself. Levi was in the conference room, listening attentively to the movement behind the wall. The explosion did not last long. After all, Levi had only a few sets of TNT in his backpack. It looked like a lot in the backpack, but in fact, it could not even cover a large area on the floor. It was blown up in a short while. But the destructive power was not small. Is it over? Levi quietly slipped back along the hole he dug, and looked around with half of his head out furtively. All he saw were big pits, and broken walls, and rubble that had been blown up. There were also some traces of being hit by giant objects on the walls on both sides. Where's the dragon? Knocked open a piece of rubble, Levi walked in, took out a torch and shone it forward. In the silence, a small hill of rubble appeared in front of him. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the hill was actually moving up and down, small but stable. Some kind of bad premonition arose, and Levi took a few steps back until he reached the cave entrance. Swish, our revenge, revenge. I want revenge. Suddenly, the stones piled on the ground were arched up by a huge object and flew everywhere. Smog stretched out his huge body from it and roared. Die all of you. Despicable humans, I will bring death to you. Bang! The furious dragon slammed into the wall fiercely, and the huge impact shook the rocks, causing Levi on the other side of the wall to sway and almost lose his balance. Boom! Boom! The dragon cursed and ran the wall angrily, but no matter how it rushed forward, the wall just stood there, standing still, always blocking its way. How is it possible? How thick is this wall? Smog suddenly stopped, his dragon eyes widened. Something is wrong? This doesn't look like a temporary obstacle. If it was just a wall a few meters thick, let alone so many rammings, it would have collapsed at the first ramming. This wall doesn't look like a wall, but rather like a mountain that fell from the sky and lay here. Don't waste your energy, you can't ram it open. At the 2-meter-high small hole, Smog saw the figure that made him extremely angry, and he immediately spit out a breath of dragon's breath, not wanting to listen to the man's words at all. However, when the dragon's breath struck, the figure was still there, and looked quite comfortable, as if just a breeze had just blown by. Crunch! The big mouth opened and suddenly rushed forward. Levi quickly dodged and knocked the dragon head aside with a backhanded sword, making Smog's head buzz. Loud momentum, little damage. The explosion just now didn't even damage Smog's dragon scales. It looks fierce, but in fact the total damage is only more than 100. For a dragon of Smog's size and hardness, the damage of this TNT explosion may be similar to that of firecrackers. In fact, let alone Smog, even Levi himself would hardly lose blood if he resisted TNT as long as he was not in the center of the explosion. 18 points of damage hit its head, and only deducted 2 drops of blood. Hundreds of consecutive explosions with dozens of damage did not even blow off a piece of scales. This armor value is definitely higher than nether alloy. If the dragon scales can be taken off, it will definitely make a very strong set of armor. But while coveting the materials on Smog, Levi also had a headache. It seems that it can't be killed without some technology or hard work. But technology can't be made for the time being, so we can only do hard work. You can't trap me, despicable human Steve. The army of the Dark Lord has set out. They will help me get out of trouble, and then it will be the end of all of you. I have memorized your scent. You can't escape. I will hunt you down forever. Boom! The mountain shook again. In the narrow prison far away in Changhu town, Bud suddenly woke up and looked out through the iron window. What sound? The town was still bustling with people coming and going, and no one noticed the vibration from afar, or even if a few more sensitive people noticed it, they didn't care. We have lived here for so many years, and everyone is doing well. What big accident can there be? Clang, clang, clang. Bard shook the sturdy door, feeling anxious. Did you hear it? The dwarves suddenly stopped on the secret path behind the lonely mountain. I heard it. It was a sound coming from the depths of the mountain. Balin put his ear against the rock. The next moment, boom, Balin closed his eyes and moved his head away. That almost deafened my ears just now. Boom, the mountain shook again, and small stones slid down. What happened? The dragon, it must be the dragon, it's awake. What's going on inside? Did we come here in vain? The dwarves were a little panicked. Smog had woken up, so how could the plan go on? Quiet! Thorin shouted, forcing everyone to calm down. In fact, he was the most panicked now, but as a leader, the emotion he could not show the most was frustration. Even with a blindfold, you have to pretend to be confident. We still have time. There is no need to draw conclusions so early. We have experienced so much and walked for so long. Are we going to retreat now without even opening the door? Just because we are afraid of that damn dragon? We are the sons of Durin. Our goal is to recapture Erebor and revive our homeland. We will never give up until we achieve our goal. We have never doubted you, Thorin. Balin was the first to stand up, followed by the dwarves with bright eyes. We will follow you to the death. But what happened inside? We can't rush forward without even understanding the situation. Faced with everyone's suggestions, Thorin closed his eyes, thought for a while, and took a deep breath. Keely, I give you the key and the map. You wait here. I leave for a while. If everything goes well, I be back before Durin's day. Thorin stuffed the things to Keely, turned around and ran to the foot of the mountain. Where are you going? Keely asked blankly with the key in his hand. Go to the main gate, the sound came from there. I find out what happened. Thorin gripped the sword at his waist, and walked towards the foot of the mountain. This dwarf, who only had the title of king but never sat on the throne, had been tortured to the point of madness by the obsession of regaining his homeland. He finally had some hope, and if he still didn't succeed, it would be worse than death. Bilbo touched the ring in his pocket and shouted, Thorin, I can. Thorin, we go with you. Pressing Bilbo's shoulders, a group of dwarves stepped forward and protected him behind them. We are just like you, Thorin. We will only choose one of success and death in battle. Chapter 75. We're almost there. Don't make any noise. At the main entrance of Lonely Mountain, Thorin walked in front, approaching quietly with a group of dwarves. I remember the way here, follow me. Why is there a cave here? Halfway through the way, Thorin frowned suddenly. It has never appeared in my memory. Well, I think I may have seen it, of course, in other places. Don't you think the style of this cave is a little familiar? A dwarf mentioned it. Is it Levi? Let's go in. Without hesitation, Thorin drew his sword, rushed to the front first, and walked into the meeting hall. Boom! The faint sound of collision and impact came from somewhere inside, occasionally mixed with a few dragon roars and flames. No way. Someone vaguely guessed what was going on inside. The group listened to the movement and approached again until a very abrupt stone wall appeared in front of them. That's not in my memory either. Thorin shook his head slowly. I remember this is the corridor leading to the cellar. It has never had such a wall, and it's this color. The same color as Levi's wall. Bofur reminded. Look at the puddle here. It's just 2 meters long and 2 meters wide. I can almost be sure who did it. A dwarf squatted in front of the puddle and dipped his hand in it. The water was so clear that only the fountains made by the elves could compare with it. There is also a cave over there. After discovering the passage again, the dwarves gave up their exploration of other places and surrounded the cave entrance. Someone poked his head over and saw that it was pitch black inside, with no light source, and vaguely seemed to see some gravel at the end. Do you want to go in? Thorin nodded and was about to lead the way forward. Suddenly, a red light lit up from the end of the cave. The alarm bells in his heart rang wildly. Thorin immediately rolled to the side and shouted, "Back off!" The flames gushed out of the cave and went out in an instant. A dwarf walked a step slower and had several strands of his beard singed. "You can't kill me!" The roar of the dragon came, followed by a series of huge noises. "Go in and take a look." Thorin couldn't help it and rushed in immediately. This was the voice of the dragon. "Hurry up, follow." The dwarves followed closely. Whoosh! A flaming arrow pierced Smaug's eyes fiercely, but it didn't even break the eyelids, let alone ignite the fire dragon. Obviously, the flame attachment or fire arrows can't work on this fire dragon. After all, it is a fire dragon. Moreover, just as Smaug himself said, its dragon scales are harder than 10 layers of steel shields, and the armor value is even higher than the upper limit. It is not pierced by ordinary bows and crossbows. The only weakness is the small gap where a scale is missing at the heart, but Levi has almost used up half of the bow's durability, and he couldn't even shoot down the diamond stuck on it, let alone cause any damage. You really scared me, Steve. I almost thought you were a powerful warrior from the ancient times. You may know some magical magic, but it's far from the people I remember. Ah, your sword may be good, but it's a pity that you are the one who uses it, and your strength is not even half of the warrior I killed that year. Smaug said in a sarcastic tone, and while fighting, he did not forget to use his chatterbox attribute. Obviously, he had not given up trying to influence Levi with dragon language. You seem to have said too much. If I were you, shut your stinky mouth, otherwise I would stab my sword into it and make you unable to open your mouth forever. An arrow wrapped in flame suddenly shot out, and was bitten and swallowed by Smaug. This snack tastes good. Do you have more? I really am. Dang, Levi, who was so angry, chopped Smaug's big claws with a sword, hitting it and making it jump back. It was obviously in pain. Despicable human. The man and the dragon fought again, and the sound of metal collision and vibration continued to be heard in the dark corridor. Since discovering that Levi seemed to be immune to fire, Smaug rarely spit out dragon breath. He only spit out a few times out of habit. Most of the time, he attacks by hitting and biting. His teeth that shone with metallic luster like steel swords, and claws, like spears, were very harmful. A big mouth biting Levi's armor could even make him lose blood. Whether it was biting, piercing with claws, or sweeping with the tail, they could indeed shake Levi's life bar, but that was all. Compared with Sauron, the strength of these attacks was still too light. He didn't even need to take medicine. He only needed to eat ordinary food to maintain his satiety, and rely on natural blood recovery and a little movement and dodging to cope with it. In contrast, Smaug's blood volume was slowly and steadily decreasing at a speed that was not noticeable. Although Levi's blood volume would also decrease, it would always come back, but Smaug's blood volume had not been positive for a long time. If we can keep grinding like this, let alone kill it, we just need to find an opportunity to block its retreat, and it will be a dead end. However, it is still difficult to do this. I have to admit that you have some skills. As the fight went on, Smaug changed his strategy. He no longer chased Levi blindly, but moved around and adopted a guerrilla strategy. Smaug is a real living thing after all, with his own thoughts. He is not one of those NPCs in the game that only follow fixed logic to act, chasing players and attacking them, and can't do anything to players just by building a high place and blocking a position. When it senses danger, it will run and hide. When it can't take advantage, it will retreat temporarily. When it seems that it can't kill Levi at once, it will try other strategies slowly, instead of just mechanically dealing with it in one mode. The dragon language spell that has been lingering in my ears is the best example. Even if the spell doesn't work, trash talk can affect the opponent's mentality. My king, am I dreaming? At this time, a group of dwarves suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave, and there was a hobbit surrounded in the middle. Is Levi fighting with that dragon that is more than 100 meters long? They seem to be evenly matched. Seeing the scene in front of them, the dwarves were once again impressed by the fighting power shown by Levi. This guy is simply stronger when facing a strong opponent. The specific fighting power is unknown. Even Bilbo opened his mouth wide, not knowing how to describe it. This scene has exceeded his cognition. However, there is still an exception. Compared to these, I am more concerned about why he woke up the dragon. This has disrupted all our plans. Thorin felt a little annoyed and puzzled. Didn't they agree to steal the gems and gather the army to attack again? Why did they do it in advance? Look what I smell, it's the smell of dwarves. Huh? Levi turned back suddenly, and found that there was a group of guys staying at the entrance of the cave. He immediately felt bad. Go back. Along with his shout, a dragon's breath was transmitted. Although the incident happened suddenly, the dwarves' reaction was not to be underestimated. They pulled Bilbo and scattered, rolling or jumping, dodging the attack in an unsightly manner. Go! A bucket of water was placed on the wall, so that it extended down to form a water curtain for cover. Levi hurriedly pulled the dwarves back and returned to the meeting room. Chapter 76. Why are you here? In the large and spacious conference room, ignoring Smaug, who was angrily calling him a coward on the other side of the wall, a group of people from the expedition team held a small meeting here. I should be the one asking you this, Levi. Why are you here? Thorin questioned. You shouldn't be so reckless and wake up the dragon in advance. This is different from what we agreed on. You almost made our expedition fail by doing this. The keys and maps left by my father were wasted. Levi shook his head and talked about what he had seen and heard. No, Thorin, this method no longer works. Your information is outdated. Smaug has long been in alliance with the enemy. Remember the necromancer Gandalf mentioned? He is the enemy of the free people of Middle-earth, the Dark Lord, Sauron. He has long contacted Smaug and reached a cooperation. In fact, the dragon has always been awake. It is dormant underground pretending to sleep, waiting for you to come to it. Hearing this, the anger on Thorin's face froze, slowly dissipated, and turned into an expression that was not willing to believe. Seeing Thorin's expression, Levi continued to add, and now, Moria and the orcs and wargs of the Misty Mountains have formed an alliance and are heading this way. There are tens of thousands of them. They will support Smaug to become the new king under the mountain and completely occupy this area. No, I am the real master here. Thorin couldn't help but say. So we have to find a way. Since Thorin silently digested this information, he took a breath and said, since the dragon has awakened, we must face it. I declare the original plan invalid. We must kill it before the orc army arrives, otherwise everything will be irreversible. And, I have to seek support from my relatives immediately. Thorin analyzed the situation clearly at the first time, and decisively issued a new goal. Balin, do you still remember how to make explosive bombs? Well, although it has been a long time since I last made this kind of thing, I think I will remember it when I get to the processing room. Very good, we can go over here, and go to the processing room to make some explosive bombs, use that thing to attract Smaug's attention, lead it to the furnace, and then crush it with its favorite gold and kill it in one fell swoop. After talking about the rough plan, Thorin explained it in detail. Basically, it is to lead Smaug to a specific location, and then pour a large amount of boiling liquid metal into it, and after solidification, it can be completely trapped inside. Listening to Thorin's plan, the dwarves all thought it was very interesting, and could be tried, but at this time, Levi shook his head. No, high temperature is useless to it. I tried using magma, which is only a little hot for it. Your method won't work. It will crawl out. Then what do you say? Should we just watch it join the army and let a beast be the king of the mountain? Calm down, Thorin. Balin suddenly said, maybe there is another way. What way? Listen, I have heard another rumor about the destruction of Dale City. The Lord of Dale City actually shot the dragon. Although he failed to kill it, he successfully knocked off a scale from the dragon's heart. If we can use the same black arrow to aim at that position and shoot it again, it will definitely be killed. Balin said affirmatively, looking at Levi at the same time, wanting to hear Levi's advice. The rumor is true. Levi looked a little strange, but still helped to prove. I saw with my own eyes that Smog's heart was indeed missing a scale. But the Lord of the Valley has been dead for many years. Where can we find another sharpshooter who can hurt the dragon? A dwarf asked. Yes, Balin affirmed. In fact, we have seen him. This wise old dwarf told his conversation with Bard, causing the dwarves to look at each other in surprise. That is to say, there is another magic item called Black Arrow, and it is now in the hands of the descendant of the former Lord of River Valley. That person is Bard? Thorin listened silently on the side, and suddenly turned around. Levi, can I ask you to watch this dragon here and wait for us for a few days? We will be back soon. Of course, I can wait for you. During this period, the annoying dragon will not go anywhere. By the way, I just heard you talking about the processing room. Is there a lot of gunpowder in it? Yes. Do you need the materials there? I can tell you the specific route. No need for the route. Just tell me the straight direction. It's not as easy as digging directly. After pointing out a specific direction and distance to Levi, the dwarves hurriedly left after confirming that there was nothing else. Bilbo hesitated for a moment and chose to act with the dwarves. Compared with Levi, they needed him more. The sun rises and the moon sets. Long Lake Town, in front of the prison. Alfred looked up at Bud from the window and said strangely, "Look at our people's fighter, how embarrassed he is now. The people once loved and supported you, but you failed to live up to their expectations, and joined forces with thieves to help them steal the town's property. This behavior is simply despicable. Just wait, Bud, the people will soon abandon you and curse you, and your conspiracies will no longer threaten anyone. It's not me who has conspiracies." Bud held the iron window tightly, his face gloomy. If you want to accuse someone, you can always find a pretext. This is just a trumped-up excuse. They have been staring at their lives for a long time. Maybe. Anyway, you never figure it out. This is your final ending. Alfred fiddled with the key in his hand, deliberately waved it in front of Bard twice, looked at his increasingly gloomy face, smiled triumphantly, turned around and prepared to leave. Bang! Suddenly, a dull blow sounded, and Alfred rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. Click! The lock of the prison was opened, and Bard lowered his head unexpectedly, and saw a group of fully armed dwarves. Bard, the former lord of the Valley City, the descendant of Girion. Now there is an opportunity to prove your family's ancestry. Do you want to seize it? Old Balin, who is good at communication and has a good impression in Bard's eyes, was pushed to the front and talked to the archer. At this time, a boy squeezed the dwarves all the way and came to Bard. "Father!" Bane. Bard hugged his son and asked, "Why are you here?" They said they were coming to rescue you, but they needed someone to lead the way. Noticing Bard's gaze, Balin praised sincerely, "It's like this, your son is very good, he takes good care of the family, and he is very decisive, he always remembers where you are imprisoned." Bard looked at the dwarves with a complicated expression, then looked at his son, and sighed softly. "I know. In fact, I have no choice at all, right?" Chapter 77. The prison door was locked again, and Alfred, who was lying on the ground, was thrown in. Before leaving, the dwarves picked up some garbage to block the window so that people outside could not see the situation inside. Perfect. A group of people sneaked back to Bard's house and took the Black Arrow. This is a heavy spear. I don't think an ordinary bow can shoot it. You need to use the wind crossbow in the center of town. Bard raised his head and looked into the distance, and the dwarves followed him to look over. That's a powerful weapon, I can see it. Are we going to lure the dragon here? No, that would be too much of a loss for Changhu Town. Borrow it from the mayor? Do you think he'd lend us the wind crossbow based on the local people's reputation for the mayor? Damn, who are the people in charge of this place? I think it would be better to just take it away. Yes, take it away. Let's do it, let's go. Wait, there are a lot of guards in the center of town. Bard hurriedly stopped him. We can wait until night. There are only a few patrols at night, and there is a large gap. We have enough time to take it away. There is no time, Master Bard. Thorin looked at him and said, "We can wait, but the dragon can't wait. It is now thinking about coming out to kill everyone. The sooner this happens, the better. Moreover, no matter how many guards there are, they can't stop the determined dwarves. That's fine." They did it right away. Following the route provided by Bard, the dwarves came to the bottom of the sentry tower equipped with the wind crossbow in a short while. The residents around looked at them curiously, especially when they saw Bard. Some people even showed some surprise. "Bard? You're not being arrested." "Shoo. I have something important to do." The residents looked at each other. exchanged glances, and began to take the initiative to cover for Bard. The guards are coming. Ah, my stall. Just as the guards were about to come over, a resident screamed and accidentally knocked down his stall, blocking the road. Oh my god, how long will it take me to clean up? I help you. The surrounding residents spontaneously rushed over and gathered together to help the resident, who accidentally knocked down the stall to clean up. But after waiting for most of the day, they still couldn't clean up. Until the guards began to get impatient and were ready to do it themselves. A group of people dispersed and went to do their own things. The guards continued to patrol and did not find anything unusual. In the sentry tower, 2 soldiers who had fainted were lying on the haystack and were covered up, and the dwarves had already climbed up. But how can we take such a big crossbow away? Bard really couldn't think of how to carry this thing down. Judging from the size and material of the crossbow, it would be difficult to lift it without 4 or 5 strong men. Ha, you underestimate the dwarves. It was built with our technology, and of course, it can be disassembled with our technology. In this dwarf team, there are relatively few professional warriors, and there are more craftsmen. But at this time, craftsmen are more useful. Soon, this wind crossbow that is bigger than a whole dwarf was disassembled into a pile of large and small parts, which were carried by the dwarves. It's time to go. As the dwarves acted, at the prison, a man knocked on the door frantically, shouting, open the door for me. The guards passing by heard the shouting in the prison and shouted on the spot, saying, stop shouting. Without the order of the mayor, you will never get out. You idiots, you don't even know that the honorable deputy of Chenghu Town is imprisoned here. Open the door and let me out. Ah, the guards quickly pushed the garbage stuck on the iron window down, and when they looked inside, there was indeed a familiar face with swollen eyes. The prison door opened immediately. Quick catch, Bud, the reactionary guy, he escaped from prison. Under Alfred's order, Chenghu Town immediately entered a state of alert, and the guards were dispatched in large numbers, shuttling through the town. However, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find the person they were looking for. Instead, they encountered many obstacles along the way. Either the potted plants in this flower shop fell down, or the nets of that fisherman were lying across the road. After walking for a while, there would be some obstacles, which made the guards very uncomfortable. Until dark, the guards could not find Bard. Long ago, he had already left the town smoothly with the dwarves. Brother Bard, it seems that I still underestimated your influence. On the way, Balin talked to the respected sharpshooter. I think with your reputation, you could overthrow the corrupt mayor at any time if you want, and you don't even need to do anything. The people will spontaneously push you up. Maybe? Bard shook his head, not knowing what he was thinking. The dragon-slaying weapon is on its way to Lonely Mountain. But Levi will not put all his hopes on this. Even if there is no black arrow, a must-kill item in Destiny, it is not impossible to kill a cunning dragon that likes to run around at any time. Following the route provided by Thorin, Levi soon dug into the processing room without Smaug noticing. Oh! As soon as he came in, Levi opened his eyes wide. With this material reserve and this richness of props, at this moment, Levi was even happier than a mouse in an oil tank. Synthesis added. Flare bomb. In the processing room, Levi successfully saw the explosive bomb mentioned by the dwarves, but it was just some semi-finished products and shells. But this was enough for Levi to unlock its synthesis. After a rough look, the power of the flare bomb is quite good, with 8 points of damage and a small splash range. In terms of power, it is far inferior to TNT. However, it also has advantages, that is, it is thrown for use, and it explodes as soon as it lands, which is much more convenient than TNT, which needs to be placed and ignited and waits for several seconds before exploding. Moreover, it requires less materials than TNT, and 1 gunpowder can synthesize a bomb. In addition, the flare bomb has a special buff, blinding. If you open your eyes and face it when it explodes, you will be blinded for a few seconds and cannot see anything clearly. In this way, this thing is not bad, and it has some uses, which is equivalent to the Middle-earth version of flash bombs. After making some flash bombs and storing them in his backpack, Levi opened the material box next to him and took a look. Sulfur, saltpeter, carbon powder, and some mixed gunpowder. Everything needed to make bombs is here. Moreover, since it is an important processing place for dwarves, there is not only gunpowder, but also a lot of other raw materials piled up. As long as you want to find some, you can basically find some, including sand and paper. Yes, there is also paper. As the old saying goes, paper cannot cover fire. But it can cover gunpowder. With a huge reserve of materials, Levi directly rubbed a lot of TNT, flash bombs, and some fireworks for experiments. Chapter 78. Sometimes, some things seem useless just because they have not been used properly. Take fireworks for example. In my world, fireworks are actually harmful, but they are usually put into the sky and cannot explode the enemy at all. However, there is a way to correct its trajectory, that is the crossbow. Loading fireworks on a crossbow, you can make it shoot in a straight line in the direction you want, until it hits something, or flies to the maximum distance before it explodes. The explosive power of fireworks is proportional to the amount of firework stars or gunpowder filled in it, and can be as high as more than 10 points, which is about the same as the power of a bow shot by Levi with full enchantment, but it is a ranged splash damage. The benefit is greater. For weak creatures without armor, this thing may still have some lethality, but for a dragon whose armor is thicker than netherite. Are you celebrating for me? You seem to be talking too much. Levi put away the flare bomb and the firework crossbow, drew out his long sword and chopped Smog's claws, and went out of the cave amid its pleasant angry roar. Record experiment, fireworks. The maximum damage is similar to that of a fully enchanted bow. Like flare bombs, it is a range attack, and consumes several times more materials than flare bombs. Neither of them could penetrate the dragon's armor, but judging from Smog's expression and anger, the firework bomb should still have some effect, and it can't be considered useless. It is rated as suitable for targets with relatively low armor, such as orcs or wargs. The range of flare bombs mainly depends on arm strength, while the range of firework rockets depends on the amount of gunpowder loaded, ranging from 30 meters to 70 meters, which is not far, but it is also useful. If the soldiers could be equipped with it, the scene of the volley should be very good. In the corridor, Smog stared at the 2-block-high hole, waiting for the human, and prepared some rock fragments behind his body. After being attacked by Levi many times, and then running away, the dragon finally learned to be smarter. It planned to wait for the human to come out next time, and quickly block the hole with big rocks to prevent him from getting out. However, what Smog didn't know was that Levi had the same idea as it. At this moment, Levi was digging behind the corridor, intending to block Smog's way back so that he would know what a trapped beast is. In less than a day, without Smog noticing, many intersections leading to the cellar were completely blocked. At this moment, Smog didn't know that he could never go back to the treasure house full of gold. Just as Levi finished the road blocking project and arrived at the conference hall again, with full combat readiness, ready to take a few bottles of medicine and go in to kill the boss, who had nowhere to escape, a group of dwarves rushed in breathlessly. Wait, don't go yet. No need. The notes of the incident were reversed. Huh, we are back, Levi, huh, it seems we have caught up. The dwarves stopped the aggressive Levi, and put down a lot of parts with sweat on their heads, and collapsed to the ground. Many people were so thirsty that they took out their water bags and drank from them. Among them, Bomber even lay down next to the infinite water and started drinking. He almost fell into it after a while. Drink slowly. Levi picked up the dwarf with a balanced length and width to prevent him from falling into the puddle. What a surprise! I thought you would have to wait a few days before coming back. I have already figured out how to cook the dragon meat. Since we left, we have not dared to stop for a moment, and have not rested for a second, Balin said exhaustedly. The dwarves' endurance is poor. If they have been traveling at full speed since they left, it would be really hard for them if they are not exhausted to death. Not to mention old Balin and Fat Bomber, even Thorin, who is the strongest, is too tired to talk at this moment, and has no strength to get sick. We can't let you do everything, right? Look, we brought back the things that restrain the dragon. This will definitely help you. The dwarves made way, and showed Levi the human behind them, who had been frowning all the way, and almost never relaxed. The man carried a longbow on his back, and held a huge black arrow, like a spear in his hand. Good guy, he kidnapped the person directly. Are you the legendary warrior Levi? Before Levi could speak, Bard spoke first. Do you know me? No, we have never met before, but I have heard of you. A few months ago, Long Lake Town received some refugees. They chanted your name, and told your deeds. Legend has it that the black-armored warrior wandering in the Anduin Valley, the sword in his hand can ignite fire, making all the orcs he sees tremble. He faces the ferocious orcs and wargs alone, and saves the people on both sides of the river together with the wise wizard. Greetings, I am Bard of Long Lake Town. Bard bowed. In fact, he was quite surprised that the dwarves never said that they knew this legendary figure. If you had said it earlier, I would have helped you. Although he didn't have a good impression of the dwarves in general, Bard showed considerable respect for this fellow who had saved many people. Greetings, Bard. I think you should know the purpose of our trip. The dragon is inside now. Levi pointed to the hole in the wall in the distance. Bard couldn't help but look over there, and took 2 steps closer out of curiosity. No, I suggest you don't go over there. The dragon's curses are very unpleasant. If you don't want to be dirty, don't get too close. Smog was still out putting, and his voice was really golden. He didn't feel any pain after talking for so long. What should we do now? Assemble the wind crossbow, and go in and shoot the dragon to death directly. But we only have one chance, and this arrow must hit its heart. Everyone looked at Bard. I will. There was no fear in the archer's eyes, as if this was just an ordinary hunt. Levi looked at the sharpshooter and nodded. Bard's character is trustworthy. Not to mention a caged dragon, even a dragon flying in the sky and breathing fire. As long as it threatens the townspeople, he dares to rush up and use ordinary bows and arrows to attract its attention. I have a plan. After a short rest, Thorin suddenly spoke. There is a secret passage across the corridor, just enough for the dragon to dive in. If it wants to go in, it must expose its chest, and once it goes in, it can't turn back. We can place the wind crossbow at the end of the passage to attract it, and then... It depends on our sharpshooter. Thorin looked up at Bard and said seriously, if this operation is successful, I can give you a promise, the king's promise. You can make any request, as long as it does not involve the bottom line of the dwarves. Bard glanced at Thorin and nodded. I hope you are different from your grandfather. Thorin was stunned, clenched his fists, and said nothing, but his face was obviously much gloomier. No one cared about this little action. Soon, 13 dwarves, 2 humans, and a hobbit gathered in a circle to discuss the specific details. Levi asked about the direction of the secret passage, and suddenly clapped his hands. Oh, the direction to the secret passage you mentioned is blocked by me. But it doesn't matter, I will demolish it later. Blocked? Thorin couldn't understand this statement at first. How could such a large secret passage be blocked? But when he caught a glimpse of the huge stone wall blocking the entrance of the conference hall, he was relieved. It can indeed be blocked. That's good. Thorin chose to obey, and no longer tried to understand what Levi said, as long as the result was right. However, the key to this plan is to have a bait. This person should be agile, and able to flexibly cross various terrains, and not too tall, otherwise he may not be able to pass through many dwarf-exclusive passages. After all, there are dragons chasing behind, and once he is bumped or tripped, it will be more than just multiple wounds. The one among us who best meets these requirements. Bilbo looked around, took a deep breath, and squeezed to the front. I think it's me. Thorin pressed Bilbo's shoulders and pushed him back. Chapter 79. The dragon and I have a blood feud. You are not attracted to the dragon, Bilbo. He will not get angry because of a hobbit he has never seen before. Levi is no good either. He can fight the dragon head-on. If he suddenly runs away, it will definitely make it suspicious. Thorin stood in the middle of the crowd. Only me, the true heir to Durin's throne, will eventually return to become the king under the mountain. Only me, it will desperately want to kill, and will not give up any opportunity. Only I can make it lose its mind. Thorin's eyes flashed with madness. All this was seen by Levi. Yes, what he said was indeed right, but this sentence is also the same in reverse. This dragon will also make the heir to the dwarf throne lose his mind. Since stepping into the lonely mountain, Thorin has been getting closer and closer to madness. The curse that exists on this land has tightly entangled him. When he really sits on the throne, his greed may even exceed that of the dragon. In this case, let's go crazy. Levi's fist and milk have been prepared for a long time. Levi, what do you think? After the plan was finished, Thorin asked as usual, just like they would ask Gandalf in the past. Just do it. Levi gave a positive answer, and guided the dwarves to go around the corridor from the passage he dug before, and successfully completed the assembly of the wind crossbow. At the end of the secret passage, Bard looked at the well-made and even refurbished wind crossbow in front of him, as well as the black arrow in his hand, took a few deep breaths, and waited quietly. You fire-breathing maggot! Suddenly, a loud curse came from the other side of the passage. Smaug's first reaction was that the hateful Steve was here again, but when he turned around, he was stunned for a moment, and then he let out a meaningful evil laugh. Look who this is. Isn't this the last heir to the throne of the cowardly Durin family, Thorin Oakenshield? Why, you are tired of wandering around doing dirty and tiring work for others, and finally want to die? Smaug gave up guarding the hole in front of him, and slowly approached Thorin. Every step of his huge body could make Thorin feel a clear shock, but he just stared at the dragon, motionless, like a real stone. Do you think you can drive away the great Smog by finding a warrior from nowhere? You coward and scum among the dwarves. What did you say? You are a fat, slow, old and dizzy worm. Thorin finally used his provocative talent in the right place. After being severely insulted from all sides, the dwarf could no longer bear it. He continued to shout, "You are a false usurper, a fat maggot that can only hide in a deep pit and wriggle. You will never know what is truly valuable. You have no identity, and are not qualified to rule at all. Only I, the Orthodox king under the mountain, am qualified to sit on the throne." Ha ha, did you just come up with this theory? It's really fresh. As he spoke, Smog gradually approached, preparing to slowly cook up this dwarf who came to die. Bang! Suddenly, Thorin threw several flare bombs, which hit the dragon's eyes accurately, emitting a burst of fierce white light and dust. However, neither the strong light nor the explosion could make the dragon blink, but it only made its long neck shrink back a little subconsciously. I've had enough of this tickling stuff. Why not try something different? Smog's belly suddenly turned red, and he spurted out a flame. Thorin rushed to the corner and ran to the smelter without stopping. When Smog also crossed the corner and was about to spit out an enhanced version of Dragon's Breath, Thorin shouted, "Pull!" The dwarves who were ambushing in the dark pulled down the sluice gates, and suddenly, a huge stream of water gushed down from a high place, pouring on Smog, extinguishing the flames in his belly that were ready to burst. Good, you're starting to annoy me a little. Boom boom. The dragon's pace quickened, and a big head poked out in front, chasing Thorin's footsteps. At the end of the smelter, Thorin threw 2 more flares, hitting the dragon's head accurately, slightly attracting Smog's attention. Clang! A large iron gate opened, and Thorin immediately slipped in to avoid it. At the same time, several huge rocks fell from behind where Thorin had just stood, hitting Smog's head hard. Do you think you can hurt me like this? What a pity, I've been hurt by this trick before. How come it has been hurt by everything? Philly, who had just put down a huge rock on the top of the smelter, scratched his head. These methods were just thought of. The dwarf's cooperative attack never worked, but Smog was tired of playing. He rushed to the gate where Thorin slipped away, folded his wings and dived inside, with a red patch on his abdomen, waiting to see that figure and then attack him fiercely. Yes, it was just playing from beginning to end. The dragon didn't think the dwarves had any means to hurt it. If they did, they wouldn't have been driven out of the mountain by him. However, one thing still surprised him. Here it comes. Wind and huge noise came from the entrance of the passage, hitting Bart's face. A huge shadow came from far away, and the claws like hard steel scraped the walls on both sides, and the evil dragon swooped down. Another human? Do you think your weapons are useful? Subconsciously, Smog began to use dragon language, trying to influence this human who smelled a little different. But Bard just stared at its belly from beginning to end, and his eyes never wavered. At this moment, everything other than the target could not shake his attention at all. Finally, when Smog reached a certain distance, he moved, but it was not the wind crossbow on the ground that was launched, but the longbow on his back. Whoosh! An ordinary arrow shot at Smog, and almost at the same time, Bard pulled the trigger of the wind crossbow and shot out the spear-like black arrow. Snap! The ordinary arrow shot first accurately hit the diamond stuck in the middle of the scales, deflecting it and revealing the skin underneath that was not covered by dragon scales. Almost at the same moment, when the diamond was deflected, the black arrow followed closely, and pierced Smog's heart without leaving any room for him. Ah! The hot liquid like magma gushed out of his mouth. With a splash, Smog lost all his strength and opened his mouth with difficulty, as if he wanted to say something, but judging from his angry expression, it would definitely not be a good thing. -900. 100/1000, abnormal status, heavy bleeding, life suppression. It is worthy of being a special weapon for dragons, and the effect is quite good. After the attack was successful, Bard quickly rolled over and threw himself into a 2-meter-high hole to avoid the impact of the dragon swooping down. "Levi!" Bard shouted. "I'm here." While he was hiding in it, Levi appeared from another hole. He drank a bottle of level 2 strength potion, holding a long sword, and jumped down from a high place. At this moment, the dragon had almost no strength left. It could only wave its claws randomly, and scrape the wall with a rumble. What can be seen is that even if it is seriously injured and dying, it is still terrifying. A few random flutters are a huge force that no one can withstand. But no matter how it flutters, it can't avoid Levi's sword. In front of the dragon, Levi slashed with sword after sword, giving the 100-meter-long dragon the final end. At this moment, every time Smog slashes with a sword, the damage he receives is higher. This is the bonus of dynamic sword skills. When the target is locked, every time a combo is made, the next damage will increase a little, and the maximum combo can be 12. At this moment, Smaug can neither escape nor recover his life naturally. He can only resist Levi's attack. He loses as much blood as Levi cuts, and he can't recover at all. Finally, when the combo is full, Levi stabs fiercely, and hits a sword with up to 30 points of damage. Ding! The fierce and extremely powerful sword pierces the gap between the jaws with difficulty, cutting off the last vitality of the dragon head. The pupils lose their luster, and the limbs no longer have strength. From then on, the fire dragons in Middle-earth are declared extinct. Hints pop up one after another. Achievement, Dragon Killer. Achievement, Liberate Lonely Mountain. Achievement, get the title, Dragon Slayer. End. Chapter 80. Achievement, Next Generation. After Smaug was confirmed dead, a fiery red egg suddenly fell into Levi's backpack. Fire Dragon Egg, put it near the lava to hatch. Pulling out the sword stuck in the dragon's jaw, Levi exhaled, announcing the end of the battle. The sword shone brighter and brighter, killing the dragon without staining blood. Bard walked out of the cave and stared at the dragon's corpse. The rumors have been confirmed. Your ancestors are indeed great human warriors. From now on, your family will be proud of you, Archer Bard. Thorin walked out of another cave and saluted the human archer. Then, from the end of the secret passage, the dwarves ran down with cheers. Ah-ha-ha. It's dead. The dwarves circled around the dragon corpse, and Keely was so excited that he kicked it hard, but unfortunately, he couldn't move the dragon corpse at all. Instead, he stood there with his teeth bared, and didn't move for several seconds. What's wrong with you? It seems that your legs are shaking a little. Is your injury not healed yet? Philly, who came later, asked kindly. It's okay, I'm just happy. Thorin gathered all the dwarves and shouted, the dragon is dead, and the great revenge has been avenged. From today, Erebor will return to the rule of Durin's family again. After cheering to their heart's content, the dwarves finally calmed down a little and discussed future matters. Now our primary goal is to find the Arkenstone and then summon reinforcements. I'm afraid that only Dane can come in the short term. Levi, how many orcs do you think there are? Not counting the wargs, there are more than 20,000 of them, and there are many trolls among them, and they are trolls that are not afraid of sunlight. I guess they may be the Orlogs bred by the enemy. Hearing this, the dwarves' faces gradually became solemn, and their previous joy was swept away. What army of more than 20,000? What are you talking about? Bard was confused. What orcs? What wargs? How come he had never heard of them? He said that there is an army of tens of thousands of orcs approaching Erebor. They set out from Dol Guldur in Mirkwood and the mines of Moria, heading north, and may arrive in a few days. Hearing Thorin's words, Bard quickly simulated the marching route of the orcs in his mind. Wouldn't it pass through Long Lake Town? He was a little panicked. How can we resist the army of tens of thousands of orcs? You know, Long Lake Town doesn't even have many regular soldiers. The only ones who have combat capabilities are those guards responsible for maintaining daily public security. Normally, it was fine to deal with the harassment of a small group of orcs, but the army I want to go back immediately. Bard turned around and was about to leave. Whether it was the dragon, the treasure, or the king's promise, these were not important to Bard. He cared more about the things in the Long Lake Town. If you need it, Erebor can provide shelter. Thorin shouted from behind. Bard stopped, looked back at him, and replied, I know. Then, in the blink of an eye, he turned over the dragon's corpse and disappeared. There is no time to lose. Let's go find the Arkenstone now. Thorin continued to arrange the dwarves to do things. This dragon. He touched Smaug's body and looked at Levi. Levi had been staring at the dragon's body since just now, and seemed to be thinking about something, which made Thorin a little unsure. Levi, do you need it? Well, some of the materials on it are very useful to me. Then I give it all to you, you deserve it. And, this doesn't count in the 15th. After saying that, Thorin nodded at Levi and followed the dwarves to the treasure house. Only Bilbo and Levi were left at the scene. Bilbo didn't know what the orc army was, nor did he know how much treasure he would get. The hobbit only knew that the dragon in front of him was a little scary and amazing. He stared at the dragon for a long time, hesitated for a while before speaking. Levi, can I take a scale as a souvenir? Of course, Bilbo, there are many scales on this dragon. Thank you, you know, I plan to write some stories when I go back, and I think this thing can be used as a specimen. Just clip it in my storybook. Like I did before, I like to collect some leaves and flowers, and sometimes I will plant them in the yard. After getting the scale, Bilbo hid it in his pocket, chatted with Levi for a while, and then followed Thorin to the cellar to find gems. And Levi began to collect materials from the dragon. Dragon blood, dragon bones, dragon meat, fire dragon scales, fire dragon heart. This dragon is so big, and the spoils after death are quite a lot, so Levi had to combine them into a box to store them here first. After obtaining these materials, the synthesis table was also updated, which added the production method of dragon scale armor, dragon series tools, and the forging method of dragon flame steel. This material called dragon flame steel is very powerful. The armor made of it is much stronger than the nether alloy, and the weapon made of it is also stronger than the ancient elven sword in his hand. Unfortunately, Levi does not have the conditions to make dragon flame steel now, because its production requires the dragon flame of the fire dragon, and the last fire dragon in the world, Smaug, was just killed by Levi. Fortunately, a fire dragon egg exploded after its death. When the dragon egg hatches, everything will be fine. After collecting all the materials, Levi also found some more unexpected drops. Wing membrane, unlock elytra synthesis. In the original version of Minecraft, elytra cannot be synthesized and can only be found in the ship that randomly refreshes above the end island, but the materials exploded by the dragon seem to make up for this deficiency. Achievement: the sky is the limit, take off. This time you can really take off. After packing up all the materials, Levi put on the elytra on the spot and tried it in the spacious hall. The gliding feeling was quite smooth. As long as the hand speed is fast enough, you will never be afraid of falling to death in the future. As for the fireworks that can provide power for the elytra to fly, there is a gunpowder storage in Erebor. At least Levi can use it alone and fly freely. It's time to go see Thorin. After packing up all the dropped items, Levi went out along the secret passage and went all the way to the smelter according to the location in his memory. If I remember correctly, go through the gate here and go down. Just when he was looking for the way, suddenly, when he passed by the huge steel furnace built by the dwarves, a prompt appeared in front of him. Added Erebor, Lonely Mountain, Series Synthesis. Added Erebor Series Multi-Block Structure, Huge High-Temperature Steel Furnace, Bellows, Mineral Transmission Chain, Forging Table, Liquid Transmission Pipeline. A complete set of Dwarven industrial system was added to the synthesis table, which made Levi a little overwhelmed for a while.